You must treat Chairman Li with the utmost respect. I am on my way immediately. After hearing the trembling roar of his boss and the sounds of various objects shattering to the ground, Majua felt even more cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His fear matched that of his boss, as many of the ideas that led to this predicament were indeed his own. Chapter 131. Zhu Tianxiong arrives after a brief interlude of over 10 minutes. A man in his 40s entered the room with a smile. Upon seeing the individuals present, he quickly discerned that the young man seated was none other than the chairman of the Tongfei Group, which astonished him greatly. How could the leader of such a significant conglomerate be so youthful? Hello. I presume you're Chairman Li, he said, introducing himself as Lu Jieshu, while bending slightly at the waist and extending his hands towards Li Rui with a cheerful demeanor. However, when Li Rui noticed Lu Jieshu's outstretched hands, he chose to ignore the gesture. Lu Jieshu, sensing Li Rui's disregard for the handshake, awkwardly chuckled and lowered his hands. In an effort to alleviate his own discomfort, he turned to Majua, who was still standing nearby, and scolded, "Are you brainless? Chairman Li has come to our company for a visit, and you can't even serve a cup of tea?" Majua, taken aback by his boss's reprimand, found the situation bewildering. As the head of the legal department, it was never his duty to serve refreshments. However, recognizing the authority of his superior, and with Li Rui present, he dared not retort. Instead, he hastily acquiesced and exited to prepare the tea. Observing Lu Jieshu, who was wiping cold sweat from his brow, Li Rui spoke in a calm tone. "Mr. Lu, as the owner of such a substantial company, what enmity could compel you to scheme against a young woman?" "Ah well, Chairman Li, this is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. This matter," Lu Jieshu began, wiping the perspiration from his forehead, uncertain of how to explain. He was indeed involved, but the gravity of deceiving such a corporate titan left him questioning whether he could bear the consequences. Perhaps it would be wiser to confess outright. With this thought in mind, Lu Jieshu took a deep breath and quietly inquired, "Chairman Li, may I ask what your relationship is with Ms. Tang Wenxin?" Upon hearing Lu Jieshu's question, Li Rui turned his head slightly, realizing that Lu was attempting to gauge how influential he might be in this situation. The significance of the individual in question was irrelevant to him. He feared no one. Understanding Li Rui's stance, Lu Jieshu recognized that the chairman was determined to see this matter through to the end. Given this, he felt compelled to be forthright. After all, he was no match for the Tongfei Group. A corporation valued in trillions could easily render him powerless with a mere whisper. Who would dare to continue collaborating with him in such circumstances? Although he was the owner of an entertainment company worth $2 billion, apart from a few valuable artists, his assets were virtually non-existent. Presently, he could not even muster $100 million in cash. Confronted with the might of the Tongfei Group, he had no desire to strike a futile battle against a formidable force. "Chairman Li, given the circumstances, I shall speak candidly. Zhu Tianxiong's sister, Zhu Mingyu, is the mistress of Chun Xiao." After a brief pause, Lu Jieshu observed Chairman Li's reaction upon hearing Chun Xiao's name, pondering whether such a prominent figure would be acquainted with the heir of the Chun Group. Naturally, Li Rui was unaware of who Chun Xiao was. Having only recently established himself, he had remained somewhat aloof from corporate matters and had limited interactions with the upper echelons of Longwu society. Thus, his expression remained impassive after hearing Lu Jieshu's words. Seeing Li Rui's lack of reaction, Lu Jieshu felt a sense of admiration. Truly, the chairman of Tongfei Group showed no trepidation towards the Chun Group. Little did he know that Li Rui had never even heard of the Chun Group. As Li Rui remained unresponsive, Lu Jieshu continued, 6 months ago, Zhu Tianxiong frequently harassed an artist at our company to the extent that our security had to detain him. Subsequently, his sister, Zhu Mingyu, came to our company demanding his release, leveraging the influence of Chun Xiao, the heir of the Chun Group. Fearing repercussions from Chun Xiao, we had no choice but to release Zhu Tianxiong. Just a month ago, Zhu Tianxiong was drinking with Majua and boasted about his infatuation with a beautiful woman at our company. Majua, having studied a bit of law, suggested a deplorable scheme to entrap the woman's friend to coerce her into submission. Upon learning of this, I fervently tried to dissuade them, but out of fear of offending Chun Xiao, I felt compelled to turn a blind eye to their reckless behavior. I sincerely apologize for my lax oversight, Chairman Li. With that, Lu Jieshu bowed deeply before Li Rui. At that moment, as Lu Jieshu kept his head lowered, he thought to himself how fortunate it was that Majua was not present. Otherwise, he would surely be in for a confrontation. "Boss Lu, Do you know which beautiful woman Zhu Tianxiong intends to ensnare? Li Rui inquired with a smile, gazing at the bowing Lu Jieshu. Upon hearing Li Rui's cheerful voice, Lu Jieshu instinctively lifted his head, glancing toward Yun Lingxian and Tang Wenxin, uncertain of how to respond. This is the beautiful woman, Li Rui said, pointing at Yun Lingxian. Do you know who she is? And no, I don't, Lu Jieshu stammered. She is my woman, and she shall be my wife in the future. Who dares to conspire against my woman? Li Rui's words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, yet they sent a chill down Lu Jieshu's spine, as he sensed the atmosphere around him growing colder. In that moment, he inwardly cursed, Zhu Tianxiong, you wretched fool. How dare you vie for the affection of a woman belonging to the chairman of $1 trillion conglomerate? You seek your own demise and wish to drag me down with you. Chairman Li, I genuinely had no knowledge of this. Had I known that Zhu Tianxiong was fixated on your woman, I would have taken matters into my own hands without you needing to intervene. Please forgive me, Chairman Li, Lu Jieshu pleaded, continuing to bow his head in supplication. Summon Zhu Tianxiong for me. Today, we shall resolve this matter. By the way, I must provide you with a compensation of 500,000. Please share your bank account number. I dare not, he replied. I will provide Ms. Tang Wenxin with a sum for emotional distress. I implore you, Chairman Li, to show some leniency. Lu Jieshu, bending slightly, did not dare to meet his gaze, his eyes yearning to glimpse Li Rui's expression. Call Zhu Tianxiong, Li Rui responded without addressing Lu Jieshu's remarks, his tone once again calm. Yes, I will contact Zhu Tianxiong right away. Lu Jieshu straightened, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, retrieving his phone and stepping aside to make the call. As Lu Jieshu was off to the side on the phone, Ma Zhou entered with a tray of tea, serving each person before Lu Jieshu finished his call. Chairman Li, the call has been completed. Zhu Tianxiong is on his way. Li Rui nodded, eyes closed. Around 20 minutes later, a cheerful voice resonated from outside. Boss Lu, have you summoned me for something good? I've even skipped work to come here. You must not let me down. With that, the door swung open, revealing a young man, approximately 27 or 28 years old, handsome, and wearing glasses, who stepped into the room. Chapter 132. It turns out to be a despicable character. As Zhu Tianxiong pushed open the door, he was greeted by the sight of Li Rui, seated in a chair, flanked by Lu Jieshu on his left and Ma Zhou. On Li Rui's right stood two familiar faces, Yun Lingxian and Tang Wenxin. The presence of Li Yi and the three others behind Li Rui went unnoticed by him. He found himself in a state of perplexity. How could Yun Lingxian and Tang Wenxin be here? Especially upon seeing Yun Lingxian, a surge of anger welled up within him. After orchestrating such an elaborate scheme, this woman had evaded his trap. He had waited the entire night in the hotel, yet had not encountered the woman he so desperately desired. Yun Lingxian, why didn't you go to the hotel yesterday? Zhu Tianxiong demanded furiously. Why should I go to the hotel? Who do you think you are? Yun Lingxian retorted with equal ire. Do you expect Tang Wenxin to serve time in prison? Or can you afford to pay 500,000? Whether we can afford 500,000 is not for you to worry about. Tang Wenxin shot back defiantly. You lot, Boss Lu, they must be here to negotiate with you, right? There's nothing to discuss. If you can't afford the money, let her serve time, Zhu Tianxiong said, pointing at Tang Wenxin. Zhu Tianxiong, I'm not acquainted with you, and my actions do not require your oversight. Ms. Tang owes our company nothing, and the alleged infringement is merely a misunderstanding. We have already reached an agreement. Lu Jieshu interjected, eager to distance himself from Zhu Tianxiong. You, Boss Lu Yu. Zhu Tianxiong looked at Lu Jieshu in disbelief. I'm calling my sister right now, Zhu Tianxiong declared, pulling out his phone to contact Zhu Mingyu. Seeing Zhu Tianxiong about to make a call, Lu Jieshu felt a twinge of fear. While he was not intimidated by Zhu Mingyu, the man behind her was not someone he could afford to offend. Just as he was about to intervene, Li Rui raised a hand to stop him. Let him call. It would be best to involve Chen Xiu as well to resolve this matter altogether, avoiding further complications. Seeing Li Rui's demeanor, Lu Jieshu had no choice but to acquiesce. The individuals on both sides were not ones he could afford to offend. He could only leave the outcome to fate. After a minute or so, Zhu Tianxiong finished his call and finally noticed Li Rui seated in the chair. Observing that everyone else was standing and recognizing that Li Rui may possess a significant identity, he pointed at Li Rui and asked Lu Jieshu, who is he? Before Lu Jieshu could respond, Li Rui spoke first. I am Yun Lingshuan's man. What? Haha. This is hysterical. I thought you were someone important, but it turns out you're just a pathetic loser. Boss Lu, Are you intimidated by such a lowly character accompanied by a few thugs? Zhu Tianxiong mocked Lu Jieshu. At that moment, he also noticed the four individuals behind Li Ruei. Realizing that Li Ruei claimed to be Yun Lingxuan's man, he concluded that he could not possibly be a person of significance. Yet, Lu Jieshu's evident caution raised questions. If he were not an influential figure, why would Lu Jieshu exhibit such trepidation? The presence of Li Ruei's four companions led Zhu Tianxiong to mistakenly believe that Li Ruei was just a ruffian, threatening Lu Jieshu with his entourage. This elucidates the sudden shift in Lu Jieshu's attitude towards himself. As for the notion of Li Ruei being a significant figure, Zhu Tianxiong did not entertain such thoughts. If he were truly a person of stature, would Yun Lingxian still need to work as a mere employee in an advertising firm? Zhu Tianxiong, you are exceedingly audacious. He is merely... Before Lu Jieshu could finish his remark, Zhu Tianxiong interrupted him. Boss Lu, you are considered a successful individual. How could you be intimidated by such a petty figure? A thug accompanied by a few lackeys can instill such fear in you? Being formidable means little. One must have connections and strength. My brother-in-law, Chen Xiu, is the primary heir of the Chen group. What can such a trivial person contend against me? Zhu Tianxiong, undeterred, advanced towards Li Ruei, wagering that upon hearing the names of Chen Xiu and the Chen group, Li Ruei would not dare to lay a finger on him. You claim to be Yin Lingxuan's man? Then I shall deliberately flaunt my pursuit of your woman before your very eyes. Once I've had my fill, I shall return her to you. How's that sound? Zhu Tianxiong proclaimed, swaggering up to Li Ruei. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a figure was sent flying. A row of computer desks toppled over, scattering computers and files across the floor. Li Ruei retracted his right foot. Standing up and walking deliberately towards the groaning, Zhu Tianxiong sprawled on the ground. What were you just saying? Could you repeat that? I did not quite catch it. Do you have any idea who my brother-in-law is? Chen Xiu, the primary heir of the Chen group. How dare you strike me? I will ensure my brother-in-law has you eliminated. Zhu Tianxiong wailed, clutching his abdomen while issuing threats towards Li Ruei. What? Chen Xiu? The Chen group? My apologies. I must have misheard. Had I known that the heir of the Chen group was your brother-in-law, I would never have dared to strike you. This is a misunderstanding. Please do not mention this to your brother-in-law. Li Ruei feigned fear, lifting Zhu Tianxiong and patting down his disheveled attire. Now you understand fear? I shall certainly inform my brother-in-law. Prepare for your demise. Zhu Tianxiong, sensing Li Ruei's apparent fright, boasted once more. Wait, I have already apologized. Yet you still intend to tell your brother-in-law to have me killed? What significance does my apology hold then? Li Ruei's facade of fear vanished as he adopted a serious expression, querying Zhu Tianxiong. If apologies were of any value, why would we even need the police? That is a valid point. Li Ruei nodded in agreement. Bang! As Li Ruei finished speaking, Zhu Tianxiong was once again hurled outwards, crashing against the doorframe with a thunderous impact. Since that is the case, why not let me take care of you first? Li Ruei remarked with a smile. Li Yi. His tongue is too sharp. Teach him a lesson, ordered Li Ruei. Following his command, Li Yi approached and seized Zhu Tianxiong, delivering a series of resounding slaps. Smack! Smack! The cacophony of slaps and anguished cries resonated like a symphony within the confines of the office. 20 minutes later, Zhu Tianxiong lay on the ground like a heap of mud, his cheeks flushed of vivid crimson, reminiscent of a monkey's posterior, and his mouth devoid of any teeth. Just as Zhu Tianxiong found himself unable to emit even a whimper, the door was thrust open. In walked a captivatingly alluring woman, her age indiscernible. She donned an elegant black dress, the neckline slightly ajar, revealing her enticing collarbone, while her feet were adorned with black high-heeled shoes with red soles, enhancing her statuesque allure. Following closely behind her was a distinguished middle-aged man clad in an expensive suit, exuding an air of sophistication. Brother, the once smiling woman, who had approached with graceful strides, gasped in shock upon recognizing the pitiful figure on the floor as her own sibling. Chapter 133. The Qin Corporation. Oh, brother, who has done this to you? Zhu Mingyu exclaimed in horror as she turned Zhu Tianxiong over, only to find his face unrecognizable. She immediately sought answers. Lu Jieshu, what on earth happened? Upon seeing Zhu Tianxiong struggle to open his eyes and attempt to speak, but fail, she turned her furious gaze towards Lu Jieshu. This, Lu Jieshu stammered, glancing at Li Ruei and then at Chen Xiu, before quietly stating to Zhu Mingyu, this has nothing to do with me. Observing Lu Jieshu's reticence, Zhu Mingyu understood that the one responsible for her brother's condition was someone formidable, far beyond Lu Jieshu's means to confront. Her anger flared as she scrutinized the others present in the room. She recognized Ma Zhua, aware he was an employee of Lu Jieshu and thus unlikely to have harmed her brother. Tang Wenxin and Yun Lingshan were also employees of her company and, being women, lacked the capacity for such violence. This left only the young man seated in the chair, along with the four imposing figures standing behind him, clearly capable of inflicting harm. Rising to her feet, Zhu Mingyu pointed an accusing finger at Li Rui and exclaimed, "Was it you who did this to my brother?" Li Rui momentarily glanced at the striking woman, his gaze lingering on her alluring figure, before quickly shifting to Yun Lingshan, ensuring she remained oblivious to his reaction. He internally mused that his resolve was not weak. Rather, the adversary was exceedingly ruthless. Zhu Mingyu, noticing Li Rui's fleeting glance before he turned his attention elsewhere, felt her fury intensify. Although she sensed he held some power, she did not believe he could rival Chen Xiu. The Chen Corporation boasted a staggering market capitalization exceeding 300 billion, with interests spanning real estate, shopping malls, film, investments in new energy vehicles, dining, and apparel. Even her own advertising firm was under their umbrella. The Chen Corporation's presence permeated various industries, establishing itself as a significant powerhouse in Magic City and throughout the Dragon Nation. As the first heir of the Chen Corporation, Chen Xiu was no minor figure. It was implausible for anyone to challenge him without substantial backing. "Brother Chen, look at him. He shows you no respect at all." Zhu Mingyu, frustrated by Li Rui's indifference, stomped her foot and hastily approached Chen Xiu, playfully pouting as she did so. Li Rui, who had been lost in his thoughts, was suddenly jolted by the sweet, almost enchanting tone of Zhu Mingyu's voice. He raised his head to observe her and Chen Xiu, internally critiquing the situation. No wonder the heir of such a corporation would succumb to her charm. Who could resist such a voice? The effect of Zhu Mingyu's playful tone extended beyond Li Rui. Every man in the room shivered in response. Lu Jieshu felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, a stark contrast to his usual state of indifference born from years of indulgence. Others reacted similarly, and Chen Xiu was no exception. At the sound of Zhu Mingyu addressing him as Brother Chen, his mind felt as though it had been electrified, leaving him disoriented and unable to discern directions if he were to step onto the street. Nevertheless, as the foremost heir of a prominent conglomerate, he possessed certain notable qualities. Zhu Mingyu, recognizing that Li Rui must have some significance, prompted Chen Xiu to consider the same, especially since he often mingled with individuals of comparable status. His insights far surpassing those of Zhu Mingyu. He did not regard himself as the unrivaled champion of the entire city. Thus, he politely addressed Li Rui, saying, "Young brother, may I inquire your name?" "I am Chen Xiu, son of Chen Shichong, the chairman of Chen Group. The individual lying on the ground is my friend's younger brother. Might there be some misunderstanding between you?" Li Rui was slightly taken aback by Chen Xiu's courteous demeanor, yet upon reflection, he found it rather predictable. This was the intellect one would anticipate from a corporate heir, introducing oneself, gauging the other's attitude, and assessing their strength before determining how to proceed. "I am Li Rui, a somewhat aimless drifter, if you will. I manage a modest company known as Tungfei Group," Li Rui replied, reciprocating the courtesy by revealing his own background. As Chen Xiu quietly muttered the name of the small company Tungfei Group, his expression suddenly shifted. "Tungfei Group? The one from Chunning County?" A startling realization emerged within Chen Xiu's mind. How could a qualified heir not be aware of the suddenly ascendant Tungfei Group, a company poised for immense potential, especially one that had emerged from an obscure county? His impression of it was profound. The reason he hesitated to grasp this connection was that he had initially not considered it in this light. Tungfei Group was a company that he and his father had discussed as possessing extraordinary prospects, one destined to rival the likes of 5 or even 10 Chen groups. The notion that the young man before him was the chairman of such a conglomerate was beyond his imagination. "Ah, so you are Chairman Li. I have long admired you, wishing for the opportunity to meet you for quite some time. It is truly a stroke of fortune to finally make your acquaintance," Chen Xiu exclaimed with a hearty laugh, having come to understand the situation fully. At this moment, the others in the room were astounded by Chen Xiu's reaction, but soon they comprehended the implications. They were all aware of Li Rui's identity and readily understood Chen Xiu's response. However, Zhu Mingyu remained perplexed, as she was unaware of Li Rui's significance and could not fathom why a prominent heir with a valuation in the billions would show such deference to a young man seated before him. "Brother Chen, look at the state my brother is in. You must take a stand for me," Zhu Mingyu pleaded, her voice dripping with a sweetness that pierced through the air. Under normal circumstances, she would have grasped the reason behind Chun Xiu's reaction, recognizing that the young man seated was at least of equal standing. Yet, witnessing her brother's battered condition transformed the ordinarily astute Zhu Mingyu into a figure of folly. There must be some misunderstanding regarding Mingyu. What stature does Chairman Li possess? Surely, it is your brother who has erred first, and it is only fitting that Chairman Li imparts some lessons to him. Fortunately, the esteemed Chairman Li does not hold grudges against the petty, and has chosen to offer your brother a lesson instead of seeking retribution. It would be unwise for you to remain oblivious to this fact. Chun Xiu sternly cautioned. Though he dotes on this enchanting woman, he is still acutely aware of what truly matters. The inherently astute Zhu Mingyu, upon receiving such a serious warning from Chun Xiu, abruptly came to a realization. The individual before her far surpassed her previous assumptions. Even the heir apparent of the Chun group regarded him with trepidation. In essence, she was merely one of Chun Xiu's favored mistresses among many. Should he decide to confront a formidable adversary on her behalf, it would be utterly improbable. If she were to persist in this entanglement, she might find herself entirely severed from his favor. With this thought in mind, Zhu Mingyu suppressed her discontent, lowering her head in silence. Chun Xiu noted her comprehension of his intent and discreetly nodded. His affection for this woman stemmed from her ability to gauge the situation adeptly. Unlike other women who, despite their beauty, lacked intellect, this woman possessed not only beauty but also a modicum of wit. Chapter 134. I want him dead, Director Li. Should we not let this matter rest? Once this scoundrel has healed, I will personally bring him to you to kneel, serve tea, and apologize, Chun Xiu declared, pointing at Zhu Tianxiong, who lay on the ground. He recalled the recent words of Zhu Tianxiong, who had brazenly stated in his presence that he intended to indulge with Chun Xiu's woman and would return her only after he had grown weary of her. What? Chun Xiu's expression darkened upon hearing Li Rui's words. As a fellow man, he understood the implication of such a statement. How could a chairman of a conglomerate endure such public humiliation without seeking retribution? Then, Director Li, how do you propose to handle this? Chun Xiu pondered briefly before directly inquiring about Li Rui's stance. He wished to distance himself from the affair, realizing that the brother of a mistress was hardly worth incurring the wrath of the chairman of Tong Fei Group. I want him dead, Li Rui stated expressionlessly. The moment those words escaped his lips, everyone except for Chun Xiu and Li Yi was taken aback, for the notion of taking a life was unfathomable to them. Brother Chun, Zhu Mingyu tightened her grip on Chun Xiu's hand, unable to suppress her gaze towards him, her eyes filled with pleading. I cannot intervene in this matter. Your brother has gone too far. What status does Director Li hold? He cannot be subjected to such indignity, Chun Xiu replied, intentionally avoiding Zhu Mingyu's pitiful gaze. His words were not only directed at her, but also aimed at Li Rui. In the face of such irreconcilable enmity, it was wisest to sever ties. Zhu Mingyu, realizing that Chun Xiu was resolute in his unwillingness to involve himself further, was instantly filled with dread. She understood that a man of Li Rui's caliber would not merely utter threats lightly. Those of their standing possessed countless means to extinguish the life of an ordinary individual. Director Li, it was my brother's fault. He has offended you. Please, considering his youth and ignorance, and the fact that he has been orphaned since childhood, grant him mercy. I beseech you. Zhu Mingyu hastened towards Li Rui, kneeling before him with a bowed head, her voice trembling with desperation. Youth and ignorance? This Zhu Tianxiong seems to be older than his years. Is he truly so naive? Chuckling lightly, Li Rui's stern demeanor dissipated as he addressed Zhu Mingyu. I was merely jesting. In a society governed by law, how could I take a life? Your brother has erred, and he has faced consequences. I shall not demand his life. You should quickly take him to the hospital. Is that truly so? Zhu Mingyu lifted her tear-streaked face, incredulous. Indeed, it is true. I am a law-abiding citizen. Swiftly take your brother to the hospital. My subordinate acted a bit too recklessly. If he dies here, my subordinate would have to face severe consequences. By the way, I will cover the medical expenses, so do not worry about the costs, Li Rui replied, his expression softening into a benevolent smile. Upon observing Li Rui's demeanor, Zhu Mingyu assumed that he had truly relinquished his intentions, and finally, the heavy burden on her heart was lifted. Her brother's life was preserved. Thank you, Chairman Li. I shall take my brother to the hospital immediately. This matter is indeed my brother's fault, and I will cover the medical expenses myself. Yes, yes, please hurry, Li Rui replied with a benevolent smile reminiscent of a caring father. However, witnessing Li Rui's uncharacteristic reaction, Chun Xiu felt a sudden tightening in his chest. It appeared that Chairman Li was indeed prepared to take decisive action. Nonetheless, he was resolute in his decision to remain uninvolved. It was not worth incurring the wrath of the chairman of Tungfei Group over a mere mistress. Boss Liu, I kindly ask for your assistance in taking him to the hospital, Chun Xiu said, observing Zhu Mingyu struggling to lift Zhu Tianxiong. Without hesitation, he addressed Liu Jieshu directly. Yes, I will take care of it right away, Liu Jieshu replied, summoning Majua. Together, the two men proceeded to carry Zhu Tianxiong out. Zhu Mingyu glanced at Chen Xiu, and after receiving his nod of approval, she hurriedly followed suit. Chairman Li, we are fortunate to have crossed paths under these circumstances. Although I was unaware of this incident, Zhu Tianxiong has inadvertently caused you some inconvenience in my name. To express my apologies, I would like to present you with a Supreme Gold card from our Chun Group as a token of my regret. With that, Chun Xiu produced a golden card from his pocket and handed it to Li Rue, adhering to his principle of never rebuffing a smiling face. Li Rue graciously accepted the golden card with a smile. Noticing Li Rue's acceptance, Chun Xiu continued with the Supreme Gold card of the Chun Group. All expenditures at our affiliated malls and hotels are waived. There is a large shopping mall belonging to our group approximately 2 kilometers from here, where you and your wife can enjoy some leisure time later. Thank you, young Master Chun, Li Rue responded, imitating the formal address often seen in television dramas. There is no need for such formalities. If Chairman Li does not mind, let us become friends. You may simply call me Chun Xiu, he replied warmly. Very well. Then you may drop the title as well. Just call me Li Rue. Li Rue responded with a smile. Excellent. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to meet Brother Li Rue today. Were it not for the hour, I would insist on sharing a drink together. Let us arrange a time to enjoy a meal together in the future. What do you think? That sounds splendid. Here is my business card. Let us stay in touch. The more friends one has, the more avenues one can explore, Li Rue stated, not wishing to create enemies unnecessarily, even with a system in place. After exchanging business cards, the two men shared a knowing smile. Chun Xiu then engaged in a few pleasantries before taking his leave. It was only after all outsiders had departed from the office that Yun Lingxian and Tang Wenxin regained their composure. It was no wonder they had been in a daze. The events of the day had been utterly astonishing. 3 years ago, the utterly unremarkable Li Rue unexpectedly ascended to the position of chairman of a billion-dollar conglomerate, and now stood before the first heir of the Chen family. Chun Xiu, a figure who once seemed to belong solely to the realm of television, now felt almost divine to them. Today, not only had they laid eyes upon such a personage, but they also witnessed this celestial being treating their acquaintance with utmost courtesy, a sight that left them profoundly astonished. Is this matter resolved? Tang Wenxin muttered in disbelief, as she had previously thought that the only outcome would be financial loss. To her surprise, Li Rue had managed to address the situation with remarkable ease. Yes, it's resolved. Just like that. Tang Wenxin gazed at Li Rue in bewilderment. By the way, Boss Liu has also promised to compensate you for emotional distress, so do not forget to claim it, Li Rue remarked with a smile. However, upon hearing his words, Tang Wenxin did not take them to heart. She was already more than satisfied without the compensation, feeling it too extravagant to hope for anything regarding emotional damages. Let us go. Now that the matter is settled, I shall take you shopping, Li Rue said, eager to treat Yun Lingxian, who had endured much over the past few years. The bag she carried was worth just 100 yuan, and now that he had the means, he wished to make amends. As they opened the door to leave, they encountered Liu Jieshu, who was just returning. Chairman Li, I haven tea, yet settled Ms. Tang's emotional compensation, Liu Jieshu exclaimed urgently as he approached, feeling uneasy about the unpaid amount. Chapter 135, Shopping on the third floor of the Chen's commercial plaza. Yun Lingxian eagerly pulled Tang Wenxin around, her spirit brimming with joy. Wenxin, look at that exquisite piece of clothing. Should we try it on? Oh, never mind. The garments from this brand are all priced in the thousands. They are far too expensive, Tang Wenxin replied, her eyes sparkling as she gazed through the glass at the beautiful outfit Yun Lingxian pointed out. Upon noticing the shop's name above, which indicated it was a high-end boutique, she immediately suppressed her desire to purchase. Wenxin, you're now a millionaire. What does it matter to buy a dress? Yun Lingxian insisted, tugging at Tang Wenxin, urging her to enter the store. Li Rue, observing the two women entering, followed closely behind as they stepped into the clothing brand boutique. What my meager funds matter? You have a husband with a fortune of billions, Tang Wenxin quipped, glancing back at Li Rue with envy as she spoke to Yun Lingxian. Don't say that. He is not my husband, Yun Lingxian retorted. her cheeks flushing from the teasing, though her heart was filled with sweetness. This was the boyfriend she had parted ways with 3 years ago, who had returned after amassing a fortune. Surely this was true love? It validated her past sacrifices of bearing all the pressure alone for him. Every decision she made was indeed worth it. Hello, welcome. I am your dedicated fashion consultant. Is there anything I can assist you in selecting? Should you have any needs or inquiries, please do not hesitate to let me know. I am here to provide you with professional advice and exceptional service. Greeted two female sales associates with bright smiles as the group entered the store. Though the two women appeared ordinary and their handbags were clearly inexpensive, the presence of Li Rue, who accompanied them, was anything but ordinary. From the moment they arrived on the third floor of the shopping plaza, they had captured the attention of every sales associate. Li Rue's companions were too striking, accentuating his exceptional status. When the two sales representatives saw the two girls entering their boutique alongside Li Rue, they hurriedly approached with warm welcomes. Feeling overwhelmed by the enthusiastic service, the two women were at a loss. They had never experienced such treatment while shopping before. All of this had changed because of one person. As Li Rue settled into a chair in the boutique, he noticed the two women turn to gaze at him intently. Assuming they wanted him to accompany them in selecting outfits, he promptly declined. If you wish to look at clothes, you may do so on your own. Don't even think about dragging me along. Please, we cannot trust your sense of fashion, Yin Lingxian retorted with a roll of her eyes, pulling Tang Wenxin away to browse the garments. After several minutes, Tang Wenxin, carrying two dresses, followed the sales associate toward the checkout. Noticing that Yin Lingxian was empty-handed and walking alongside Tang Wenxin, Li Rue furrowed his brow. Yin Lingxian, why haven't you chosen anything? He inquired as she approached. Your beloved Lingxian claims she lacks the means to purchase, to which I remarked, old classmate, with your wealth, cannot you treat your wife a little better? Before Lingxian could respond, Tang Wenxin, with a smile, playfully teased Li Rue. Wenxin, do not speak out of turn, Lingxian said, feeling a bit embarrassed by her friend's public jest. You choose, and I shall settle the bill, Li Rue declared with authority towards Lingxian. Lingxian observed, look how much your husband cherishes you. He is quite affluent and wouldn't mind this expenditure. Go ahead and select a few items. Your wardrobe consists of clothes purchased over a year ago. It is indeed time for an update. I do not want to, Lingxian stubbornly replied, as she and Li Rue remained in a rather awkward relationship, a state that felt like they were more than friends, yet not quite a couple. Despite knowing he possessed a considerable fortune, she was reluctant to spend his money. Old classmate, take her to choose clothes. For every piece she selects, you may choose an equal number, and I shall cover the costs, Li Rue said, recognizing that his soft-spoken girlfriend's refusal required a different approach. And he handed the matter over to Tang Wenxin. Seeing Li Rue's assertion, Tang Wenxin gave a discreet thumbs up and then cheerfully addressed Lingxian. Lingxian, listen. A wealthy benefactor is willing to settle our bill today. It is a rare opportunity. May I indulge in purchasing a few more items? You should select a few as well, allowing me to acquire even more. I do not want to. Are you afraid of your husband spending money? Lingxian remained resolute. Very well. I shall wait until I save enough money to shop. Tang Wenxin feigned a pitiful expression towards Lingxian. Observing the exaggerated look of pity, Lingxian thought, you just received a compensation of 1 million. Surely, buying a few items priced at 1 or 2,000 does not necessitate saving up. Although she recognized Tang Wenxin's intentions to encourage her to shop, she felt it would be rather impolite to continue declining after such entreaties. All right, let's go select some clothing and exhaust this fellow's funds. Lingxian conceded to Tang Wenxin, casting a playful huff towards Li Rue before they turned to browse the garments further. Hearing Lingxian's words, Li Rue smiled lightly. With over 200 billion in his bank account, it would take purchasing an entire shopping mall to deplete his wealth. The idea of exhausting his finances seemed a task for another lifetime. After a substantial half hour, the two women finally reappeared before Li Rue, each accompanied by a service attendant carrying 5 or 6 pieces of clothing. Is this all you purchased? Li Rue inquired, gesturing towards the garments. Do you think we are merely buying cabbages? One must select what they genuinely like. Managing to choose this many items is quite commendable. Lingxian retorted with a roll of her eyes. Well, there are still many clothing stores. Buying 7 or 8 pieces from each should suffice. What on earth? Why buy so many clothes? I cannot wear so many clothes. This collection suffices. Upon hearing Li Rue express his intention to purchase 7 or 8 garments from each clothing store, Yin Lingxian was struck by the notion that Li Rue had lost his mind. I simply adore buying you clothes. Is that any of your concern? Cool me. Let's proceed to the checkout. With that, Li Rui strode towards the cash register. After tallying the purchases, the total came to just over 20,000 yuan for a dozen garments, prompting Li Rui to ponder the adage that women spend money like flowing water. This time, however, it seemed excessive. Upon exiting the clothing store, they had scarcely taken a few steps when they stumbled upon a boutique specializing in women's fashion. This row boasted 7 or 8 such establishments. At Li Rui's behest, Tang Wenxin continued to guide Yun Lingxian through the boutiques. An hour later, they had explored all the shops, and the outcome was that the 4 of them, Li Rui included, each bore 2 to 3 dozen shopping bags in hand. Chapter 136. A 6 million purchase as Tang Wenxin gazed in disbelief at the more than 100 shopping bags held by Li Yi and his companions. She could hardly contain her astonishment, covering her mouth in shock. In the throes of excitement, she had lost track of how many garments she had acquired, estimating that her spending had neared 200,000. Yu Lingxian and Li Rui shared similar sentiments. She directly inquired of Li Rui, "How much did you spend on these clothes?" 220,000, he replied. "Your spending power is rather lacking, isn't it? After wandering around for so long, you've only managed to spend this little? Come on, let's explore the 4th floor." 220,000? We shouldn't continue shopping. We've already bought so many clothes. Moreover, the 4th floor is filled with luxury goods, and the prices there are exorbitant. Yu Lingxian, being just an ordinary girl, found the thought of spending over 200,000 quite staggering. Li Rui paid no heed to Yu Lingxian as concerns and headed toward the elevator to the 4th floor, which left her with no choice but to reluctantly follow suit. Upon arriving on the 4th floor, Li Rui was greeted by a shop lavishly adorned with a plethora of women's handbags. Unfamiliar with the English name brand, he turned to ask Yu Lingxian and Tang Wenxin, "What brand is this? Do you recognize it?" Yu Lingxian gazed up at the store name with confusion and shook her head. "It's Hermes," Tang Wenxin replied, her eyes sparkling as she answered Li Rui's query. Her financial situation had improved significantly over the years compared to Yu Lingxian's, and she had often fantasized about owning a luxurious handbag one day. While those dreams were likely unattainable, at least she was aware of the brand. "Is this brand really that prestigious?" Li Rui inquired. "A handbag costs tens of thousands, and the more expensive ones can reach over 100,000. How could it not be?" "Oh, then let us go inside and take a look." Li Rui displayed little reaction to the notion of spending tens of thousands on a handbag, and, after Tang Wenxin finished speaking, he led the way into the Hermes boutique. "Good day, sir and madam. How may I assist you?" A well-dressed sales associate, noticing the 4 individuals burdened with an abundance of shopping bags, approached with polite eagerness, as if they were some sort of entourage. "Please show her some suitable bags," Li Rui instructed, pointing at Yu Lingxian. "Certainly, sir." The sales associate turned to Yu Lingxian. "This bag would suit you quite well." What followed was an extensive introduction to a variety of handbags, which lasted over 20 minutes. Throughout the presentation, Yu Lingxian remained in a daze. "How do you feel about it? Do you like any of them?" Li Rui asked her. You really want to buy this for me? The cheapest ones are still around 40 to 50,000. Is that really necessary? They're merely for holding things. Bags that cost just over 100 can do that too," she murmured, startled back to reality by Li Rui's voice as she glanced at the inexpensive bag she had purchased. "I merely asked if you liked it, whether it was visually appealing. It is indeed beautiful, and I do like it, but the price is just too steep. It's unnecessary. Do you have any favorites, old classmate?" Li Rui ignored Yu Lingxian's protests and instead turned his attention to Tang Wenxin. You wouldn't want to buy one for me, would you? Lingxian is still here, and it doesn't seem quite proper for you to be so blatant." Tang Wenxin gestured towards Li Rui. "What are you talking about? I'm grateful for your care towards Lingxian over the years, so I shall gift you one. Lingxian is also a dear friend of mine. We look out for each other. Besides, you have assisted me tremendously. Without your help, I would still owe that 500,000, let alone the 1 million in compensation. If there is anyone to thank, it should be me thanking you," Tang Wenxin sincerely expressed to Li Rui. "Enough, do not refuse. You know this amount is inconsequential to me." "Well, all right then. I shall not be polite," Tang Wenxin replied, considering Li Rui's immense wealth. Indeed, several tens of thousands were trivial for an old classmate like him, so she decided against further refusal, especially since she genuinely adored a particular handbag priced at 88,000. Were she to purchase it herself, she would undoubtedly hesitate. Finishing her thought, Tang Wenxin instructed the sales assistant to retrieve a white handbag from the display case, excitedly discussing it with Yun Lingxian. "How much for all of them?" Li Rui inquired of the sales assistant once Tang Wenxin had secured the handbag. "Hello, sir. This bag is priced at 88,000. The sales assistant cheerfully responded, delighted to have sold such an expensive item so swiftly. I meant the total for all the bags. Sir, are you asking about all the bags? The sales assistant replied, astonished. Yes, please calculate the total for these bags. I shall take them all. All right, I will calculate that right away. Please hold on, the sales assistant replied, her excitement palpable as she hurried to the front to tally the figures. Shortly after, the sales assistant returned, beaming, and handed Li Rue a detailed receipt, stating, Sir, there are a total of 66 bags, amounting to 6 million. Very well, let's proceed to checkout. Li Rue responded, promptly producing his bank card. With a beep, the card was processed through the POS machine, prompting an even warmer smile from the sales assistant. There are too many bags to carry. Do you provide delivery services? Li Rue asked the sales assistant. Yes, sir. All you need to do is provide your address, and we can arrange for delivery. All right, I will call you this afternoon to provide the address. While discussing the white handbag with Tang Wenxin, Yun Lingxian suddenly heard the sales assistant mention 6 million and, upon witnessing Li Rue swipe his card, was jolted back to reality. Li Rue, have you lost your mind? Why are you buying so many bags? I'm gifting them to you. Over 60 bags, costing 6 million, and you intend to give them to me? Do I even need that many bags? You are truly reckless, Yun Lingxian exclaimed, feeling a pang of concern. As 6 million could buy a splendid villa. Take them if I buy them for you. What's wrong with spending a little on my woman? I can afford it, Li Rue stated, striding towards the exit. You. Yun Lingxian bit her lip, stamped her foot, and followed Tang Wenxin outside. Let us continue to explore over there, she suggested. No, I shall not. After only a brief time wandering, you have already spent millions. If we continue, you will surely exhaust tens of millions. Yan Elnxu-in retorted, clearly vexed. She held no particular fascination for these designer handbags. While she felt a flicker of joy at Li Rue's extravagant purchase of a 6 million yuan bag, her predominant emotion was one of distress. Surely, such wealth ought not to be squandered so frivolously. Truly not going? Indeed, if we keep this up, I would have to sell myself to repay you. Ha. Then perhaps you should sell yourself to me to settle your debt, he jested. If I were to sell myself, WNXN, let's depart. With her face flushed, Yan Elnxu-in huffed and pulled Ting WNXN, turning away in the opposite direction. Observing this, Li Rue made no attempt to pursue her. His primary intention today had been to purchase items for Yan Elnxu-in as a form of compensation. And with his objective fulfilled, he had other matters to attend to. Thus, he did not hinder her departure. Li Rue then retrieved his phone, opened his contacts, located the number saved under Huing W. New Jersey Inn, and dialed it. Chapter 137. The wealthy matron. The phone rang for several seconds before a familiar voice resonated from the other end. Third brother, what prompted you to call me today? Upon hearing the playful tone, Li Rue couldn't help but smile. Oh, Lu, you truly are a character. Do you not know why I'm calling you? What is going on? Third brother, please don't frighten me. Have I done something atrocious? You have betrayed me. Have you forgotten so soon? Li Rue's voice turned serious, accompanied by a cold snort. When did I betray? That must have been Yun Jingxian's sister calling you, right? Huang Wenjuan's spirited retort dwindled as he spoke. Well, it seems you're not entirely foolish. According to our brotherly pact, what punishment awaits those who betray their brethren? Do you remember? Li Rue managed to suppress his laughter. Third brother, I only divulge your number to Yun Jingxian's sister for your happiness. This hardly constitutes betrayal. I am most unjustly accused. That day, when I unexpectedly received a call from Yun Jingxian's sister, she mentioned that Yun Jingxian could not forget you. I know Yun Jingxian is a good girl, and you two shared such a wonderful relationship. I'll lament your separation. Now, knowing there is a chance to rekindle your romance, I felt compelled to share your new number with her sister. This was truly for your benefit, Huang Wenjuan concluded, his tone laced with a hint of grievance. Good lad. You have indeed done a commendable thing. I shall remember this favor and treat you to a grand feast. What would you like to eat? Today. It is on me, Li Rue exclaimed with a hearty laugh. What? Third brother, you are treating me to dinner? Where are you now? Huang Wenjuan was filled with curiosity. I am in the Magic City. Third brother, you have come to the Magic City? When did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me? Huang Wenjuan responded with excitement. I arrived yesterday. You are here to see Yun Jingxian, aren't you? Indeed. Have you reconciled? Huang Wenjuan inquired, recalling Li Rue's earlier mention of remembering his favor. Yes, this time, my reconciliation with your sister-in-law owes a part of its success to you. I shall treat you to a sumptuous meal. Just let me know when you are available. Wonderful. Third brother, congratulations on your reunion with your sister-in-law. I might only be free at 8 p.m. for dinner, Huang Wenjun replied. During their university days, he had always referred to Yun Jingxian as sister-in-law, only using her name after learning of their breakup. Now, upon hearing of their reconciliation, he reverted to calling her sister-in-law once more. Why so late? Did your company not finish work by 5:30 p.m.? Third brother, we switched jobs 2 months ago. What? You and fifth brother have both changed jobs? Yes. The previous company offered a meager salary. Even without overtime, there was little to spend. The new company, while occasionally requiring us to work until 8 p.m., provides excellent pay and benefits. In a few days, the company will even host a team-building trip, Huang Wenjun said with glee. All right, then let us gather properly at 8 p.m. tonight. See you then. After hanging up the phone, Li Rui led Li Yi and 4 others out of the mall, hailing 2 taxis to a nearby 5-star hotel. After spending 100,000 to book 2 presidential suites, he instructed his bodyguards to place the shopping bags in one of the suites before calling the sales associate at the Herm S boutique to provide the hotel address. Before returning to the other presidential suite, reclining on the grand circular bed, Li Rui took out his phone and dialed Zhao Yi. What instructions does the boss have? Please contact an E. You will receive information about a person shortly. I wish for him to succumb to illness in 2 months. Understood, boss. After ending the call, Li Rui stood up and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the incessant flow of vehicles and crowds below. He observed the familiar scene with an entirely different perspective. In this world, society is structured in a pyramid. Those at the base serve merely as stepping stones for the elite. With my system, I am destined to reside at the pinnacle of this pyramid. After his reflections, Li Rui dialed Yun Lingshuan's number to share the hotel address. Are you out of your mind? It's one thing for you to spend your own money on a presidential suite, but why would you book a room for me? I can't afford to stay in a place that costs 50,000 a night. While still shopping with Tang Wenxin, Yun Lingxian received Li Rui's call. Upon hearing that he had spent 100,000 on 2 presidential suites and wanted her to stay in one, she felt a surge of frustration. 50,000 was equivalent to nearly 2 years' worth of her rent. A presidential suite for 50,000 a day is not even excessive. If it weren't for the off-peak season, you wouldn't even be able to book it for 100,000. Will you stay or not? Regardless, I've already reserved the room, and the bags I bought for you will be sent here. If you choose not to stay, I won't concern myself with the bags worth 6 million that you might abandon. Li Rui genuinely wished to prevent Yun Lingxian from enduring the cramped and poorly maintained rental room, knowing well that she would be reluctant to part with the expensive bags. She would undoubtedly come to stay. Yun Lingxian wanted to express her thoughts, but found herself at a loss for words, ultimately hanging up the phone in frustration. What's wrong? Did Li Rui upset you again? Tang Wenxin inquired, glancing at Yun Lingxian, who had just been laughing and chatting with her while shopping, now visibly agitated after receiving the call. Li Rui spent 100,000 on 2 presidential suites and want me to stay in one. That's 50,000 a night. It's so extravagant. I thought it was something serious. Lingxian, do you realize who Li Rui is now? He is the owner of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, earning at least several hundred billion each year. Even if he chose not to invest further, the interest alone from his bank account would amount to tens of billions annually. What's the big deal about spending a few thousand on a hotel? Tang Wenxin encouraged her. You need to adjust your mindset. There are more astonishing things yet to come. Broaden your horizons. Ah, tens of billions in interest each year? Yun Lingxian exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she questioned Tang Wenxin. Indeed, the Tongfei Group has only just commenced production and has already secured an astounding order worth 50 billion. This figure represents merely 3 months' output, suggesting that over the course of a year, the orders could soar to at least 200 billion, without even considering the potential for expansion. Furthermore, with the semiconductor industrial park currently under construction, it is projected that Tongfei Group's annual profits will exceed 200 billion. This estimation is merely based on data I have gathered online. Lingxian, you are destined to become a top-tier wealthy lady in the future. Upon hearing Tang Wenxin's analysis, Yun Lingxian was momentarily stunned, realizing that, while she was aware of Li Rui's affluence, she had never imagined it could reach such heights. If he could indeed earn 200 billion in a year, spending 50,000 on a hotel room hardly seemed significant. Coming to this realization, Yun Lingxian felt an instant sense of liberation. She reached out and took Tang Wenxin's hand, hastening towards the elevator. What are you doing? Tang Wenxin inquired. somewhat perplexed as she was pulled along. We're going to a hotel. I have never stayed in a room that costs 50,000, and I'm certain you haven't either. Since we're already going for it, why not indulge ourselves? Chapter 138. The presidential suite. Is it really appropriate for you to go alone? You might just have a splendid encounter, but if I go, wouldn't I merely be a third wheel? Although Tang Wenxin harbored a desire to experience the luxury of a five-star presidential suite, she clearly had her reservations. If you choose not to go, then I shall abstain as well. Just tell me, will you go or not? Yin Lingxian paused and turned to gaze at Tang Wenxin. All right, I shall accompany you. Tang Wenxin conceded reluctantly upon witnessing Yin Lingshuan's resolute expression. In her heart, she mused that she could not be blamed. It was her old classmate's wife who insisted on her presence. Shortly after, Yin Lingxian arrived at the entrance to the presidential suite. Following the address and room number provided by Li Rui, she knocked on the door, and moments later, it swung open to reveal the tall figure of Li Yi. Greetings, Madam Boss. Li Yi grinned amiably at Yin Lingxian. Hearing the burly man refer to her as Madam Boss, Yin Lingxian felt a flush of embarrassment and quietly inquired, "Are you the boss?" The Madam Boss. The boss woke up quite early today and has just fallen asleep. Would you like to go in and wake him? No need. Let him rest a little longer. Could you please give me the room card for the other room? Yin Lingxian craned her neck to look inside. Noticing Li Rui was not present, and addressed Li Yi. Certainly, Madam Boss, Li Yi replied, retrieving a room card from a wooden table and handing it to Yin Lingxian. Receiving the card, Yin Lingxian turned to lead Tang Wenxin toward a door diagonally opposite. After successfully swiping the card, the door creaked open, revealing an elegant and lavish sitting room adorned with exquisite sofas, coffee tables, and artworks. Wow, it's enormous, Tang Wenxin exclaimed, spinning joyfully in the expansive sitting room, which easily measured over 100 square meters, before leaping onto the spacious sofa and flailing her arms and legs in delight. What are you standing there for, Lingxian? Come sit on this sofa. Truly, this is a five-star hotel presidential suite. It's so soft and comfortable. Oh, all right, Yin Lingxian, momentarily entranced by the luxurious decor, snapped back to reality upon hearing Tang Wenxin's call and hurried towards the sofa. How does it feel? Comfortable? Isn't it? Yes. I have never sat on such a comfortable sofa, Yin Lingxian remarked while pressing her hands against the unknown material of the sofa in amazement. Hee, country bumpkin. Is this what shocks you? With a husband as wealthy as yours, there are more astonishing experiences awaiting you, Tang Wenxin teased playfully. Who are you calling a country bumpkin? You are the real country bumpkin, Yin Lingxian retorted, leaping towards Tang Wenxin, playfully scratching her while feigning ferocity. Who is a country bumpkin now? Do you dare to call me a country bumpkin again? Haha, stop it, Lingxian. You're making me ticklish. I am a country bumpkin. I am a country bumpkin. Tang Wenxin laughed so hard that tears streamed down her cheeks. That is more like it. I'll let you off this time, but next time, I'll tickle you to death. Yin Lingxian threatened playfully, extending her fingers like claws. With a hint of hesitation, Tang Wenxin wiped away the tears of laughter and conceded. I dare not anymore. Lingxian, look over there. There's a kitchen and a small bar, Tang Wenxin exclaimed, suddenly pointing in amazement. Indeed, let us take a closer look at what this $5,000 a night presidential suite has to offer. With that, Yin Lingxian rose and began to explore the suite alongside Tang Wenxin. This presidential suite is enormous. It must be at least 400 or 500 square meters. This grand bathtub is almost 10 square meters. It's practically a small swimming pool, Tang Wenxin remarked, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she envisioned the luxurious comfort of a bath in such a lavish tub. These wealthy elites truly know how to indulge, Yin Lingxian reflected sincerely after their tour of the room. Lingxian, your husband is now one of those affluent elites, and you are his esteemed wife, she teased with a playful smirk. You're insulting me again. Just you wait. I'll tickle you until you can't stand it, Yin Lingxian threatened, extending her delicate fingers toward Tang Wenxin's sides. Just as the two were playfully wrestling, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. It must be the delivery for the bags, Yin Lingxian said to Tang Wenxin, and the two ceased their frolicking, rising swiftly to head towards the entrance. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by two staff members from Hermes, pushing two carts laden with packages. Ladies, these are the bags you purchased. Where would you like them placed? Just set them in the room, please, Yin Lingxian replied, a hint of excitement in her voice. Although she had never been particularly enamored with designer bags, she recognized their allure. What woman doesn't appreciate high-end fashion? Initially reluctant due to the expense, She had come to terms with the reality of spending 6 million yuan on bags, knowing that Li Rui had more than enough money to spare. As the Hermes staff placed the beautifully packaged boxes within the suite, Yin Lingxian's anticipation grew. Once the staff departed, she could no longer contain her excitement and eagerly approached one of the boxes, tearing it open to reveal a stunning pink handbag. Upon lifting the bag, she discovered a tag underneath indicating a price of 96,000 yuan. This one bag cost 96,000? How extravagant! She exclaimed, marveling at the pink purse in her hands. Wenxin, let us unwrap them together. Yin Lingxian called to Tang Wenxin, who stood aside, watching in awe at the array of exquisitely wrapped boxes. Absolutely. Lingxian, you've truly hit the jackpot with such a wealthy and caring husband. Your hard times have paid off. Even I am basking in your fortune. Look at my bag. It's worth 88,000. Our female colleagues will surely envy us if they find out, Tang Wenxin replied with enthusiasm. Having retrieved the white handbag that Li Rui had gifted her, let us admire your bag later. Quickly, come help me unwrap these boxes. Once we're done, you can choose a few for yourself. There are more than enough for me to carry. Really? I'm on it right away. After diligently unpacking for over 20 minutes, the two women carefully opened more than 60 boxes. Subsequently, they neatly arranged the 60-plus bags on the bed and began taking photographs. Lingxian, may I share this photo on my social media? Tang Wenxin asked somewhat shyly, glancing at the pictures of the bags on her phone. Of course. Feel free to post it. The receipts are right here. If you don't include them, others might think you purchased counterfeit items, Yin Lingxian replied, fully understanding Tang Wenxin's desire to share her excitement. Thank you, Lingxian. Tang Wenxin joyfully approached, embracing Yin Lingxian and planting a hearty kiss on her cheek. Aren't you going to post anything? Tang Wenxin, while updating her social media, noticed that Yin Lingxian remained inactive and curiously inquired. I think I'll pass. Yin Lingxian replied with a hint of melancholy. Why not? You should let those who once looked down on you be utterly astonished, Tang Wenxin insisted. If my mother sees this, she'll immediately come asking for money. She spends her days gambling, and I won't give her a single cent, don't worry. No matter how formidable your mother may be, she pales in comparison to Li Rui. You underestimate his capabilities. He has countless methods to deal with your gambling-addicted mother. Just let him know about her situation, Yin Lingxian advised. I'll bring it up when I have the chance. Chapter 139. The Brotherhood of Roommates. As the clock struck 7:30 p.m., Li Rui sent a message to Huang Wenjun, informing him that the restaurant was conveniently located beside his company. After a brief tidying up, the group took a taxi to the restaurant. Upon their arrival, they entered the private dining room at precisely 7:50 p.m. Once all the ordered dishes were served, Li Rui received a call from Huang Wenjun. Third brother, are you certain that the address you provided for the restaurant is correct? Is it truly the Yuyue Seafood Grand Hotel? Yes, indeed. Guomin. It's in the Big Fish Haidang private room on the 3rd floor. You can't be serious, third brother. A meal here costs at least several thousand. We don't need to be so extravagant among brothers, do we? Why are you so chatty? The dishes are already ordered. Just come in. Fine, third brother. If you run out of money for the meal, I can lend you a bit, perhaps buy you a box of instant noodles, Huang Wenjun joked. Get lost. If you don't come up soon, I might just start eating, Li Rui urged before hanging up the phone. A few minutes later, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a young man in a suit with a buzz cut. Third brother, Huang Wenjun greeted with a smile, raising his hand to wave at Li Rui, who was seated in the center of the table. He then turned to the side, addressing Yin Lingxian with a smile, sister-in-law. Hello. Yin Lingxian blushed slightly, softly responding with a greeting. At that moment, Li Rui stood up and approached Huang Wenjun, lightly patting him on the chest. It's been years. You've become even more handsome. Have you found a girlfriend yet? Ha. Third brother, even though I am quite handsome. In this day and age, looks don't mean much. Without money, no one wants to be with me. Well, why not seek out a wealthy woman? With your looks and physique, it shouldn't be too difficult, Li Rui jested. Spare me. I, Huang Wenjun, would rather remain single for life than depend on a woman, he replied with conviction. That's the spirit. By the way, where's the fifth? Oh, he is still behind, walking slowly like a woman. No sooner had Huang Wenjun spoken than a young man, also dressed in a black suit and wearing glasses, entered through the doorway. Third brother. The handsome young man greeted with a smile directed at Li Rui. Ah, fifth, you Haven tea changed a bit. Still as charming as ever, Li Rui remarked, reaching past Huang Wenjun to pat the young man's shoulder. Third brother. Is it quite appropriate to describe a man as charming? The young man feigned displeasure. Indeed, my choice of words may be inappropriate, but who can deny that you are indeed handsome? Many women are not as good looking as you. Now let us sit down today. Third brother is treating you to a feast, Li Rue announced, stepping aside to reveal a grand round table with a diameter of 3 meters. The table was adorned with an array of seafood delicacies, king crabs, large lobsters, abalones, and a myriad of other exquisite seafood, leaving both men in a state of astonishment. Is this for real, Brother San? This meal must cost us 30 to 40,000. Huang Wenjun gazed at Li Rue in disbelief, having focused solely on him and failing to notice the extravagant seafood spread on the table. Indeed, Brother San, this feast could consume half a year's salary. How can this be acceptable? Have you underestimated me? Am I required to disclose my status as a millionaire to you? Li Rue replied, turning back towards his original seat. The two individuals behind him exchanged incredulous glances, pondering whether Brother San had truly lost his mind. Come on, sit down. What are you waiting for? Li Rue urged as he noticed their hesitation. Upon hearing his prompt, they finally took their seats. At that moment, Huang Wenjun glanced at the group of four sitting across the table and turned to Li Rue to inquire, Brother San, who are these individuals? He had noticed the imposing figure upon entering, but had not had the opportunity to ask until now. Li Rue, upon hearing Huang Wenjun's question, smacked his forehead and remarked, How could I forget? Allow me to introduce you. These are my bodyguards. You are already acquainted with Tang Wenxin, so no introduction is necessary. He first introduced Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang to the four, then continued, These two are my college roommates and brothers, Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang. The four nodded in hearty acknowledgement before their attention returned to the sumptuous dishes before them. Meanwhile, Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang exchanged bewildered expressions. They were well aware of Li Rue's ordinary working-class status. Why would he have bodyguards? Was this some sort of international joke? Noticing their skepticism, Li Rue chose not to elaborate, confident that the truth would reveal itself in due time. Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang, mindful of Li Rue's dignity, refrained from further questioning. As Li Rue gave the signal, everyone began to indulge in the delectable seafood, and the meal lasted over an hour. Eventually, they leaned back, satisfied, and began to engage in casual conversation. Huang Wenjun, having savored the last giant abalone, cheerfully remarked, Thanks to you, Brother San, we can now say we have dined on high-end seafood. But really, does such an extravagant meal not affect you? Rest assured, a meal costing tens of thousands is merely a trifle for me, Li Rue replied with unwavering confidence. But Brother San, what on earth have you been up to? Just half a year ago, you mentioned you were in sales. Have you struck it rich? Huang Wenjun asked, astonished by Li Rue's self-assured demeanor. After graduating from university, I delved into foreign stocks and futures. In 3 years, I managed to earn a bit of money. Li Hui explained it. What? Brother San, you actually know how to trade stocks and futures? After living together for 4 years, how was I unaware of this talent? Huang Wenjun questioned, incredulous. I possess a multitude of skills, far exceeding your knowledge of my capabilities. For instance, I can take on 10 opponents single-handedly. A fact you may be unaware of, Li Rue declared with great pride. Oh please, third brother, spare me that. We fought together back in school. Do you really think I don't know your strengths? A separation of 3 days may lead to a fresh perspective. Do you understand? All right, enough boasting. Just tell us how much you've earned in the financial market, so that fifth brother and I may be enlightened. Upon hearing Huang Wenjun's words, Wu Yang nodded in curiosity. Very well, since you wish to be enlightened, I shall not hold back. This is the amount I have earned, Li Rue said, extending a single finger. 10 million? Huang Wenjun asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. No, guess higher. Goodness, 100 million? Huang Wenjun exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 140. The Chen family banquet. Could it be that the amount is not a staggering 1 billion? Wu Yang rose from his seat, hands pressed against the table, cautiously inquiring. Upon hearing Wu Yang's question directed at Li Rue, Huang Wenjun also abruptly stood, straining his neck to catch a clearer glimpse of Li Rue's response. Not at all. It merely amounts to 1,000 billion. Clatter, clatter. Both Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang felt their legs weaken, leaning back towards their chairs, which toppled over, leaving them in a heap with their feet in the air. Ignoring the fallen chairs, the two scrambled to their feet and rushed to Li Rue's side, their faces adorned with radiant smiles akin to blooming chrysanthemums as they began to knead Li Rue's shoulders. Third brother, you must be jesting, Huang Wenjun exclaimed, a grin lighting up his face as he continued to massage Li Rue's shoulders. Indeed, third brother, are you joking? Wu Yang chimed in. To amass 1,000 billion in just 3 years of trading futures and finance. Surely, that surpasses even the most renowned stock gods of our time. Would I deceive you? Li Rue retorted. Do noble lords and dignitaries lack the audacity? Why should I not be the contemporary stock god? Upon hearing Li Rue's declaration, Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang exchanged glances, recognizing that their third brother's words bore truth, albeit difficult to fathom. All right, sit down. I have matters to discuss with you. Oh, they both replied, returning to their original seats and righting their chairs. What plans do you both have for the future? Now that I have some capital, if you harbor any entrepreneurial ambitions, feel free to share. I could invest in your endeavors. This. Suddenly confronted with Li Rue's inquiry about their entrepreneurial aspirations, Huang Wenjun hesitated, unsure of what to say. In their early post-graduation days, he had numerous business ideas, but after 3 years of trials and tribulations, all those aspirations had evaporated. Now, faced with the task of conjuring a project, he was at a complete loss. Sensing Huang Wenjun's uncertainty, Li Rue reassured him. There's no need to rush. Take your time to think it over, and let me know once you have a clear idea. After addressing Huang Wenjun, Li Rue turned to Wu Yang. What about you, fifth brother? Do you have any entrepreneurial thoughts? Third brother, I am unsure as well. This requires some serious contemplation. Very well, take your time to ponder. You may consider resigning from your current jobs. Once you have settled matters, come find me in Xing City. Li Rue instructed Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang. Understood, third brother. After we complete our trip to Rubber Country in a couple of days, we will resign and seek you out. Huang Wenjun responded, a smile gracing his face. You plan to visit Rubber Country? Those regions aren't particularly safe, Li Rue remarked, his brow furrowing in concern. Rest assured, third brother, our company has a group of several dozen people going for a team-building trip, so safety will not be an issue. Besides, we aren't traveling to Jade Country, so there's no need for worry, Huang Wenjun reassured him. Very well then, an opportunity to travel abroad can be quite delightful, Li Rue conceded, easing his worries upon hearing Huang Wenjun's words. After a leisurely half-hour conversation, the group settled their bill and exited the restaurant. As they made their way back to the hotel, Li Rue, seated in the front passenger seat of the taxi, turned to Tang Wenxin and inquired about her future plans. I intend to return to Xingqing to seek employment, Tang Wenxin replied softly, having pondered Li Rue's question for a moment. I shall accompany you. She had scarcely finished speaking when Yun Lingxian, sitting beside her, interjected. Nonsense. Your future role is to be my companion. As for you, Tang Wenxin, I suggest you consider joining our group. It would be more convenient for Lingxian to visit you. Li Rue countered Yun Lingshuan's intentions of seeking work in Xingqing, subsequently extending an invitation to Tang Wenxin. Really? Old classmate, can I truly work for your group? Tang Wenxin exclaimed in delight, for Tungfei Group was no small enterprise. And with her qualifications and experience, it seemed nearly impossible for her to gain entry into such a prestigious company. Of course, I will provide you with a contact number. Once you have sorted out your affairs, you can report to the Tungfei Group headquarters in Chunning County, Li Rue declared, revealing Lu Yan's phone number on his phone for Tang Wenxin to note. After she had memorized the number, Yun Lingxian, pouting in annoyance, retorted, Who said I would accompany you? I wish to work, not play the decorative role. You shall be my personal secretary. Taking care of me will be your responsibility, Li Rue asserted. I refuse. Irrespective of your refusal, it is decided, Li Rue unilaterally concluded, disregarding Yun Lingshuan's protest. This is excessively domineering, she exclaimed. But Li Rue merely closed his eyes and feigned sleep, ignoring her. In the following 2 days, Li Rue took Yun Lingxian and Tang Wenxin on an exploration of various attractions in the bustling metropolis. On the eve of their return to Xingqing, he received a phone call from Chun Xiao, inviting him to attend a banquet at the Chun residence. Intrigued by such high society gatherings, which he had only witnessed on television, Li Rue readily accepted the invitation without hesitation. Subsequently, he accompanied Yun Lingxian and Tang Wenxin to purchase 2 evening gowns and secured a designer suit for himself. At 6 p.m., they boarded the vehicle dispatched by Chun Xiao, heading towards the Chun villa. Initially, Tang Wenxin was reluctant to attend. As an ordinary girl, she felt ill-equipped to navigate the grandeur of such a prominent family-esque gathering. However, upon hearing Yun Lingxian declare that she would not attend without Tang Wenxin, she reluctantly agreed to accompany her friend. As the car approached the immense villa, sprawling across what seemed to be several thousand square meters, both Yun Lingxian and Tang Wenxin leaned against the car window, eyes wide in astonishment at the opulence within. It is important to note that this was the metropolis, where every inch of land is precious. The sheer scale of the villa and the numerous luxury vehicles parked in the driveway far exceeded their expectations. Although it is well known that Li Rue is currently quite affluent, Such wealth is merely a numerical representation and lacks the profound impact that tangible assets can provide. It was only upon witnessing the opulence within the Chun family villa that Yun Lingxian and Tang Wenxin truly comprehended the essence of affluence. The vehicle halted not far from the villa's grand hall, and immediately a staff member approached to open the door for Li Rui and his companions. As Li Rui, accompanied by Yun Lingxian and Tang Wenxin, alighted from the car, he surveyed the Chun family villa, silently acknowledging that it was several times larger than his own residence in Star City, truly befitting a venerable family. Let us proceed. Li Rui called out to Yun Lingxian and Tang Wenxin, who were equally captivated by their surroundings, as he led the four of them towards the villa's hall under the guidance of the reception staff. Upon entering the hall, they were met with a considerable gathering of guests, particularly an array of beautiful socialites that momentarily dazzled Li Rui. Just as he was lost in admiration for the enchanting ladies, a voice suddenly broke through the reverie. "Brother Li Rui, you have arrived," Chen Xiu exclaimed. Sporting a warm smile, clad in an exquisite handcrafted black suit, and holding a glass of red wine as he approached Li Rui with swift strides. Chapter 141. Meeting the business tycoon. "Ah, Mr. Chun, I am merely a humble villager, seizing the opportunity to witness the grand banquet of a prominent family in the bustling metropolis is indeed a privilege." Li Rui responded with a smile as he noticed Chen Xiu approaching him with a grin. "My dear brother Li Rui, if the chairman of the Tongfei Group is considered a mere villager, then I, Chen Xiu, can only be likened to a beggar." Chen Xiu chuckled heartily. "Brother Li Rui, being a decade my junior, if you do not mind, I would be honored if you could call me Brother Chun. I wish to address you as my brother, should you be willing. However, if you're not inclined, simply disregard my request." Chen Xiu suddenly recalled that Li Rui had addressed him as Mr. Chen earlier, and he sought to cultivate a closer rapport. Given that a scion of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate was so unabashedly attempting to forge a connection, Li Rui felt compelled to reciprocate with courtesy. His earlier address of Mr. Chen stemmed from uncertainty on how best to refer to Chen Xiu, as he had yet to develop a naturally affable demeanor. "Very well, since Brother Chen holds me in such regard, I shall graciously accept," Li Rui replied. "What are you saying? It is I, Chen Xiu, who should feel honored. Brother Li Rui, please have your companions over there sample some refreshments while I introduce you to my father." Chen Xiu gestured towards Li Yi and his three companions, directing them to the lavishly laden dining table on the left side of the banquet hall. At that moment, 56 robust men were seated at the banquet's left table, most of whom were significantly younger than Li Yi and his companions, with only 10 men of comparable age. Li Rui realized these individuals were likely the bodyguards accompanying some influential guests, while the left side of the banquet hall served as the designated area for their dining. Understanding Chen Xiu's intent, Li Rui nodded towards Li Yi and his companions, who then proceeded towards the bodyguard dining area. "Brother Li Rui, my father is over there. Let's go. I shall introduce you," Chen Xiu said, pointing towards the center of the banquet hall, where 5 or 6 elderly gentlemen were engaged in lively conversation. Raising their glasses, Li Rui followed Chen Xiu's gesture and observed that even the youngest among them appeared to be around 60 years of age, with the eldest likely surpassing 70. Recognizing that these men were undoubtedly prominent figures in the business community of the metropolis, he deemed it prudent to make their acquaintance and nodded in agreement. Turning to Yun Lingxian and Tang Wenxin, he instructed, "You two go find something to eat." The two women, having overheard the exchange between Li Rui and Chen Xiu, understood that he intended to meet some influential business magnates and recognized that their presence might not be entirely appropriate. They nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the guest dining area on the right side of the banquet hall, where they glimpsed an array of exquisite delicacies displayed on the tables, far surpassing the offerings available in the bodyguard dining area. With the two women heading towards the dining section, Li Rui followed Chen Xiu's lead towards the heart of the banquet hall. "Father, esteemed uncles, allow me to introduce my dear brother, Li Rui." As we approached within a few meters of the group of elderly gentlemen, Chen Xiu greeted them with a cheerful call. Upon hearing Chen Xiu's voice, the 5 or 6 elder men turned their heads in unison towards the direction of Chen Xiu and Li Rui, subsequently directing their full attention to Li Rui. "Ah, so you are Li Rui? Indeed, a striking young man with remarkable accomplishments at such a tender age. It is truly impressive. Chen Xiu's association with you must be a blessing he has earned in his past life." After Li Rui took a few steps forward, a lively gentleman in his 60s complimented him. "Brother Li Rui, this is my father." Chen Xiu gestured towards the speaking elder. "Uncle Chun, you flatter me." I am merely a figurehead. The achievements of Tongfei Group are solely attributed to the efforts of my subordinates. My dear nephew, you are too modest. Without your exceptional talent, how could your subordinates achieve such greatness? Come, let me introduce you to my esteemed brothers. Qin Shichong joyfully referred to Li Ruei as his nephew, acknowledging Li Ruei's recognition of the Qin family. This is Shi Qinghuai. This is Huang Fuxing, Huo Wangqiu, Sun Shirley, and Meng Zhiping. With each introduction, Li Ruei smiled and nodded. Those who shared a brotherly bond with Qin Shichong undoubtedly possessed extraordinary backgrounds, and it would serve him well to forge connections with them. Qin, who is this young man? The five elders, having heard Qin Shichong introduce them, were intrigued by the apparent significance of this newcomer. However, they had no prior acquaintance with him, prompting one of them to inquire directly. Ah, Yongpu, did you not mention Tongfei Group to me last time? You spoke of its boundless potential and even assessed that upon the completion of the semiconductor industrial park, the company could exceed a market value of 10 trillion Longwu coins if it were to go public. Well, this is the owner of Tongfei Group, Li Ruei. Qin Shichong laughed heartily as he introduced Li Ruei to the inquisitive elder. What? The five elders exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in astonishment as they exchanged glances, suddenly understanding why Qin Shichong had convened this gathering, to showcase the formidable new ally of the Qin family. Ah, so you're the chairman of Tongfei Group. No wonder you seemed familiar. I've seen your photograph before but failed to recognize you at first glance. Truly, the years have taken their toll on my memory. Huang Fuxing remarked as he stepped forward and extended his hand towards Li Ruei. In response, Li Ruei offered his hand in return, and soon the other four gentlemen approached him one by one to shake his hand. Chairman Li, would you consider visiting our whole family? We would be honored to host you. Chairman Li, my son is of a similar age to you. Perhaps you could find time to visit our Shi family. Who knows? You and my son might become good friends. Chairman Li, my daughter is only a couple of years older than you and is still unmarried. Why not come visit the Sun family? Perhaps you might discover shared interests. Son, your daughter must be around 34 or 35 now, while Chairman Li is still quite young. If we are to consider suitability, my granddaughter is undeniably a perfect match. At the tender age of 20, she is also exceptionally beautiful. I suggest Chairman Li visit the Meng family instead, as several elders suddenly began inviting him to their homes, eager to introduce their daughters and granddaughters. Li Ruei felt utterly speechless. When the discussion escalated into a near quarrel, he had no choice but to interject, saying, I already have a girlfriend. What? What did you say? The moment Li Ruei's words fell, the elders ceased their bickering, each expressing shock or confusion. Chapter 142, Charity Auction Well. These old fellows have lost their respect for age. What stature does Li Xinji possess? Do you really need to introduce him to potential partners? Qin Shichong chuckled, addressing Qin Xiu. Sure, why don't you take Li Xinji to meet your siblings? Staying with us old-timers is rather tedious. Sure, Dad, Qin Xiu replied, turning to guide Li Ruei toward the dining area filled with young men and women. As Li Ruei followed closely behind Qin Xiu, he found himself deep in thought. Although he understood that the five elderly gentlemen held distinguished positions, he was oblivious to the specifics, leading him to ponder their identities. After a few steps, Qin Xiu noticed Li Ruei lagging behind in contemplation. He paused, allowing Li Ruei to catch up, and in a jovial tone, inquired, What are you pondering, my brother? Nothing much, Li Ruei replied, startled from his reverie by Qin Xiu's voice. He glanced at Qin Xiu and casually responded, while Li Ruei claimed to be thinking of nothing. Qin Xiu surmised that Li Ruei was speculating about the identities of the five gentlemen. Thus, he directly divulged those five individuals are the heads of the Shi, Huangfu, Sun, and Ming families. These families are akin to our Chun family, being established and prominent clans in Magic City. Upon hearing Qin Xiu's elucidation, Li Ruei nodded, confirming his initial assumptions. Indeed, these individuals stood on par with Qin Shichong. Brother Li, allow me to introduce you to my siblings and the younger generation from the other families, Qin Xiu remarked as they approached the dining area. Noticing Qin Xiu and Li Ruei's arrival, many young men and women instinctively gathered around. Li Ruei remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement as Qin Xiu began introducing him to the assembled young heirs from the Qin family and the other five clans. Li Ruei responded with polite nods, though he had no intention of forming close bonds with these young scions, recognizing that only the heads of these families were on equal footing with him. Once the introductions concluded, Li Ruei exchanged a few words with Qin Xiu before excusing himself to join the two ladies, Yun Lingxian and Tang Wenxin. who were enjoying delectable cuisine nearby. As Li Rui departed, some young men and women voiced their displeasure. Who is this guy? So arrogant. Gu introduced us, and he merely nodded? Not even a name? How disrespectful. Indeed, few dare to treat us with such disregard in Magic City. Who is this Gu bringing along? Do you really need to ask? Have you not noticed how those elders were all smiles while conversing with him? He's of equal standing with them. A nod from him is already a courtesy extended to Gu, remarked one individual, clearly referencing Li Rui's earlier interaction with the esteemed elders. Ha, indeed. Brother Sun is impressive. Undoubtedly. Brother Li Rui's stature is no less than that of our esteemed elder. He is the chairman of the Tongfei Group, and is destined to become one of the foremost business magnates in Longhua. When you encounter him, be sure to show him the proper respect. Should you provoke his ire, your elder might very well break your legs. After Chen Xiao finished speaking, he turned away with a smile, leaving a group of young men and women exchanging glances. How is it? Is it delicious? Meanwhile, Li Rui approached Yun Lingxian and Tang Wenxin, who were indulging heartily. It's incredibly delicious. Upon hearing Li Rui's inquiry, Tang Wenxin glanced back at him, chose silence, and then promptly stuffed a sizable abalone into her mouth, taking a hearty bite before she had the chance to respond. It's delicious. Lingxian, you must try this abalone. It's truly delightful. Beside her, Yun Lingxian, who had been enjoying an unknown pastry, felt somewhat embarrassed with Li Rui's arrival. Just as she was about to set down the pastry, she heard Tang Wenxin urging her to sample the large abalone. Watching Tang Wenxin devour it with such enthusiasm left her in a bit of a dilemma. Just eat if you want to. The culinary offerings at such a grand family banquet are not inferior to those of a five-star hotel, and perhaps even superior. It's a rarity that one gets to indulge in such delicacies. Since we're here, we shouldn't waste the opportunity. Let us enjoy it together. Li Rui said to Yun Lingxian with a smile, and without further ado, he picked up a plate and began to devour a hefty half-kilogram abalone with abandon. Seeing Li Rui's disregard for decorum, Yun Lingxian cast aside her reservations and followed suit, grabbing a large abalone for herself. The thought of eating such a massive abalone would have been unimaginable to her in the past, but now that the opportunity was before her, she was determined to savor it. Thus, the trio quickly became the focal point of the banquet hall. After all, such gatherings are primarily for individuals within the circle to network and expand their connections. Few attendees were genuinely there to eat. However, those of higher status present soon recognized Li Rui's identity. While they were surprised by the trio's lack of pretense, none dared to comment. Nor did anyone presume that they could not afford the abalones. After all, how could the chairman of Tongfei Group be unable to indulge in such fare? They merely assumed the three were simply famished. After a hearty 20 minutes of feasting, the trio finally paused. Li Rui patted his belly and declared, "I'm full." "How about you two?" "I'm full too," Yun Lingxian said, blushing as she let out a satisfied burp. "So am I. If I eat any more, I want to be able to move." "It's a pity there is so much delicious food left," Tang Wenxin lamented, gazing longingly at the table laden with delicacies. "Once we arrive in Xing City, come to my villa to experience my chef's culinary skills. They're no less exquisite than these dishes," Li Rui remarked with a smile, noting Tang Wenxin's reluctance to part with the sumptuous spread. The chefs at his villa are top-tier biogenetic beings acquired through the system, their skills rivaling those of the Chun family's chefs. "All right, being able to enjoy such delectable dishes once more is truly wonderful," Tang Wenxin replied without a moment's hesitation, her excitement palpable. On the other side, Chen Xiao noticed that Li Rui and his companions had paused their meal and swiftly approached Li Rui. "Have you enjoyed your meal, my brother?" Li Rui turned upon hearing the voice and replied, "Brother Chen, just take a look at my belly. I'm nearly transformed into a sphere. The chefs from your family surpass even those in five-star establishments." "Ha. It's wonderful to hear you're satisfied, my brother. By the way, in a little over half an hour, there will be a charity auction. I wonder if you would like to participate?" Chen Xiao remarked with a smile. "A charity auction?" Li Rui responded, a look of confusion crossing his face. Unlike ordinary auctions, a charity auction ensures that all proceeds are dedicated to philanthropic endeavors, while the actual items auctioned generally hold little monetary value. Essentially, it serves to enhance the family's reputation. Reporters are often in attendance, and various families from the metropolis frequently host such charity auctions. Noticing Li Rui's perplexity, Chen Xiao elaborated, "It is indeed a noble act to engage in philanthropy. I shall certainly partake." After absorbing Chen Xiao's explanation, Li Rui readily agreed. "Very well. If you feel weary, you may rest in the adjacent room." The bedding and furnishings are all brand new. When the time arrives, I will come to fetch you. Chun Xiao, pleased by Li Rui's commitment to the charity auction, gestured towards the second floor of the hall. All right, we shall take a moment to rest in the room. Brother Chun, you may attend to your duties. Chun Xiao nodded at Li Rui's words and turned to attend to other matters, while Li Rui led the two ladies, Yun Ling and Xian, to the room on the second floor to rest. Chapter 143, 20 million for charity. Half an hour swiftly passed. As Li Rui rested with his eyes closed in the guest room, he was suddenly roused by a series of knocks on the door, followed by the voice of Chun Xiao. Li Rui, the charity auction is about to commence. All right, Brother Chun, I will be there shortly, Li Rui responded, rising to open the door. Outside, Yu Ling Xian and Tang Wenxin, who had been resting in the adjacent room, were already prepared and waiting. Li Rui, are you ready? The charity auction is starting soon, Chun Xiao inquired with a smile. Yes, let's go, Li Rui replied. Chun Xiao nodded and turned to lead Li Rui downstairs. At that moment, the banquet hall of the Chun family villa had undergone a remarkable transformation. The dining tables and chairs had been removed, replaced by the semblance of a small auction venue. A rectangular table was positioned at the far end of the hall, with over 100 chairs arranged in front of it, most of which were now occupied, save for a few vacant seats at the front. Please, this way, Brother Li Rui, Chun Xiao said, guiding Li Rui and his companions toward the empty seats in the front row. After exchanging greetings with Chun Shichong and others seated in the front row, Li Rui, following Chun Xiao, took a seat among the few remaining vacancies. In contrast to Li Rui's calm demeanor, Yu Ling Xian and Tang Wenxin appeared somewhat anxious, feeling the weight of scrutiny from the elite of Modu surrounding them, which added considerable pressure. What is there to be nervous about? They are just a few people. They can't eat you, Li Rui remarked with a smile, noticing their unease. Did you not notice? There are several celebrities among them. How could they be here? I didn't see them at the banquet earlier. It's quite strange. Yu Ling Xian whispered to Li Rui. Oh, celebrities? Li Rui responded, turning his head with curiosity before returning to his previous position. How come I didn't see them? From the last few rows, of course you wouldn't see them. Besides, how many celebrities do you actually recognize? Fine, they're just celebrities. Why the fuss? You don't even follow them, Li Rui said, finding it amusing that anyone would be surprised by the presence of celebrities at a charity auction hosted by the Chun family. To such a prominent family, celebrities held little significance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been unqualified to attend the earlier banquet. I may not follow them, but these are celebrities. Previously, I could only see them on television, and now I get to see them in person. Aren't you the least bit excited or nervous? Yu Ling Xian exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity as she regarded Li Rui. Ling Xian, you truly underestimate Li Rui's status. With his wealth, he could easily invite the majority of celebrities in Longhua to perform for you, and they would be eager to oblige, Tang Wenxin interjected, having remained silent until now. Indeed, when we get married, I'll invite all the celebrities you adore to perform, Li Rui mused, picturing the comical scene, and couldn't help but chuckle. Who is marrying you? Yu Ling Xian retorted, casting an embarrassed glare at Li Rui. With a soft chuckle, Li Rui remained silent. The charity auction commenced, and at this moment, Chun Xiao, seated nearby, spoke up to remind him. Prompted by Chun Xiao, Li Rui turned his gaze forward. Before him stood a stunning woman holding a microphone at the long table in the hall. Esteemed guests and friends from the charity community, welcome. On behalf of all the staff at the Chun Group, I extend my heartfelt gratitude and profound respect to each of you for attending this charity auction. With that, she declared, I hereby announce the commencement of the charity auction. After her lengthy introduction, which spanned several hundred words, the event transitioned to its core purpose. The first item for bidding today is a calligraphy piece by the esteemed Chun Shichong, starting at a price of 1 yuan. As she concluded, a staff member approached the long table, delicately cradling a scroll, which he unfurled to showcase to the audience. Although Li Rui was not well-versed in calligraphy, he found the characters rather appealing. He thought to himself, the head of such a prominent family certainly possesses a rich cultural heritage. Perhaps he should also take the opportunity to learn calligraphy. Lost in his contemplations, he was suddenly interrupted by a male voice from behind, announcing, I bid 1 million. Instinctively, Li Rui turned around, but being seated, he could not see the voice's owner, only a raised bidding paddle. Upon turning back, he caught sight of the beautiful host gesturing towards the back as she proclaimed, Mr. 63 bids 1 million. I bid 2 million, came the response from Mr. 69. I bid 5 million, declared Mr. 52. Soon, several more bids were placed, and ultimately, the calligraphy piece by Chun Shichong was sold for an astonishing 12 million. The two ladies, Yun Ling and Xian were left in utter disbelief. Do not be astonished. It is not the item itself they purchase, but rather the social connections it represents, Li Rue explained with a smile, observing their astonishment. Those who have not encountered such levels of society can hardly fathom that someone would spend 12 million on a piece of calligraphy by a non-celebrated artist. Yun Ling and Xian lamented, their eyes glazed with wonder. Today, I brought you here to broaden your horizons. Once you have witnessed it, it will no longer seem strange. He chuckled. The next item up for auction was a string of Wangwali Buddhist beads provided by the venerable Huang Fuxing, starting at 1 yuan. As time swiftly passed, an hour and a half later, Li Rue, initially curious, found his interest waning completely. He squinted, nearly succumbing to slumber, when he suddenly heard the host announce, "This is the final item of the day, a diamond necklace provided by General Chen Xiu, starting at 1 yuan. As soon as the female host's voice fell, Li Rue instantly regained his composure. This was the final item up for bid, and if he hesitated any longer, his attendance at the charity auction would be in vain. With this thought in mind, he promptly raised the number card inserted into a chair and declared, "I bid 20 million. Upon hearing Li Rue's offer, the other bidders, who had initially intended to continue bidding, immediately fell silent. Although they were unaware of Li Rue's true identity, they recognized that those seated in the front row, including him, were of equal stature to Chun Shichong and others. Their presence at the charity auction was intended for networking, not for causing offense. Mr. Li from number 8 bids 20 million, the beautiful host announced. Noticing the absence of further bids, she continued, "This item has been won by Mr. Li, and we extend our gratitude for his contribution to the charitable cause." Seeing Li Rue nod in acknowledgement, the host lifted her gaze towards the audience and proclaimed, "This charity auction has concluded successfully. The 180 million Longwa currency raised will be entirely devoted to charitable endeavors. We thank everyone for their selfless contributions." After this, the beautiful host bowed and then exited the stage. Concurrently, a staff member approached Li Rue, presenting him with a beautifully crafted box held delicately in both hands. Li Rue reached out to accept it, opening the box to reveal the diamond necklace he had just acquired for 20 million. Chapter 144. Return to Star City. Upon receiving the gift, Li Rue opened the box and glanced inside before casually handing it to Yun Lingxian beside him. "Ah, this is for me?" Yun Lingxian looked at the diamond necklace within the box, her disbelief palpable. "You mean to say I should wear this? You purchased it for 20 million, and you're just giving it to me? It's for charity. The primary purpose is benevolence. This necklace surely isn't worth 20 million. If you don't believe me, you can ask Brother Chun. He provided this necklace, and he certainly knows its worth," Li Rue suggested, gesturing for Yun Lingxian to inquire with Chun Xiu, who was nearby. "Ha, sister-in-law, this diamond necklace is indeed not valued at 20 million. It would typically retail for around 5 million in a jewelry store," Chen Xiu preemptively clarified before Yun Lingxian could speak, noticing Li Rue's indication. 5 million is still quite expensive. I cannot accept it, Yun Lingxian declared, attempting to return the box to Li Rue. "Take it. There is no need for such lengthy discourse. In the future, you must not refuse any gifts I offer," Li Rue asserted. Not reaching for the box, she tried to return, instead playfully pinching her cheek with a commanding demeanor. "Let go of me." Yun Lingxian swatted away Li Rue's hand, glaring at him in exasperation. Li Rue chuckled, diverting his gaze from her to address Chen Xiu. "Brother Chun, we've enjoyed our time here and indulged in delightful meals. But I must return to Star City tomorrow. I plan to retire early tonight and take my leave. I hope to visit again soon." Had it not been for the ongoing charity auction, he would have departed much earlier. Now that the auction had concluded, he hastened to inform Chen Xiu. "Ah, you're leaving so soon?" "Yes, there are numerous matters to attend to at the company." "Very well then, do visit us often in the magical city whenever possible," Chen Xiu replied, his expression tinged with regret. "Are you truly returning, dear nephew?" At this moment, Chun Shichong, accompanied by several other family heads, approached Li Rue, evidently having overheard his earlier remarks. "Indeed, Uncle Chun, I have business to manage at the company. We booked our tickets yesterday." Li Rue greeted Chun Shichong and subsequently acknowledged the others present. "Understood. Prioritizing company matters is crucial. You must visit us frequently in the magical city. The Chen family always welcomes you. By the way, here's my contact information," Chun Shichong said, handing Li Rue a business card with just his name and telephone number. A gesture echoed by the others present. After a brief exchange with them, Li Rue, accompanied by Yun Lingxian, Tang Wenxin, and 4 bodyguards, returned to the hotel in a car provided by the Chun family. After a restful night at the hotel, the following morning, he took a taxi to the airport. Are you planning to explore a bit first, or shall we head directly to my villa? Li Rui inquired of Yun Lingxian and Tang Wenxin as they awaited their transport at the arrivals area. I'd prefer not to explore. I'm feeling a bit tired from the flight. Let us return and rest, Yun Lingxian replied, gently massaging her temples. I too concur. Having indulged in the delights of the metropolis in recent days, I now yearn for a moment of repose. Tang Wenxin also voiced her agreement with Yun Lingxuan's sentiments. Very well, let us proceed directly to my villa. As soon as Li Rui's words fell, 3 Land Rover Range Rovers halted before him. These are the bodyguards he had stationed at the villa, the same vehicles that had been driven back from the airport. Boss! The 3 bodyguards called out in unison as they exited the vehicles. Indeed, please load everything into the car, Li Rui instructed, gesturing for them to open the trunk. Behind him, Li Yi and the others were burdened with an array of bags filled with clothing and accessories from their earlier shopping spree. Understood, boss, the 3 replied, joining Li Yi and the others in loading the items into the vehicle before setting off towards the urban center of Xingqing. After more than 50 minutes on the road, they finally entered the villa area of Xiangshui Lulan, and a few minutes later, they arrived at the underground parking lot of Li Rui's villa. Yun Lingxian and Tang Wenxin, who had been astonished by the sheer size of the villa, were utterly captivated upon seeing the 5 supercars parked in the underground garage. They eagerly rushed towards the vehicles, inspecting them with keen interest. If you wish to see them up close, you can retrieve the keys from my room. They're all there, Li Rui remarked with a smile, noticing the girls gazing at the supercars as if they were rare treasures. No need, I merely wish to admire them. Yun Lingxian replied without turning her head. Let us go. There will be ample time to admire them later. After a few hours on the plane, you must be hungry. Let us dine first, Li Rui said as he made his way towards the elevator. Upon hearing his words, Yun Lingxian and Tang Wenxin followed closely behind him, glancing back every few steps as they headed towards the elevator. You may stay here, Li Rui said after arranging rooms for the 2 girls on the 3rd floor. He then instructed the chef to prepare a sumptuous meal before retreating to his own room to rest, feeling somewhat fatigued after the lengthy journey. Meanwhile, Yun Lingxian, having set her bags down, began to twirl around, taking in the spacious room, lost in her thoughts. Lingxian, your taste is remarkable. I can hardly believe that Li Rui, who once had nothing, possesses such potential. How did you discern this? Tang Wenxin remarked, filled with admiration. I cannot say. When we were dating, I simply felt he was a good person. I never imagined Li Rui would achieve such success. I only wished for a simple, unremarkable life with him. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse, Yun Lingxian said, her voice tinged with concern as she finished. What troubles you? With Li Rui's wealth, you should simply await the comforts that come with it. But I'm just an ordinary girl. How could I possibly be worthy of the current Li Rui? You are overthinking it. Li Rui's love for you is genuine. Otherwise, he would not have sought you out in the metropolis. After pondering for a moment, Yun Lingxuan's worried expression faded, replaced by a hint of sweetness on her face. Was it to your liking? Li Rui inquired after wiping his mouth with a napkin an hour later, looking towards Yun Lingxian. Delicious, not inferior to the offerings at the Chun family banquet. Yun Lingxian wiped her mouth, lavishly praising the dish. Indeed, my chefs are the highest caliber in the world. If you don't take a break from eating, I fear you might be unwell later. Li Rui began by lauding his chefs to Yun Lingxian, then noticed Tang Wenxin voraciously devouring her food and kindly interjected with a warning. If I don't eat now, I might not have the chance later. I must indulge while I can, Tang Wenxin mumbled with her mouth full. How could there be no opportunity? When you start working in Chuxinan County, you can visit our Li family village to play with Lingxian. I will arrange for several chefs of equal skill in Li family village, ensuring you experience the same caliber of cuisine. Really? Well then, I feel I might burst. Once the maid cleared the table, Li Rui tossed a set of car keys to Yun Lingxian. What is this for? Yun Lingxian asked, puzzled, as she gazed at the car keys on the table. These are the keys to the Red Apollo Sun God. I have never driven it, so you should take it. What? You're giving me the keys to a supercar worth over 20 million? Yes, it's just sitting there. Since you've returned to Xing City, shouldn't you visit your sister? Having a car would make it more convenient. Chapter 145. Establishing a subsidiary. Are you really going to let me take your supercar worth over 20 million to meet my sister? That seems rather inappropriate, Yun Lingxian murmured. What is inappropriate about it? Cars are meant to be driven, aren't they? I can't possibly drive all 5 supercars myself, he retorted. But I've only driven a car when I was getting my license. I've never actually driven one, let alone a supercar. What if I accidentally scratch or damage such an expensive vehicle? She replied, anxiety creeping into her voice. If you damage it, I'll simply buy you another one. Here, take the keys, Li Rue insisted, pressing the keys to the Apollo sun god into her hand. I've told you before, accept whatever I give you without refusal. I'm going to swim on the first floor. Would you like to join me? He asked, straightening up after handing her the keys. Glancing at both Yun Lingxian and Tang Wenxin. I want to go, Yun Lingxian said absently, her thoughts drifting as she stared at the keys. The notion of needing to wear a swimsuit to swim made her shyly decline. Then I want to go either, Tang Wenxin said softly, feeling a sense of disappointment. She had looked forward to the large 800-square-meter swimming pool on the first floor. But would T feel right to swim alone with Li Rue if Yun Lingxian didn't T join them? All right then, I'll head to the pool. You both enjoy yourselves. As Li Rue was about to turn away, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to Yun Lingxian. Let me first take you to the parking garage to familiarize yourself with the Apollo sun god. This car is quite different from the one you learned to drive with. With that, he took her hand and headed for the elevator, with Tang Wenxin following closely behind. In truth, Li Rue had never driven the Apollo sun god himself. But having driven other supercars and receiving a brief introduction from Liu Yifan when he picked up the car, he felt confident in teaching Yun Lingxian how to operate this 25 million yuan marvel. How's it going? Have you learned? Li Rue asked after 20 minutes. Sitting in the passenger seat while Yun Lingxian cautiously navigated the Apollo sun god around the parking lot. Yes, I think I've got it, she exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her. Ever since obtaining her driver's license in college, she had not touched a car, and now, unexpectedly, she found herself driving a supercar worth 25 million. This thrilled her immensely. It was a common misconception that only men adored luxury vehicles. Women, too, shared that passion. That's wonderful. Practice a bit more in the underground parking lot until you feel comfortable. Then you can take it outside. I'm off to swim. Call me if you need anything, Li Rue said, opening the door to exit. He nodded at Tang Wenxin, who was waiting nearby, before making his way to the elevator. Can I come up and sit with you, Lingxian? Tang Wenxin asked excitedly, rushing towards the Apollo sun god and leaning in to see Yun Lingxian in the driver's seat. She too wanted to experience the thrill of sitting in a 20 million yuan supercar. Of course, Wenxin, what are we to each other? We may not be biological sisters, but we are closer than sisters. There's no need for such formality. Come on, but you know my skills are not particularly refined yet. If I crash and meet my demise, don't blame me. Yun Lingxian gestured towards Tang Wenxin. I have faith in your abilities. Besides, if I were to meet my end in a supercar worth over 20 million, I would accept it. Tang Wenxin exclaimed excitedly as she climbed into the Apollo sun god, while Yun Lingxian practiced driving in the underground parking lot. Li Rue was enjoying a refreshing swim on the first floor. After swimming for over 10 minutes, he stood on the shore, awaiting the maid to dry him off. Suddenly, he heard her call out, "Boss, your phone is ringing." Upon hearing the maid's voice, Li Rue halted his forward motion in the water and swam towards the lounge chair where his clothes were placed. Once on shore, he took the towel the maid offered to wipe his hair and ears, then received the phone she handed him. Upon looking at the screen, he realized it was a call from Liu Yan. He promptly dialed her back, and the call connected after a brief moment. Liu Yan, what is the matter? Boss, Dong Guanghao, the chairman of Lantian Automobile Manufacturing Company, has contacted me several times, inquiring why our Tongfei group refuses to sell them super batteries and supercharging stations. He has even approached officials from the Star City to advocate on their behalf. How do you wish to handle this matter? Inform Dong Guanghao that as long as Ji Qianfan holds any shares in Lantian Automobile Manufacturing Company, they shall never acquire a super battery or a supercharging station from our Tongfei group, Li Rue replied, reclining on a nearby massage bed and gesturing for the maid to come forward for a massage. Understood, boss. Also, do not forget to inform Dong Guanghao that anyone who attempts to purchase shares from Ji Qianfan should not expect any collaboration with our Tongfei group. Very well, boss. Additionally, there is another matter. Our company is growing rapidly, and the number of industries and departments involved is extensive. For instance, there are over a dozen major categories related to the semiconductor industrial park. If we continue with the current model and wait for the semiconductor industrial park to commence production, the group will become unwieldy. I suggest we consider a split and establish subsidiaries for easier management. What do you think? As Li Rue listened to Liu Yan discuss company matters, he felt overwhelmed. He was not well versed in such affairs. The group already had a preliminary plan to establish subsidiaries. including Tungfei Group Chip Manufacturing, Tungfei Group Lithography Machine Manufacturing, Tungfei Group Optics, Tungfei Group Microelectronics, Tungfei Group Computing, Precision Machinery, Control Systems, Light Source Technology, Photoresist, New Energy Technology, along with the construction subsidiaries run by your cousins, totaling 13 subsidiaries. Proceed as you see fit, Li Rue replied, trusting Lu Yan, who was a bioengineered individual programmed for absolute loyalty. Hence, he agreed without further contemplation. Boss, each of the 13 subsidiaries will require a suitable CEO. This is something you need to address. Certainly, I shall deliver it to you tomorrow. Is there anything else? While the task of locating 13 CEOs may seem daunting to some, for him, it merely poses a financial quandary of less than 400 million Dragon Country coins. Acquiring 13 elite business bio-individuals would suffice. No more, boss. After ending the call with Lu Yin, Li Rue closed his eyes, relishing the expert massage provided by the maid. Meanwhile, Lu Yan's phone rang once more after she had just hung up. Upon closer inspection, it was a call from Dong Guanghao. He had already attempted to reach her several times that day, but she had chosen not to answer. This time, however, she did not hesitate and picked up the call. President Liu, this is Dong Guanghao. Are you available to talk? If an outsider were to overhear Dong Guanghao speaking so courteously to someone, they would surely be taken aback. Who is Dong Guanghao? The largest shareholder of Lantian Automobile Manufacturing Group, holding a staggering 51 of the shares, undeniably a billionaire worth hundreds of billions. Mr. Dong, I understand why you're calling me. Let's speak frankly today. It is not that I am unwilling to sell your company the super batteries. It is simply impossible. One of your shareholders has a disagreement with my boss, who has made it clear that as long as he remains within your group, our Tungfei Group will not engage in any collaboration with your Lantian Group. What? How is this possible? Dong Guanghao inquired, his voice laced with fury. It was no wonder Tungfei Group steadfastly refused to sell them the super batteries. This revelation shed light on the matter. Chapter 146. The board of directors. You might as well consult Ji Qianfan. By the way, our boss also mentioned that anyone who spends money to purchase stocks from Ji Qianfan should not expect any collaboration with Tungfei Group. Having said that, before Dong Guanghao could interject, Lu Yin abruptly ended the call. In the office of the chairman of Lantian Automobile Manufacturing Company, Limited in Xing City, Dong Guanghao stared blankly at the hung-up phone. It was astonishing that Ji Qianfan was the catalyst for this situation. Was he intent on destroying Lantian Automobile Manufacturing Group? How could he dare offend the chairman of Tungfei Group? Secretary Wu, contact all the board members immediately. We must convene the board of directors. Dong Guanghao instructed angrily to the secretary standing beside him. Half an hour later, in the conference room of Lantian Automobile Manufacturing Group, 10 board members were gathered, including a somewhat haggard Ji Qianfan. I have called all board members today primarily to discuss the critical matter of our group's survival. As you're all aware, our current situation is dire. Not only are our sales declining year by year, but our profits are also being halved annually. We all know that new energy vehicles are the only avenue for automotive manufacturers. Yet Tungfei Group has developed super batteries with double performance. This should be a tremendous boon for our company, but the problem lies in the fact that we cannot procure a single super battery. What do you propose we do? Dong Guanghao spoke calmly, outlining the challenges the group faced. Chairman, why won't Tungfei Group sell us the batteries? Indeed, Lantian Automobile is the largest automotive manufacturer in Xiangnan Province. Collaborating with us should be mutually beneficial. Why would Tungfei Group act in such a manner? Yes, there must be a reason behind this. Right, I think. Enough with the speculation. We can directly inquire with Director Ji about this matter, Dong Guanghao concluded, fixing his gaze intently on Ji Qianfan. I. Under the penetrating stares of Dong Guanghao and the other shareholders, Ji Qianfan struggled to find his words. Old Ji, in this era of business, technological prowess reigns supreme. The technology held by Tungfei Group is pivotal for companies like ours. You must understand that offending them could jeopardize our existence. You are my brother in this venture. I hope you grasp the gravity of the situation. Dong Guanghao's words carried an unmistakable hint of menace by the end. Brother Dong, I have fought alongside you for over 20 years. Lantian Automobile's achievements today are not solely due to you. I have contributed my fair share of effort. Please, assist me. Ji Qianfan's voice trembled with a tone of desperation. Old Ji, I am addressing this matter openly solely out of respect for our long-standing friendship. You should be aware of my methods. Lantian Automobile cannot falter. It seems I must impose upon you, Dong Guanghao replied. Brother Dong, Can't you appeal to Deputy Governor Dong? No matter how formidable Tungfei Group is, would they dare to provoke the Deputy Governor of Xiaonan Province? Silence. Should you dare to utter another word, do not expect me to recall our 2-decade-long bond. Dong Guanghao interrupted sternly before Ji Qianfan could finish a statement. Cowed by Dong Guanghao's fierce reprimand, Ji Qianfan fell silent, and the other shareholders remained equally reticent. Acutely aware that Dong Guanghao was not merely the chairman of the Blue Sky Automotive Manufacturing Group. His connections were formidable, far beyond the reach of these minor stakeholders. After a brief moment, Dong Guanghao composed himself, rose, and approached Ji Qianfan, whispering, "Old Ji, I have indeed sought out my brother. Behind the Tungfei Group stands Ning Kongyan, and neither your family nor mine can afford to provoke the Ning family. You have one day to ponder this matter carefully. Do not walk down a path of self-destruction." With a firm pat on Ji Qianfan's shoulder, he turned and exited the room. Upon hearing Dong Guanghao mention Ning Kongyan in connection with the Tungfei Group, Ji Qianfan's resolve crumbled, shattering the remaining illusions he harbored. This was retribution, he thought, a consequence of his excessive indulgence towards his daughter. Perhaps her loss would restore her to the obedient child she once was. As he muttered softly to himself, he seemed to reach an epiphany, breaking into a nervous laugh, though the tears pooling at the corners of his eyes betrayed the insincerity of his joy. "Lingxian, you have become quite adept at this. Shall we take a drive?" Tang Wenxin excitedly inquired, observing Yun Lingxian skillfully maneuvering a sports car in the underground parking lot. "Certainly. Let me first call Li Rui," Yun Lingxian replied, pulling out her phone to dial. "What is up? Have you become proficient with the car?" Li Rui asked. "Yes, I would like to visit my sister," she responded. "Go ahead. She is your sister, after all. Now that you're in the same city, it's essential to meet," he encouraged. "Can I gift her a handbag?" Yun Lingxian asked cautiously. "Those bags are yours. If you feel you can't carry them all, feel free to give them to anyone you wish." "It's entirely your choice," Li Rui replied nonchalantly. "After all, they're just bags worth a few tens of thousands. As long as it brings you joy, you can give them to whomever you like." "Thank you," Yun Lingxian expressed sweetly. "Li Rui, my sister seems to have ulterior motives in wanting you and me to reconcile. Do you truly not harbor any dislike towards her?" After expressing her gratitude, Yun Lingxian voiced her concerns. "What is there to dislike? 99% of the world comprises ordinary people, and all of them are fond of money. I count myself among them. Besides, my affections lie with you, not your sister. What matters is that you chose me when I had nothing. That's enough for me. Now that I have the means, your happiness is all that concerns me." Thank you, my love," Yun Lingxian said, biting her lip, a blissful smile adorning her face as she whispered her shy words of gratitude into the phone. What did you call me? I cannot hear clearly, so please call again." Li Rui, possessing extraordinary hearing beyond that of ordinary people, faintly caught the sound of Yun Lingxian calling him husband. Excitedly, he urged her to repeat it over the phone, for it was the first time she had taken the initiative to address him in such a manner since their reunion. "Alas, if I didn't hear it clearly, then so be it. I refuse to call again. Goodbye." With a soft huff, Yun Lingxian abruptly ended the call, only to break into a silly smile as she gazed at her phone. Seeing her friend in such a blissful state, Tang Wenxin could not help but tease her. "Look at you, so lovesick, how delightful. Get lost. You're the lovesick one. You're not that young anymore. Hurry and find yourself a boyfriend. Be careful not to end up as a leftover woman," Yun Lingxian retorted playfully, not holding back her banter with her dear friend. "With my beauty, finding a boyfriend is a piece of cake. This year, I will find one just to show you," Tang Wenxin vowed defiantly. "Go ahead and brag. Let us see if you actually find one. I'm calling my sister now. Let us go visit her together," she said as she opened her phone's contact list and dialed her sister's number. "Xian, why are you calling me? Did Li Rui come find you?" Yin Rong initially questioned her sister's reason for calling, but then recalled that Li Rui had asked for her sister's address and phone number, prompting a surge of excitement. "Sister, you think now that Li Rui has money, he has sold me off, right?" Yun Lingxian pouted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "Ah, well, Xian, I did this for your own good. You and Li Rui had such a strong bond. Suddenly breaking up without any explanation left me curious. If I had to ask Mom, I would only find out that it was due to such unfortunate circumstances. I felt quite regretful upon learning this. Besides, I want you to have a good future. I don't want you to return to the remote mountains of our hometown. Nor do I wish for you to live in that drafty wooden house where you shiver while bathing in winter and can hardly breathe due to the stench of the latrine in summer. I don't want you to endure such a life any longer." As she spoke, Yunrong's mood gradually sank. Chapter 147. The excitement of Yunrong's sister. I apologize. I have returned to Star City. What time do you finish work? Shall we meet? Hearing her sister's words, Yun Lingshuan felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Although she understood that her sister had her own interests at heart, the truth in her words was undeniable. She genuinely wished for her to lead a better life. Ah, you are back in Star City. When did you come back? Did Li Rui come with you? Upon hearing her sister mention her return, Yunrong was initially taken aback, followed by a surge of excitement. Yes. Sister, when do you get off work? Let's meet, Yun Lingshuan replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper. I finish at 5:30 p.m. I will send you her company address shortly. You can come directly. By the way, will Li Rui be joining you? Yunrong asked eagerly. Li Rui has something to attend to, so he can't make it. I'll be going with Tang Wenxin to see you. I see. All right then. We shall meet in the afternoon, Yunrong responded, feeling a slight twinge of disappointment at Li Rui's absence. If only he could drive his striking purple Viper GT and pick her sister up at the foot of her office building. She could envision the astonished expressions on her colleagues' faces, which would undoubtedly elevate her own standing. Nevertheless, with her sister and Li Rui reconciling, he would soon become her brother-in-law, and she was certain he would come to visit her again. There would be ample opportunities to impress her friends and colleagues. With this thought, Yunrong's earlier disappointment faded, giving way to renewed excitement. After confirming the time and place for their afternoon rendezvous, she exchanged a few more pleasantries before ending the call. Holding her phone in both hands, a smile graced her face as her gaze drifted aimlessly towards the ceiling. With each passing moment, her smile widened until it erupted into laughter. Nearby, Lu Yin observed her friend's exuberance with bewilderment. Driven by curiosity, Lu Yin stood up, glanced around to ensure no superiors were present, picked up a folder, and pretended to be busy as she approached the still giggling Yunrong. Yunrong, what delightful news has you so elated? You're smiling like that. Has some wealthy heir caught your fancy? Lu Yin teased, leaning down to whisper in her ear. Ah, Yin, are you trying to scare me to death? Yunrong, who had been lost in her joyous thoughts, jumped in surprise at the sudden voice beside her. Turning to see her good friend Lu Yin, she feigned annoyance. Hee, I'm merely looking out for you. With the way you were just grinning like a fool. If Manager Wang had seen you, you would surely have faced a reprimand. What has got you so amused, laughing like a simpleton? Do you remember the last time we saw my sister's ex-boyfriend? Yunrong asked hesitantly after Lu Yan's persistent questioning. How could I forget? The one driving that 80 million purple Viper GT. You even claimed you mistook him for someone else. Is he truly your sister's ex, and they've reconciled? Lu Yan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, her voice rising from a whisper to an incredulous shout. What are you doing, shouting so loudly? Wait a moment. If Supervisor Wang is called over, we are doomed, Yunrong exclaimed, her voice filled with alarm as she quickly looked up to see her colleagues glancing in her direction. Sighing in relief upon not spotting the supervisor, she turned to Lu Yan and voiced her complaints. My apologies, this truly is astonishing. If your sister reconciles with her ex-boyfriend who drives an 80 million supercar, it would indeed be a remarkable turnaround. Perhaps you might benefit from her fortune as well, Lu Yan said, offering a sheepish smile as she apologized to Yunrong. Let's set aside the notion of benefiting from her success. What matters most is that my sister finds happiness. She has endured so much over the years. Although she is merely a year younger than I, her contributions to our family have often made her seem like the elder sister. I carry a sense of guilt regarding her sacrifices, and I am genuinely delighted that she has discovered such a promising future, Yunrong replied thoughtfully. Indeed, over the past few years, Lingxian has earned more in the bustling metropolis than you have, and I have heard you mention how your mother frequently asks her for financial support. It has been tough for her, but now with a wealthy boyfriend, she has finally turned a corner, Lu Yin agreed. Wow, this is exhilarating, Tang Wenxin exclaimed from the passenger seat of the Apollo, rolling down the window and extending her hand into the rushing wind, while using her other hand to tousle her hair, reveling in the moment. Wenxin, be mindful of your image. You are a beauty. Maintain some decorum, Yu Lingxian cautioned, gripping the steering wheel tightly as she observed her friend's carefree exuberance. Hee, as long as I can ride in this 25 million supercar today, I have no regrets. Who cares about appearances? Let us go faster. This is a supercar. Step on the gas and let us soar. Have you lost your mind? I certainly haven't tea. I have no desire to meet my end. By the way, it's still early. My sister and the others won't finish work for several hours. Where would you like to explore? Let's south head to Xixing Street. We've come out in this car. It would be a shame not to visit there. Let us go. Half an hour later, the Red Apollo entered Shishing Street, instantly becoming the focal point of the entire area. Hundreds of people strolling through the food stalls and bars turned their heads to gaze at the striking supercar. This car is stunning. If only I could ride in it just once, a university student murmured enviously, clutching her cup of milk tea as she admired the red supercar. My dear, let's not dwell on such dreams. A 25 million car is beyond our reach. Even with my utmost efforts, I could only afford a wheel. As long as we are in love, we could find happiness driving an ordinary car, the boy beside her joked, attempting to comfort her, though a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. Let us go shopping at the mall, Tang Wenxin suggested, her heart swelling with satisfaction as she noticed the envious glances from passers-by. Suddenly, she spotted a large shopping center and turned to Yu Lingxian for confirmation. Sounds great, Yu Lingxian agreed, steering the car toward the underground parking lot of the mall. Just as the red supercar descended into the parking area, a Range Rover followed closely behind. 3 hours later, Yin Lingxian, panting heavily, took a few steps and, upon spotting a row of chairs not far away, briskly made her way to one and plopped down. She reached out and called to Tang Wenxin, who was still walking and observing ahead. Wenxin, I can't go on any longer. Let us not keep wandering. It's about time. We should go find my sister. Come on, Lingxian, you can't be serious. Just 2 or 3 hours and you're already exhausted. I used to roam around for an entire day, Tang Wenxin chuckled. You frequent the streets and possess great stamina. I cannot compare. I rarely shop throughout the year. And today, I've already spent 3 hours. If we continue, my legs will surely give out. Let us go find my sister. They'll be off work soon. And I'm quite hungry as well. All right then. Let us be on our way, Tang Wenxin replied, extending her hand to assist Yun Lingxian. Let me rest a moment. I truly cannot walk any further, Yun Lingxian exclaimed, appearing utterly spent, as if her bones had been shattered, leaning against the chair. After resting for over 10 minutes, Yun Lingxian finally rose with Tang Wenxin's support, making their way to the elevator that would take them to the underground parking lot. A little over 10 minutes later, following the address provided by her sister, Yun Lingxian arrived in front of the designated building, driving her eye-catching red sports car. Shortly after her arrival, numerous men and women, clutching bags, began to pour out of the building, evidently those who had just finished their workday. Chapter 148. A reunion of sisters as the clock struck the end of the workday. Men and women emerged from the towering edifice, their attention captivated by the striking red sports car parked in front. Many slowed their pace, while some eagerly raised their phones to capture the moment. Hey, I'm over here, Yu Lingxian exclaimed, standing beside the vibrant vehicle and waving enthusiastically at the familiar figure emerging from the building. Xian, my sister has arrived. Yan, upon noticing her sister's cheerful greeting, raised her hand high and called out, before turning to Lu Yin, who stood beside her. Xian, Yu Rong hurried forward, extending her arms to warmly grasp Yu Lingxian's hands. Sister, Yu Lingxian sweetly called, her smile illuminating her face as she gazed at the sister with whom she shared a blood bond. You've lost a bit of weight since last year, Yu Rong remarked tenderly, stroking Yu Lingxian's face with concern flickering in her eyes. Not at all. I feel like I've gained some, Yu Lingxian replied, slightly pouting. I know you well. Mother asks you for money, and you can never refuse her. You give her all your money, and in a city like Shanghai, living frugally on instant noodles, how can you not lose weight? Yu Rong said, her voice tinged with disappointment. I've told you countless times that mother is addicted to gambling. No matter how much you give her, it won't help, but you never listen. Sister, she is still our mother. I keep hoping she will turn over a new leaf. Every time, she promises that it will be the last time, that she will never gamble again, Yu Lingxian replied, a hint of defensiveness in her tone. Our mother is a gambler. Can you truly believe a gambler's words? If she can't quit, we want to be able to support her. It's a bottomless pit. I understand now. From now on, if she asks me for money, I want to give her a single cent exactly. Only by pushing her to the edge will there be a glimmer of hope for her to quit gambling. Yu Lingxian nodded in agreement, taking in Yu Rong's words. Let us not dwell on those matters for now. Let us go have a meal. By the way, allow me to introduce you to my colleague and dear friend, Lu Yin, Yu Rong said, gesturing towards Lu Yin, standing nearby. Hello, I'm Lu Yin. Hi, I'm Yu Lingxian. I'm Tang Wenxin. The three exchanged cheerful greetings. Xian, let us go grab a bite. Is there a restaurant you'd like to visit? Yu Rong inquired now that introductions were made. Sister, I haven't been back to Star City in years. You know the area better. What do you suggest we eat? Shall I choose a place? There's a restaurant just a few hundred meters from here that I think is quite nice. Let us go there. All right, you all wait here for me. I'll park the car, Yu Lingxian said to Yu Rong. What? You drove here? Where did you get a car? Yu Rong asked, her face filled with curiosity. Li Rui gave it to me, Yu Lingxian explained, a sweet smile gracing Yu Rong's face. Oh, where is it? Upon hearing that the luxurious vehicle belonged to Li Rui's sister, Yun Rong was irresistibly drawn to it. Her curiosity piqued by the thought of what kind of car a man capable of affording an 80 million supercar would bestow upon his sibling. That very car, Yun Lingxuan exclaimed, pointing towards the supercar not far behind them on the track. What? That supercar is the one Li Rui gave you? Yun Rong gasped, her eyes widening and her finger pointing incredulously at the gleaming red machine. Indeed, this is the car, Yun Lingxuan confirmed, producing the car keys and pressing the button for the Apollo Sun God, which promptly illuminated its headlights. Sister, come, let me show you this incredible vehicle, she said with a smile, taking Yunrong's hand and leading her towards the car. As women, they undoubtedly understood each other's excitement. No woman could remain indifferent in the presence of such an extravagant supercar. Once beside the vehicle, as Yun Lingxuan opened the door, Yunrong finally snapped back to reality, reaching out to caress the car's sleek body and swallowing hard before stammering, Xian, I can't be dreaming, can I? Sister, it can't be that extravagant, right? It's just a car after all. Yun Lingxuan replied calmly, it's not that exaggerated. Though she had forgotten her own reaction upon first seeing the supercar. Xian, how much does this car cost? Li Rui mentioned it was around 25 million. Oh my goodness, 25 million for a car, and you're actually going to drive it? You've never even driven before. What will you do if you crash it? Yunrong exclaimed, covering her mouth and her eyes wide with disbelief. Li Rui said if it gets damaged, he would simply buy another. What? Xian, what exactly does Li Rui do? How has he amassed such wealth in just 3 years since graduation? A 25 million supercar, and it doesn't matter if it gets wrecked? Just how much money does he have? After observing her sister's stunned expression, Yun Lingxuan pondered for a moment before responding. He earns his fortune through financial futures, probably making several billion. Yun Lingxuan refrained from disclosing the entire truth, fearing it would leave her sister utterly speechless. For the average person, billions were indeed an astronomical figure. Yunrong was left speechless by her sister's revelation. My goodness, billions. Rong, it's no wonder he can afford an 80 million supercar. Lu Yan, who had accompanied them, also stared in disbelief at Yunrong. Xian, may I sit inside? Yunrong, after regaining a semblance of calm, directed her attention back to the red Apollo Sun God, without replying to Lu Yan. Of course. Sister, please go ahead, Yun Lingxuan encouraged, knowing well the joy of allowing her own sister to experience her vehicle. She gently pulled Yunrong's hand and guided her into the driver's seat of the striking red supercar. Yunrong caressed the steering wheel and the interior of the car, and after a moment, she found herself weeping inconsolably against the steering wheel. Her emotions were complex. Driving such a supercar was the dream of every woman. Yet, she was reluctant to become a mistress to those wealthy heirs, which had naturally denied her the opportunity to experience such luxury. However, thanks to her sister, her dream had unexpectedly come true, prompting her tears of joy to flow freely. Sister, why are you crying? Yun Lingxuan asked, bewildered to see her sister in tears. It's nothing. I'm just so happy. Li Rui is willing to give you such an expensive car. It's clear that he truly loves you. I'm thrilled for you. You can finally enjoy a good life, Yunrong replied. Now, go park the car, and let us have a meal together. With that, she reluctantly stepped out of the red supercar. All right, I'll park the car beneath your company building. Please wait for me here, Yun Lingxuan said before swiftly entering the Apollo Sun God and driving off to the underground parking lot. As Yunrong had just settled into the red supercar, several onlookers, including some colleagues, had taken notice. As the red supercar headed towards the underground parking, a few men and women approached her curiously. Yunrong, who is she? Manager Li. Supervisor Wang. Yunrong recognized the individuals who had inquired were her department manager and her direct superior, Supervisor Wang, who instinctively called out to her. It's after hours. You don't need to call me manager. After work, we are friends. Who was that person just now? Manager Li asked with a friendly smile. Upon hearing Manager Li's inquiry once more, Yunrong finally spoke. She is my sister. Chapter 149. Shares in hand after listening to Yunrong's words. Manager Li and Director Wang exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the implications. Yunrong came from an ordinary family, yet her sister could afford a luxury sports car, which evidently hinted at a powerful figure behind her. Yunrong, you have been with our company for nearly half a year now. Your work capabilities are evident to all, and I believe you would be quite suitable for the position of team leader, Director Wang stated. Ah, me as the team leader? That might not be appropriate. Yunrong initially hesitated, but quickly understood that this was a ploy to connect with the influential person behind her sister. What could possibly be inappropriate? We unanimously believe that your abilities more than suffice for the role of team leader. If it weren't for your relatively short tenure, I would say you could even challenge for the position of deputy supervisor. Wouldn't you agree, Supervisor Wang? Indeed, indeed. Yunrong, if you put in the effort, the company holds great expectations for you, and I see you as a potential successor. Supervisor Wang rambled on about how he had been secretly testing Yunrong, claiming that his previous sternness was merely part of her training. Observing Wang's words, Luyan couldn't help but roll her eyes in disbelief, thinking to herself that it was no wonder he had risen to the position of supervisor. His ability to fabricate tales was unparalleled. All right. It seems these young ladies are planning to enjoy a meal and some leisure time. So let's not disturb them, Manager Lee interjected, noticing that Wang had monopolized the conversation. Although Wang felt displeased by his superior's interruption, he refrained from expressing his frustration and politely bid farewell to Yunrong. As Lu Yin watched the departing figures of Manager Lee and Director Wang, she couldn't resist commenting, "Yunrong, look at Supervisor Wang's hypocrisy. Just the other day, he scolded you, and now he claims to be testing your character. Truly insincere." "Ah, Yin, this world operates on such principles. Only when others can derive something from you will they offer you respect," Yunrong replied, a subtle, enigmatic smile gracing her lips. "Sis, this is for you." At that moment, Yan Lingxuan parked her car and emerged from the building, approaching Yunrong and handing her a paper bag. Xian, what is this?" Yunrong, still gazing in the direction of Manager Li and Director Wang, was startled by her sister's voice and turned to see the bag being offered to her, filled with curiosity. "Open it and you'll find out," Yan Lingxuan said with a mysterious smile. "What could be so secretive?" Yunrong asked, puzzled, as she accepted the paper bag from her sister. Upon opening it, she discovered a beautifully packaged box inside. As she took the box out and handed the paper bag to Lu Yin, her eyes widened in astonishment. The words inscribed on the box revealed its identity. Hermes. Hermes? Is this a Hermes bag? Hermes bag? Yunrong, quickly open it and see. Lu Yin exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement at the sight of the luxurious brand that seemed beyond her reach. Yunrong stifled her excitement as she opened the packaging box, revealing an exquisite silver handbag nestled within. Carefully, she lifted the bag out, her eyes widening in disbelief as she noticed the price tag marked at an astounding 112,000 yuan. Xian, is this a gift from you? Yunrong asked incredulously, turning to her sister, Yan Lingxuan. "Yes, sister, please take it. I believe this bag suits you perfectly," Xian replied. "But did Li Rui give this to you? If you gift it to me, will he be upset?" The joy on Yunrong's face suddenly shifted as a thought crossed her mind, her expression morphing into one of reluctance. "Rest assured, sister, I consulted Li Rui long ago. He assured me that these items were for me to decide upon. Besides, he has bought over 60 bags for me, and I can hardly carry them all. When you visit me, if you fancy any, you can choose a few more." Upon hearing Xuanchuan's words, both Yunrong and Lu Yan were astonished. 60 Hermes bags? Truly, such extravagance was beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, as the women dined at the restaurant, Li Rui was savoring gourmet dishes prepared by top-tier chef. Just as he was halfway through his meal, he received another call from Lu Yan. The conversation primarily revolved around the transfer of shares in the Blue Sky Automotive Manufacturing Group, valued at over 20 billion yuan, to the Tengfei Group for a mere 1 yuan. Lu Yan inquired how Li Rui wished to proceed. After listening to Lu Yan, Li Rui marveled at the efficiency of the chairman of Blue Sky Automotive, who had managed to persuade Ji Qianfan to relinquish a lifetime of hard work in just a few hours. However, for someone with over 200 billion yuan in cash, the 20 billion yuan worth of shares was inconsequential. His desire for these shares stemmed solely from a wish to vindicate his cousin. Furthermore, the origins of these shares were not particularly noble, prompting Li Rui to instruct Lu Yan to establish a charitable foundation using the 20 billion yuan shares as a foundation, with all dividends dedicated to philanthropic endeavors. 3 days swiftly passed, during which Yan Lingxuan and Tang Wenxin explored every corner of Star City. On the morning of the third day, Tang Wenxin stood at the villa's entrance, grasping Yan Lingxuan's hand. Reluctant to part ways before boarding the range, Rover Li Rui had arranged to take her to the high-speed train station. Tang Wenxin would return home for a week before reporting to the Tengfei Group in Chunning County. "What are your plans now?" Li Rui inquired, glancing at Yan Lingxuan, whose gaze remained fixed on the taillights of the Range Rover. I don't know," Yan Lingxuan replied, lowering her head in contemplation before eventually shaking it. She yearned to return home, yet the thought of her mother left her uncertain. Don't you want to go back home? I do, Yun Lingxuan finally murmured, biting her lip. Despite her mother's gambling addiction and her demands for money, she could not deny that this was the woman who had cared for her for over 20 years, who had lulled her to sleep and shared her treats. Not to mention, there's also her grandmother and father at home. To claim she had no desire to return would be a falsehood. Desiring to return. I will accompany you home for a visit. After all, we have little else to occupy our time. However, observing the hesitant demeanor of Yun Lingxian, Li Rui sensed that she was concealing something from him. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out to take her hand and spoke earnestly, urging her to share her concerns, for we are family. Ah, who considers you family? Yun Lingxian retorted, her cheeks flushed. You, with your softness all over. Yet your words are as hard as stone. Allow me to soften that stubborn mouth of yours. With that, Li Rui cupped Yun Lingxuan's face and pressed his lips against her rosy ones. MMM. Caught off guard by Li Rui's sudden advance, Yun Lingxian struggled to push against his chest. Yet, being a delicate woman, her gentle palms met Li Rui's solid chest, leaving him with the impression that she was offering him a massage. Chapter 150. How is Yun Lingxian back home? Are you still daring to be obstinate? For a full 3 minutes, Li Rui pressed his lips against hers, only releasing her when he sensed that Yun Lingxian had ceased her futile attempts to push him away. Observing her flushed lips, he couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. As Yun Lingxian seemed poised to speak, Li Rui seized the moment and kissed her again. Still daring to be obstinate? With a playful lick of his lips, he regarded her with a mischievous grin. I'll bite you to death, Yun Lingxian retorted, stepping back and covering her mouth, pointing at him with a fierce glare. Come on then, catch me if you can. Li Rui laughed heartily, teasing her further. Stop right there, don't run. Yun Lingxian clawed at his arm with both hands, baring her pearly teeth, resembling a little tiger ready to pounce. Just because you tell me to stop doesn't mean I will. I'm not your son, Li Rui chuckled, running forward while occasionally glancing back to make silly faces at her. 10 minutes later, he noticed Yun Lingxian bent over, breathless, before she plopped down onto the grass. Concerned, he approached her and inquired, Are you all right? You're both inexperienced and playful. After just a few steps, you're already this exhausted? Yun Lingxian offered no response. Instead, she rolled her eyes and collapsed on the grass. Alarmed by her sudden fainting, Li Rui hurriedly rushed over, squatting beside her. He gently pulled her into his embrace and began patting her cheek, urging, Don't scare me, wake up, please wake up. Just as he was about to lift her and seek a doctor due to her lack of response, Yun Lingxian abruptly opened her eyes. Grasping his left hand, she bared her teeth and fiercely bit into his forearm. Ah, that hurts. Are you a dog? Li Rui exclaimed in shock. Oomph. Let us see if you dare to provoke me again, Yun Lingxian declared, rising to her feet and brushing off the grass clippings from her clothes. A triumphant smile gracing her face. Oomph, you're just a little puppy. I'll 1T stoop to your level, Li Rui replied, rubbing his arm where she had bitten him, feigning great agony. The triumphant smile on Yun Lingxian's face faltered as she observed his apparent distress. She stepped closer and took his bitten hand, gently caressing the mark left by her teeth, her voice softening with embarrassment. Does it really hurt that much? You said it. How about I bite you back, and we'll see who feels the pain? She suggested playfully, her tone light. I absolutely refuse. You're just trying to trick me, Yun Lingxian remarked, eyeing him skeptically. It hurts so much, I think I'm dying, Li Rui declared dramatically, rolling on the ground. Yun Lingxian was left utterly bewildered by his antics. When did her bite become so potent that it could bring a grown man to the ground in agony? Why aren't you blowing yet? I'm truly in excruciating pain, Li Rui urged as he noticed Yun Lingxuan's dazed expression. Oh, is this better? Yun Lingxian earnestly began to blow on Li Rui's hand. That's more like it. If you dare to bite me again, I shall return the favor, he warned playfully. Who told you to bully me? Yun Lingxian retorted, her voice laced with annoyance. A husband delights in teasing his wife. If you dare to argue again, I will kiss you, Li Rui threatened, noting her intent to speak further. Yun Lingxian, taken aback by his threat, merely huffed in response. Why do you wish to return home, yet hesitate? Is there something troubling you? You may speak now, Li Rui continued, inquiring about her reluctance to go home as she fell silent. Well, fine, you'll find out sooner or later. Let me tell you, she confessed, revealing her mother's gambling addiction and the mountains of debt incurred. I thought it was something significant. It's a minor issue. Together, we shall resolve it. Li Rui reassured her with a smile after hearing her tale. I know you have the means now, but if my mother does not quit gambling, no amount of money will suffice. I do not wish for you to waste your resources on this. It feels unjust, she explained. Isn't it just about quitting gambling? Truly, it's a trivial matter. You underestimate your husband. I assure you, your mother will cease gambling upon meeting me, he declared confidently. Really? How will you manage that? Yun Lingxian asked, her eyes wide with excitement. If he could resolve her mother's gambling issue, there might still be hope for her. A secret. You will discover it when we arrive at your home, he replied, wearing a mysterious smile. All right, I trust you. Shall we head back now? Right now? Isn't that a bit hasty? I haven't bought any gifts. No need for gifts. My mother only loves money. She won't appreciate any present. As for my father, just buy him some cigarettes and liquor from our town. Fine, let's set off then. Moments later, two Land Rover Range Rovers emerged from the villa, with Li Rui and Yun Lingxian seated in the first vehicle. After over 3 hours of travel, they exited the highway at Yangshui Town in Rian City. Following Yun Lingxuan's directions, the two vehicles navigated a winding, steep country road. After traveling 10 kilometers along the rugged path, they halted before a dilapidated wooden house. It was Li Rui's first visit to Yun Lingxuan's home, and the state of the decrepit dwelling astonished him. Having grown up in the countryside, he had seen his share of rundown homes, but this wooden structure, with its numerous drafts, was unlike anything he had encountered before. The realization that Yun Lingxian had grown up in such an abode filled him with an unexpected sense of compassion. What is the matter? Have you never seen a house like this? Yun Lingxian sensed a shift in Li Rui's gaze and calmly inquired. You must have endured considerable hardships in your childhood, haven't you? Li Rui, however, refrained from answering her question, instead reaching out to gently caress Yun Lingxuan's silky hair. I have grown accustomed to it. Having a mother addicted to gambling, the fact that I completed my university education is already a remarkable achievement. As for anything beyond that, I have never dared to wish for it. Come, I wonder if they're home? After finishing her words, Yun Lingxian led Li Rui toward the wooden house. Li Yi, bring something along. Li Rui responded to Yun Lingxian, then turned to Li Yi and said, Yes, boss. Grandma. Just as they were about to reach the wooden house, a door swung open from within, revealing a grandmother in her 70s, her hair a cascade of silver, who emerged holding an aluminum basin in both hands. Xian, what brings you back? The grandmother exclaimed with delight upon recognizing her granddaughter. Yes, Grandma. I've come back to see you, Yun Lingxian called out sweetly, swiftly running over to take the aluminum basin from her grandmother's hands and placing it on the ground. She then grasped her grandmother's rough hands tightly with both of hers. Chapter 151. Debt collection at the door. My dear Xian Yuan, you have returned. Why didn't you call your grandmother in advance? Just look, I haven't prepared any chickens or ducks, nor have I set aside any delightful dishes. Grandma, there is no need for elaborate preparations. Any meal from home is the most delectable. By the way, where are my parents? Your father has gone to the neighboring town to work at the mine, and as for your mother, she has gone to play cards again. The smile that adorned Grandma's face faded into a look of disdain upon mentioning her daughter-in-law. What? Mother has gone to play cards again? She promised me last time that she would quit. How did she do this? Although Yu Lingxian was aware that a gambler's words were often untrustworthy, she clung to a minuscule hope each time, yearning for her mother to turn her life around. Yet, disappointment greeted her at every turn. You know what kind of person your mother is. If her words were to be trusted, the sun would rise in the west. Enough about your mother. Consider her non-existent, as you would a gambler. By the way, who are those people? Grandma's gaze shifted to Li Rui and his companions, standing behind Yu Lingxian. Her curiosity piqued. He is my boyfriend, Yu Lingxian replied, her earlier disappointment regarding her mother's gambling instantly replaced by a hint of shyness. Hello, Grandma. I am Yu Lingxuan's boyfriend. And these are my bodyguards, Li Rui said with a smile, promptly introducing himself and the others. You are Xuan Yuan's boyfriend? And they're your bodyguards? Upon hearing Li Rui claim to be her granddaughter's boyfriend, Grandma's face lit up with joy. However, the notion of 4 towering individuals being bodyguards left her utterly perplexed. As a rural elder, she struggled to comprehend the concept of bodyguards and their purpose. Noticing her grandmother's confusion, Yu Lingxian felt compelled to explain what a bodyguard was. Oh, Xian Yuan, what does your boyfriend do? He even has people to protect him? At last understanding, Grandma's excitement led her to pull Yu Lingxian aside for a more private conversation. He is in business, Yu Lingxian replied, glancing at Li Rui before providing her answer. In business? A big boss? Is he very wealthy? Grandma inquired, her eyes filled with anticipation. Sort of, Yu Lingxian replied. How much money does he have? All right, Grandma, no more questions. I'm hungry. I want to eat the dishes you make. Okay, I will get right to it. I'm truly happy that you found a big boss as your boyfriend, Xin Yuan. You have finally made it. Grandma's face beamed with pride as she spoke to her granddaughter, her heart swelling with joy. Please have a seat. I will prepare a meal for you, she said, pulling out a few stools for Li Rui and the others before turning to begin cooking. Li Hui, did you hear what my grandmother asked me just now? Do not perceive my grandmother as a miser. Her sole desire is for me to lead a prosperous life. Given the dire circumstances of our household, compounded by the presence of such a mother, my grandmother's heart aches for me, explained Yun Lingxian as she observed Li Rui's despondent demeanor. What is there to discuss? Who does not wish for their granddaughter to find a commendable refuge? I can fully empathize. Nonetheless, let's not dwell on trivial matters. I notice the bamboo grove behind your home is rather expansive. Shall we explore that area? Seeing Yun Lingshuan's low spirits, Li Rui hastily shifted the topic. Very well, I shall guide you there for some amusement, replied Yun Lingxian, taking hold of Li Rui's hand and leading him towards the adjacent bamboo grove. After wandering for a little over 10 minutes, Yun Lingshuan's mood began to brighten. Upon returning home, she assisted her grandmother with the meal preparations. Indeed, grandmother's cooking is truly delightful, Li Rui sincerely praised as he savored the simple farmhouse cuisine. After indulging in the homegrown fare, which was a refreshing change from the lavish dishes of the city, he genuinely expressed his appreciation. If you find it delectable, please indulge further. Yun Lingshuan's grandmother beamed with joy at Li Rui's compliments. As they relished the uncomplicated meal for over half an hour, Li Rui set down his bowl and chopsticks, observing Yun Lingxian as she nibbled her food while engaging in casual conversation with her grandmother. Suddenly, Li Rui's acute hearing picked up a boisterous shout from outside. Zhang Jinglan, come out. You can evade the first day of the lunar month, but not the 15th. You may escape the monk, but you cannot flee the temple. When will you repay Brother Baolong the 200,000 you owe? Zhang Jinglan, get out here. The coarse insults made Li Rui furrow his brow, and just as he was about to call out to Li Yi and the others to investigate, Yun Lingshuan's grandmother sprang to her feet in a fluster, muttering to herself, "Here it comes again. How can one live like this? Grandmother, please do not panic. What is happening?" Yun Lingxian, noticing her grandmother's distress, set down her bowl and chopsticks, rising to gently comfort her while inquiring about the situation. Alas, what a calamity! I wonder what sin our family has committed. These individuals are here to collect debts from your mother. They are all loan sharks. Please remain seated and do not go outside. I will speak with them. Debt has its rightful owner. If they seek repayment, they should approach your mother. With that, Yun Lingshuan's grandmother hastily made her way towards the door. Li Rui exchanged a glance with Yun Lingxian and quickly followed her outside. Whoever owes you money, seek them out. Our family has no ties with Zhang Jinglan. If she cannot repay her debts, you might as well end her life and be done with it. Li Rui heard Yun Lingshuan's grandmother shout at the group of men gathered in front of the house as they stepped outside. There were about a dozen men, all in their prime, adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, their fierce countenances suggesting they were not to be trifled with. Old woman, Zhang Jinglan is your daughter-in-law. Do you think you can simply dismiss this matter? Your daughter-in-law owes our boss 200,000. Do you think it can be resolved so easily? A bald man, his chest tattooed with a bloodied wolf's head, retorted bluntly to the elderly woman in her 70s. The elderly woman we have visited several times without receiving a single penny. This time, we must reclaim our money. Otherwise, I shall sever your daughter-in-law's hand. As he spoke, the man drew a gleaming machete, approximately 30 to 40 centimeters long, from behind and swung it menacingly through the air. You should find Zhang Jinglan. She is not at our home. The frightened grandmother, Lingxian, retreated a couple of steps, suppressing her fear as she responded. Humph, even if she is not here now, I will wait for her return. Today, I shall reside in your home, he declared, gesturing dismissively as he made his way toward the wooden house. Wolf brother, there are people. One of the bald man's subordinates alerted him as Li Rui and Li Yi, along with two others, emerged one after another. Chapter 152. The outspoken bird. I am not blind. I have indeed noticed the two Range Rovers outside. It is evident that these individuals have come to collect debts, and we shall rely on our own capabilities, disregarding their presence. It comes as no surprise to me that creditors are visiting Zhang Jinglan's residence, for the circle of loan sharks in this vicinity is rather limited. Zhang Jinglan owes not just their family money, but he is acutely aware of this fact. As the boss observed a dozen or so individuals recklessly attempting to enter the wooden cabin, Li Yi stepped forward, ready to take action. Hmm. Li Rue responded with a nod of agreement. Bang! Bang! Ah! With Li Rue's consent, Li Yi and Li Air surged forward, sending the two individuals at the forefront flying with a swift kick. Oh, that hurts. Who are you? One of them wailed in pain, clutching his stomach. We are all here to collect debts. Why resort to violence? Wolf Brother moaned, gradually regaining his composure, and managed to point a trembling finger at Li Yi. Li Yi disregarded Wolf Brother's inquiry, drawing a baton from his waist. The other three bodyguards followed suit, aware that the leader across from them was armed, and there was a possibility that the others were as well. Engaging in a barehanded confrontation against armed opponents posed significant risks, regardless of their prowess. If you have matters to discuss, come to me. You shall not enter this house today, Li Rue said, gently patting Yun Lingshuan's small hand to soothe her anxiety, before turning to Wolf Brother, who was still groaning on the ground. You're not here to collect debts? Upon hearing Li Rue's words, even Wolf Brother, with his limited intellect, grasped that this group was not akin to him in their pursuit of debts. However, he found himself puzzled by the presence of such formidable individuals at Zhang Jinglan's residence. Those who could afford a Range Rover and had 4 intimidating bodyguards were certainly not insignificant figures. Yet they were not mere trifles either. How could minor characters dare to engage in loan sharking? Who are you? Do you aspire to be the outspoken bird? Do you comprehend whom you are provoking? Brother Tyrannosaurus, have you not heard of me? Apologize and compensate me with 100,000, and I shall let it slide. Otherwise, prepare for your demise. I care not whether you are Brother Tyrannosaurus or Brother Violent Tiger. Let me clarify the situation, and I shall resolve it. You shall not enter this house today, Li Rue said, fixing his gaze unwaveringly on Wolf Brother. Zhang Jinglan owes Brother Tyrannosaurus 200,000 if you cover that amount for her, and provide me with an additional 50,000 from medical expenses, we shall consider this matter resolved. Otherwise, Wolf Brother initially intended to extort 100,000 from medical fees, but upon observing the 4 imposing men beside Li Rue, he ultimately settled for 50,000. Very well. Await here until the person who owes you money returns. Then we shall discuss this further. Yun Xian, take your grandmother inside. I will handle this matter. Li Rue instructed Yun Lingxian. Yun Lingxian cast a worried glance at Li Rue. Although there were 4 bodyguards accompanying him, they faced over a dozen individuals, some armed, and her concern for Li Rue's safety lingered heavily in her heart. Simultaneously, she harbored concerns for her grandmother, who, at over 70 years of age, was particularly vulnerable. The mere thought of any mishap sent a wave of dread through Yun Lingxian, prompting her to take a few steps forward and guide her grandmother back to the wooden cabin. Is it truly safe for you, Xian? She mused anxiously. In my opinion, you should disregard them entirely. Let this group seek out your mother, and it would be best if they put an end to her once and for all. Rest assured, Grandma, my boyfriend, is a prominent businessman. He will manage it adeptly. If necessary, we can simply repay them the money. There will be no repercussions. Yun Lingxian endeavored to reassure her grandmother. Young man, where do you come from? What is your connection to Zhang Jinglan? You are still quite young and should not assume that a little wealth grants you the liberty to act without restraint. You do not appear to be in dire financial straits. If you can afford a Range Rover, then an additional 200,000 to 300,000 should not pose a challenge. Why not settle Zhang Jinglan's debt? It would turn a significant issue into a trivial one. 200,000 to 300,000 is indeed a trifling sum for me. However, without any documentation, how can I be expected to pay you precisely what you demand? I have an IOU, Wolf Brother retorted, reaching into his pocket to produce a piece of paper and waving it in the air. I do not concern myself with such matters, Li Rue dismissed, not even glancing at the IOU in Wolf Brother's hand before turning to stride towards the wooden cabin. High-interest loan agreements hold no significance. If you borrow 50,000, they can easily inflate it to 100,000, or if you borrow 200,000, they might claim it to be 500,000. Just as he had taken a few steps, he noticed Yun Lingxian emerging from the cabin, evidently driven by concern for Li Rue. Lingxian, why not call you mother? Since I am here today, we can resolve these matters and prevent any future disturbances that might affect your peace of mind. Li Rue suggested to the newly emerged Yun Lingxian. All right, I will make the call, Yun Lingxian replied after a moment's hesitation. Although she currently wished to distance herself from her mother, she understood that if the loan sharks were not dealt with appropriately, her grandmother and father would remain in distress. Meanwhile, Wolf Brother, observing Li Rue's unwavering confidence and glancing at the 4 towering men beside him, recalled the two Range Rovers outside. After a moment's contemplation, he moved aside to make a phone call. Brother Tyrannosaurus, Zhang Jinglan's family has a formidable presence. It seems they are not to be trifled with. This debt may prove difficult to collect. What? Zhang Jinglan? ISNT her family, just a typical impoverished rural household? You cannot manage, even with a dozen men? I suspect he is the boyfriend of Zhang Jinglan's daughter, who has returned home today. Oh, Zhang Jinglan's daughter? Both of her daughters are renowned beauties. If they cannot repay their debts, let her use her daughters as collateral. I'm not far from the casino and will come over immediately. Brother Tyrannosaurus expressed with keen interest. Although Wolf Brother had deliberately stepped aside to make the call, Li Rui's sharp hearing allowed him to overhear the conversation. Upon realizing Brother Tyrannosaurus's intentions toward Yun Lingxian, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Li Rui's eyes. Please do not seek death, Li Rui murmured softly to himself. His mindset had transformed entirely from the moment he first acquired the system. Should anyone truly desire demise, he would unhesitatingly usher them into the depths of hell. Has the call ended? Li Rui inquired as he noticed Yun Lingxian approaching him after putting her phone away. Yes, my mother said she will be back shortly. A few minutes later, as Li Rui sat in his chair, eyes closed in contemplation, a furious roar jolted him awake. Zhang Jinglan, what do you think you are running to? The shout came from Wolf Brother, who had been waiting for Tyrannosaurus Brother. Upon spotting a rather plump middle-aged woman approaching from the bend of the village road, he recognized her as Zhang Jinglan. Zhang Jinglan, initially in high spirits as she headed home to ask her daughter for money, was startled to see several cars parked outside her house. Upon glancing up to see a gathering of individuals in front of the wooden house, she realized they were undoubtedly there to demand repayment. Just as she prepared to flee, Wolf Brother caught sight of her. Hearing his furious shout, Zhang Jinglan shivered but did not halt. Instead, she quickened her pace towards the oncoming direction. Go! Capture her and bring her back, Wolf Brother commanded his companions behind him. Understood, they replied, promptly sprinting after her. Li Rui, witnessing this, chose to remain undisturbed, continuing his moment of tranquility. Chapter 153. The allure of wealth. Wolf Brother had returned with a few men, and moments later, they brought Zhang Jinglan back with them. Wolf Brother nodded, taking a few steps closer to Zhang Jinglan, and with a cold sneer, he declared, Zhang Jinglan, repaying debts is a matter of principle. I have already given you a chance. If you cannot repay the money today, I fear you may lose your hand. Upon hearing Wolf Brother's menacing threat, Zhang Jinglan's complexion turned pale. She immediately pleaded, Wolf Brother, grant me a little more time, and I assure you I will repay you. You know I have 2 daughters, and each requires a dowry of 300,000. I will surely manage to repay the 100,000 I owe to Brother Baolong. 100,000? Zhang Jinglan, your memory seems quite poor. It is now 200,000. What? I only borrowed 50,000. In just 3 months, it became 100,000, and now, after another month, how has it escalated to 200,000? Zhang Jinglan panicked upon hearing the figure. The repayment period was originally 3 months, and since you defaulted, naturally, interest is incurred. Now it stands at 200,000. If you delay another month, it will be 400,000. How long will it take for your daughters to gather that amount for their dowries? With such a rapid increase, how much do you think they will earn in dowries? Wolf Brother said, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Zhang Jinglan. What? It doubles every month? That was not the agreement when I borrow the money. You cannot do this. As Zhang Jinglan struggled against her captors, she grasped Wolf Brother's arm in desperation. Release me. Brother Baolong will arrive shortly. If you have any issues, you can address them directly with him. Let's see if you have the courage, Wolf Brother coldly replied, forcefully shaking off Zhang Jinglan's grip. With that abrupt motion, Zhang Jinglan lost her balance and fell to the ground. What am I to do? What am I to do? She muttered frantically to herself, momentarily ignoring her position on the ground. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She lifted her head towards the direction of the wooden house, her eyes brightening with hope. She pushed herself up and began to run towards the wooden house. Where do you think you're going? Wolf Brother grasped her hair and yanked her back, letting out a cold laugh. Xian, you must save me. You need to find someone to marry quickly to help me repay these debts. Otherwise, they will kill me. Zhang Jinglan, ignoring the pain in her scalp, frantically urged her daughter, Yulingxian. Observing Yulingxian's hands clasped tightly and her anxious expression, Li Rui reassured her. Do not worry, everything will be fine. A bit of hardship for your mother might teach her a valuable lesson. But There are no buts. They have come from money. They will not harm your mother. Li Rui harbored no fondness for this potential mother-in-law. In fact, he felt inclined to teach her a lesson himself. However, due to his position, he could not act directly. Now, through others, he was more than willing to let this future mother-in-law learn a lesson. Lingxian is my beloved. She is destined to marry only me. After speaking with young Lingxuan, Li Rui turned to Zhang Jinglan and said with a calm demeanor, "Who are you?" Zhang Jinglan inquired, puzzled by Li Rui's presence. "My name is Li Rui. Annie, you must have heard of me," he replied, wearing a relaxed smile. "Li Hui, you're the boyfriend from Xuanxuan's university days? Did you not part ways several years ago?" Zhang Jinglan exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. "Have you two reconciled? That is wonderful. You should hurry and get married. I approve. Just give me a dowry of 300,000, and I will consent to your union," she said with palpable excitement, not waiting for Li Rui to respond to her earlier question. "Mom, you are using the dowry to pay off gambling debts. This is selling your daughter. How could you do this, being my own mother?" Yun Lingxuan exclaimed, her eyes welling with tears at Zhang Jinglan's mercenary attitude. "Xian, if I do not pay back the money, I will lose my hands. Surely, you cannot bear to see your mother suffer such a fate. Besides, did you not once hold Li Rui in such high regard? You insisted on marrying him. I believe that if you can gather 300,000 for the dowry, I would not have forced you to marry anyone else. This could be seen as your promise to me. Regardless, if that sum is not provided, I will not approve of your marriage," Zhang Jinglan asserted with a displeased expression. "Auntie, I sincerely appreciate you raising Lingxian to this age. The dowry of 300,000 should be given," Li Rui stated, observing Zhang Jinglan's money-driven demeanor. Although he felt disgusted, she was, after all, Yun Lingxuan's mother, so he understood the need for decorum. Despite her behavior not resembling that of a nurturing parent, "My son-in-law is quite understanding. Lingxian is like a piece of flesh from my body, born after 10 months of hardship. Asking for some compensation for that labor hardly seems unreasonable," Zhang Jinglan declared, her previously stern expression transforming into one of delight upon hearing Li Rui's agreement to provide the dowry. "Wolf brother, did you hear that? My son-in-law is giving me a dowry of 300,000. Are you still worried about my ability to repay?" Wolf brother glanced at Li Rui, pondering for a moment. His initially fierce expression softened into a warm smile as he released his grip on Zhang Jinglan's hair, saying, "This is splendid. Your son-in-law can afford a Range Rover worth over 3 million. He is certainly not lacking in funds. You are fortunate that he is willing to assist with the debts." "A Range Rover?" Zhang Jinglan turned to Wolf brother, her face filled with confusion. "Your son-in-law drives 2 cars, each worth 3 million. He is indeed a wealthy man. You will be blessed," Wolf brother explained with a smile, secretly cursing her ignorance, knowing that his current courtesy stemmed merely from her newfound association with a wealthy son-in-law, which could potentially benefit him in the future. "Really? 2 cars worth 3 million each? My goodness, daughter, you have truly surprised me. I must say, your taste far surpasses mine. You have found such an impressive son-in-law. I am genuinely overjoyed." Zhang Jinglan, while speaking, hastened towards Yun Lingxian. This time, Wolf brother did not intervene. Her affluent son-in-law had already promised her a bridal price of 300,000, and the remaining 200,000 was surely not a concern. He was unconcerned about their potential departure, hence did not impede her. "Mother, how can you be so mercenary? No matter how wealthy Li Rui is, it is still his money, unrelated to me, and even more so to you." Yun Lingxian expressed her profound disappointment as she witnessed her mother's unabashed greed. "Xian, Li Rui is your husband, and you're my daughter. How can it not be related? We are all one family. Li Rui's wealth is your wealth, and your wealth is, by extension, mine," Zhang Jinglan joyously proclaimed with a wide smile. "Mother," Yun Lingxian trembled with anger upon hearing her mother's words. "Annie, my money belongs to Lingxian, but Lingxuan's money is not yours." Li Rui rose, patting Yun Lingxuan's shoulder, and addressed Zhang Jinglan with a composed demeanor. "Son-in-law, how can you say such a thing? Xian is my daughter. I raised her, and it is only right for her to honor me," Zhang Jinglan retorted, her expression sour. Chapter 154. My rules are my rules. I have expressed my gratitude for your nurturing of Lingxian. I can offer a dowry of 300,000, but that is the extent of my generosity. I, Li Rui, am not someone who can be easily manipulated, he stated expressionlessly while gazing at Zhang Jinglan. If you insist on this, I will not consent to your marriage, Zhang Jinglan threatened, her complexion darkening as she pointed a finger at Li Rui. Sensing his earlier courtesy had vanished. Whether or not you agree is not for you to decide. Furthermore, without that 300,000, they will sever your hand. Do you truly wish to test that? Li Rui replied with a smile that was more mocking than sincere. Fine, as long as you provide me with the 300,000 dowry. We can discuss the rest later, Zhang Jinglan said, swallowing hard as she glanced at the increasingly displeased wolf brother. Li Rui regarded Zhang Jinglan momentarily before dismissing her, turning to wolf brother and asking, is that Baolong brother coming or not? Just as wolf brother was about to respond, a subordinate behind them called out, wolf brother, Baolong brother has arrived. Upon hearing this, wolf brother turned to look down the village path, where Mercedes and two vans emerged around the corner. Within seconds, the three vehicles halted in the village lane. A middle-aged man stepped out of the Mercedes, clad in polished leather shoes, black trousers, and a white shirt draped with a suit jacket, holding a cigar. From the two vans emerged 20 colorful-haired ruffians wielding clubs. Baolong brother. Wolf brother waved and called out to the man who had just exited the vehicle. Baolong brother. The other dozen or so subordinates echoed as Baolong brother entered the courtyard. Baolong brother nodded, his gaze falling upon Li Rui and his companions. In that fleeting moment, his previously calm demeanor shifted. He sensed a potent aura of danger emanating from the four individuals before him. It was no wonder that Little Wolf had warned him that these people were formidable. Brother, these individuals are Wolf brother approached Baolong brother, casting a glance at Li Rui and quietly sharing the information he had gathered. After listening to Wolf brother, Baolong brother took a deep drag from a cigar, exhaled a smoke ring, and then made his way towards Li Rui. Seeing Baolong brother approach without any exchange of words, Li Rui's four companions instinctively positioned themselves in front of him. It's fine, let him come, Li Rui instructed, unfazed by their protective stance. He possessed the strength of elite bodyguards himself, rendering this so-called Baolong brother no threat to him. Noticing the disciplined demeanor of Li Rui's companions, Baolong brother's initial ease was replaced by a grave seriousness, and he reconsidered his earlier assumptions. These individuals were indeed of significant stature. This brother, my subordinate, has been disrespectful to you previously, and I am here to offer my apologies on his behalf. Li Rui, observing Baolong brother smilingly apologize, chose not to engage in pleasantries and directly stated, Baolong brother, how much does she owe you? His gaze flicked toward Zhang Jinglan. Upon hearing Li Rui's inquiry, Brother Tyrannosaurus hesitated for a moment before revealing the figure of 200,000. In reality, Zhang Jinglan had only borrowed 50,000 from him. However, as he was accustomed to the high-interest lending business, he could not simply disregard his principles out of fear of Li Rui's status. After all, how could he maintain his dignity before so many witnesses? Thus, after a moment's contemplation, he settled on a figure of 200,000. I am inquiring about the actual amount borrowed. There is no usury involved here, Li Rui stated. Brother, there are laws governing the nation and rules governing our trade. The regulations are clear. Since she has borrowed my money, she must adhere to my terms. Upon hearing Li Rui deny the exorbitant interest, Brother Tyrannosaurus's expression darkened considerably. Rules? My rules are absolute. She borrowed 50,000 from you, and I shall return exactly that amount. Is there any issue with this arrangement? You, on what grounds? Brother Tyrannosaurus retorted, his confidence shaken by the audacity of the man before him. He was acutely aware of his own influence in the town. Yet he also recognized that there were countless individuals in the entire Dragon Country whose mere word could ensure his demise. He dared not gamble on whether this individual was among them. Meanwhile, Wolf Brother, having overheard Li Rui's calm yet arrogant remarks, noticed the fury on Brother Tyrannosaurus's face and the latter's hesitance to act. Stealthily, he turned to retrieve his phone and entered Li Rui, Chunning County, into a search engine. Moments later, the information that appeared on a screen caused his expression to change dramatically, his hands trembling uncontrollably, resulting in his phone falling to the ground. Xiao Lang, what are you doing? Brother Tyrannosaurus, previously stern, now shouted in disbelief upon witnessing his capable subordinate shaking so violently that he could barely hold onto his phone. Be Brother Tyrannosaurus, why you should see for yourself, Wolf Brother stammered, swallowing hard as he picked up the phone and gingerly handed it to Brother Tyrannosaurus. Upon observing his subordinate's distress, Brother Tyrannosaurus understood that something monumental had been discovered. Without hesitation, he took the phone and glanced at the screen. In an instant, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. his body trembling uncontrollably. No one could fathom the terror that gripped him at that moment. Tungfei Group, Chairman Li Rui. Merely these few words sent his fear soaring to unprecedented heights. When he saw the photograph of the individual in question, despair washed over him. No wonder this man faced him with such audacity. No wonder he was accompanied by 4 well-trained bodyguards. He had heard of Tungfei Group before. Just the annual sales from their new energy industrial park were projected to exceed 200 billion. Furthermore, industry experts had estimated that if Tungfei Group were to go public now, its market value could reach an astronomical 10 trillion. What does such a figure even signify? He is a notorious loan shark and a petty casino operator. And before such a capital mogul, he truly resembles a mere ant, easily crushed at will. Brother, no, esteemed Chairman Li, I fail to recognize your might. Whatever you say shall be accepted. I shall not take a single penny. I implore you to show mercy, the trembling and repentant brother tyrant pleaded. Bowing deeply towards Li Rui, it is only just to repay one's debts. You borrowed a certain amount, and I shall return exactly that. Li Yi stated as he went to retrieve the money. Yes, sir, he affirmed, following Li Rui's command toward the parked Range Rover outside. Within a minute, Li Yi returned, carrying a sleek black briefcase, which he placed upon his left palm. With his right hand, he unlatched the clasp, revealing a suitcase brimming with red banknotes that dazzled the onlookers. Here lies 1 million. Take your 50,000, Li Rui remarked, casting a glance at the trembling brother tyrant, who had lowered his head, his expression void of emotion. This, Chairman Li, consider this money a token of my respect for you, brother tyrant stammered, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. If I instruct you to take it, then take it. Do I truly need this 50,000? Yes, yes. You are indeed correct, brother tyrant gulped hard, lowering his head as he stepped forward to accept the 5 bundles of red banknotes that Li Yi offered him. Your affairs are settled, and now it is time to address mine. I have heard you possess a particular interest in my woman. Li Rui inquired with a smile directed at brother tyrant. Chapter 155, Self-Slapping. Chairman Li, there must be some misunderstanding here. I would never dare to covet your woman, even if I had 100 times the courage. Brother Tyrannosaurus glanced up at Li Rui, beads of sweat forming densely on his forehead. While he cautiously explained, his eyes shot a fierce glare at Brother Wolf beside him, fully aware that it was during his recent phone call to Brother Wolf that Li Rui must have overheard something. You mentioned using my girlfriend to settle a debt? Chairman Li, this is a misunderstanding. I had no idea that Zhang Jinglan's daughter was your woman. Otherwise, even with 100 times the courage, I would not dare to entertain such thoughts. I spoke thoughtlessly. Please, just treat my words as if they were nothing, Brother Tyrannosaurus pleaded, kneeling before Li Rui. You know your words were thoughtless? What must be done? Do I need to instruct you? Li Rui said, stepping forward and delivering a harsh kick to Brother Tyrannosaurus's chest. Ah, bang! Brother Tyrannosaurus cried out in anguish as he was sent flying backward. Yes, I understand what I must do, he gasped, enduring the pain in his chest as he struggled to rise, kneeling on the ground to vigorously slap his own face. Strike 100 times. Yes, Brother Tyrannosaurus replied, disregarding the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing Li Rui's directive, he hurriedly complied. Faced with such a financial titan, he felt as powerless as an ordinary person confronting a powerful figure with hundreds of subordinates. It was natural for him to feel fear. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. The dozens of underlings exchanged bewildered glances. Was this truly the imposing Brother Tyrannosaurus? The same man, known for threatening to break limbs with a mere word? It was utterly perplexing that a single glance at Brother Wolf's phone could render him so subservient. Even more astonished than Brother Tyrannosaurus's subordinates was Zhang Jinglan. Who was Brother Tyrannosaurus? A man with several casinos, dozens of henchmen, and assets worth millions. How could such a person kneel before his future father-in-law? Xian, what exactly does Li Rui do? After regaining her composure, Zhang Jinglan eagerly inquired of her daughter, Yunling Xian. Yunling Xian shot her mother a disdainful glance, choosing to ignore her. You don't need to say. I know he must be a figure even more formidable than Brother Tyrannosaurus. Zhang Jinglan, have finally struck gold. Zhang Jinglan, undeterred by her daughter's silence, laughed heartily. Who else do you owe money to? Call them all here, Li Rui said, frowning as he returned to his seat, addressing the still laughing Zhang Jinglan. Good son-in-law, are you really going to help me settle all my debts? I must say, Xian has a keen eye for finding such a wonderful husband. Zhang Jinglan's smile widened as she realized Li Rui intended to assist her in resolving all her financial obligations. Grandma, why are you out here? Yunling Xian suddenly heard the creak of the wooden door opening and turned to see her grandmother stepping out. Grandmother Ling Xian had been secretly observing the situation outside through the crack of the door. Upon witnessing Brother Baolong kneeling before her granddaughter's husband and striking himself, she realized the extraordinary status of her granddaughter as partner, capable of commanding respect, and thus stepped out. Xian, you have chosen a remarkable husband, she said, gently taking Yun Lingshuan's hand and patting it, her eyes brimming with pride. I will call your father and ask him to return at once. Without waiting for Yun Lingshuan to respond, she pulled out her old mobile phone and dialed a number, briefly instructing the person on the other end to hurry home before hanging up. Mom, when will Feng Hai be back? Zhang Jinglan inquired with a smile once grandmother Ling Xian had finished her call. What does it matter to you? What do you need to come back for? Why don't you just lose at the card table? Grandmother Ling Xian retorted, launching into a barrage of scorn. She berated Zhang Jinglan for neglecting family matters and solely indulging in gambling, now expecting her daughter and son-in-law to clean up her mess, questioning her sense of shame. Taken aback by her mother-in-law's refusal to answer and the public reprimand she received, Zhang Jinglan was on the verge of retorting when she remembered Li Rui was still present. She instinctively glanced at him, swallowed hard, and suppressed the words that nearly escaped her lips. She felt a twinge of fear towards her son-in-law, given that he was the kind of person who could make even Brother Baolong kneel and strike himself. An hour later, a small sedan and a van drove down the village road and parked, from which 7 or 8 individuals emerged and headed toward the wooden house. Fortunately, the location was sufficiently remote. Otherwise, the presence of so many vehicles would have posed a significant inconvenience. As they alighted and observed the numerous cars parked along the roadside, they felt a surge of confusion, only to be startled further upon spotting a crowd of dozens in front of Zhang Jinglan's residence. Could it be that these were individuals she had summoned to confront them? Yet, upon reflection, that seemed unlikely. If Zhang Jinglan possessed such prowess, they would have dared to approach her for debts previously. Big Head, that Brother Baolong's car, one of the younger members pointed out, gesturing toward the nearby Mercedes as the leader hesitated on whether to proceed to Zhang Jinglan's home. Realizing the implication of his companion's words, Big Head understood that these individuals were indeed brought by Brother Baolong to collect debts. However, this revelation only deepened his confusion. Had Zhang Jinglan summoned all her creditors today? Was she perhaps experiencing a stroke of fortune? With a mind full of questions, Big Head led his 7 or 8 companions directly towards the wooden house. Wolf brother, he called out upon spotting a familiar figure in the distance. Among those who engaged in usury, they were all acquainted with one another. Given Brother Baolong's dominance in the surrounding towns, even if Wolf brother was merely one of his subordinates, Big Head extended a courteous greeting. At that moment, Wolf brother was utterly stunned by Brother Baolong's earlier act of kneeling and striking himself. If his leader was so intimidated by the man opposite them, how could he not feel the same? At this moment, he resembled a timid turtle, striving to conceal himself and diminish his presence. Suddenly, he heard someone call his name, causing him to shudder in fear and instinctively glance toward the source of the voice. It was the lone shark known as Big Head, who shot him a fierce glare. However, Wolf brother chose to disregard him, continuing to bow his head and play the part of a reclusive turtle. What is wrong, Wolf brother? Did my brother offend you? Big Head inquired with a grin as he approached Wolf brother, playfully patting him on the shoulder. Enough, Big Head, Wolf brother thought bitterly, wishing he could swat him away with a single blow, cursing inwardly at his foolishness for failing to recognize the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. Upon hearing Wolf brother's unexpected rebuke, Big Head furrowed his brow, feeling that his dignity had been compromised. He contemplated that had it not been for the favor of Tyrannosaurus brother, he would have surely dealt with Wolf brother more harshly. Recognizing Wolf brother's disdainful demeanor and constrained by the respect owed to Tyrannosaurus brother, Big Head reluctantly decided to inquire with others. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a rotund man in a suit standing before Wolf brother, his head bowed, revealing only half of his flushed and corpulent face, thus becoming his target for questioning. Chapter 156, Settling Debts Brother, Where is Tyrannosaurus? I see his car, but where is he? The two stepped forward and playfully tapped the shoulder of the man in the suit, inquiring with a smile. Tyrannosaurus had overheard the two's question long ago, but his current appearance was far from presentable, prompting him to feign ignorance. Now, with the two's hand firmly on his shoulder, he realized there was no escaping and raised his head, his eyes blazing with fury, fixating on the two. You resemble Tyrannosaurus a bit, the two stuttered, trembling slightly as he pointed in disbelief at the fierce-looking man in the suit. Do you have a death wish, Datu? Tyrannosaurus growled, his words slurred with anger. My goodness, you truly are Tyrannosaurus? Who did this to you? Datu exclaimed, astonished, his mouth agape as he gestured toward Tyrannosaurus's swollen and bruised face. Does it concern you? I rather fancy this look. Who are you to question me? Tyrannosaurus retorted, his scolding filling Datu with confusion. Sensing something amiss, Datu quickly glanced at Li Rue, sitting in the chair. Upon noticing the four muscular men standing beside Li Rue, he seemed to grasp the situation, turning back to Tyrannosaurus with a gulp. At that moment, he comprehended that Tyrannosaurus had suffered a significant defeat at the hands of the man across from him, and evidently, he was in no position to retaliate. To have someone who could instill such fear in Tyrannosaurus must mean they possessed considerable influence. You come to collect debts too. Haven Tu? Come here for your money. Li Rue beckoned Datu over, signaling him to retrieve the funds. Hearing Li Rue's words, Datu became increasingly convinced that the man before him was indeed sent by Zhang Jinglan. He was utterly perplexed as to why such a formidable individual would stand up for a mere farmer like Zhang Jinglan. Noticing Datu frozen in place, Li Rue furrowed his brow and spoke sternly. Whatever amount she owes you, come and take it. I do not wish to repeat myself. 50,000. Datu stammered, initially considering suggesting that the debt could be forgiven. However, he recalled that Tyrannosaurus had also mentioned a sum of 50,000 earlier. Hesitating, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, realizing that such a prominent figure likely wouldn't be troubled by a few thousand. He feared that even broaching the subject of interest might provoke the man further, so he merely stated the actual loan amount, daring not to mention the interest. Give him 50,000, Li Rue commanded. Understood, boss, Li replied, opening the briefcase to retrieve 5 stacks of red bills, which he casually tossed to Datu. Datu hurriedly caught the thrown money, trembling as he lifted his gaze to Li Rue. Noticing that Li Rue was no longer looking at him, his eyes closed as if lost in thought, Datu swallowed hard and mimicked Tyrannosaurus, lowering his head and standing aside like a chastised schoolboy. Having recognized that the young man across from him was someone even Tyrannosaurus dared not oppose, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The mere thought of this individual casting a glance in his direction ignited an urge to kneel before him. He wished to vacate the premises immediately, but seeing Tyrannosaurus standing beside him, equally hesitant to leave, he remained rooted in place. At this moment, the commotion at Yunlingshuan's home had attracted the attention of several villagers. As more villagers arrived to ascertain the situation, news of a significant event at Yunlingshuan's residence quickly spread throughout the village. Soon, over 100 people gathered from afar, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Half an hour later, 5 groups totaling more than 50 individuals arrived at the wooden house. These were the usurers to whom Zhang Jinglan owed money. Upon realizing that there was a figure present whom even the notorious brother Tyrannosaurus could not confront, they were similarly intimidated. Under Li Rue's stern demands, they trembled as they accepted the money he handed them. Has everyone been repaid? Li Rue inquired, casting a calm glance at Zhang Jinglan. Indeed, you truly are remarkable. Good son-in-law, Zhang Jinglan responded with a smile, giving him a thumbs up. What initially amounted to nearly 600,000 in debt has been settled for just 250,000. Truly impressive. Li Rue chose to disregard his prospective mother-in-law's excessive flattery and stepped forward to address the assembled creditors with an impassive expression. Today, this money is returned to you. Should I discover that any of you harass my woman at her home, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Do you understand? Yes, we understand. Nearly 100 voices replied in unison. Although most of them were unaware of Li Rue's true identity, they recognized that he was someone even brother Tyrannosaurus dared not provoke, which was sufficient to instill fear. Furthermore, should anyone dare to lend her money or allow her to gamble at your establishments in the future, I will break their legs. Do you comprehend? Li Rue threatened, gesturing towards Zhang Jinglan as he addressed the crowd. Understood, they echoed once more. With their compliance, Li Rue waved his hand, signaling them to leave promptly. The crowd, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, scattered hurriedly towards their vehicles. Brother Tyrannosaurus, who exactly is this man? As Brother Tyrannosaurus was about to reach his car, supported by 2 of his subordinates, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. The suppressed anger within him erupted, and he turned, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, only to find it was a familiar acquaintance, someone with whom he had a decent rapport. He begrudgingly restrained his fury and replied, Li Rue, the chairman of Tungfei Group. What? He is actually Li Rue, the chairman of Tungfei Group? Several individuals present who were aware of Tung Fei Group erupted in astonishment. It all made sense now why Brother Tyrannosaurus was so fearful of this man. What does Tung Fei Group do? I've never heard of it, some inquired, while many others were oblivious to the company's existence. Most of these ruffians were indifferent to such commercial matters. What does Tung Fei Group do? Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Just know that they are extraordinarily wealthy. They are a conglomerate poised for a future valuation in the trillions, explained an individual familiar with Tung Fei Group to the others, whose faces were marked by confusion. This straightforward explanation sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. With a mix of unease and trepidation, they climbed into their vehicles and departed in the direction from whence they came. Yun Fanghai received a call from his mother, neglecting even the majority of his day's wages. He hurriedly mounted his dilapidated motorcycle and sped homeward. As he approached his residence, he noticed a convoy of several vehicles emerging from the direction of his house. A wave of anxiety washed over him, for he was acutely aware of his wife's substantial debts and the frequent visits from creditors in recent days. He surmised that these individuals were indeed there to collect what was owed. Moreover, his mother had just informed him of a significant situation unfolding at home, urging him to return promptly. With this troubling thought, the anxious Yun Fanghai twisted the throttle of his battered motorcycle to its limit, racing towards home. Chapter 157. The Physical Restraint of Gambling Mother. Are you all right? As soon as the dilapidated motorcycle came to a halt, Yun Fanghai shouted loudly before even approaching. Li Hui, having noticed that others had departed, was about to inquire about Yun Lingshuan's plans when a voice rang out from the village path. Following the sound, he beheld a middle-aged man, approximately 50 years of age, with a sun-kissed complexion and a slender frame, exuding an air of sincerity. Clad in dusty, tattered garments, he hurriedly made his way towards the wooden cabin. Mother, Xian, why have you returned? Yun Fanghai rushed to the cabin, intending to ask his mother if anything was amiss, when he spotted Yun Lingxian standing before the wooden structure, prompting a joyful exclamation from him. Dad! Yun Lingxian called out with glee, hastening towards Yun Fanghai. Upon reaching him, she extended her hands and clasped her father's roughened ones tightly, tears welling in her eyes. In the face of urgency, I merely wished for your swift return and spoke little, Yun Lingshuan's mother observed, responding to her son. Hearing his mother's words, Yun Fanghai was at a loss for words. Just a brief message about a grave family matter had nearly led him to ruin that decades-old motorcycle. Yet, what could he say to his mother, who was in her 70s? It was not as if he could scold her. Shifting his focus, Yun Fanghai directed his gaze towards Li Ruei and Li Yi, caution evident in his demeanor. His eyes then fell upon Zhang Jinglan, filled with disdain as he remarked, Zhang Jinglan, you are responsible for your own troubles. Do not bring them home. Zhang Jinglan, who had been wearing a smile due to the resolution of matters and the presence of such a formidable son-in-law, was taken aback by her husband's words. Her expression shifted instantly, and with a hint of disdain, she retorted, my issues have been resolved, thanks to my capable son-in-law. Had I relied on you, this useless waste, I would have long been dispatched. You, Yun Fanghai, incensed, pointed a finger at Zhang Jinglan, wanting to chastise her, but refraining due to their daughter's presence. Besides, he was inherently a more honest character, lacking the sharpness and reproach that Zhang Jinglan possessed. Mother, could you refrain from speaking so much? Look at what you've done to our family over the years. Can this house still be considered habitable? Other families have brick houses, while ours is in such disrepair that it could collapse at any moment. Had it not been for your gambling losses, we would not be in this predicament. Yun Lingxian admonished, gesturing towards the dilapidated, drafty wooden home. That was merely a stroke of bad luck. After years of misfortune, it is time for my luck to change. All right, son-in-law, did you not promise me 30,000 as a betrothal gift? Now, you could assist me in settling 25,000 in debts, and for the remaining 5,000, just give it to me directly, and I assure you, I will turn my fortunes around. Zhang Jinglan, upon hearing her daughter speak of herself in such terms, would have once unleashed a torrent of scorn. However, now, constrained by Li Ruei's formidable presence, she refrained from uttering a single curse, resorting instead to a feeble defense, ultimately donning a sycophantic smile as she solicited a sum of 50,000 yuan from him. Mother, you are truly beyond redemption, Yu Lingxian lamented, as a tear cascaded uncontrollably to the ground. Give her the 50,000, Li Ruei instructed Li Yi, who promptly acknowledged the order, opening a sleek black briefcase and tossing the cash to Zhang Jinglan. You are indeed a good son-in-law. Consider the betrothal gift settled. I suggest you both select an auspicious date for your wedding soon, and perhaps even start a family, for I would be delighted to assist in caring for the little one, Zhang Jinglan said, her face beaming with delight as she expressed her flattery while clutching the money. It was only at this moment that Yu Fanghai grasped the earlier reference to his son-in-law. This young man before him was indeed his daughter's boyfriend. Realizing this, he momentarily disregarded the irredeemable Zhang Jinglan and turned his gaze toward Li Rui, quietly inquiring of Yu Lingxian, Xian, who is he? Upon hearing her father's question, Yu Lingxian sniffed, rubbed her reddened eyes, and shyly replied, Dad, he is my boyfriend. Yu Fanghai, faced with his daughter's confirmation, was left in a state of bewilderment. When had his daughter acquired a boyfriend? This was news to him. Uncle, I am Li Rui, Yu Lingxian's boyfriend, Li Rui said with a warm smile, stepping closer to Yu Fanghai to introduce himself. Oh, was all Yu Fanghai, the straightforward man, could manage in response, feeling at a loss for words. You all carry on with your conversation. I shall step outside for a bit, Zhang Jinglan declared, glancing at the trio gathered together and feeling somewhat like an outsider. A flicker of displeasure crossed her features before she gazed down at the stack of red bills in her hand, her expression swiftly transforming into one of elation as she envisioned how she might multiply this newfound wealth. Meanwhile, Yu Fanghai, who had previously felt awkward about conversing with Li Rui, exploded in anger upon hearing Zhang Jinglan's intention to leave for gambling. You are not going anywhere. If you go out today, do not come back. Not coming back? Well, I have money now, and I can stay in a hotel or a guest house. Who would miss your dilapidated house? Zhang Jinglan retorted, clutching the 50,000 yuan and striding purposefully down the village path. You, stop right there, Yu Fanghai shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Zhang Jinglan. Just as he was about to pursue her, a hand grasped his arm. Li Rui was holding him back. Seeing the confusion etched on Yu Fanghai's face, Li Rui calmly addressed him. Uncle, what would pursuing her accomplish? If you could control her, you would have done so already. Leave this matter to me. Yin Fanghai gazed at Li Rui for a moment before shifting his attention to the side, where Yun Lingxian stood. Noticing her father looking her way, she understood that he was seeking her opinion and nodded affirmatively. With his daughter's approval, Yin Fanghai retracted the foot he had already set forward, bowed his head, shook it gently, and sighed deeply, feeling utterly helpless regarding his wife. Li San, Li Si, accompany her, while she is at the card table, appended. Understood, boss, the two replied and swiftly pursued Zhang Jinglan. Observing Yun Fanghai, Yun Lingxian appeared incredulous, prompting Li Rui to smile and explain, this is a form of physical intervention against gambling. I intend for her to find no one willing to play cards with her. Hearing Li Rui's clarification, Yun Lingxian and Yun Fanghai exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement, secretly contemplating that while this method was indeed rather crude, it proved effective. Seeing their acceptance of his approach, Li Rui then pointed to the wooden house and addressed Yin Fanghai. Uncle, I believe this house requires some repairs. I have a bit of money here. I would appreciate it if you could oversee the renovations. When Lingxian and I return, it would be nice to have a place to stay. With that, Li Rui gestured for Li Yi to hand over the remaining 700,000 from the suitcase to Yin Fanghai. Chapter 158. A call from Huang Wenjuan receiving a nod from Li Rui. Li did not hesitate and directly presented the suitcase in his hand to Yin Fanghai. Just moments earlier, when Li Yi had given Zhang Jinglan 50,000 yuan, Yin Fanghai had witnessed the suitcase overflowing with money. Faced with such a substantial amount, he felt compelled to refuse. He hastily waved his hands and exclaimed, No, I cannot accept this money. There must be several 100,000 in there. It is far too much. You young people are under more pressure than we ever were. Keep this money for your own needs, perhaps for buying a home. Uncle, I have already purchased a house, and this money is not excessively large. Please take it. Li Yi insisted, observing Yun Fanghai's continuous refusal. Li Rui then stepped forward, taking the suitcase from Li Yi and placing it firmly into Yun Fanghai's hands. No, I cannot accept this money. All we need is a place to live. You young people have many expenses when buying a home in the city, Yin Fanghai replied, attempting to return the suitcase to Li Rui. Dad, please accept it. Li Rui has indeed bought a house in Xing City. Look at our home. It is drafty and unlivable. How could you allow your son-in-law to reside in such conditions? Seeing her father still hesitating, Yun Lingxian glanced at Li Rui, who nodded in affirmation. She continued, Dad, Li Rui has purchased a villa worth 220 million yuan. As her words hung in the air, Yun Fanghai's body trembled. his eyes widening in disbelief as he gasped, Xian, what did you just say? A villa worth 220 million? Yes, Dad. So rest assured, this suitcase containing 700,000 yuan is truly insignificant to Li Rui. Please accept it. With his daughter's confirmation, Yun Fanghai felt as if thunder had struck his mind. His body shook violently. Spending 220 million yuan on a villa was an incomprehensible concept for a farmer struggling to make ends meet through odd jobs. The fact that this man was his son-in-law felt akin to encountering a celestial being. With great difficulty, he raised his trembling right hand and retrieved a poor-quality cigarette from his pocket. As he fumbled with a lighter, his shaking hands made it impossible to ignite the cigarette. Observing this, Li Rui stepped forward, took the lighter from his future father-in-law's grasp, and lit the cigarette for him. Taking a deep drag, Yun Fanghai managed to steady his trembling body. He glanced at Li Rui, then at his daughter, his eyes reflecting both pride and concern. While he felt immense satisfaction that his daughter had found such a wealthy partner, he was equally apprehensive. After all, few wealthy individuals were genuinely honest. They often viewed the daughters of poorer families merely as playthings, and he feared his daughter might meet the same fate. How long have you known each other? Yun Fanghai inquired, seeking to gauge the nature of their relationship in order to determine whether Li Rui was indeed a suitable match for his daughter. If he found Li Rui unreliable, no amount of wealth would persuade him to allow his daughter to marry such a man. Father, we have known each other for quite some time, since our university days. Yun Lingxian, perceptive to her father's concerns, did not conceal anything and candidly recounted the saga of her relationship with Li Rui, from their romance to their breakup and eventual reconciliation. What? Your mother has truly gone too far. Upon hearing Yun Lingshuan's account, Yun Fanghai's anger surged. His wife had audaciously pressured the couple over the bridal price, nearly severing their bond. Father, please do not be angry. It is not good for your health. As long as they truly love each other, no matter the obstacles they face, they will ultimately succeed. Yun Lingxian reassured him, intertwining her fingers with Li Rui's, her eyes brimming with affection. Very well. I shall not be angry. Rather, I should rejoice that you have found someone worthy of a lifetime commitment, Yun Fanghai remarked, his expression softening as he gazed at the couple holding hands. This time, he felt genuinely reassured. Someone capable of purchasing a 220 million villa must possess assets amounting to billions. How could such a person seek to reunite with a former girlfriend from 3 years past? What if not true love could this be? Contemplating the wealth of his son-in-law, Yun Fanghai was consumed by curiosity. What exactly did this young man do? How could he have achieved such success in merely 3 years since graduation? Surely, it could not involve illicit activities. As this thought crossed his mind, the buoyancy he had just felt was abruptly replaced by anxiety. He pulled Yun Lingxian aside and turned to see Li Rui standing still, smiling at them. In a hushed voice, he inquired, Xian, what exactly does Li Rui do? How could he amass such wealth in just 3 years? Surely, it cannot involve illegal activities? In the eyes of these honest, hard-working farmers, earning money was an arduous task. The thought of accumulating billions in 3 years seemed only feasible through the nefarious plots of television dramas. Father, you need not worry. Li Rui is engaged in legitimate business. Yun Lingxian replied, exasperated by her father's suspicions. Xian, it is only natural for a father to be concerned. I have 2 daughters, and I wish for both of you to lead prosperous lives. However, the precondition is that you must steer clear of illegal activities. Otherwise, I would rather you live as ordinary citizens. Observing her father's continued disbelief, Yun Lingxian reluctantly retrieved her phone, typed a few words, and initiated a search. Father, see for yourself. As he accepted the phone from his daughter, Yun Fanghai scrolled through the information, and with each revelation, his eyes widened further, his body trembling uncontrollably. Ultimately, he collapsed on the ground, his eyes rolling back in shock. Tungfei Group, Chairman Li Rui, investments exceeding $1 trillion, new energy industrial park. Projected annual sales of over 200 billion. Expert estimates place market value at 10 trillion. Sitting on the ground, Yun Fanghai repeatedly muttered the information he had just read, his demeanor resembling that of a dazed individual. Father, are you all right? Yun Lingxian, startled by her father's state, quickly knelt beside him, reaching out to assist him. Son, what has happened to you? Grandmother Lingxian exclaimed as she witnessed her son suddenly collapse onto the ground, her heart racing with concern. She hurried over, reaching out to assist Yun Fanghai. Uncle, are you all right? In that moment, Li Rui, who had been standing a bit further away, rushed over with a look of genuine concern for Yun Fanghai. I'm fine. I'm fine, Yin Fanghai managed to respond, leveraging the support of his daughter and mother to stand up with considerable effort. He dusted off his clothes, took a deep breath, and endeavored to calm his astonished heart before speaking again. As he looked up at Li Rui, it dawned on him, almost dreamlike, that this prospective son-in-law was indeed such an influential figure. That's a relief, uncle. You should take this money to renovate your house. If it's not enough, just let me know, Li Rui said courteously upon confirming that Yin Fanghai was unharmed. Hearing Li Rui's offer, Yin Fanghai did not refuse this time. He glanced at the black phone case on his left hand and nodded in agreement. Just as Li Rui was about to extend an invitation to accompany him and grandmother Ling Xian to the town for some clothing, his phone suddenly rang, revealing a call from Lao Lu, Huang Wenjun. Chapter 159. Human Traffickers. Has it only been a few days since we last met, and you already miss me? Li Rui jested as he answered the call, not yet allowing the other party to speak. Whether or not he was missed, I cannot say, but I am acutely aware that if you cannot muster 500,000 Dragon Kingdom coins, the person you refer to as Old Six will be in dire straits. A mocking laughter from an unfamiliar male voice echoed through the line. Who are you? Li Rui, who had been smiling, suddenly furrowed his brow upon hearing the stranger's voice on his good friend's phone, speaking of dire consequences. A sense of foreboding washed over him. According to Old Six's previous messages, he and Old Five should currently be traveling with the company in the Rubber Kingdom. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that the owner of this phone is in my possession. I am merely calling to inform you that shortly, I will send you a bank account number. If 500,000 is not transferred within 3 days, we will have to resort to trading the owner's organs for money. Please, do not act rashly. Let's speak civilly. The 500,000 is not an issue, but I want to hear the owner of this phone. I need to confirm his safety. A glimmer of hope lingered in Li Rui's heart. Perhaps this was merely an elaborate scam, a mimicry of Old Six's voice. You are quite agreeable, more so than his parents. I relish hearing you say that 500,000 is not a problem. Since you are so accommodating, I shall reciprocate. I will let you listen to his voice. Bring him over. It was Brother K. The exchange on the other end only deepened Li Rui's frown, igniting a flame of fury in his eyes. You, who are listed as third brother, are more agreeable than your parents. I will give you 10 seconds to speak with your third brother and urge him to transfer the money quickly. It may spare you some suffering. The man's voice continued. Third brother. The unfamiliar voice faded, and moments later, a familiar, weak voice emerged. Old Six. What is happening? Li Rui's urgency surged as he confirmed that it was indeed his good friend, Huang Wenjun, on the line. Third brother. Our company is a sham. They are human traffickers. They established the company solely to deceive us into going abroad. There are over 50 of us, all of whom have been duped. The company sold us to the snakeheads in the Rubber Kingdom for 200,000 per person. Now, the snakeheads demand 500,000 for our release. Third brother. I am so scared. Do not fear. Third brother will rescue you. Is Old Five with you? How is he faring? Hearing Li Rui's comforting words, Old Six began to calm slightly, recalling that his third brother was quite wealthy, and the rescue should not be insurmountable. Old Five is with me. He was beaten earlier, but for now he is fine. Just as Li Rui was about to inquire further, the stranger's voice interrupted again. Time is up. I have allowed you to hear his voice. I hope you keep your word. If the 500,000 is not received within 3 days, do not blame my ruthlessness. Organs from such a young, robust man are quite valuable. Very well, I shall provide you with the funds, but you must ensure their safety. Li Rui spoke through clenched teeth, suppressing his fury. Indeed, we only seek the money, not lives. 1 million within 3 days. And the individuals you refer to as Lao Lu and Lao Wu will remain unharmed, the voice on the other end concluded, abruptly terminating the call. Staring at the now silent phone, Li Rui's fingers gripped it tightly, the bulging veins on his hand betraying the intensity of his rage. How could a spirited young man like Huang Wenjun be reduced to tears, pleading for help? What torment had he endured to arrive at such a state? Li Hui, what has happened? Yun Lingxian, who had initially been smiling and eager to converse with her father, suddenly changed countenance upon witnessing Li Rui's distress. Hearing him utter phrases like "don't act rashly," 500,000, and Lao Lu, she sensed that something serious had transpired and inquired with concern. It's nothing, just a minor issue that I will handle. I will return to Xing City shortly. Would you prefer to stay at home for a few more days or accompany me back? I think I will remain home for a few days. Yin Lingxian replied after glancing at Li Rui and then at Yin Fanghai. She hesitated before speaking. She understood that Li Rui had pressing matters to attend to and felt her presence would be of no assistance. Additionally, having just returned home a few hours ago, she wished to spend time with her father and grandmother. Very well, I will leave Li San and Li Si here to protect you. Whenever you wish to return to Xing City, they will drive you back. Take good care of yourself, Li Rui said, stepping forward to envelop Yun Lingxian in a warm embrace. Yes, you must also take care and prioritize your safety, Yun Lingxian said, gazing deeply into Li Rui's eyes. Rest assured, I have yet to marry you and grow old together, Li Rui reassured her, releasing his hold. He then bid farewell to Yun Fanghai and Grandma Lingxian before joining Li Yi and Li Er in a Range Rover, departing along the same village road they had arrived on. Be careful. Stay safe. I await your return to marry me, Yun Lingxian shouted, cupping her hands around her mouth to project her voice towards the receding taillights of the Range Rover. Is everything all right? Yun Fanghai asked with concern, watching the vehicle disappear. Everything is fine, Dad. He will manage it, Yun Lingxian replied, shaking her head without offering further explanation, soothing her father's worries. Hearing his daughter's words, Yun Fanghai nodded in agreement. He viewed his future son-in-law as a figure of almost mythical prowess. With so much wealth, what could possibly be beyond his capabilities? Come now, let's head indoors. Today is indeed a joyous occasion. Mother, please prepare a chicken. I want to celebrate with a good drink, Yun Fanghai cheerfully remarked to both his daughter and mother. As they prepared to enter the house, they noticed a large group of men and women, young and old, approaching along the village road, a procession of over 100 villagers. Yun Fanghai had just noticed those individuals observing from a distance. He understood that now, having seen others depart, they were all making their way home. Fanghai, what transpired just now? An elder, appearing to be around 80 years of age and leaning on a cane, walked to the forefront and inquired as he arrived at the wooden cabin. Uncle, this tale is rather lengthy. Please have a seat over here. Yun Fanghai courteously moved a nearby stool, gesturing for the elder to sit. What exactly happened? Those individuals must have come to collect a debt from Jinglan. Yet why did they all leave so obediently? The elder settled onto the stool and resumed his questioning. When I returned, they had already departed. You should ask Xian. She likely knows more about it than I do. Yun Fanghai smiled, indicating for Yun Lingxian to elaborate. At that moment, this honest farmer, who had spent his life in simplicity, stood tall for the first time before the hundreds of relatives and villagers. Noticing her father's proud demeanor, Yun Lingxian understood that he wished to make an impression in front of the villagers. A hint of helplessness flickered in her eyes. Her father's current state resembled that of a child who had just received a beloved toy, eager to flaunt it to everyone. Chapter 160. The Rescue Plan. However, she could understand that throughout her life, she had not accomplished anything to make her father proud. Now that her husband could bring him pride, it was as he wished. Subsequently, Yun Lingxian meticulously recounted the entire series of events. As she narrated, the astonishment among the farmers deepened, particularly upon hearing that Brother Tyrannosaurus had actually knelt down to slap his own face, which elicited a collective gasp from the crowd. Who was Brother Tyrannosaurus? In the town, he was a figure who wielded significant influence. He had knelt before the son-in-law of Yun Fanghai. This revelation sent chills down the spines of several individuals among the 100 who had previously bullied Yun Fanghai's family, all of whom were now drenched in cold sweat. Fearing that Yun Fanghai might seek retribution, each of them silently resolved to bring gifts and apologize in person afterward. Once Yun Lingxian concluded her narrative, an elderly man, leaning on his cane, rose and approached Yun Fanghai, laughing heartily as he spoke. Well, Fanghai, you have raised a remarkable daughter, and now you have a commendable son-in-law. At last, you've come into your own. Indeed, my son-in-law has even contributed 700,000 for constructing a new home. Now that Xian has found such a wonderful partner, I, Yun Fanghai, would have no regrets even in death, he replied with a chuckle. Meanwhile, as Yun Lingxian and the farmers were sharing their accounts, Zhang Jinglan, clutching a bundle of 50,000 red banknotes, was merrily making her way to the neighboring village, where a family she frequently visited for card games resided. From a distance, she spotted several tables of players engaged in various games, including Tan, Jiang, and Mahjong. What bad luck! I lost 5,000 today. I won't play anymore. I'll go back for more money in return, Zhang Jinglan thought as she approached the house. Just as she was within a few dozen meters, she overheard someone announce they were quitting, which invigorated her spirit. No need to wait for a spot. She would have one immediately upon arrival. I'm coming, she exclaimed, raising her hand high, eager to claim her position before anyone else could. All eyes turned toward Zhang Jinglan, and upon recognizing her as an old acquaintance, the crowd's enthusiasm waned. They were well aware of her substantial gambling debts, which rendered any winnings merely a continuation of her obligations, leaving them disinclined to play with her. Zhang Jinglan, you can't play on credit with us. Can you even borrow money now? A woman seated at the mahjong table remarked disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Jinglan. Lu Hongya, who do you look down upon? Do I need to borrow money? Zhang Jinglan retorted, stepping forward and slamming 5 stacks of red bills onto the mahjong table, which she had hidden beneath her clothing. Wow, Zhang Jinglan, where did you borrow money this time? Impressive. Who would dare lend you money? Blind to the truth, this money is not borrowed. It is a gift from my son-in-law. He is quite a significant figure. Even Brother Tyrannosaurus has knelt before him, Zhang Jinglan declared, lifting her chin with an air of pride. You could boast your way to the heavens. With your family's dilapidated state, how could Brother Tyrannosaurus possibly kneel? Should he overhear this conversation, you would certainly find yourself in a predicament. Enough of this trivial chatter. She possesses wealth, so let us indulge, regardless of the origins of her fortune. A man, seated at the mahjong table, interjected, interrupting the squabble between the two women. He had a point. Zhang Jinglan, those several tens of thousands of dollars you possess are likely destined to remain here today. If you have the capability, come and take it. I shall ensure that I leave you utterly defeated, Zhang Jinglan declared as she plopped down into a chair. As the automatic mahjong machine shuffled the tiles, and the 4 players arranged their hands, 2 towering men, each standing at 2 meters tall, charged forward. One of them grasped the edge of the mahjong machine with both hands, lifting it with force before hurling it towards the open ground. A thunderous crash resounded as the machine shattered into pieces upon impact. What is the meaning of this? Who are you? The crowd, startled by the cacophony, rose to their feet, staring at Li San and his companion. Who is the owner of this mahjong machine? Li San inquired, unfazed by the questions directed at him. I am. Who are you? Why are you destroying my mahjong machine? A portly man in his 40s emerged from the back room, visibly irate, brandishing a wooden stick. However, upon seeing the imposing figures of Li San and his companion, he quickly concealed the stick behind him, his voice diminishing in volume. This mahjong machine costs 2,000 yuan. I shall compensate you. If I ever see her playing here again, I will smash it each time. Any subsequent losses will be yours to bear, Li San stated, gesturing towards Zhang Jinglan. Realizing whom Li San was indicating, the onlookers began to understand. These 2 men had come to confront Zhang Jinglan. The portly man glanced between Zhang Jinglan and Li San, cautiously responding. The mahjong machine cost 2,000 yuan. Hearing this, Li San remained silent, retrieving 2,000 yuan from his pocket and tossing it to the portly man. At that moment, Zhang Jinglan, having picked up the 50,000 yuan that had fallen to the ground, glared furiously at Li San and his companion, exclaiming, "You are merely the bodyguards of my son-in-law. I am a mother-in-law of your boss. How dare you treat me this way? I will certainly report you to your employer. Suit yourself. This is the boss's order. No matter where you choose to play, we shall smash it every time we see you," Li San retorted, ignoring Zhang Jinglan as he and Li Si moved to one side, seemingly indifferent to her presence. You too," Zhang Jinglan stammered, pointing at the aloof Li San, her body trembling with rage. It was only then that the crowd grasped the situation, recalling Zhang Jinglan's earlier words. The notion that such formidable bodyguards could indeed be her son-in-law made sense, especially considering the respect they commanded. As Zhang Jinglan trembled with indignation, Li Rui was already en route back to Xing City. He had contemplated the matter concerning Lao Wu and Lao Lu extensively. If the opposing party truly only required 500,000 for each individual, it would indeed be quite manageable. What he feared was that the situation might not be so straightforward. Thus, he resolved to return to Star City first, meticulously devising a rescue plan. Most importantly, he needed to ascertain the precise location of Lao Wu and Lao Lu. Should they refuse to release them even upon receiving the ransom, he would not hesitate to take drastic measures, for he possessed a system that could unleash overwhelming force when necessary. As Li Rui contemplated his next steps to rescue Lao Wu and Lao Lu, his reverie was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of his phone. To his surprise, it was a call from the dormitory leader, Shenyong. "Old 3, Lao Wu and Lao Lu are in trouble," came the anxious voice as soon as the call connected. "I know. I received a call as well. It seems they have dialed every number in their contacts. Do not fret. They are currently unharmed, and I will bring them back," he reassured. "Old 3, I fear the adversaries will not simply relinquish them for money. After all, they are in another country, and even involving the authorities would be futile. Trust me, I will rescue them, Li Rue replied confidently, offering no further explanation. Very well. Where are you? I will come to you. My brothers are in peril, and I must take action. I will send you the address shortly. Come to Star City. Chapter 161. The advanced hacker in the opulent Villa No. 1 of Xiangshui City. Shen Yong lifted his teacup and took a sip, gazing in astonishment at the lavishly decorated residence. He was well aware that his dormitory brother was wealthy enough to afford a multi-million-dollar supercar, but the sheer grandeur of this enormous villa left him profoundly astonished. Brother, Lao Wu and Lao Lu are genuinely in deep trouble this time. They are demanding 500,000 each. I can provide that amount right away. However, as you mentioned earlier, I suspect they will not release them easily. Therefore, I must first ascertain their location, Li Rue remarked, also taking a sip from the cup on the tea table. What should we do then? Should we report this to the authorities? Only the official departments possess the technical capabilities to locate them via phone, Shen Yong suggested. The individuals who contacted us certainly called their parents, who must have reported it to the authorities already. Moreover, since this incident occurred in the Rubber Kingdom, reporting it in Longwood would likely be futile. We must resolve this ourselves, Li Rue responded. Alas, what can we do? Brother, I lack the resources to assist. Please, see if you can come up with a solution. Shen Yong sighed deeply, a hint of despair in his voice. Leave this matter to me. Lao Wu and Lao Lu are my brothers. I will not allow them to come to harm, Li Rue declared, standing up and patting Shen Yong's shoulder before retrieving his phone and dialing a number. After a few seconds of ringing, the call was answered. Zhao Yi, can you ascertain the precise location of the individuals through their phone numbers? Li Rue inquired directly. Boss, obtaining an accurate location via phone is beyond what my team and I can accomplish. It requires highly advanced intrusion techniques, Zhao Yi replied. Li Rue was not taken aback by this response. After all, Zhao Yi and his colleagues were merely ordinary intelligence agents. While they possessed some rudimentary hacking skills, the advanced technology required for phone localization necessitated more specialized expertise. With this in mind, Li Rue expended 300 million Longwa currency in the system to enlist 10 elite hacker biohumans, whose hacking prowess ranked among the top 1,000 across the Blue Star. Locating an individual via phone would undoubtedly be well within their capabilities. Meanwhile, Shen Yong observed Li Rue making a call, inquiring about the feasibility of phone localization, and then falling silent after hanging up. He assumed Li Rue's contact was also incapable of helping and was about to probe into the details when 10 men clad in black hoodies, their faces obscured by masks, entered the villa. Boss, the 10 men exclaimed in unison, standing at attention without further words. I need you to locate the individuals through their phone. Is that feasible? Li Rue asked, stepping forward to address them directly. Yes, they replied succinctly and in unison, exhibiting unwavering confidence. What tools do you require? Speak with Li Yi. He will procure them for you. After finishing his words, Li Rue gestured to Li Yi, who stood aside, to discuss with the 10 newly acquired elite hackers what exactly they needed to purchase. As the saying goes, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. No matter how skilled these advanced biohackers might be, they could not showcase their talents without appropriate equipment. Observing the 10 hackers in conversation with Li Yi, Shen Yong, filled with curiosity, inquired of Li Rue, Old 3, where did you find these individuals? They seem quite impressive. They are our company's network security personnel, Li Rue replied with a smile, feeling a bit more at ease knowing that the hackers procured by the system could determine a person's location via phone. Your company? Shen Yong asked, tilting his head in confusion. Li Rue smiled again and said, Tongfei Group is my company. Tongfei Group? Shen Yong echoed, seemingly to himself then, driven by curiosity, searched for it on his phone. In an instant, a deluge of information flooded his screen, leaving him utterly astonished, as he realized that while he knew his brother was wealthy, he had not anticipated such a staggering level of affluence. All right, no need to gawk so wide-eyed. What is so shocking? It's just a bit more money. When wealth reaches a certain threshold, it merely becomes a series of numbers. With a brother like me around, I'll ensure that everyone enjoys a good life in the future. I initially planned to wait for Old 6 and Old 5 to return so we could discuss investing in your ventures together. Who knew they would get into such trouble? Truly, one's calculations cannot rival the heavens. We must first rescue them. Li Rue sighed deeply after speaking. Shen Yong, who had been wide-eyed and looking as if he had seen a ghost, subdued his astonishment upon hearing Li Rue mention Old 5 and Old 6, who were ensnared in a perilous situation. He too sighed, now wearing a furrowed brow filled with worry. Boss, the computer specifications they require are far too complex for me to remember. I think it would be better to take them shopping directly. Li, who had been consulting with the hackers, approached Li Rue, scratching his head and speaking somewhat bashfully. All right, you can take them to buy what they need, Li Rue consented. Understood, boss. Watching Li Yi depart with the hackers, Li Rue turned back to Shenyong and asked, Brother, can you get in touch with Old 5 and Old 6's parents? They must be frantic right now. Please reach out to them and assure them not to worry. We don't want any unforeseen incidents to arise. Old 3, I don't have their parents' numbers either. Perhaps we could call Counselor Wei and explain the situation. The school should be able to locate their contact information, Shenyong suggested. All right, please make that call quickly. They're about to finish work soon, Li Rue said as he settled back into his chair. Okay, Shenyong replied, pulling out his phone. After a moment of searching, he dialed a number he hadn't called in years. As the phone rang for several seconds, just as Li Rue and Shenyong began to think no one would answer, a familiar yet distant voice finally came through. Shenyong, I was working in the office. My phone's set to silent, and I nearly missed your call. It has been several years since you graduated, and you have yet to reach out to your teacher. What prompted you to call today? A familiar male voice echoed from the other end, stirring memories long buried. Teacher Wei, I have not achieved much in the 3 years since graduation, and I truly feel embarrassed to call you. However, I find myself in urgent need of your assistance today, which is why I am so audaciously intruding upon your time. Oh, what is the urgency? The previously light-hearted tone of Teacher Wei turned serious upon hearing that Shenyong needed help. Our dorm mates, Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang, have been deceived and taken to the Rubber Kingdom. I need to contact their parents, Shenyong replied candidly to Teacher Wei. What? They have been tricked into the Rubber Kingdom? Are you certain? The voice from the other end was tinged with concern. Both Li Rue and I have received calls confirming that Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang are indeed in their captors' hands. They're demanding 500,000 for each of them. Li Rue can manage to gather 1,000,000 to secure their release, but I need to reach out to their parents immediately to prevent any panic or mishaps. Could you kindly assist me in retrieving their previous records? That should allow us to contact their families. Chapter 162. A donation of 1 billion. This matter pertains to the privacy of students, and I do not possess the authority to access such information, Mr. Wei thought. Astonished by Li Rue, an unassuming student who, merely 3 years after graduation, could muster 1,000,000 yuan to secure the release of 2 dormitory brothers. While he was intrigued by what Li Rue might be engaged in at present, he recognized that it was inappropriate to inquire further at this moment. He turned his attention back to addressing Shenyong's concerns regarding the contact details of the student's parents. Who has the authority to access this information? Shenyong, upon hearing that Mr. Wei lacked permission to view the files of Lao Lu and Lao Wu, pressed on anxiously. Well, that matter should be directed to Principal Wang, Mr. Wei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately revealed to Shenyong whom he should consult. Having interacted with these students for 3 years, he sincerely hoped for the well-being of Huang Wenjun, Wu Yang, and their families. All right, Mr. Wei, could you provide me with Principal Wang's phone number? I will call him right now. Principal Wang is currently preoccupied with a meeting, seeking research funding from higher authorities, so he likely will not answer your call, Mr. Wei responded with a hint of resignation. Shenyong, hearing Mr. Wei's words, appeared at a loss for words. He was merely an ordinary student. While the principal was a figure of considerable stature, even if he were available, what reason would he have to take Shenyong's call? Hey, hand me the phone. I'd like to speak with Mr. Wei, Li Rue interjected, extending his hand for the device. Upon hearing that Li Rue wished to converse with Mr. Wei, Shenyong's eyes lit up with recognition. He nodded eagerly and passed the phone to Li Rue. After all, while he was merely an ordinary individual, his friend Li Rue was anything but. Mr. Wei, this is Li Rue. Li Hui. I truly wish to assist Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang, but I genuinely lack the authority to access student records. Principal Wang is unlikely to check the student's information just because of a phone call from you unless you can engage official channels. Mr. Wei sighed, expressing his helplessness. Mr. Wei, I wish to donate 1 billion yuan to the school to support research initiatives or to establish scholarships for younger students. I would like to know your thoughts on this. Li Rue, I genuinely have no means to. Mr. Wei's voice faltered mid-sentence, suddenly taken aback. What did you just say? Could you repeat that? Mr. Wei's voice trembled slightly. He needed clarification on whether he had misheard or if Li Rue had misspoken. I wish to donate 1 billion yuan to the school to support research initiatives or to establish scholarships for younger students. This is my humble contribution to my alma mater. Li Rui calmly reiterated his previous statement. What? 1 billion? Mr. Wei stood up abruptly, exclaiming loudly, causing several teachers in the office to turn their attention toward him, intrigued by the commotion. Old Wei, what on earth is happening? What do you mean by 1 billion? Inquired a bespectacled man in his 50s, curiosity evident in his voice. Haha, it's nothing. A relative of mine mentioned that he intends to donate 10 billion to the guild. Teacher Wei, with one hand covering his phone, turned to the speaker and explained. Upon hearing Teacher Wei's explanation, the speaker regarded him as if he were deranged and then resumed his own pursuits. Noticing that the other teachers had returned to their seats, Teacher Wei, feeling somewhat like a thief, discreetly inquired of Li Rui, "Are you certain about what you just said? 10 billion is not a trivial sum. It's not merely $10 or even 100,000. Did you perhaps mean to say a donation of 100,000? Fearing that Li Rui may have misspoken, Teacher Wei hastily sought clarification. No mistake, it is indeed 10 billion. I, Li Rui, am but a mere log. It is through the nurturing of my alma mater that I have achieved what I have today. Now is the time for me to give back." Upon hearing Li Rui's confirmation once more, Teacher Wei began to believe, albeit with great curiosity about how an ordinary student could possibly afford to donate such a vast sum to the school. With some hesitation, Teacher Wei inquired, "Li Rui, may I ask, are you currently running a company? To have 10 billion available for donation is no small feat. Such a sum could not be amassed through mere employment. It must stem from a business venture. If he could easily part with 10 billion, it implied that the scale of the company was substantial. If he could learn the name, perhaps he would discern which company this student owned. As a university professor, he had some familiarity with the larger enterprises in the country. Understanding Teacher Wei's skepticism, Li Rui acknowledged that he had not yet fully convinced him of his ability to donate 10 billion. This was understandable, as their school was merely an average second-tier institution, and the achievements of its students were limited. He recalled that the largest donation from a student in recent memory was a mere 30 million, given by a senior 6 or 7 years prior. And that senior had remained the foremost, distinguished alumnus of their university. "Teacher, my company is called Tungfei Group." Boom! Teacher Wei felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Rendered speechless, his mouth agape and eyes wide, utterly unresponsive, resembling a marionette. Teacher Wei, after waiting 10 seconds without a response, Li Rui could not help but call out again. "What did you say?" Teacher Wei, roused by Li Rui's voice, returned to reality, bewilderedly inquiring what Li Rui had just said. "Teacher Wei, please provide me with Principal Wang's phone number. I need the contact details for Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang's parents." "Certainly, no problem. I will go find Principal Wang right away." "Please wait a moment," Teacher Wei replied, and without waiting for his words to settle, he hastily rose and rushed towards the door, so eager that he knocked over a chair without a second thought. Today, Old Wei seems to have lost his senses, suddenly proclaiming that a relative donated 10 billion for a game, and in a flurry, he knocked his chair to the ground, seemingly indifferent. At 50 years of age, he remains so hasty and reckless. It is no wonder he has spent so many years as merely a lowly counselor, unable to rise even to the position of director of the Student Affairs Office. A woman in her 30s, wearing glasses, stood up with her arms crossed, watching Wei's departing figure with disdain. "All right, you should refrain from speaking too much. Old Wei lacks any significant connections. Otherwise, with his qualifications, he would easily be the deputy dean of the college. It is not entirely his fault. If he were to overhear your words, it would not bode well." Upon hearing a more senior colleague speak about her, the bespectacled woman merely curled her lip and returned to her seat. "Old 3, is it truly necessary to donate 10 billion just to acquire the phone numbers of Old 5 and Old 6 parents? We could certainly devise other methods." Shin Yong remarked with a hint of concern after Li Rui ended the call. 10 billion, after all. Just think of how many apartments or cars that could purchase. Never mind, it's just a trivial sum. I had intended to donate to the school anyway, as it is my alma mater. It would not reflect well on me. As the chairman of the Tungfei Group, if I failed to give back to my school, Li Rui replied with a smile. With over 2,000 billion in cash on hand, and with the chip production set to launch fully, yielding nearly 300 billion annually, contributing 10 billion to his alma mater is truly insignificant. Moreover, it is a matter beneficial to the nation and its people. Even without the need to trace the parents' contact details of Old 5 and Old 6, he had already planned to make a donation. "Principal Wang, I have something of great importance to discuss with you," Wei exclaimed urgently as he pushed open the door to the school's conference room. "Teacher Wei, are you unaware that I am in the midst of a meeting? What is the meaning of this frantic behavior?" An elderly man nearing 60, with a furrowed brow and eyes that betrayed barely concealed anger, fixed his gaze upon the intruding Wei, silently contemplating that unless Wei provided a satisfactory explanation today, he might as well return home to tend to sweet potatoes. Chapter 163. The Astonished Principal Wang. Principal Wang, I truly have an urgent matter to discuss with you. A matter of utmost importance. Teacher Wei responded in a timid whisper, feeling the weight of the gazes from the 7 or 8 individuals present in the conference room. The majority of them were his superiors, with several being higher-ups, none of whom he dared to provoke. However, the news of Li Rui's donation of 1 billion was monumental, not only for the school, but also for him personally. If Li Rui's donation proved to be true, he could leverage this opportunity to secure the position of deputy dean, a role that rightfully belonged to him. Upon learning of Li Rui's identity, he harbored no doubt regarding the authenticity of the donation. After all, he was the chairman of the Tongfei Group, a company that earned hundreds of billions annually. What could be dubious about a 10 billion donation from such a figure? As for why he didn't verify Li Rui's identity, it was simply because he was already aware that the chairman of the Tongfei Group was named Li Rui, though he had never contemplated that this Li Rui was once his student. It was only upon hearing Li Rui himself declare his position that he confirmed this titan of a conglomerate was indeed his former pupil. Upon hearing Teacher Wei's words, Principal Wang shot him a fierce glare before apologizing to a few individuals across the conference table and then approached Teacher Wei. You dare disrupt me just as we are on the verge of applying for 20 million in research funding? You better have a valid reason, or you will face the consequences, Principal Wang said in a low, furious tone as he stood beside Teacher Wei. Watching Principal Wang head towards the door, Teacher Wei smirked, thinking to himself that 20 million was insignificant. If Principal Wang didn't come back soon to apologize with a smile, he would be in for a surprise. His thoughts of the impending good news caused the corners of his mouth to involuntarily lift. What are you standing there for? Do I need to invite you out? Principal Wang, already near the door, turned to glare at Teacher Wei, whose eyes seemed to blaze with fury. Oh, coming. Teacher Wei replied sheepishly, hastily following him outside. What on earth is going on? Principal Wang asked sternly after they had walked several more meters down the corridor. Principal Wang, there is indeed a tremendous piece of good news, Teacher Wei said, his smile widening uncontrollably. What good news? Principal Wang inquired, his curiosity piqued. Already on the brink of an outburst, he was intrigued by Teacher Wei's relaxed demeanor, suggesting there must be something genuinely positive at hand. Yet, he couldn't fathom what significant news a counselor like Teacher Wei could possess to soothe his ire. I have 2 pieces of good news for you. Which would you like to hear first? Teacher Wei continued, playfully teasing. Spit it out already. If you keep stalling, I will leave. I have 20 million in research funding waiting to be discussed, and I have no time to waste here, Principal Wang replied, growing impatient with Teacher Wei's antics. All right, I will tell you. Principal Wang, our school has produced an extraordinary student. Wouldn't you consider that good news? Teacher Wei, sensing Principal Wang's growing frustration, hurriedly waved his hands and shared the first piece of good news. An extraordinary student? What nonsense are you spouting? What remarkable student has emerged from our school that I am unaware of? Observing the increasing impatience on Principal Wang's face, Teacher Wei hastily interjected. Do you remember Li Rui, who graduated 3 years ago? With over 15,000 students in the school, how could I possibly know which one is Li Rui? Step aside. I must return to my application for research funding. Do not obstruct me. Once I have completed the application, I will settle accounts with you. Principal Wang glared menacingly at Teacher Wei before striding towards the meeting room's entrance. Li Rui, the chairman of Tongfei Group, is an alumnus from our school 3 years ago, and I was his advisor. Teacher Wei quickly relayed the most crucial information as Principal Wang began to walk away. Upon hearing Teacher Wei's words, Principal Wang halted abruptly, spinning around to fix his gaze on Teacher Wei, inquiring, Tongfei Group? What kind of company is that? Principal Wang, you are quite busy and may not have kept up with economic news. Tongfei Group has recently emerged as a prominent company, establishing a new energy industrial park within just a few months and investing over 100 billion in a semiconductor park. Recently, they launched super batteries and supercharging stations, securing orders worth 50 billion as soon as the new energy industrial park commenced operations. In summary, this is a super conglomerate poised to reach a market value of trillions in the future. Principal Wang inhaled sharply, his eyes scrutinizing Teacher Wei. He then spoke incredulously. Are you out of your mind? A student from our school graduates and establishes a $1 trillion conglomerate within 3 years? If this is true, I will promote you 3 levels, and I shall appoint you to the position of secretary of your college. Are you serious? Teacher Wei's eyes lit up at Principal Wang's words, eagerly asking for confirmation. Of course I am serious. Principal Wang, seeing the urgency in Teacher Wei's demeanor, watched as he swiftly produced his phone to display the information he had just searched. Is this for real? Principal Wang muttered under his breath as he took the phone, scrutinizing the details with great care. Goodness. After a few moments of absorbing the information on the phone, Principal Wang was left astounded, exclaiming in disbelief. The details aligned perfectly with Teacher Wei's account. Everything regarding Tungfei Group was indeed accurate, and the chairman, Li Rui, was as well. Old Wei, are you certain this Li Rui is our school's graduate? Principal Wang swallowed hard, struggling to believe the revelation. If this Li Rui truly graduated from their institution, it would be a monumental achievement for the school, a living testament to its excellence. Just recently, Li Rui called me, expressing his intention to donate 1 billion for research funding or scholarships. Moreover, I have already confirmed his photograph as the chairman of Tungfei Group, and I am certain that he is indeed Li Rui, who graduated from our school 3 years ago, Teacher Wei calmly stated, leaving Principal Wang utterly astonished. In the fragrant Villa Lulan No. 1, Li Yi entered with 10 men clad in hoodies, each carrying a laptop bag. He approached Li Rui directly and reported, "Boss, the total expenditure for 10 computers amounts to 250,000. These are the finest configurations available at the computer market. Any further enhancements would require customization. As long as we can accomplish the phone location task, we can arrange for superior computers at a later time." Li Yi nodded in acknowledgement and led the 10 hackers to a long rectangular dining table, where they each chose a chair and meticulously arranged the newly acquired computers from their bags before immersing themselves in their tasks. Li Rui observed for a while, but soon lost interest, unable to comprehend their activities. At that moment, Shun Yong, sitting nearby, suddenly recalled something regarding his phone. He picked it up, glanced at Li Rui, and said, "It's a call from Teacher Wei," before handing the phone to Li Rui. 1 minute later, after concluding the call, Li Rui returned the phone to Shun Yong and stated, "I'll call Old Five's family. You should reach out to Old Six family to keep them calm." After sharing the phone number he had just noted, both men retreated to separate corners to make their calls. Li Rui's call rang for 2 or 3 seconds before being answered. "Please do not harm Wu Yang. I'm trying to raise the funds. I will ensure the 500,000 is sent to you. Just don't hurt my son," pleaded a desperate, hoarse voice from a middle-aged man. This was none other than Wu Yang's father. Chapter 164. Locking in a location, Uncle. I am Li Rui, a close friend of Wu Yang. I am already aware of the situation concerning him. Please do not panic. I have prepared 500,000 yuan, and I will transfer it shortly. I am determined to bring Wu Yang back safely. Li Hui, do you truly possess 500,000 yuan? Wu's father momentarily froze, then recalled that his son had mentioned a close friend named Li Rui from their university dormitory, where they shared a bond akin to brothers. Rest assured, Uncle, Wu Yang is like a brother to me. Trust my word. I will transfer the funds to the other party shortly, and you need not worry about raising more money. Well, thank you then. I will repay you once I gather the funds, Wu's father replied, his voice choked with emotion. By the way, I have already reported this to the authorities. They advised us against taking matters into our own hands, stating that even with the money, there is no guarantee they will release him. After expressing gratitude, Wu's father voiced his concerns about the authorities' warnings. He was caught in a web of conflicting emotions, fearing the very scenario the authorities had described, yet holding on to the hope that the payment would lead to Wu Yang's release, clinging to a sliver of chance as if treating a dead horse as a live one. I understand, and I have my own methods. You need not worry, Uncle. After offering a few comforting words to Wu's father, he ended the call. Once the call was terminated, Li Rui turned to Shun Yong, who had just finished his own call. How'd it go? What is the situation with the Liu family? Oh, what can it be? They have only one son, and they are beside themselves with worry. If I had delayed my call any longer, they would have sold their only house in the small county at a bargain price. Ah, the plight of parents everywhere. Li Rui sighed deeply. He was reminded of the people from the Dragon Kingdom in the northern regions of Yushur country. While some had gone willingly, many were deceived and could not return home, with some even perishing far from their loved ones. These individuals were treasures to their families, beloved sons and daughters. Boss, we are ready. As soon as they call or answer the phone, we can pinpoint their location, Li Yi announced, observing the 10 hackers diligently working on their computers. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Li Rui felt a surge of adrenaline and hurried towards the large dining table. Are we fully prepared? We are ready, boss. The 10 hackers replied in unison. Very well. I shall call them now. Li Rue said as he took out his phone and dialed Huang Wenjun's number. After 10 rings, someone answered. What is it? A vague, lethargic voice responded from the other end, reminiscent of someone just waking up. I have prepared 1 million yuan. I need to speak with the person in charge. 1 million is ready? Okay, brother, we have a fat sheep at the table. The previously lethargic voice suddenly transformed into one filled with energy. A moment later, the voice of the original caller echoed on the line, revealing surprise. I didn't expect you to have such capability. You managed to gather 1 million in just a few hours? Quite good. Transfer the money to the account I previously provided, and soon you will reunite with your two good brothers. All right, I shall send the money to you immediately, and I hope you will keep your word. Haha, naturally, I am a man of integrity. Once you transfer the 1 million, I will certainly release your two brothers. Fine, I am transferring it now. As Li Rue glanced at Li Yi, receiving a nod in response, Li Yi proceeded to execute the transaction on his phone, transferring 1 million to the account previously provided by the other party. I have already sent the money. When will you release them? Li Rue asked promptly as soon as he saw Li Yi nodding, indicating that the money had been sent. Indeed, my brother possesses both courage and strength. I underestimated you. I will honor my word, and they will be released. As for when that will happen, will there be fewer digits when the time comes? That remains to be seen. Ha ha, came the boisterous laughter of Brother K from the other end of the line. What do you mean? Li Rue inquired calmly. He was not surprised by the other party's breach of trust, so he felt no anger. His current objective was to buy time until he could locate the other party. That would mark their demise. 5 million per person. No, I want 10 million per person. Just give me 20 million. And I assure you your two good brothers will return safely to Longhua. What do you say? Why should I trust you? Do you have any credibility? Do you have a choice? Your two good brothers are in my hands. If you refuse to pay, I will sell them to a medical ship in international waters. To ensure the highest quality, they won't be given any anesthetics. Surely, you wouldn't want your brothers to suffer such torment, right? Haha, fine, I agree. But 20 million is truly excessive. Give me 5 days, and after that, I will transfer you 20 million. But you must guarantee the absolute safety of my two brothers during these days. At that moment, Li Rue noticed a hacker standing up, giving him an okay gesture, with an unmistakable smile on his face. He responded eagerly over the phone. All right, my brother indeed has a generous spirit. It is admirable that you would go to such lengths for your two brothers. I assure you they will be comfortable in the coming days. After hanging up, Li Rue lowered his head and let out a cold sneer at his phone, then whispered, rest assured, I, Li Rue, will certainly keep my promise. I will burn 20 million ghost coins for you. Where's the location? Li Rue asked as he put away his phone and turned to the standing hacker. In the rubber country opposite Myottawa in the Jadestone country. What? Myottawa? Li Rue was well aware of this place. In recent years, telecom fraud had proliferated widely on Douyin videos, with the most notorious being the fraud park in the northern region of the Jadestone country. However, the largest fraud park in the Jadestone country was actually located in Myottawa. This place was far from the border of Longhua, with telecom fraud even more extensive and challenging to manage than in the northern Jadestone country. Myottawa, what shall we do now? To everyone's astonishment, Lao San, Lao Wu, and Lao Lu had been taken to that place. If they were sold to Myottawa, their chances of escape would be utterly obliterated, for that region was under the control of warlords, armed and dangerous. Following closely behind Li Rue, Shun Yong overheard the hacker's words and instantly became anxious. Clearly aware of the ominous reputation of Myottawa, Big Brother will be fine. As long as we know their whereabouts, there's no need to panic. There are few things in this world that money cannot resolve. I have a plan, Li Rue reassured him, gently patting Shun Yong's shoulder. What plan could you possibly have? No amount of money can change the fact that bullets do not recognize currency, Shun Yong retorted, his voice tinged with despair. Bullets may not recognize money, but the ones firing them certainly do, Li Rue replied with a faint smile. Are you suggesting we hire mercenaries? Shun Yong inquired cautiously, uncertainty lacing his tone. Indeed, if my brothers are captured, what does it matter if it's Myottawa? We shall level it, Li Rue asserted confidently. But those warlords command thousands of soldiers. To hire mercenaries, you would need at least a few thousand as well. Which mercenary company could you possibly find to accomplish this? Do you have any contacts? Shun Yong pressed on, his concern palpable. Li Rue listened to Shun Yong's questions with a mysterious smile, shaking his head in silence. While he did not possess connections to any mercenary company capable of deploying thousands of soldiers, he had his own resources. Reinforcements could be summoned at any moment. As for weaponry, with sufficient funds, Arms dealers could provide everything except heavy weaponry like tanks, aircraft, or intercontinental missiles. They could certainly supply a full set of gear for active special forces. After all, what need did they have for such military might against mere local warlords? The answer was clearly none. Chapter 165. Elite Special Forces. Things have not yet reached the direst state. Old 5 and Old 6 are still in rubber country, and it does not require thousands of people to rescue them. Boss, it's time for dinner. If we wish to save Old 5 and Old 6, we must first nourish ourselves to gather strength. Let us dine first and retire early tonight. Tomorrow, I shall personally venture to rubber country to rescue Old 5 and Old 6. You intend to go to rubber country yourself? That seems exceedingly perilous, Shun Yong remarked, furrowing his brow in profound concern. I must undertake the journey myself to have any hope of retrieving Old 5 and Old 6. You stay here and await my good news. No, you cannot go. Bullets are indiscriminate, and the danger is too great. Let me go in your stead, Shun Yong insisted, observing Li Rui's unwavering demeanor, ultimately conceding to offer himself as a substitute. Old 3, how do you plan to rescue Old 5 and Old 6 in rubber country? Do you have a strategy? Li Rui inquired with a gentle smile. Well, Shin Yong found himself momentarily speechless. He had spoken out of urgency, but as for how to rescue Old 5 and Old 6, he, an ordinary person, had no viable plan. How about this, boss? What if we go together? Li Rui proposed, knowing that if he refused to take Shin Yong along, the latter would undoubtedly attempt to hinder him further. Must you insist on going personally? Shin Yong replied, still hesitant. He had seen numerous alarming videos about that place. In his recollection, it was a land where murder was unpunished, and he remained deeply concerned for Li Rui's safety. If you are afraid, you can stay home and await my good news, Li Rui said. What nonsense is that? You are already wealthy. A splendid life awaits you. You fear nothing and are willing to risk your life for a brother. Yeah, I should be afraid? Nonsense. Shun Yong retorted angrily at the insinuation of fear. Ha, boss, what kind of person do you think I am? I know you well. Back in school, during our dormitory brawls, you were always at the forefront. I cannot claim to match your bravery, Li Rui said, placing a reassuring hand on Shun Yong's shoulder, reminiscing about their university days. He spoke this way because he struggled to explain to Shun Yong why he must embark on the journey to rubber country himself, thus resorting to provocation. He certainly could not say that the distance was too great for the system to deploy biohumans, could he? As for deploying biohumans domestically and then flying to rubber country, while 100 people would not pose a significant challenge, Li Rui had a foreboding sense that if Brother K managed to bring Old 5 and Old 6 near my Ottawa, he must have contemplated selling them. At that point, it would not be a matter solvable by merely 100 individuals. As the boss had indicated, it would indeed require thousands to resolve the situation. The prospect of summoning several thousand biohumans domestically and then arranging for them to fly abroad was utterly unfeasible. Just imagine. Thousands of buzzcut used boarding flights to rubber country within a short span would undoubtedly attract the attention of the higher-ups in long country, something Li Rui was keen to avoid. Rest assured, my esteemed leader, I possess absolute confidence regarding matters of safety. There shall be no cause for concern. As you rightly mentioned, a splendid life lies ahead of me, and I have no desire to perish in a foreign land. I shall arrange for sufficient personnel to ensure my security. Observing Li Rui's unwavering assurance, Shen Yong reluctantly nodded. After all, the third brother is the chairman of a super conglomerate, perhaps possessing methods unknown to him, and he could not bring himself to impede further. He yearned to rescue his good brothers, the fifth and sixth, yet lacked the capacity to do so. Only the third brother might be capable of bringing them back, and he did not wish for any misfortune to befall them. Moments later, Li Rui and Shun Yong found themselves seated at the grand dining table of the restaurant, casually indulging in the exquisite cuisine prepared by a chef of bioengineered humans. However, due to his concern for his two dear brothers, Shin Yong found even this unprecedented gastronomic delight somewhat lacking in flavor. Li Rui, too, partook of the culinary offerings with little enthusiasm. Yet unlike Shin Yong, he was engrossed in his mind system, searching for suitable bioengineered individuals to rescue the fifth and sixth. Subsequently, Li Rui navigated to the soldier bioengineer page within the system. The first entry he encountered was that of the Special Forces bioengineer, which he had briefly perused upon initially receiving the system. The introductory price for a junior Special Forces bioengineer was 2 million Dragon Kingdom coins, and the description noted their qualification as competent soldiers with 2 years of special operations experience. They exhibited fearlessness in the face of death and possessed unwavering loyalty to their host. The Intermediate Special Forces Bioengineer was priced at 5 million Dragon Kingdom coins. Identified as the elite among special forces with 5 years of operational experience, equally fearless and devoted. The Advanced Special Forces Bioengineer, priced at 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins, was heralded as the king among soldiers, boasting 10 years of special operations experience. They were likened to snow leopards of the snowy mountains, phantoms of the jungle, and great white sharks of the ocean, a true embodiment of martial prowess. Gazing at the enticing descriptions of these 3 tiers of special forces within the system panel, Li Rue nearly drooled. Previously, in the Dragon Kingdom, he had enjoyed absolute security. With the system's elite bodyguards, he had never harbored concerns regarding safety, thus had not paid attention to the bioengineered soldiers. However, now that he was to venture abroad, both for his own safety and to rescue the 5th and 6th, he scrutinized the Special Forces bioengineer offerings with keen interest, realizing just how advantageous they were. For 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins, he could procure a fiercely loyal king of Special Forces. What was there to hesitate about? System, purchase 100 Advanced Special Forces bioengineers, Li Rue silently commanded within his mind. Ding! The host account has been debited 10 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. 100 Advanced Special Forces bioengineers have been purchased. Please select gender, height, weight, age, nationality, and name. Male, height between 1.7 to 1.8 meters, age 20 to 30 years, of Dragon Kingdom nationality, surname Li, with names to be randomly generated. Ding! 100 Advanced Special Forces bioengineers have been deployed to the villa. Originally focused on his meal, Shen Yong inadvertently raised his head and caught sight of Li Rue, who had also been lost in thought. At that moment, a smile unconsciously crept across his face, prompting him to ask, "Third brother, what has got you in such a state?" Li Rue, jolted back to reality by Shen Yong's call, chuckled and replied, "Oh, it's nothing, just reminiscing about something pleasant." Shen Yong, puzzled by Li Rue's response, could only look on in confusion. Just then, 100 young men, standing between 1.7 to 1.8 meters tall, aged between 20 and 30, donned in camouflage short-sleeve shirts and shorts, their feet clad in military boots, marched into the dining hall with an air of spirited discipline, making the once spacious room feel somewhat cramped. "What is this?" Shen Yong stammered, pointing at the sudden influx of 100 individuals, his face a canvas of curiosity directed at Li Rue. Chapter 166. The complete gear of Special Forces boss, 100 young men with crew cuts exclaimed in unison, standing at attention without uttering another word. They were the security personnel of my company, and this time, as we ventured into the land of rubber, it was prudent for them to investigate beforehand. Otherwise, we might find ourselves lost in search of Lao Wu and Lao Lu, Li Rue explained with a smile. Upon hearing Li Rue's explanation, Shen Yong's expression betrayed skepticism. With such spirit and discipline, could these individuals truly be mere security guards? Are you trying to deceive me, old 3? Although he harbored these thoughts, Shen Yong exercised restraint and refrained from voicing them. Some matters, even as Li Rue's close brother, were best left unexamined. What Li Rue could share, he would undoubtedly disclose. Noticing Shen Yong's lingering doubt but lack of further inquiry, Li Rue smiled and beckoned to Li Yi, who stood nearby. Once Li Yi approached, Li Rue whispered a few words in his ear. Li Yi nodded and then led the 100 crew cut youths out. After a brief interval, Li Rue observed Shen Yong finish his meal and set down his chopsticks. He instructed the maid to clear away the leftover food and return to the sofa in the reception area. At that moment, Li Yi entered alone, approaching Li Rue and whispering, "Boss, all the plane tickets have been purchased. Fortunately, it is not the peak travel season. Otherwise, with such urgency, we might not have secured the tickets at all." Hearing that the tickets for the 100 elite commandos had been arranged, Li Rue nodded in satisfaction. Have the hackers procure the contact information of international arms dealers. Regardless of the cost, I want them to acquire 100 sets of the finest individual weaponry and equipment. Understood? Understood, boss, Li Yi replied before departing. Later that evening, at Baiwa Airport, 25 ride-hailing vehicles successively parked at the departure level. From each vehicle emerged 4 spirited young men in civilian attire, each carrying a military green duffel bag. As the 100 young men strode confidently towards the airport's interior, onlookers who had just disembarked and were preparing for their flights watched with curiosity. A young woman in her early 20s pointed at the orderly procession and asked a man in his mid-20s beside her, though they are in plain clothes, "They certainly appear to be from your military, don't they? What mission could they be on?" The man, having heard his girlfriend's question, furrowed his brow slightly. Though I am now a veteran, I was once a soldier of the Dragon Country. Even if I knew their purpose, I couldn't disclose it. They are in civilian attire, indicating they're likely on a covert operation. Please refrain from pointing and speculating. Upon hearing her boyfriend's admonition, the girl pouted in displeasure but soon acknowledged the reason in his words, sheepishly sticking out her tongue. Inside the airport, the 100 elite commandos, each clutching their green duffel bags, queued to pass through the security checkpoint. The security personnel, upon encountering these individuals who clearly did not resemble ordinary men, found themselves momentarily at a loss. He understood that these individuals were likely from that particular department. The deployment of such a large number of people undoubtedly indicated a significant mission, and matters involving that department were never trivial. With this thought in mind, the security personnel promptly communicated with their superiors via the intercom. Moments later, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried over, assessing the 100 short-haired youths for several seconds before courteously addressing the one at the forefront. "My good sir, is there anything I can assist you with?" The reason the suited man inquired so cautiously stemmed from his own considerations. These individuals were certainly not ordinary, yet they donned civilian attire, prompting him to carefully probe into their identities. "No, just let us pass through security," was the reply. "Oh, very well, what are you still standing around for? Help these gentlemen with their security check." The middle-aged man, noticing the leader's impassive demeanor and reluctance to speak, was apprehensive about saying too much and inciting the ire of the group. He quickly responded and gestured for the security personnel to proceed with the standard security protocols. As the security staff conducted checks on the 100 elite Special Forces soldiers, the middle-aged man stepped aside and retrieved his phone to make a call. "Supervisor, 100 individuals resembling military personnel have arrived at the airport. What should we do?" "Military personnel? Have they presented any identification?" "None. I approached them just now, but they revealed nothing." "Then just follow the standard procedures." However, typically, such a large-scale military operation would involve some form of identification or prior notification. Today, we have received no such communication, and they possess no credentials. "Is this your first day on the job? Some matters are beyond your purview. This is undoubtedly a covert operation. Do not complicate things for yourself or for me. Just adhere to the usual protocols." With that, he abruptly ended the call. The following day at noon, after having finished lunch, Li Rui was enjoying tea with Shun Yong in the reception room when he received a phone call from Li Wu, one of the elite Special Forces members. "Boss, we have arrived in the nearest city to the location you provided." "Good. You must be exhausted after a night without rest. First, find a suitable place to recuperate." "Understood, boss." After ending the call, Li Rui summoned Li Yi and inquired, "Have we made contact with the arms dealer?" "The dealer has been contacted, and they can supply a complete set of active-duty Special Forces equipment from the Eagle Country, but the price is quite steep." "How much?" 500,000 Dragon Country coins per set." 500,000? So 100 sets would amount to 50 million? "Yes, boss." The standard price for a complete set of active-duty Special Forces equipment from the Eagle Country is approximately 170,000 Dragon Country coins, which includes clothing and personal gear totaling around 70 kilograms. This set consists of advanced weapon systems, night vision gear, bulletproof vests, as well as communication and survival equipment. The price they are quoting, 50,000 per set, is clearly exorbitant. After a moment of contemplation, Li Rui uttered a single word, realizing that in this pressing situation, he would have to spend a bit more. He had little time to squander. Lao Wu and Lao Lu could not afford to wait. "Yes, boss." "Third brother, are you purchasing firearms?" Shin Yong inquired with some difficulty, swallowing hard. Just moments ago, Li Rui had not concealed his intentions at all, openly spending 50 million to procure 100 sets of Special Forces equipment. This was firearms, an object he, an ordinary person, had never even laid eyes upon. How could third brother possibly buy 100 sets in one go? There's no need to be alarmed. We are not in our homeland. In Rubber Country, firearms are not prohibited. Without means to protect ourselves, we would be at the mercy of others, Li Rui remarked with a smile, noticing Shun Yang's apprehension. "That does make sense. May I have a chance to handle one?" As he spoke, Shin Yang's tone shifted to one of anticipation. What man does not have an affinity for firearms? "Certainly, that's no problem. Such things are quite common abroad, and I share your enthusiasm. Let's tidy up and set off shortly. By the way, last night, Lao Air and Lao Si also called me. They received the news from Lao Wu and Lao Lu about their predicament and expressed their desire to come to Xingqing. We cannot afford to wait for them. Our flight is at 4 in the afternoon, and their presence would serve little purpose. Let them remain at home and await our updates." "All right then." By 2 in the afternoon, after preparing their belongings, Li Rui, accompanied by Shun Yong, Li Yi, Li Air, and 3 senior hackers, set forth for Baiwa Airport, subsequently boarding a plane bound for Rubber Country. Chapter 167. Arms trade. Li Rue and his entourage of 7 alighted from the aircraft after a 2.5-hour flight, landing in the capital of the Rubber Kingdom, Gumen. They subsequently took a connecting flight for approximately 1 hour, arriving at the small town of Somay, which is in closest proximity to the jade-rich territory of Myottawa. Following this, they hailed a taxi to the hotel where Li Wu was residing. By this time, it was already past 8 in the evening, and the streets of this county town in the Rubber Kingdom were nearly devoid of people. Half an hour later, Li Rue and his companions exited the taxi and entered the most luxurious hotel within their sight. Although it was dubbed the finest establishment, it was relatively modest by the standards of Longwa, resembling a small hotel in a minor county. Upon entering the hotel, Li Rue was greeted by Li Wu, who approached him accompanied by 3 others. "Boss, the brothers are on the 3rd floor, and I have prepared the rooms. Let us head up," Li Wu informed him. "All right." Li Rue nodded, leading the way as they ascended. Under Li Wu's guidance, they entered a room measuring around 70 to 80 square meters. "Boss, this is the largest room in the hotel," Li Wu remarked. "It's fine. As long as I have a place to sleep, I'm not here for a vacation." Li Rue replied nonchalantly, taking a seat on a chair. "Everyone, please find a place to sit." After casually inviting the others to settle, he turned to Li Yi and inquired, "When will the weapons from the arms dealer arrive?" "Tomorrow at noon. An abandoned warehouse 5 kilometers away for the transaction." "All right." "Li Wu, I'm concerned about any unforeseen events during tomorrow's trade. Do you have any arrangements in place?" "Leave it to the professionals. Even without firearms, my brothers are not to be trifled with. A dagger can still claim an enemy's life," Li Wu assured him. "Very well. You will be responsible for orchestrating everything tomorrow. Ensure everyone's safety." "Understood," Li Wu replied, stopping asida. "Boss, I believe the other party wouldn't resort to betrayal. This arms dealer was sourced from the dark web, and their company has an excellent reputation with substantial credibility. They even sell tanks. They wouldn't jeopardize their reputation over a trivial sum," said a hacker clad in a hoodie, sensing Li Rue's apprehension regarding potential treachery. "What is your name?" Li Rue inquired, as all the hackers bore names randomly generated by the system, leaving him uncertain of how to address the individual. "Boss, I'm Xiao Tsong," the hacker replied. "Xiao Tsong, you raise a valid point, but we cannot entrust our safety solely to someone else's integrity. We must prepare ourselves as well." "Understood, boss." "All right. Everyone has been on a long flight and must be weary. Let us each rest for now. We'll devise our rescue plan once we acquire the weapons tomorrow." "Xiao Tsong, hold on a moment. Could you check if Lao Lu's phone location has shifted?" As others heard Li Rue's words, they each made their way towards the door, preparing to return to their respective rooms for rest. At that moment, Li Rue called out to Xiao Tsong, prompting Shen Yong to halt his steps and glance back at Li Rue. "Boss, you should stay too," Li Rue encouraged, and Shen Yong, beaming with a smile, returned to him. "Boss, I need you to call the other party," Xiao Tsong said as he opened his laptop on the coffee table and began to fiddle with it. "All right, I will call now," Li Rue replied, pulling out his phone to dial Huang Wenjun's number. This time, the phone only rang for a few seconds before being answered. "Hello, boss. I've already sent someone to notify Brother K. Please hold on." The politeness from the voice on the other end took Li Rue by surprise. Did they really regard him with such courtesy? An outsider might assume they were engaged in legitimate business. Li Rue understood that the person on the other end was merely an insignificant character, so he refrained from speaking further, as his intention was simply to buy time for Xiao Tsong to pinpoint the other party's location. After a full minute, Brother K's voice finally came through. "Hello, boss. It's late for a call. Have you gathered the funds?" Hearing Brother K's cheerful tone, Li Rue mused to himself that he could muster not just 20 million, but 200 billion if need be. Let him try to claim it. "The money is being prepared." "I want to hear Huang Wenjun's voice," he replied. "Boss, only with money are you a boss. Without it, who knows you? Once the funds are ready, I will ensure you hear your brother's voice. If the money isn't in place," Brother K's initially cheerful voice turned cold upon realizing that Li Rue hadn't prepared the funds yet. At that moment, Li Rue saw Xiao Tsong give him an okay gesture, so he decided to forego further delays with Brother K. "I will gather the funds in the next few days, but you must guarantee the safety of my 2 brothers. Talk to me once you have the money. Without it, I have no time for you." With that, Brother K abruptly hung up the call. "Boss, the phone's location hasn't changed. We're about 4 kilometers away from small industrial park." Xiao Tsong quickly spoke after Li Rue ended the call. "All right, Once we acquire the equipment tomorrow, we will proceed. You two should rest for now, Li Rui instructed. Shen Yong and Xiao Song nodded in agreement before exiting. The following morning, around 10 a.m., 100 elite commandos took taxis in batches to an abandoned warehouse located 5 kilometers away. Once 90 of the commandos were concealed in the shadows, Li Wu, accompanied by 9 elite soldiers, awaited in the dilapidated warehouse. Time swiftly approached noon when a small cargo van wobbled its way into the warehouse, flanked by 2 black sedans. As the vehicles halted a short distance from Li Wu, a Caucasian stepped out of the first black sedan, followed by 6 burly black men emerging from the 2 cars. Greetings, my friend. I am Michael, and I have brought your goods. A Caucasian man introduced himself to Li Wu in authentic American English, subsequently gesturing toward a small van to indicate that the items had arrived. As a seasoned Special Forces operative, Li Wu was well-versed in the English language. After acknowledging Michael with a nod, he approached the van. A black man, positioned behind Michael, stepped forward to open the cargo door of the van, climbing inside. He then emerged, holding a suitcase, which he presented to the advancing Michael. Michael accepted the suitcase from the man and turned to place it on the hood of a black sedan. Opening the case, he smiled at Li Wu and began his introduction. The Scarel assault rifle, chambered in 5.56 millimeters, boasts a firing rate of 600 rounds per minute, an effective range of 600 meters, an overall length of 950 millimeters, and weighs 3.9 kilograms with a standard magazine capacity of 30 rounds. Do you know how to utilize it, my friend? Chapter 168. The operation begins. Let me give it a try, Li Wu declared, stepping forward to retrieve a desert-colored assault rifle from his suitcase. After mimicking a few tactical maneuvers with the Scarel rifle, he smiled and remarked, "Not bad." Just as Michael thought Li Wu was preparing to make a monetary transaction, Li Wu swiftly disassembled the rifle in his hands. Within a mere 20 seconds, the once complete firearm was reduced to an array of components. Michael stared in astonishment. As the company representative in this chaotic, gun-restricted environment, he had encountered all manner of individuals. He had sold everything from complete Special Forces gear to armored vehicles and tanks. Yet he had never witnessed anyone disassemble a Scarel rifle in such a short span of time. Just as Michael's jaw hung agape in disbelief, Li Wu executed another series of actions, reassembling the pile of parts back to its original form in another 20 seconds. "Do you have ammunition?" Li Wu inquired. "Yes," Michael instinctively replied, still taken aback. Each set of equipment comes with 500 rounds of ammunition, along with bulletproof vests, handguns, gas masks, backpacks, and 10 sets of M24 sniper rifles, all in the vehicle. Regaining his composure, Michael enthusiastically detailed the equipment to Li Wu. "All right, gentlemen, come and gather your gear," Li Wu instructed, nodding at Michael before calling out into the air. Almost immediately, nearly 100 individuals emerged swiftly from various corners of the dilapidated factory. The sight of these ghost-like figures startled Michael and his companions, prompting one African-American man to instinctively reach for his chest pocket. With a swift motion, a glint of cold steel flashed as Li Wu hurled a dagger, knocking the man's handgun to the ground. "No need to be anxious. If we intend to engage in a black market deal, you're already dead," Li Wu stated, casting an expressionless glance at Michael. Yes. Are you all fools? How could you not notice so many people hiding in this place? If they wanted to eliminate us, it would be a trivial matter. Do you still think you have the chance to draw your weapons? Quickly, put them away." Michael nodded in agreement with Li Wu and then turned to scold the African-American man behind him. 10 minutes later, everyone had acquired their weapons and gear. After confirming everything was in order, they stowed their arms into their respective backpacks and suitcases. Only then did Li Wu address Michael, saying, "Provide me with your account details. I will transfer 50 million Dragon Country dollars to you immediately." Upon hearing that Li Wu was about to transfer money, Michael breathed a sigh of relief and promptly provided the company's account number. Li Wu proceeded to complete the transaction on his phone. "The funds have been sent. May our collaboration be fruitful," he said, extending his hand. "To a fruitful collaboration," Michael replied, still somewhat dazed, as he shook Li Wu's hand. Watching Li Wu and his team's figures retreat from the old factory, Michael murmured to himself, "With so many elite soldiers, is the Eastern Power planning something significant?" After a moment of contemplation, Michael nonchalantly chuckled. "What does it matter to me? As long as there is profit to be made, isn't that sufficient?" Half an hour later, Li Wu and 100 individuals returned to the hotel. After instructing others to return to their rooms with their gear, Li Wu approached Li Rui's door, carrying a duffel bag and a suitcase, and knocked. Hearing the knock, Li Rui, who was waiting for news with Shin Yong, joyfully called out, "Come in. Have you obtained the items?" As Li Wu entered, Li Rue eagerly rose to his feet and inquired, "Did you manage to get everything?" "Yes, boss. We can take action tonight," Li Wu replied. "Excellent. Huh, is that what you brought in that bag?" Li Rue exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he pointed at the duffel bag and suitcase in Li Wu's hands. "Indeed, boss, assault rifles, handguns, grenades, bulletproof vests, gas masks, night vision goggles, combat boots, military uniforms." Li Wu began listing the contents. "What type of handgun is this?" Li Rue asked as he stepped forward to pick up a black pistol. "It is an M9 handgun, measuring 217 millimeters in length, with an empty weight of 960 grams, a muzzle velocity of 375 meters per second, an effective range of 50 meters, and a magazine capacity of 15 rounds. If only we could fire a few rounds," Li Rue remarked, admiring the weapon as he stroked its body. "Boss, you should take a look too," he said, smiling as he handed the pistol to the eagerly waiting Shen Yong. Shen Yong took the handgun and, much like Li Rue before him, examined it meticulously for 4 or 5 minutes before returning it to Li Wu. "Prepare yourselves. We shall depart at 8 p.m. Li Rue instructed Li Wu as Shen Yong returned the pistol. "Understood, boss." As the clock struck 8, the small border town in this rubber-producing nation plunged into inky darkness, with scattered lights resembling fireflies in the night, offering a glimmer of hope and warmth, yet failing to illuminate the path ahead. "Everyone, don your night vision goggles and proceed towards the objective." At 8 o'clock, Li Wu, accompanied by 100 elite Special Forces soldiers, exited the hotel, carrying their suitcases and duffel bags. In a deserted alley, they changed into their gear, and with a swift motion, Li Wu signaled to advance towards the location indicated by Huang Wenjun's mobile phone. Meanwhile, Li Rue, Shen Yong, Li Yi, and Li Er quietly awaited in an SUV rented during the day. Although accompanied by 100 fully armed elite soldiers, Li Rue preferred to exercise caution, aware that bullets do not discriminate. He decided to wait until Li Wu and his team secured the area before proceeding. After a few minutes, Li Wu and the 100 Special Forces soldiers arrived at the outskirts of the industrial park. With a gesture, Li Wu signaled to 2 elite soldiers, who stealthily moved toward the entrance of the industrial complex, taking cover in the shadows. At this moment, 2 men, leaning awkwardly against the entrance while clutching rifles, idly smoked their cigarettes. One of the men remarked to the other, "This time, Brother K has truly struck it rich. Over 50 pigs sold for more than 15 million. We should receive a substantial share as well." The other responded, "Indeed, I estimate that with 30-odd brothers, each of US could pocket around 100,000. It would make our arduous journey from the Dragon Country to this desolate place worthwhile. After a few more years of toil, we shall return to the Dragon Country, build grand houses, and marry beautiful women." "Yes, to build grand houses and indulge in beautiful women," he chuckled. Just as the man's laughter faded, a sharp dagger emerged from the shadows, piercing his neck. As he instinctively gasped in pain, another hand clamped over his mouth. His eyes widened in terror as he desperately attempted to pry away the hand covering his mouth, but to no avail. With blood gushing forth, his arm fell limply to his side. "Damn it, there's Ugg." The man who stood opposite, witnessing his companion being silenced and stabbed, was rendered speechless with shock. Just as he began to react and call out, a hand swiftly covered his mouth, and in the same manner as the first, a dagger pierced his neck. Moments later, he too collapsed to the ground, lifeless and unresponsive. Chapter 169. The mob upon witnessing their quarry fall, 2 elite commandos exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison. One of the operatives activated his communication device, rhythmically tapping a finger upon it. In the rear, Li Wu discerned the rhythmic sound emanating from the device. Realizing that the 2 commandos had successfully completed their objective, he then gestured with both hands, prompting the remaining operatives to surge towards the entrance like phantoms. As the initial pair advanced into the small industrial park, they were met with the sight of a building reminiscent of a factory dormitory, its second floor ablaze with light, while 6 or 7 other structures of varying heights stood shrouded in darkness. Li Wu entered, surveying the scene before him. After a moment of contemplation, he executed several professional hand signals, leading a dozen operatives to stealthily approach the darkened buildings. Li Wu then signaled again, directing the remaining 80-plus members towards the illuminated structure, where they concealed themselves in the shadows upon arrival. Meanwhile, the 2 commandos continued their reconnaissance, cautiously ascending the staircase. Just as they prepared to glance upward to ascertain if anyone was present, they were met with the sound of a man's laughter. "Huh, a straight flush. Another 5,000 in the bag. My luck is splendid today. Damn it, you're winning while I've lost nearly 20,000. Another voice retorted, I'm down over 10,000 myself. With that, I could have entertained several ladies. It must be that I didn't wash my hands after using the restroom. My luck is abysmal. Ah, it's nothing, just a bit of small change. Brother K has struck it rich today. We'll share in it. It's just a sum of 1 or 2,000, merely trifles, the first voice chuckled. Listening to the banter from the staircase above, one commando retrieved a mirror, cautiously inspecting the situation overhead. After a moment, he signaled to his comrades behind him, indicating that 3 guards were stationed in the corridor on the second floor. Receiving his teammate's alert, Li Wu pondered for another moment before signaling his team once more. Shortly thereafter, 3 operatives emerged. One stood against the wall, another crouched in a horse stance beside it. The last member handed his rifle to a nearby comrade, drew a dagger from his waist, held it in his mouth, and signaled an OK gesture to the 2 commandos surveying the corridor. Noticing the signal, the 2 commandos nodded. One retrieved 2 bullets, weighing them in his hand before tossing them onto the concrete floor of the staircase. Clang! Clang! The metallic sound immediately captured the attention of the 3 men seated on the second floor, engrossed in a game of Texas Hold'em. What was that sound? One man inquired, turning to look down the staircase with a puzzled expression. Probably just a wild cat. Don't mind it. Hurry up. Let us keep playing. I'm on a winning streak today and intend to win back your undergarments. The man who had previously won pulled the standing player back into his seat. The sound that resembled a wildcat was, in fact, nothing more than a soda can clattering to the ground, likely caused by the wind, one man speculated. These individuals, engaged in the nefarious trade of human trafficking as snakeheads, have been operating for several years without any incidents, leading to a notable decline in their initial vigilance. Even the firearms placed nearby were in a state of disrepair, having never been repaired or maintained. They were merely wrapped in tape. For those under their control, the mere presence of a gun capable of firing bullets was sufficient to ensure obedience, regardless of the weapon's model, condition, or novelty. 2 Special Forces operatives, observing through a small mirror, noted the commotion caused by the sound of a bullet falling to the ground, and as they prepared to signal their teammates to act, they noticed the individual had resumed his previous position. They exchanged incredulous glances, thinking to themselves that this group was utterly disorganized and alarmingly complacent. Subsequently, they shared a knowing look and each produced 5 or 6 bullets, discarding them onto the stairway platform. The clanging of the bullets intensified, prompting the 3 seated men to rise, exchanging wary glances before cautiously retrieving an old AK and stealthily descending the stairs. Upon witnessing the 3 finally spring into action, the 2 Special Forces operatives signaled to their comrades. One operative, poised with a dagger in his mouth, charged forward, stepping onto the hand of a teammate crouched in a fighting stance, using this leverage to ascend onto the shoulder of another teammate leaning against the wall. With a powerful thrust, he propelled himself onto the second-floor balcony, just as the sound of landing reached the ears of the 3 men cautiously making their way downstairs. Alarmed, they turned, and in that fleeting moment, as one man's head pivoted halfway, a sharp dagger pierced through his temple. The man, struck in the head, felt a sudden numbness and attempted to turn his head further, but found himself unable to muster any strength. A chilling sensation coursed through his mind, and he swiftly lost consciousness. Without a moment's hesitation, the Special Forces operative withdrew the dagger and lunged towards the second man. As the second man turned, he was met with the sight of a bloodied bayonet, still smeared with an unknown substance, thrusting directly toward his face. "You!" he gasped, his eyes widening in terror. But before he could utter another word, the blade pierced through his open mouth, exiting through the back of his neck. The last man, witnessing the brutal demise of his 2 companions in a matter of seconds, was gripped by fear and raised his weapon to shoot at the knife-wielding operative. Noticing the imminent threat, the operative disregarded the dagger lodged in the enemy's mouth, and with a swift motion, he seized the man's finger just as he was about to pull the trigger. Confronted by the malevolent figure of a murderer looming before him, the man, gripped by terror, attempted to pull the trigger, only to discover that he was utterly unable to do so. Lowering his gaze, he realized that the fiend had placed a finger upon the trigger of his rifle. Faced with his impotence to fire, the man opened his mouth to scream. However, as he raised his head and extended his neck, a swift strike from the Special Forces soldier landed brutally upon his throat. The force of the blow caused the man to involuntarily relinquish his grip on the rifle. Clutching his neck with both hands, his face flushed, eyes wide with horror as he stared at the soldier. Casually discarding the battered rifle onto the ground, the soldier advanced once more, seizing the man's head and twisting it with a decisive force. With a sickening crack, the man's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed lifelessly to the floor. Observing the swift resolution of 3 adversaries by their comrade, 2 Special Forces soldiers in the hallway exchanged glances and quickly moved towards the stairs, giving a thumbs up to the soldier who had engaged in combat. They then signaled to Li Wu and his team, concealed outside, indicating that the situation had been handled. Receiving the signal from his team, Li Wu, accompanied by dozens of fully armed elite soldiers, approached the hallway with cautious, measured steps. Chapter 170. Capturing Brother K, Captain. They are merely a disorganized rabble. I believe there is no need for such caution. Let's launch a direct assault, said a Special Forces soldier, drawing his knife and wiping the blood from its blade after Li Wu ascended to the balcony on the 2nd floor. Upon hearing this, Li Wu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement and gesturing behind him. The other team members, understanding the signal, swiftly raised their rifles and hurried towards the illuminated rooms ahead. With each brightly lit doorway they encountered, they delivered a powerful kick, allowing 4 or 5 fully armed elite soldiers to surge inside. In just over a minute, all the rooms on the 2nd floor had been breached, with sporadic gunfire echoing from several of them. Seeing that all the doors had been kicked open and no further gunfire erupted, Li Wu deduced that his comrades had secured the area and stepped forward to inspect the first room. Upon arriving at the doorway, he observed 5 elite soldiers pointing their weapons at 2 men quaking in fear, clad only in their undergarments. Nearby, on a rudimentary bed, 2 girls trembled under a blanket, attempting to shield themselves. Recognizing the insignificance of these individuals and surmising that they were not the targets he sought, Li Wu lost interest and proceeded to the 2nd room. The situation therein was similar, as no one of interest was found. This time, he resolved not to search each room individually. Grasping the hair of one of the trembling men, he coldly inquired, "Where is Brother K?" "Well, what Brother K?" "I don't know." The man stammered. "I shall ask you once more. Where is Brother K?" Li Wu said, drawing his knife with an expressionless face. "I don't know, eh?" The man's words were abruptly cut short as Li Wu seized one of his ears, swiftly severing it and discarding it on the ground. "Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much." The man collapsed, clutching the space where his ear had been, writhing in agony. "Do you know where Brother K is?" Li Wu coldly directed his gaze at the other kneeling man. Brother K is in the last room," the man blurted out, fear overtaking him as he beheld Li Wu raising his knife once more. Brother K was indeed ruthless, but the individuals before him were equally merciless. The man realized that while he might face retribution for Brother K later, remaining silent would mean certain death in that moment. Thus, he revealed the location of Brother K without hesitation. "Secure them and bring them to a room," Li Wu commanded after obtaining the information he sought, sheathing his knife. He turned to his companions, stating, "Do it." "Understood, Captain," the soldiers responded, drawing plastic restraints from their belts to apprehend everyone in the room, regardless of gender. As Li Wu stepped out of the room, preparing to approach the final chamber, he was met by a teammate striding towards him. "Captain, the individual in the last room should be K." "Ah, I see. Let us proceed. I am curious to discern what extraordinary prowess this K possesses to provoke our boss," Li Wu remarked, taking the lead toward the last room. Upon entering the room, Li Wu immediately understood why the earlier teammate believed the occupant was K. The final chamber was adorned in opulence, not only in its lavish decor, but also in the presence of 5 striking women. "K?" Li Wu inquired, glancing at the man on the floor clad only in his undergarments. Upon hearing his name, K cautiously lifted his gaze towards Li Wu, recognizing that he had never encountered this individual before. He then queried, "Brother, is there some misunderstanding? I do not know you. Why have you come to assault me?" "I ask you again, are you K?" Li Wu prodded, lifting K's chin with his military boot, scrutinizing the man, who appeared to be in his late 20s and somewhat handsome. "I am K." K hesitated momentarily before conceding. He realized he was at the mercy of his captors. Denying it would serve no purpose, especially since he believed he had allies. "Then it is settled. You chose the wrong person to provoke. How dare you challenge our boss?" "You are courting death," Li Wu declared, pressing K's face forcefully into the ground with his foot before retrieving his phone to call Li Rue. "Hello, boss. We have located K. You may come now." "Understood. I shall be there shortly." "Who are you?" "I work for General Huang Chao, who commands over 6,000 troops, armored vehicles, and several tanks. Should you lay a hand on me, you are slapping General Huang's face. How dare you?" "Enough of your nonsense." Li Wu crouched down, seizing K by the hair and yanking him up. Bang! Li Wu delivered a powerful punch to K's abdomen. "Speak another word, and I shall strike you again." "I." Bang! Another crushing blow caused K to double over in pain, unable to restrain himself from regurgitating his recent meal. Damn it, if you vomit on me, I will end you, Li Wu growled, disgusted by the scene. He then turned to his teammates and ordered, bind them all and take them to the central room. Yes, Captain. In less than 10 minutes, Li Rue arrived at the industrial park in a rented SUV. After disembarking, he followed the special forces up to the second floor and proceeded directly to the central room. Boss, we have 25 live thugs, 8 are dead, 45 women, and that is K. Li Wu reported as he stepped forward to inform Li Rue of the situation within the room. Li Rue listened attentively to Liu's explanation. Surveying the scene within the room, 25 men were tightly bound by thick plastic straps, their bodies and faces marred by varying degrees of bruises and bloodstains. All of them lay on the ground like lifeless dogs, trembling slightly, though it was unclear whether they were suffering from pain or fear. In contrast, 45 women were similarly restrained, huddled together without any visible injuries or bloodshed. "Hey brother, where's my brother?" Li Rue briefly assessed the situation before making his way toward the prostrate K brother. Recently struck by a few punches from Li Wu, K brother felt turmoil within his stomach. Upon hearing someone inquire about him, he recognized the voice as belonging to the very person who sought to confront him. How could he possibly know where the other man's brother was? He was merely a trafficker of piglets, not someone who would provoke such a formidable figure. Unable to comprehend the situation, he decided to feign death. Seeing the seemingly lifeless figure on the ground, Li Rue turned to Li Wu, puzzled. "Did you kill him?" "Impossible. I'm always precise with my strikes. He is not dead," Li Wu replied, drawing a dagger from his waist and advancing toward K brother. With a swift motion, he plunged the dagger into K brother's rear. The previously motionless man, now pierced, let out a cry of pain. "Boss, see? He's perfectly alive." Chapter 171. Living is also a waste of air. K. Feigning death is of no use. "Tell me, where are my brothers?" "Ah, it hurts so much." Lying on the ground, K, clutching his wounded backside, either did not hear Li Rue's inquiry or chose not to respond, loudly lamenting his pain. Witnessing K's silence, a flicker of anger flashed in Li Rue's eyes as he stepped forward, placing his foot deliberately upon K's injury. "I shall ask you once more. Where are my 2 brothers?" he demanded, applying more pressure. "Pain. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Stop stepping on me." K, already in agony, contorted his face in anguish at Li Rue's relentless pressure. "Speak." Li Hui commanded, lifting his foot from K's wound and settling into a chair that Li Wu had brought over, casting a downward gaze upon K. I merely purchased some piglets from the Dragon Kingdom for General Huang. Is there some misunderstanding?" K, suppressing the pain radiating from his backside, looked up at Li Rue with a pleading expression. "How can your memory be so poor? Did you not call me? I even transferred you $1 million. By the way, you still owe me $20 million. Given your terrible memory, you surely haven't forgotten that, have you?" Li Rue regarded K with a semblance of smile, tinged with mockery. You. K raised his head, extending a finger toward Li Rue, struggling to articulate his thoughts, momentarily forgetting the pain in his backside. He had always believed the other party had mistaken him for someone else, only to realize now that he was indeed the target. Yet, how could a mere pig farmer, incapable of producing even 50,000, command 100 fully armed brothers? "The location of Lao Lu's phone is with you. Yet the person is not here. What have you done with him?" Upon hearing Li Rue's inquiry once more, K swallowed hard and dared not meet Li Rue's gaze, instead lowering his head in silence. Slap! Slap! "Are your ears deaf?" Li Rue leaned down, delivering 2 sharp blows to K's cheeks, rendering them instantly crimson. "Brother, please stop. I'll tell you. I sold them to General Huang Chao." K shouted, hands clasped over his head in desperation. "General Huang Chao? Who is he?" Li Rue seized K by the hair, forcing him to meet his eyes, then inquired further. "Brother, General Huang Chao is a brigadier general from the Jadestone Kingdom, commanding an army of over 6,000, along with armored vehicles and tanks. He oversees numerous scam operations requiring a large number of people from the Dragon Kingdom. I was merely responsible for assisting in the procurement of piglets from the Dragon Kingdom. Brother, if you spare me, I can retrieve both your brothers. I implore you, let me go," K pleaded, his voice breaking in a torrent of tears, whether from pain or genuine fear. It was difficult to ascertain. Li Rue rose, casting a final glance at K, then retrieved his phone and dialed Chao Kong. "Boss, what is your command?" "Investigate Huang Chao from the Jadestone Kingdom for me." "Yes. Please hold, boss." A minute later, the voice of Chao Tsung echoed once more on the phone. "Huang Chao, a national of the Jadestone country, held the rank of colonel and the position of battalion commander. Officially, he was affiliated with the military of Jadestone country, yet in reality, he operated independently as a warlord, self-styled as a brigadier general. He commanded over 6,000 soldiers and possessed more than a dozen armored personnel carriers, alongside 40-54 tanks. Relics from the Soviet era. The region of Ruifang County, under his control, boasted a population of 180,000, with its primary source of income stemming from telecommunications fraud. Within Ruifang County, there existed over 100 industrial parks, the most renowned being the Alaska Park among the 4 major parks. Boss, this is all the information I could gather, Chiao Tsung reported. Upon hearing this introduction, Li Rui felt a slight relief wash over him. Telecommunications fraud? Then, for the time being, the safety of Lao Wu and Lao Lu was assured. However, his brow soon furrowed. It seemed that Ke Gu was indeed truthful. As the so-called General Huang truly commanded over 6,000 men, and even possessed tanks, although these were antiquated medium tanks from 50 or 60 years ago, they were still tanks, which complicated matters considerably. While he could procure light weaponry through arms dealers, acquiring anti-tank missiles capable of destroying such vehicles was utterly impossible in the short term, not to mention the impracticality of engaging in a tank battle with the enemy. Fortunately, the opposing force had a limited number of tanks, allowing him to potentially overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Nonetheless, even if he were to amass troops to eliminate this scourge upon the Dragon Country, he needed to ensure the safety of Lao Wu and Lao Lu first. With this thought in mind, Li Rui approached Ke Gu once more and instructed, called General Huang. If my brothers can return, you may live. If not, you may meet your demise. Observing Li Rui's expressionless face as he uttered such dire words, Ke Gu broke into a cold sweat, hastily retrieving his phone from his pocket to make the call. Shortly thereafter, the line was connected. What is it? Came a frosty female voice from the other end. Assistant Young? This is Xiao Ke. I need to speak with General Huang regarding a matter, Ke Gu said, suppressing his discomfort and attempting to ingratiate himself. State your business directly. I will relay it. General Huang has no time for idle chatter, replied the voice with a disdainful scoff. Well, Assistant Yang, I delivered over 50 individuals to the Alaska Park today, and 2 of them are quite special. Could you possibly return them to me? KG's voice dripped with charm. Is this your first time doing a task for General Huang? Do you understand the rules? Those who enter the park do not leave. Only death grants them exit. Assistant Yang, these 2 individuals are truly exceptional. If I cannot retrieve them, I will surely perish, Ke Gu implored, glancing at the increasingly icy gaze of Li Rui. Unable to suppress a shiver, his voice began to tremble. Get lost. The woman on the other end dismissed him with a sharp retort before abruptly hanging up. It seems you lack the means to negotiate, so you may as well perish, Li Rui remarked coldly as he turned away from Ke Gu, who stood there with a phone in hand, now disconnected. Brother, grant me one more chance, and I assure you I shall retrieve the person. I implore you, ascertain the identities of these women. Release those who are uninvolved. As for these scoundrels, their existence is but a waste of air. Oh, and do not forget to burn 2 million ghostly coins for him, as I promised. Li Rui paid no heed to the pleas for mercy echoing from the karaoke room. As he passed by Li Wu, he casually remarked, Understood, boss. Li Rui, accompanied by Li Yi, Li Air, and the somewhat bewildered Shen Yong, had just descended to the ground floor when the sharp crack of gunfire reverberated from the building behind them. The third one, over 20 individuals just like that they perished? Shen Yong struggled to swallow, his eyes filled with terror as he gazed at the looming structure behind. After all, he was merely an ordinary man, and such a scene was utterly overwhelming for him. Chapter 172, The Luxurious Reinforcement Synthesis Journey. Boss, these are not human beings. They are beasts. How many families have been shattered because of them? Can you fathom the fate that awaits if we fail to rescue Lao Wu and Lao Lu? What will become of their families? Li Rui cast a glance at the buildings behind him and then turned back, his gaze resolute as he spoke to Shin Yong. Indeed, Lao San, you are right. I have watched countless videos, men buried alive, women. These individuals are our compatriots from Longhua, and they deserve to perish. After listening to Li Rui's words, Shin Yong pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and responding. Let's return for now. To save Lao Wu and Lao Lu, we must explore other avenues. Li Rui patted Shen Yong on the shoulder and made his way towards the SUV parked outside. Inside the hotel, Li Rui sat at the table, sipping hot tea, before addressing Li Yi behind him. Contact the arms dealer. I require 10,000 sets of infantry equipment. Spit. Shen Yong, who had just taken a sip of tea, spewed out upon hearing Li Rui's request. Lao San, 10,000 sets of equipment. Where will you find that many people? Shen Yong stared wide-eyed, his expression one of disbelief. Our company operates a security firm here. It's just that you were unaware. Shen Yong, listening to Li Rui, wore a look that suggested he thought Li Rui was foolish, clearly skeptical of his assertion. Our company is destined to expand internationally. Isn't it only natural to have a security firm to ensure the safety of our employees? The company is called Longlin Security. Enough, boss. Let us not dwell on these matters. Rescuing Lao Wu and Lao Lu is our top priority. Nodding in agreement, Shen Yong ceased to pursue the topic further. Meanwhile, Li Yi, having received Li Rui's instructions, stepped aside to call the arms dealer they had previously engaged. A few minutes later, he returned to report to Li Rui, boss. The current active military equipment from the Eagle Sauce Nation costs 200,000 per set. For 10,000 sets, it totals 20 billion Longwa currency. And it will take at least half a month to procure. Half a month? No, that's too long. I cannot wait that long. The active equipment from the Bear Country is 80,000 per set. 10,000 sets will require 8 billion Longwa currency, and it can be delivered within 3 days. Inform them that I will acquire these supplies by tomorrow. I will add an additional billion. Understood, boss, Li Yi replied and moved aside to make the call. Boss, they have agreed. Li Yi returned shortly to report. Excellent. Once we acquire the equipment, I shall eradicate these wretched scoundrels who treat our compatriots like livestock. I wonder how many lives they possess. It is getting late. You all should return and rest. The following day, at 2 in the afternoon, Li Wu, accompanied by all the special forces, donned civilian clothing and took a taxi back to the abandoned warehouse. Within mere minutes of arriving, he observed 2 black sedans leading 4 or 5 vans and 2 container trucks slowly approaching the warehouse. Moments later, the convoy halted before the dilapidated warehouse, and Li Wu recognized familiar figures emerging from the black sedans. Hey, my friend, I didn't expect to see you so soon. Michael greeted Li Wu enthusiastically as he stepped out of the vehicle. Li Wu, however, maintained a stoic expression and replied, I want to see the goods. Not a problem. My friend, the merchandise from our company is undoubtedly the finest. Come take a look at this AK-74. It has a caliber of 5.45-39 millimeters, an overall length of 930 millimeters, a weight of 3.6 kilograms, a magazine capacity of 30 rounds, a firing rate of 600 rounds per minute, and an effective range of approximately 500 meters, Michael said warmly as he handed the rifle offered by his associate to Li Wu. Li Wu took the rifle from Michael's hands, examined it briefly, and nodded. He then turned to the special forces behind him and instructed, Go check it. Understood, Captain. The team responded, promptly climbing into the open container to inspect the equipment within. 10 minutes later, all team members jumped off the truck and nodded towards Li Wu. Upon receiving their confirmation, Li Wu pulled out his phone and, after a moment of operation, he informed Michael, 900 million Longwa coins have been transferred to your company's account. Haha, my friend, that's quite straightforward. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out to us. Just give us a heads up, and we can even procure tanks. Of course, they would be second-generation tanks. We can't get our hands on any active third-generation tanks, Michael replied with a broad smile, revealing his white teeth. Li Wu responded nonchalantly, choosing not to engage further in conversation. Noticing Li Wu's disinterest, Michael felt no offense. He turned and instructed the group of individuals disembarking from the van to unload the goods before bidding farewell to Li Wu with a smile. Once Michael departed, Li Wu took out his phone and called Li Rui, Boss, you can come now. 10 minutes later, Li Rui arrived at the warehouse accompanied by Shen Yong, Li Yi, and Li Er. Gazing at the towering piles of AK rifles, helmets, and bulletproof vests, Shen Yong was left speechless. Brother San, are these guns really so easy to acquire? Why don't those warlords purchase more and arm additional troops? Shen Yong inquired, bewildered, after regaining his composure. Guns are easy to procure, but maintaining an army is a different matter, Li Rui replied with a smile. While conversing with Shen Yong, Li Rui opened the system's Biosoldier purchase page in his mind and located the Infantry Biosoldier option. The display read, Junior Infantry Biosoldier, priced at 1 million. They possess 2 years of specialized training and are competent soldiers. Intermediate Infantry Biosoldier, priced at 1.5 million. They have 2 years of specialized training and 1 year of combat experience, having seen blood in the battlefield. Senior Infantry Biosoldier, priced at 2 million. They possess 3 years of combat experience, are seasoned veterans on the battlefield, rich in experience, and unafraid of death. System, Purchase 10,000 Senior Infantry Bio Soldiers. Ding. Host has purchased 10,000 Senior Infantry Bio Soldiers at a cost of 20 billion Longwa coins. Shall they be deployed now? Deploy. Ding. 10,000 Senior Infantry Bio Soldiers have been deployed within a 2-kilometer radius. Brother San, what are you thinking about? As Shen Yong noticed Li Rue suddenly lost in thought, he couldn't help but inquire out of curiosity. It's nothing. Just as Li Rue returned to reality, responding to Shen Yong's question, the voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. Ding. A significant enhancement in the host's family strength has been detected. The system rewards the host with 100 billion Dragon Country coins, as well as a luxury heavy-duty synthesis unit. What? A luxury heavy-duty synthesis unit? Li Rue was utterly bewildered upon hearing the system's announcement. Since acquiring the system, he had been rewarded with skills, money, and technology, but never with tangible items. This time, however, he received an item. What on earth was a luxury heavy-duty synthesis unit? Moreover, he had merely purchased 10,000 soldiers. And there was a reward? Did this signify an enhancement of the family's strength? Was there a reward for bolstering family strength? Then why was there no reward when he previously hired bodyguards? Li Rue found himself thoroughly perplexed. The system's rewards appeared utterly capricious. Nevertheless, these thoughts were secondary to his primary concern. He desperately wanted to understand what this luxury heavy-duty synthesis unit truly was. System. What is a luxury heavy-duty synthesis unit? Chapter 173. The Unstoppable Force, the Heavy Combined Brigade, represents a novel military formation characterized by its remarkable flexibility, allowing for rapid adjustments and assembly tailored to specific operational requirements. This enhancement significantly augments combat adaptability and overall operational efficacy. As Li Rue absorbed the system's elucidation, he found himself bewildered, grappling with the complexities of military affairs in which he had little knowledge. Nevertheless, his lack of understanding was inconsequential. His primary curiosity lay in discovering the formidable equipment possessed by this heavy combined brigade. System. What equipment does the heavy combined brigade comprise? How many personnel does it consist of? The system unveiled the opulent heavy combined brigade, which encompasses 8 heavy combined battalions, 1 artillery battalion, 1 reconnaissance battalion, 1 combat support battalion, 1 logistics battalion, and 1 air defense battalion, totaling 13 operational battalions and a force of 10,000 soldiers. The heavy combined battalions include 25 M1 AK-2 main battle tank from the United States, each boasting specifications of a weight of 63 tons, a length of 983 meters, a width of 658 meters, a top speed of 67 kilometers per hour, and armed with a 120mm smoothbore gun, alongside a coaxial 7.62mm machine gun and a 50 caliber machine gun, with a range of 450 kilometers and a crew of 4. Additionally, there are 40 M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles, featuring a track mobility system, each weighing approximately 30 tons, accommodating 3 crew members and capable of transporting 7 infantry soldiers. Their primary armaments include a 25mm autocannon and a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun, complemented by an anti-tank missile launcher. The artillery battalion comprises 30 155mm self-propelled howitzers, 50 82mm self-propelled mortars, 20 122mm modular rocket launchers, and 15 heavy anti-tank missile vehicles. The Air Defense Battalion includes 30 35mm self-propelled anti-aircraft guns and 15 surface-to-air missile vehicles. The Reconnaissance Battalion features an array of reconnaissance drones of various models, dual-purpose attack reconnaissance aircraft, and the most advanced radar detection vehicles. The Logistics Battalion is equipped with 100 military trucks. All tanks, artillery, and missile launchers are armed with an ammunition supply ranging from 10 to 100 rounds. As Li Rue listened to the system's narration, he could not help but swallow hard, having just acquired 10,000 elite soldiers. Though he did not fully comprehend all the details, he grasped the significance of the 8 heavy combined battalions, each comprising 25 main battle tanks and 40 armored vehicles. This translates to a staggering total of 200 tanks and 320 armored vehicles within this luxurious heavy combined brigade. Even without a profound understanding of military strategy, he recognized that such equipment would render him virtually invincible in Southeast Asia. A warlord commanding 6,000 mercenaries, armed with a handful of decrepit tanks, dared to reign as a local monarch. Thus, he felt like a true emperor in this context. With a heavy combined brigade of 10,000, In addition to his recently acquired 10,000 soldiers, he commanded a force of 20,000, augmented by an arsenal of heavy equipment. Who would dare to provoke him? Contemplating this, a smile crept across Li Rui's lips. May I inquire if the host wishes to deploy the heavy combined brigade now? As Li Rui indulged in fantasies of reigning as a sovereign and savoring a life of luxury, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. When prompted to deploy the heavy armored synthesis battalion, Li Rui did not hesitate for a moment to decline. Although this location was relatively remote, accommodating an armored battalion of 10,000 troops, along with their extensive heavy equipment, would be a considerable challenge. After all, this was the land of rubber, and the recent acquisition of 10,000 soldiers had already reached the threshold of what could be sustained here. The battalion could only be deployed once they reached the territory of the Jade Nation. Very well, host. The luxurious heavy armored synthesis battalion will remain in the system's storage for 24 hours. If deployment is not completed within this time frame, the system will retract the reward. Boss, we have many visitors outside. At that moment, a team member approached Li Wu and whispered something. After listening, Li Wu turned to Li Rui and said, "Haha, our brothers have arrived." Understanding Li Wu's words, Li Rui immediately grasped that the 10,000 soldiers they had just purchased had indeed arrived. "Let us go out and greet our brothers," Li Rui declared, taking the lead, with Shun Yong and Li Yi following closely behind as they exited. Upon reaching the entrance of the dilapidated warehouse, they beheld a dense assembly of over 10,000 individuals standing in perfect formation. "Hello, boss." The soldiers, clad in military boots, trousers, and camouflage uniforms, saluted Li Rui in unison, greeting him loudly. "Greetings, brothers. You have all worked hard," Li Rui replied with a smile, waving in acknowledgement. "Third brother, are these the employees of your Dragonscale security company? So many of them? This is incredible." Shinyong, upon witnessing such a vast number of individuals, no longer questioned where Li Rui had sourced them from, but instead felt a surge of excitement that made him tremble slightly. Over 10,000 young and robust individuals were his brother's employees, and they clearly did not resemble ordinary workers. How astonishing it was that his brother could amass such a formidable group. Not only was he wealthy, but he also commanded a legion. Such remarkable figures were indeed his close allies, a feeling that no one could fathom as he stood there exhilarated. "Yes, they're employees of Dragonscale Security." Li Rui responded with a grin. "Li Wu, take them to distribute equipment. Also, arrange their organization for easier management," Li Rui instructed Li Wu after addressing Shinyong. "Understood, boss." Organizing over 10,000 individuals might seem a monumental task for ordinary folk, but these were bio-soldiers procured through the system, completely loyal to Li Rui, which implied absolute obedience. Thus, the arrangement was relatively straightforward. An hour later, the place that once housed 10,000 soldiers was once again brimming with people. However, this time, each soldier was armed with a rifle, donned in bulletproof vests, and wore helmets, transforming from a mere assembly of youth into an elite battalion of soldiers. Gazing upon this formidable force, Li Rui's eyes sparkled with zeal. These were soldiers unwaveringly loyal to him, and in this chaotic region, they represented a substantial foundation for his security and livelihood. Checking the time on his phone, Li Rui boldly addressed the straight-standing 1,000-strong battalion, commanding all to advance towards my Ottawa. At his signal, Li Wu raised his hand and swiftly dashed to the front, leading the way toward the Jadestone Nation of my Ottawa, with the others following closely behind like a great, undulating dragon. In a remote county of the Rubber Nation, the sudden appearance of more than 10,000 fully armed soldiers in broad daylight naturally instilled profound terror among the local populace. While the Jadestone Nation prohibits firearms, small-scale skirmishes do occur, yet such a scene of thousands marching in full military regalia was utterly unprecedented for the residents of this small county. Most alarming was the fact that they were clad not in the uniforms of the Rubber Nation, but in unmarked camouflage attire. Faced with this unsettling sight, the townsfolk hurried home, locking their doors in fear of impending calamity. My Ottawa, situated across the river from Suomei County, saw the 1,000 elite soldiers, fully equipped, reach the riverbank after a brisk 20-minute run. Observing that the water was merely knee-deep, Li Wu promptly signaled for the troops to cross. Without a moment's hesitation, the soldiers obeyed the command. Some stood guard by the riverbank, while others waded through the water, weapons at the ready. Chapter 174. A lesson through brutality as Li Rui's army of 10,000 crossed the river on the side of the Yushur Kingdom. At a corner of the AK facilities wall, a man clad in security attire, with a weathered AK at his side, was engrossed in smoking and watching short videos. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing sand particles to enter his eyes. The man, who had been smiling while absorbed in his videos, cursed under his breath as he stepped aside to wash his eyes with water. Once he had finished rinsing his eyes, he wiped them with his hand and gazed into the distance, hoping to discern whether the pain had subsided. To his astonishment, countless moving dark spots materialized in his blurred vision. Assuming his eyes remained unclean, he vigorously rubbed them again. After a moment, he opened his eyes once more, and this time, a far clearer image emerged. Those former dark spots had transformed into numerous individuals clad in camouflage. The sight jolted him, and in disbelief, he rubbed his eyes again, only to find the image sharpening even more. After a brief moment of shock, the man hastily retrieved his walkie-talkie from his belt and shouted in the Yusher language, "Captain, there are over 10,000 fully armed troops crossing the river. Are you out of your mind? Over 10,000 fully armed soldiers? Are you trying to forfeit your salary this month?" Came a furious voice through the walkie-talkie. "I assure you, Captain, you must come quickly. They have already crossed by the thousands." The man's tone grew increasingly urgent. "I'm on my way. If you're lying to me, I swear I'll make you regret it." The voice on the other end spat angrily. 2 minutes later, as the man atop the watchtower spotted thousands more successfully crossing, a fellow security officer climbed up to his perch. "Where are they?" the new arrival inquired. "Captain, look over there." The man pointed towards the distant throng of over 10,000 who had nearly completed their crossing. Following the direction of the pointer, the security captain's gaze fell upon the sight, and in an instant his hair stood on end. Without uttering a word, he hurriedly descended the ladder. In his haste, he slipped and tumbled down the ladder, disregarding the pain in his rear and ankle as he limped away, hastening toward the front. "Captain, why are you running?" the man on the watchtower called out, observing his superior's frantic retreat. Hearing the shout behind him, the captain hesitated for a moment, then turned back to reply. "I thought you were clever, but today you're acting foolishly. Over 10,000 armed individuals are coming our way. Do you think they're here for a vacation? With just over 500 of us and around 100 guns, how do we expect to stand our ground? If we don't flee, we'll be signing our own death warrants. But if we run, General Huang will have us killed. That is all a matter for the future. If you do not run now, you may not survive today." With that, the captain of the security team turned and sprinted forward without waiting for the man to respond. Observing the captain's retreat, the man atop the watchtower gritted his teeth, descended the tower, and hastily followed suit, neglecting even the old AK rifle left behind. Everyone advanced towards the AK district, running with determination. Once all had crossed the river and gathered themselves, Li Wu gestured forward, and 10,000 soldiers, armed and ready, swiftly marched towards the AK district located 1 kilometer away. At that moment, Li Rue also arrived at the riverbank, gazing at the nearby AK district and murmured to himself, Lao Lu, hold on a little longer. Sanggu will come to rescue you." With a loud crack, please stop. It hurts." In a room spanning 50 to 60 square meters, over 50 men and women knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. A muscular man, clad in a tank top, wielded a bicycle chain, striking a man in his early 20s with brutal force. The sound of the chain meeting flesh resonated throughout the spacious room, harmonizing with the man's anguished cries. "You worthless scoundrels, you deserve to be punished. Once you enter the AK district, comply and earn money for the district, and you shall have food to eat. If you resist, well, I wouldn't mind digging a grave for you," the burly man sneered, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling men and women. Crack. I will obey. I can definitely earn a lot of money for the district. Please, do not hit me." The burly man then swung a heavy iron whip, striking a woman in her 30s across the face, causing her skin to split open and blood to flow. Truly pathetic. Just moments ago, you were quite defiant, weren't you? Who among you still refuses? Step forward. Upon hearing his words, the more than 50 men and women lowered their heads in silence, fearing the armed guards nearby. You, and you, all 8 of you, step forward. You are all quite attractive. It would be a waste to leave you in the district. I can find you better work, the burly man said, selecting 8 young women with a sinister grin, relishing their fear. As the saying goes, one may not have eaten pork, but they have seen pigs run. The meaning of the burly man's words was clear to all. The 8 chosen women trembled in terror, with a few of the younger ones bursting into tears. "What are you crying for? If you keep this up, I'll have my brothers take care of you." The burly man glared at the sobbing girls, threatening them with malice. Hearing his threats, the weeping girls suppressed their tears and quickly covered their mouths. "Lao Lu, are we really going to die here?" Wu Yang, trembling and keeping his head down, whispered to Huang Wenjun, who bore a similar expression of fear and shivered in response. I am uncertain. Even if we do not perish here, it seems we shall never return. When Kay held us captive, I naively believed that as long as third brother provided him with money, he would release us. Now that we have been sold to the AK district, it is likely that even money will not secure our freedom. As Huang Wenjun spoke, despair gradually clouded his eyes. Old Liu, what will happen to my parents if I die? We must find a way to escape. We cannot simply await our fate. Alas, the notion of escape is far from simple. The walls of the AK District Tower 5 were 6 meters high, guarded by armed security personnel and watchtowers. How could one possibly flee? There must be a way, Wu Yang pondered, listening to Huang Wenjun's analysis, his expression also shifting towards hopelessness, ultimately resorting to self-encouragement and whisper. What are you two discussing over there? Come out. A burly man wielding a bike chain, noticing that a few girls had been intimidated by him, could not suppress a smirk of satisfaction. Instilling fear in others was one of his pleasures. However, amidst his self-satisfaction, he overheard whispers, igniting a fierce anger within him. Turning to discover 2 young men engaged in hushed conversation, he felt his authority was being challenged and resolved to make an example of them. Chapter 175. Breaching the park as the robust man spoke. Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang were taken aback, their hearts racing with trepidation. They cautiously cast furtive glances at him, clinging to a sliver of hope that he was not referring to them. However, when their eyes met his, the gravity of their situation dawned upon them, terror swiftly etching itself across their faces. You two are rather bold, he sneered. I am speaking here, and yet you dare to whisper amongst yourselves? Bring me a knife. Let each of them lose a finger as a lesson. He commanded one of his underlings, who, with a gleam of amusement in his eyes, unsheathed a dagger from his waist and handed it to the man. Please spare me. I do not wish to become a cripple, Wu Yang pleaded, his expression a mask of horror. Damn it. How can a man be so beautiful? If I weren't so averse to such matters, I would make you acquainted with the pain of despair tonight. The robust man chuckled wickedly, eliciting laughter from his companions. Witnessing the unrestrained mockery of these men, Wu Yang's fear intensified, and he resolved silently that should he encounter someone intent on desiring his body, he would never yield, even unto death. Drag them both out, the robust man ordered, and 2 of his henchmen stepped forward to pull Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang from the crowd. 1 finger each. Who shall go first? He taunted, eyeing the trembling duo as he brandished the dagger. I can offer money. How much will it cost to spare our fingers? Huang Wenjun stammered, suppressing his fear as he lifted his gaze to meet the man's. Interesting. How much do you have? Speak. The robust man inquired, intrigued by the prospect of financial compensation. 40,000 Longwa coins, Huang Wenjun replied after a moment's contemplation, a sum he had painstakingly saved over the years, even enduring multiple beatings from Kei-go without revealing it. Yet, at this moment, he felt compelled to spend it for safety. Not bad, quite substantial. And you? The man turned his attention to Wu Yang. I have 50,000 Longwa coins, Wu Yang stammered, revealing his entire savings. Very well, huh? Logically, I should not punish you after taking your money. But this time is different. Since it's your first lesson and you have been disobedient, if I let you off, who would heed my words in the future? I want the money, and I want both of your fingers. Hold his hand firmly. The robust man's demeanor shifted from jovial to menacing in an instant as he instructed his men to tightly grasp Huang Wenjun's hand and place it upon a chair. He approached with the dagger, closing in on Huang Wenjun's finger. No, please no, Huang Wenjun cried, his voice a desperate shriek as the blade inched closer. As the robust man remained unmoved by his pleas, Huang Wenjun struggled in vain, but the 2 hulking men held his arms firmly, rendering his efforts futile. As the dagger was poised to make intimate contact with his finger, Huang Wenjun's eyes widened in despair. At that moment, a sound akin to firecrackers erupted near his ear. The booming noise was heard by everyone present. The burly man's expression changed abruptly as he turned to his subordinate behind him, commanding, "Go and see what's happening." "Yes, Minister Zhou," the subordinate replied, turning and exiting through the door. The sound of gunfire intensified, each shot echoing in the burly man's ears, his countenance growing increasingly grim. Without waiting for his subordinate to report back, he swiftly strode towards the doorway. Upon witnessing the iron gate riddled with bullet holes from an AK rifle, Li Wu instructed a senior Special Forces soldier beside him, "Go and negotiate. Promise them their lives if they surrender their weapons." "Understood, sir." The senior soldier saluted Li Wu. This brigade had been hastily assembled by Li Wu for better management, and he temporarily held the position of brigade commander. The people inside, you are surrounded. Surrender now, and you may yet preserve your lives. Should the gate break, it will be your demise. Surrender your weapons or face certain death. The rallying cry of over 10,000 soldiers resonated powerfully. Surrender your weapons or face certain death. The earth-shattering chorus reverberated across the land, causing the more than 100 security personnel armed with rifles, along with several hundred thugs wielding clubs and knives, to tremble uncontrollably behind the walls. Minister Zhou, we should surrender. What are we even fighting for? Exclaimed a lean man in security uniform. Fear etched across his face as he approached the burly man. There are tens of thousands of fully armed troops. We are but a mere handful, hardly enough to fill the gaps. What on earth is happening? Where did all these regular troops come from? Have you contacted General Huang? We don't know. These troops likely came from the Rubber Kingdom. This area is all under General Huang's jurisdiction. He must know about such a large force appearing suddenly. They must have crossed from the Rubber Kingdom. We've already notified General Huang, but it will take at least 2 hours for his troops to assemble and arrive. What about those monitoring the Rubber Kingdom? Or have the lookout tower personnel gone? Their team leader is also missing. Damn it. If I catch them, I will make them pay dearly. The burly man cursed through gritted teeth. Minister Zhou, we should surrender. Further resistance leads to certain death. If they launch an assault, we might not last even 2 minutes. Let us open the door and surrender. After pondering for a moment, Minister Zhou clenched his teeth and replied, I hope the troops outside are merely here to seize territory. If that is the case, surrendering should grant us our lives. After all, I am merely a lackey to others. Serving anyone is the same as long as I can survive. The brigade commander observed the white flag being slowly raised over the wall. A senior Special Forces soldier smiled as he reported to Li Wu, isn't this quite normal? If they hadn't surrendered, I would have found it rather strange. With their meager firearms, how could they possibly withstand our elite forces numbering in the thousands? Indeed, that makes sense. Do not fire. We surrender. At that moment, the battered iron gate creaked open, and Minister Zhou, hands raised high, stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, damn it, he's one of them. How could these scoundrels so ruthlessly harm their own compatriots? Find them all. Li Wu cursed vehemently at the robust man who led the group with his hands raised, then instructed his team beside him. Once nearly 500 individuals emerged from the iron gate and were secured by the soldiers, Li Wu approached Minister Zhou. What is your name? Li Wu inquired, his gaze fixed upon the bound minister kneeling on the ground. Taken aback by Li Wu's question, Minister Zhou was astonished to hear the man speak in impeccable Dragonese. Although many locals had learned a smattering of the language due to the significant presence of Dragonese people, it was rare to encounter someone who spoke it so fluently. Chapter 176, Rescue Smack. I inquired about your name. What is it? Li Wu delivered a sharp slap to the face of the stout man, finally jolted back to reality. Minister Zhou hastily responded, my name is Zhou Ming. What is your position? I am the head of the security department at the AK Park. As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, why would you assist warlords in harming your own people? Zhou Ming, listening to Li Wu's question, lowered his head, stammering and unsure of how to respond. With a powerful kick, Li Wu struck Zhou Ming in the chest, then disregarded him as he turned to lead his troops toward the gates of AK Park. 1st Battalion, gather everyone in the park on this playground. Li Wu instructed a senior Special Forces soldier who had recently been appointed as battalion commander. It is the brigade commander, he added, gesturing with his hand, leading over 600 men to sprint towards various buildings within the park. Seeing that the entire area was predominantly under his control, Li Wu took out his phone and dialed Li Rue. Boss, the AK Park has been secured. You may come over now. All right, I will head over immediately. Li Rue replied, hanging up. He then directed Li E to drive the SUV across the river. Fortunately, the water was shallow, filled with pebbles. Otherwise, this rented SUV might not have made it across. 5 minutes later, Li Rue drove through the gates of AK Park. Boss, those individuals over there are the senior management of the park, Li Wu said eagerly, pointing to 5 people standing not far away as he stepped out of the vehicle. Bring them over. Understood, boss. Li Wu commanded the soldiers nearby. Facing the 4 men and 1 woman before him, Li Rue directly asked, citizens of the Dragon Nation? Yes, Zhou Ming replied, looking up at Li Rue, unhesitatingly affirming his identity. The young man beside him had already discerned his nationality, so what was there left to conceal? Upon Zhou Ming's acknowledgement, the others also ceased to hide their identities, revealing their nationalities, names, and positions within AK Park. Quite impressive. A vast park with its management entirely comprised of citizens of the Dragon Nation. Truly a testament to our talent, Li Rue remarked with a faint smile, though a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. Where are Huang Wenjuan and Wu Yang? Noticing the five remained silent, Li Rue lost patience and directly inquired about the whereabouts of the other two. The five exchanged glances, bewildered, with 15,000 individuals in the park. How could they possibly know the significance of Huang Wenjuan and Wu Yang? Smack! Smack! Did you not hear my boss's question? Li Wu, unable to contain his frustration, struck each of them sharply. I truly do not know. My responsibilities lie solely in security and instructing the new recruits. For this matter, you must consult Sister Yi, as she oversees personnel affairs. Zhou Ming, enduring the sharp pangs of pain across his face, gestured subtly toward the sole woman among the five. Where are Huang Wenjuan and Wu Yang? Li Rue inquired, stepping forward to address the woman, who appeared to be in her 40s. I genuinely have no idea. With over 15,000 individuals in the entire compound, this requires a check of the computer records. By the way, when did the two individuals you mentioned arrive? Yesterday. Upon hearing Li Rue's words, Sister Yi exhibited a peculiar expression, her gaze shifting towards Zhou Ming. They should be on the third floor of Building 6. Realizing that she was looking at him, Zhou Ming quickly grasped that the new recruits delivered yesterday were the ones he had just been instructing. Li Wu, standing nearby, also caught Zhou Ming's words and summoned another soldier to escort the group to Building 6. 10 minutes later, the soldiers who had gone to Building 6 returned, leading a group of over 50 individuals toward Li Rue and the others. Look quickly, it's Lao Wu and Lao Lu. Shen Yong, who had been trailing behind Li Rue, exclaimed in excitement upon recognizing two familiar figures among the newcomers. Ha ha, Lao Wu, Lao Lu. Li Rue too spotted the two familiar silhouettes, and his spirits lifted instantly as he raised his hand, calling out to Huang Wenjuan and Wu Yang in the crowd. Upon hearing the familiar voices calling out to Lao Wu and Lao Lu, the previously troubled Huang Wenjuan and Wu Yang instantly lifted their heads, directing their gaze toward the source of the sound. Third brother, big brother. Once they recognized it was indeed their third brother calling them, Huang Wenjuan and Wu Yang joyfully shouted. They rushed toward Li Rue and Shen Yong, each embracing one of them fervently. Embraces are fine, but could you refrain from weeping like a child? Li Rue chuckled, teasing Huang Wenjuan, who was sobbing. Third brother, you have no idea how terrifying it was here. I nearly lost a finger. Huang Wenjuan released Li Rue from his embrace, wiped his tears, and spoke with lingering fear. Indeed, I was almost scared to the point of wetting myself. The people here treat us like nothing, swinging bicycle chains directly at our faces, Wu Yang recalled, involuntarily shuddering at the memory of a female colleague being struck by a chain. All right, it's all over now. You are safe. I shall not let any of those scoundrels who harmed you escape, Li Rue reassured them, patting their shoulders. Third brother, where did you find all these people? Only then did Huang Wenjuan come to his senses, inquiring about the thousands of soldiers stationed throughout the square. They are all employees of Lao San S Security Company. Shen Yong interjected with a smile, before Li Rue could respond. 10,000 fully armed soldiers. These are all Lao San subordinates. Now tell me, are you impressed? Shen Yong continued with a grin. 10,000 fully armed soldiers? This is no mere security company. Wu Yang stared in astonishment, his expression one of naivety, as he remarked. Third brother, you truly are remarkable. With so many soldiers at your command, you could reign as a local sovereign here. Huang Wenjun gazed at Li Rue, his eyes gleaming with admiration. What is so appealing about being a local sovereign? Li Rue replied, somewhat dismissively, I possess an inexhaustible fortune. In Long Country, as long as one has wealth, isn't it preferable to thrive there rather than in such a remote and impoverished place? Huang Wenjun nodded in agreement, acknowledging Li Rue's perspective. Indeed, you're right. It is fortunate that nothing untoward has happened to you. Once I resolve the matters concerning this park, we shall converse in earnest. Very well, third brother, you should prioritize the affairs of the park. That is of utmost importance. I have heard that over 15,000 individuals reside within it, 90 of whom are from our Long Country. Huang Wenjun informed Li Rue of what he knew. Understood. Li Wu and the others should assemble and separate the citizens of Long Country from those of other nations, ensuring that all information is meticulously recorded. Certainly, boss. You. Third brother, this scoundrel is the one. Huang Wenjun suddenly exclaimed, his rage boiling over as he pointed at Zhou Ming, whose hands were bound behind him. He is the one who threatened to sever the fingers of me and fifth brother. Chapter 177. Contacting the embassy, Li Rue listened to Huang Wenjun's words, furrowing his brow as he turned his gaze towards Zhou Ming. Brother, it's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. I was merely following protocol. I had no idea they were your brothers. Zhou Ming, seeing Li Rue's attention directed at him, hastily knelt on both knees, fervently explaining. Fifth brother, sixth brother. What do you think we should do with him? Li Rue, ignoring Zhou Ming's pleas for mercy, asked Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang with a faint smile. He wants a finger from me, so I shall demand one from him in return, Huang Wenjun declared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Just moments ago, he had narrowly escaped losing a finger himself, and the thought still terrified him. Third brother, the decision is yours. Wu Yang hesitated for a moment, his inner turmoil evident. The earlier scene had left him with significant psychological scars, and while he wished for Zhou Ming to face consequences for his actions, his nature prevented him from voicing a demand for a severed finger. Very well, let us heed sixth brother's counsel. Li Wu, it is your turn. Yes, boss, Li Wu replied, stepping behind the kneeling Zhou Ming. With a swift kick, he sent Zhou Ming crashing to the ground, then placed his foot upon Zhou Ming's back. Disregarding the pig-like screams that ensued, grasping one of Zhou Ming's fingers, he forcefully twisted it until a resounding crack echoed, signaling the finger's break. Ah, lower your volume. Such cries will distract me from my task. It will not merely be a finger at stake if you continue, Li Wu retorted, unsheathing a dagger from his waist. With a swift motion, he severed the already broken finger in two. Ah, ah. Zhou Ming's screams intensified, causing the bodies of over 50 colleagues of Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang to tremble uncontrollably, with several women unable to restrain their terror and bursting into tears. Fifth brother, sixth brother, are you satisfied? Li Rue glanced at Zhou Ming, who was writhing on the ground, before turning to Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang with a smile. That will suffice, third brother, Wu Yang said, involuntarily shrinking his neck as he observed Zhou Ming's plight. Quite satisfied, third brother. Let us send him back to the Dragon Country. Given his crimes, he will surely meet his end there. Let it be so, Huang Wenjun remarked. His earlier fury dissipated as he surveyed the pool of blood and the severed finger. Very well, Li Wu. Please contact the Dragon Country's embassy in Yushur Country and arrange for the repatriation of these over 10,000 individuals. Those guilty shall be prosecuted, while the innocent may return home to reunite with their families. Understood. I will call the embassy at once, Li Wu responded, retrieving his mobile phone to look up the contact number for the Dragon Country's embassy in Yushur Country. In Yushur Country, at the Dragon Country embassy, Sima Jiang was attending to his usual affairs when there was an urgent knock at the office door. Come in, he said, closing the documents on his desk and lifting his gaze toward the entrance. Director, we just received a call from the operator. The caller stated they have rescued over 10,000 citizens of the Dragon Country and require our assistance for their reception. A young woman in professional attire rushed in, speaking urgently. Sunjung, what nonsense are you spouting? To rescue tens of thousands of citizens from the Dragon Kingdom, and yet the state remains inactive. Who possesses such capability? Sima Jiang furrowed his brow in inquiry. Indeed, the curator has sent a video, and I have seen with my own eyes that there are indeed over 10,000 citizens from the Dragon Kingdom gathered on the playground. Is that true? Sima Jiang, stirred with excitement, rose to his feet to reaffirm. Absolutely, the opposing force has breached the AK zone. The video revealed thousands of fully armed soldiers. There can be no mistake. Goodness. Sima Jiang inhaled sharply. Thousands of fully armed soldiers? Who are these individuals? Did they disclose their identity? I inquired, and they claim to be employees of Longland Security, an international mercenary company. We must contact them. I wish to converse with them directly. Sima Jiang contemplated before speaking. Very well, I shall return their call at once. Boss, I have reached out to the embassy of the Yushur Kingdom. They stated that they need to report to their superiors. Li Wu reported as he returned to Li Rue's side. Yes, you are now fully responsible for matters concerning the embassy. From this point onward, you will be the owner of Longland Security. I am no longer your employer. We are merely friends. Do you understand? Li Rue whispered to Li Wu, pulling him aside. Ah, why is that? Li Wu inquired, puzzled. The Tungfei Group is, after all, a business operating within the Dragon Kingdom. If it were known that we have a mercenary company under our wing, it would not bode well with the state, and the repercussions for the group would be unfavorable. Once this matter is resolved, I will leave you with 100 billion Dragon Kingdom currency and arrange for some business elites to assist you. You may remain here to flourish. All right, I will heed your advice, boss. Li Wu nodded in agreement after a moment's contemplation. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from the embassy personnel with whom he had recently conversed via video. Answer it. Li Rue encouraged as he noticed Li Wu looking at him. Hello, I am Sima Jiang, the curator of the Dragon Kingdom Embassy in the Yushur Kingdom. A voice rushed through as soon as the call connected. Hello, I am Li Wu, the head of Longland Security. Li Wu introduced himself politely upon realizing he was speaking with the embassy curator. The reason for my call is your recent communication with our embassy, claiming the rescue of tens of thousands of Dragon Kingdom citizens. Is this assertion accurate? Curator Sima, it is indeed accurate. We have successfully taken control of the AK zone, where approximately 13,000 citizens of the Dragon Kingdom are currently located, necessitating your assistance in facilitating their return home. May I be so bold as to inquire who you truly are? After a moment of contemplation, Sima Jiang posed a question. He had come to believe that these individuals had indeed breached the AK zone, yet he could not fathom their origins. Longland Security was a name he had never encountered before. Who am I? Is it of any significance? I can only assert that I am a conscientious citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, as are my comrades. We refuse to witness our compatriots suffer, nor will we allow the dignity of the Dragon Kingdom to be challenged. Those who transgress against our realm shall face retribution, no matter the distance. Well spoken. Those who dare to offend our Dragon Nation shall face inevitable retribution, no matter the distance. Upon hearing Li Wu's words, Sima Jiang could not restrain himself and rose abruptly from his seat. Serving as the head of the Dragon Nation Embassy in the Yushur Kingdom, he possessed a deeper understanding of the regions notorious for telecommunications fraud than the average individual, and thus harbored a profound loathing for these fraudulent enclaves. He had long yearned to dismantle such criminal enterprises. However, he was acutely aware of the limitations faced by the Dragon Nation. Therefore, when he heard that a fellow compatriot had undertaken the very actions he had longed to execute, but could not, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Yet, a flicker of concern soon followed. The warlord Huang Chao, who controlled the AK Enclave, commanded an army of over 6,000 soldiers, equipped with armored vehicles and tanks, war machines that could wreak havoc without the need for heavy artillery. If they were to confront him relying solely on those armed with light weaponry, the cost could be devastating. With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, Sima Jiang hesitantly inquired, "Are you aware of Huang Chao's true capabilities?" Chapter 178. The Steel-Torn, of course, they are merely jesters. Li Wu remarked with a hint of disdain. Are you truly so confident? They are equipped with armored vehicles and tanks. Who knows the provenance of their equipment? It is nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. My subordinates are elite fighters. A few dilapidated tanks are inconsequential, Li Wu confidently replied once more. Very well. It is reassuring to see your confidence. Should you require support in armaments, I can certainly arrange assistance for you. Thank you for your kind offer, but we do not need it. Initially, Li Wu intended to request some weaponry, but upon seeing Li Rue shake his head, he declined. All right, tomorrow I will arrange for someone to meet you on the side of the Rubber Kingdom. Do remain vigilant against Huang Chao as counterattacks. Grateful for Director Sima's goodwill, Li Wu expressed his thanks with a smile before ending the call. Boss, why not request some weapons? While we have 10,000 brothers and an equal number of light equipment, we still have a pressing need for heavy weaponry, Li Wu inquired, puzzled after hanging up the phone. You'll understand in a moment. We are not lacking in heavy arms, Li Rue replied with a mysterious smile. Just as Li Wu was contemplating this, a soldier hurriedly approached and reported, Commander, reconnaissance has just detected a force of approximately 6,000 troops advancing towards us, still 5 kilometers away. Boss, the main force has arrived. To ensure safety, I advise you to relocate to a secure location, the soldier urged. Li Wu exchanged glances with Li Rue and then spoke. We need not worry. They are merely a rabble. As Li Rue spoke, he communicated with the system, requesting the deployment of a luxurious heavy synthetic brigade. Understood, host. The luxurious heavy synthetic brigade has been deployed, just as the system confirmed. A vast expanse of wasteland 2 kilometers from the AK compound suddenly became populated with thousands of soldiers and an array of heavy equipment. As the multitude of soldiers and heavy artillery emerged, all biological soldiers sensed the development and acquired knowledge of the equipment details. It was at this moment that Li Wu comprehended the implication of Li Rue's earlier words. Impressive, boss. With such equipment, these warlords are hardly worth considering. Li Wu exclaimed with excitement. I have also procured heavy weaponry for you. Are you confident in defeating the enemy? Li Rue inquired with a smile. I guarantee the completion of the mission, Li Wu replied with a salute. Very well. Go and engage the enemy. We have so many here. Ensure they do not breach our lines. Li Rue gestured for Li Wu to intercept Huang Chao's forces. As Li Wu moved away, Huang Wenjun, Wu Yang, and others approached Li Rue. Is the third brother all right? Shin Yong asked with some concern, having heard the report of 6,000 troops advancing towards them. No need to worry. They're merely a disorganized mob. Approximately 5 kilometers from the Alaska Park, a military Humvee was stationed by the roadside, surrounded by hundreds of soldiers and 2 armored vehicles on alert. Inside the vehicle sat a short man in his 50s, his dark skin lined with deep wrinkles. Lost in thought while smoking a cigarette, General Huang pondered the impending battle, realizing it would be a formidable challenge, as the adversary boasted over 10,000 troops. Should we reach out for external assistance? Inquired a man in military attire seated in the passenger seat, a hint of concern in his voice. What does it matter if they have 10,000 soldiers? They materialize from nowhere. I possess armored vehicles and tanks. I fear not, retorted Huang, extinguishing his cigarette with bare fingers, ignoring the searing pain. He sighed deeply, furrowing his brow before speaking again. Those who could assist us are hardly trustworthy. Inviting them would be akin to welcoming wolves into the fold. We must rely on ourselves. Although they outnumber us, they lack heavy weaponry. We still have a chance. Indeed, General Huang is correct. It was my oversight, the man replied, turning away and falling silent. The heavy armored combined battalions 1 and 2 flanked the enemy from the left, while battalions 3 and 4 advanced from the right. Battalions 5 through 8 engaged the enemy head-on, as the artillery battalion adjusted its coordinates to seal off the enemy's retreat. And the infantry brigade stood ready, determined not to let a single adversary escape. Once the heavy armored brigade joined forces with Li Wu, he contemplated for a moment before issuing commands. With such an impressive array of equipment, engaging a warlord with merely a handful of outdated second-generation tanks required no elaborate strategy. Yet, to ensure not a single foe slipped away, Li Wu still outlined a simple tactical plan. Understood. Dozens of officers saluted Li Wu before dispersing to execute their assigned tasks. The troops should be approximately 3 kilometers from Alaska Park. Why is there no gunfire? The enemy hasn't attempted to intercept us? Huang, ears perked, expressed his confusion. I'm not sure. Let me check with the front lines to ascertain the situation. Our tanks and armored vehicles are leading the way. The enemy lacks heavy weaponry, so there should be no issues, the man in the passenger seat responded, retrieving a walkie-talkie to inquire about the frontline status. Boom! 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 Suddenly, deafening explosions reverberated within the vehicle, the shock waves causing it to tremble violently. What is happening? What on earth is this? Is that the sound of tank fire? Are dozens of tanks firing simultaneously? What in the world is going on? Huang scrambled up from his fallen seat, muttering to himself, and then opened the door to exit the vehicle. What? What is happening? He exclaimed, gazing at the rising plumes of smoke in the distance and the figures rushing toward him, disbelief etched on his face. General Huang, there are tanks, hundreds of them, alongside countless armored vehicles. The man who descended from the passenger seat seized a pair of binoculars, peering into the distance, his gaze sweeping across the ubiquitous heavy tanks, leaving him utterly astonished. What? Impossible! Exclaimed Huang Chao as he snatched the binoculars and stepped forward, lifting his eyes to the scene that unfolded before him, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his brow. Tanks and hundreds of armored vehicles were mercilessly slaughtering and driving away his soldiers, while the 4 tanks and armored vehicles he had once taken pride in were now engulfed in thick black smoke. It's over, it's over. Who are these people? Such equipment could not even be procured by the elite forces of the Yushur nation. How could a force capable of such a massive steel tide possibly covet my territory? Huang Chao, in a state of despair, sank to the ground, unable to believe his own thoughts. General Huang, we must flee. If we do not leave now, it will be too late, urged a man beside him as he observed the retreating army drawing ever closer. Yes, let us hasten our escape. As long as I remain alive, I can rise again. Huang Chao was roused by the man's words and sprang to his feet, ready to leap into the military Humvee. Suddenly, a shell exploded nearby, striking the ground close to the Humvee, and the forceful blast overturned the vehicle. The man, standing merely a step away from the Humvee, was instantly crushed, reduced to a gruesome mass. Meanwhile, Huang Chao, thrown a distance away, crashed to the ground with a thud, his vision dimming as he lost consciousness. Chapter 179, Capturing the Mastermind Boss. The mission has been successfully completed. We have annihilated over 3,000 enemies and captured more than 3,000 as well. And we've also secured a significant catch, Li Wu reported with a chuckle upon returning to the AK district an hour after the battle commenced. He found Li Rue in an office, waiting for battle reports with the three brothers from the dormitory. How are the casualties among our brothers? Li Rue inquired, his demeanor devoid of excitement or joy. The victory in this war was anticipated. It would have been truly astonishing had they lost. His primary concern lay with the well-being of his comrades. Although they were all system biological beings, they were still living individuals, wholly loyal to him, and he wished to minimize their losses. Rest assured, boss. The tanks led the charge, followed closely by the armored vehicles. Their rifles posed no threat to us. Our infantry had yet to engage when the enemy was either dead or surrendered. We suffered 0 casualties, with only a dozen sustaining minor injuries. Excellent. By the way, you mentioned capturing someone? Li Rue, relieved by the news of no casualties, finally smiled and stood up to inquire. Huang Chao. He was stunned by artillery fire and was easily captured by our soldiers during the mop-up operation, Li Wu replied. Huang Chao. Li Rue chuckled. Bring him here. I am curious to see what makes him so remarkable. How dare he provoke the Dragon Kingdom with thousands of men and inflict harm upon its citizens? Understood, boss. Li Wu responded and promptly exited. A few minutes later, Li Wu returned with several soldiers, dragging a disheveled, middle-aged man with his hands bound behind his back, unconscious. Boss, Huang Chao has been brought in, Li Wu announced, lifting Huang Chao by the collar and unceremoniously tossing him before Li Rue. Cough, cough. The abrupt motion roused Huang Chao from his stupor, causing him to cough several times before regaining consciousness. As he surveyed the room and felt his bound hands, he realized his predicament and sighed deeply, descending into silence. Huang Chao. Li Wu. Are you certain this is Huang Chao? Is he truly the so-called Brigadier General? The mastermind behind all this? Li Rue asked incredulously as he studied Huang Chao's face. Indeed, I have confirmed with the captives. This man is General Huang Chao. Li Wu affirmed. Very well, Li Rue remarked, now convinced that this man, appearing no different from a humble farmer of the Dragon Kingdom, was in fact the ruthless warlord they sought. I have money, 5 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. If you spare me, all this wealth is yours. Huang Chao suddenly lifted his head, his eyes flickering with defiance as he spoke in broken Dragon Kingdom dialect. 5 billion Dragon Kingdom coins? Quite a fortune indeed, Li Rue mused, amusement in his gaze as he turned to Li Wu. What do you think? Should we consider this offer? He chuckled, seemingly befuddled, and declared to Li Rue with a smile, if you do not release me, you shall never see this money, for it belongs to the boss. He then approached Huang Chao, towering over him with an air of sternness. Should you refuse to let me go, I swear on my life that these funds will remain untouched. The cruel glint in Li Wu's eyes sent a shiver down Huang Chao's spine, compelling him to grit his teeth defiantly. I hope your resolve remains steadfast, he retorted, for I possess 108 methods of torture, and I find myself with ample opportunity to employ them. The boss entrusted me with your fate, and I shall ensure that you relinquish all your ill-gotten gains. Very well. Handle it as you see fit. Keep the money for yourself. Focus on the development of Longland security. Understood. With that, Li Wu seized Huang Chao and prepared to escort him out. Who are you? Huang Chao's voice trembled with desperation as he faced the reality of being dragged away. I have never seen you before. Why do you assault me? Who am I? Li Wu replied with simmering anger. I am a citizen of Longhua. Should you dare to harm our people, I shall retaliate, especially considering you have captured 2 of my brothers. Who has lent you the audacity to act so brazenly? Do you not believe I am justified in punishing you? With an explosive slap, Li Rue, increasingly incensed, struck Huang Chao across the face. Li Wu, I do not wish for him to witness the dawn of tomorrow. Understood. Boss, the matter concerning the 5th and 6th brothers has been resolved. When do you plan to return home? Or do you wish to linger here for a while longer? After watching Li Wu drag Huang Chao away, Li Rue turned to his 3 seated companions. 3rd brother, let us return. The parents of the 5th and 6th brothers must be frantic. Shun Yong replied after a moment of contemplation. This place is armed, and that is a man's delight, he continued, initially intending to stay and enjoy himself. However, thoughts of the 5th and 6th brothers' anxious parents compelled him to advocate for their return. Listening to Shun Yong, Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang were reminded of their own parents and fervently nodded in agreement to head back home. Very well, once I relay a few more matters, we shall prepare to leave. 5th and 6th brothers, you may contact your families to assure them of your safety. Understood, 3rd brother. Upon hearing Li Rue's prompt, Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang swiftly retrieved their phones to call home and convey their well-being. 20 minutes later, Li Wu entered with a smile, knocking on the door. Boss, His resolve was not as unyielding as he claimed. I employed only a few methods, and he divulged everything. Ah, splendid. I am preparing to return home. I leave this matter in your capable hands. Shortly, 10 business elites will arrive to assist you in establishing Longland security. In addition to the fund you obtain from Huang Chao, I shall provide you with an additional 100 billion Longwa currency. Your task is to create a world-class mercenary company. You shall be an elite force representing the Li family on the Blue Planet. Can you accomplish this task? Li Rui first offered Li Wu a thumbs up in commendation before solemnly outlining the mission. Determined to fulfill his mission, Li Wu's eyes revealed a hint of reluctance. Yet he solemnly saluted and assured, I will complete the task. Very well. I shall return to see you when the opportunity arises, Li Rui said with a smile. Patting Li Wu on the shoulder. Let us depart for the rubber country and prepare for our return home, Li Rui instructed, turning his gaze towards his 3 brothers. Agreed. We shall return home. By the way, Li Wu, regarding the individuals who deceive my brother's company, I will have Chao Tsung track them down. No matter where they may be, they shall pay for their transgressions, Li Rui commanded as he approached the doorway, turning back to Li Wu. Understood, boss. I assure you I will complete the task. Is that an armored vehicle? And tanks as well? Li Rui's group had barely stepped out of the room when Shan Yang's astonishment erupted as he beheld hundreds of armored vehicles and tanks, unable to suppress his exclamation. Wow! Third brother, look at this. Huang Wenjun pointed at the numerous armored vehicles and tanks, his arm trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 180. Returning home, do not be alarmed. It is merely a few tanks and armored vehicles. If not for the urgency to return home, I would have allowed you to indulge in them for a while. What do you say? Would you care to stay here for a few days? Well, perhaps not. Huang Wenjun glanced at Li Rui, then at the hundreds of armored vehicles and tanks, before reluctantly retracting his gaze. Let us head home then. The following day, after a restful night at the Rubber Country Hotel, Li Rui promptly gathered his belongings and, accompanied by his companions, boarded a flight back to Xing City. I have finally returned alive, Huang Wenjun exclaimed, opening his arms wide and shouting with his eyes closed as he stepped off the plane. Observing Huang Wenjun's exuberance and the bewildered expressions of other disembarking passengers, Li Rui hastily feigned ignorance and hurriedly moved forward. The others, following suit, also rushed ahead. Wait for me. After a few seconds of silence, Huang Wenjun finally opened his eyes and noticed that Li Rui had already distanced himself, prompting him to call out while running. Over an hour later, in the Xianshula Villa, on the 2nd floor of Villa Number 1, Li Rui and his 3 brothers sat on the sofa. After pouring each of them a cup of hot tea, Li Rui addressed Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang. Will you continue to wander recklessly in the future? I shall never dare again, third brother, Wu Yang replied, setting down his teacup and shaking his hands in earnest. Indeed, I will never venture abroad again unless with you, third brother, Huang Wenjun added, his face displaying a mix of fear and relief, before turning to Li Rui with a broad smile. Do you have any significant belongings left in the Magic City? If not, there is no need to return. Why not remain in Xing City? I will invest in you, and you can start your new ventures here, making it convenient for us brothers to meet, Li Rui suggested, taking a delicate sip of tea and casting a knowing glance at Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang before placing the cup down. There is nothing left in the Magic City. We shall not return. We will defer to your guidance on matters of entrepreneurship, Wu Yang responded, vigorously nodding in agreement with Huang Wenjun. Have we forgotten about second brother and fourth brother? They have also come to Xing City. Xin Yong suddenly recalled that the two had arrived days earlier and had even called him the previous day. How could I forget? Eldest brother, please call them and ask them to come here, Li Rui said, smacking his forehead in realization. All right, I will call them now. Xin Yong promptly retrieved his phone and dialed. A minute later, Xin Yong hung up the phone with a smile. Third brother, I told them you bought a villa here, but they did not believe me at all. It's just a modest 200 million villa. Focus on your business. In due time, you shall all reside comfortably, Li Rui remarked nonchalantly, knowing that with his support, his good brothers could easily amass fortunes of 10 or 8 billion. Brother, are your shoulders tired? Allow me to give you a massage, Huang Wenjun exclaimed upon hearing Li Rui's words, hastily rising to his feet with a servile grin, and promptly positioned himself beside Li Rui, expertly kneading his shoulders. Brother, are your legs weary? Let me relieve them for you. Wu Yang similarly donned an ingratiating smile, standing up to squat in front of Li Rui, and began to massage his legs. Get lost. If I am to have my shoulders kneaded and legs pounded, I prefer it to be by a beautiful woman. I have no interest in you two men. Spare me the disgust, Li Rui retorted, laughingly scolding his two companions who were jesting with him. Half an hour later, a taxi arrived near the entrance of a Xiangshui Lulan Villa district. The taxi driver glanced at the two security guards standing at the gate, hesitatingly turning back to look at the two men in the rear seat, before asking, "Gentlemen, are you certain your good friend resides here? This place is not inexpensive. Some villas cost tens of millions, even over $1 billion. Observing the driver's skepticism, Du Liao hesitated before responding. "It must be correct. The boss would not deceive me. He said Brother San lives here. Indeed, the boss would never lie. Driver, please proceed inside," Hu Dapeng urged, noting the driver's lingering doubt. Although he too found it hard to believe that San could afford a villa, he was even less inclined to think that the boss would mislead him. "All right, but if the security does not allow you in, do not blame me for not escorting you," the driver warned. "Understood, let us go." The taxi reached the villa entrance and, as expected, was halted. A security guard jogged to the front of the taxi and knocked on the rear window. The driver promptly lowered the window. "Hello, may I confirm if you are Mr. Hu Dapeng and Mr. Du Liao?" "Ah, yes, we are," Hu Dapeng responded, somewhat taken aback by the guard calling their names. "Mr. Li Rui has already informed us. You may proceed directly to Villa Number 1. We have confirmed that the individuals in the taxi are those designated by the owner of Villa Number 1. The guard politely explained, then opened the barrier. Upon hearing that the two in the back seat indeed had a friend residing in the villa area, the taxi driver's eyes widened in astonishment. Following the directional signs, the taxi drove towards the largest villa, with Hu Dapeng and Du Liao gazing out the window at the various luxurious and grand villas, their eyes reflecting envy. A few minutes later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of Villa Number 1. A high-ranking bodyguard approached to inquire about their names and subsequently guided them into the villa. "Brother, is this truly Brother San's villa? Just look at that bodyguard. He must be nearly 2 meters tall. You are already quite robust, yet in comparison to this bodyguard, you seem like a primary school student," Du Liao whispered to Hu Dapeng, surveying the villa he had never seen before. "Isn't it? This feels like a dream. What on earth has the third brother done? This villa must be worth several hundred million," Hu Dapeng echoed, equally incredulous. "Brother, look over there. Those must be the maids. Aren't they? They're stunning. Their figures rivaling that of celebrities. Wouldn't you agree? Fourth brother, you are married now. You ought to exercise some restraint." Listening to Du Liao's words, Hu Dapeng instinctively glanced at the maids not far away, then quickly averted his gaze, trying to maintain a serious demeanor, though his eyes betrayed him, drawn to the maid clad in stockings and high heels. "Brother, you are simply under your wife's thumb. What's wrong with admiring beauty? I'm not doing anything wrong. Besides, who knows, perhaps in a few days, I might find myself single again." With a sigh, Du Liao lamented, losing even the interest in appreciating beauty. "What is going on? Did something happen between you and your wife? I thought your relationship was quite harmonious?" Hu Dapeng inquired, taken aback by Du Liao's words. "Ah, it's a long story. Come, let's first meet with the third brother before discussing this. It has been ages since we last saw each other. We couldn't assist fifth and sixth brothers during such a significant event, alas. Very well. Let us go and see what the third brother has accomplished in such a short time. He has truly brought honor to our dormitory." Chapter 181. Brothers Gather, Second Brother. Fourth Brother. As Li Rui casually chatted with Shun Yong and others while seated on the sofa, he suddenly spotted a senior bodyguard entering with 2 individuals. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were his other 2 brothers. Overwhelmed with joy, he hurriedly stood up and exclaimed. Hearing Li Rui's voice, Shun Yong, Huang Wenjun, and Wu Yang turned to see what had caught his attention, and soon each of them erupted in joyous shouts. Second brother, fourth brother. Huang Wenjun sprang to his feet and rushed to embrace both of them warmly. After exchanging heartfelt hugs with the eldest, third, and fifth brothers, Hu Dapeng and Huang Wenjun greeted Li Rui with cheerful banter. "Ha ha, enough of the pleasantries. We are all brothers here. Second brother, fourth brother. Please take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea." As Li Rui gestured for Hu Dapeng and Du Liao to sit, he personally poured them each a cup of steaming tea. Fifth brother, sixth brother, this time you found yourselves in a predicament, and fourth brother was unable to assist. You don't hold it against him, do you? Du Liao sipped his tea, his earlier jovial demeanor fading as he cast a remorseful glance at Huang, Wenjun, and Wu Yang. Indeed, fifth brother, sixth brother, I too feel ashamed for not being able to help. I would have gladly taken up 2 watermelon knives to deal with those scoundrels who dared to deceive you. Hu Dapeng, having just picked up his cup, set it down dejectedly upon hearing Du Liao's words. Second brother, fourth brother, what are you saying? You came to Star City, setting aside your own affairs for our sake. If we were to blame you, would that still make us human? Exactly. Second brother, fourth brother. We shared 4 years living together in university. We are not just brothers, we are exceptionally close. The bond we share requires no speculation. Moreover, it was our carelessness that led us to this situation. You are both ordinary men, and your swift action to contact the eldest and come to Star City upon receiving the news is more than enough, Wu Yang said earnestly, his eyes glistening with emotion as he looked at Hua Dapeng and Du Liao. All right, you bunch of grown men, must you indulge in such lamentations? Today, the six of us are gathered, so let us wear smiles instead of tears. Li Rui, unable to bear Wu Yang's misty eyes, interjected. Yes, today marks our reunion, and we should celebrate. Eldest brother, third brother, how did you manage to rescue fifth and sixth? Would you share the details with us? We are all quite curious. Hua Dapeng, equally intolerant of Wu Yang's sorrowful demeanor, seized the moment to redirect the conversation, eager to learn about the events surrounding the rescue. After all, he had heard from Shenyong that fifth and sixth had been brought back, and his curiosity had been piqued, especially considering the notorious scams surrounding that area, which he had seen discussed extensively online, often linked to warlords of firearms. Listening to Hua Dapeng's inquiries, Du Liao also widened his eyes, appearing as curious as a child, while Shenyong, Huang Wenjun, and Wu Yang involuntarily turned their gazes towards Li Rui, their expressions a blend of peculiarity. The matter was actually quite simple. I had employed a mercenary company to assist in eliminating the warlord controlling the AK scam in the park, subsequently rescuing Lao Wu and Lao Lu. Li Rui casually remarked with a smile. The reason he refrained from divulging the truth was primarily to keep the connection between Longlin Security and himself from becoming widely known. What? A mercenary company? Hua Dapeng and Du Liao exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with confusion. Old 3, the warlord controlling the Alaska Park, I've researched him online. He commands a force of over 6,000 men. Setting aside how you found such a powerful mercenary company, just think about the cost involved in hiring a mercenary firm capable of defeating such a warlord. Second brother, it only took a few minor objectives, Li Rui replied. This warlord merely bullies the defenseless common folk. In reality, they're just a bunch of insignificant rogues. For a top-tier mercenary company, to eliminate them would be a trivial task. A few minor objectives? Hua Dapeng listened to Li Rui's explanation, though somewhat skeptical. The facts were evident. Lao Wu and Lao Lu had indeed been rescued. Just as he was about to dismiss the matter, he suddenly recalled Li Rui mentioning a few minor objectives, and his eyes widened in realization. Third brother, a few minor objectives? Are you suggesting it cost several hundred million? Du Liao also grasped the implication, standing up in shock with his mouth agape. What's all the fuss about? Sit down. I have some matters to discuss. Li Rui raised his hand to signal Du Liao to take a seat. Once Du Liao, still looking astonished, complied, Li Rui began to speak slowly. Second brother, over the past few years, I've made some money in financial futures and subsequently established a company. I now possess a fair amount of wealth. If you have any entrepreneurial ideas, feel free to share them with me. I can invest. Hua Dapeng and Du Liao exchanged glances once more, and then Du Liao, with curiosity, inquired, Third brother, just how much have you made in finance? 100 billion Longo currency. What? 100 billion? Hua Dapeng, upon hearing Li Rui's words, stood up in astonishment, exclaiming loudly, have you lost your mind? 100 billion? Do you even comprehend what that entails? Surely, you meant 100 million? Du Liao also rose, running his hands through his hair, looking utterly bewildered. Don't look so shocked. If you knew which company third brother was associated with, you'd be terrified. Shun Yong interjected, unable to suppress his sense of superiority as he observed his two brothers nearly losing their composure. What company? Hua Dapeng stared intently at Shen Yong. Tungfei Group. What Tungfei Group? Hello, second brother. As a small business owner of a supermarket, how can you be so indifferent to economic news? You should check for yourself on Baidu. Upon hearing this, Shen Yong couldn't help but roll his eyes at Hua Dapeng, who seemed completely unaware of Tungfei Group. Urgently, Hua Dapeng pulled out his phone and searched for Tungfei Group on Baidu. What the hell? He exclaimed, his eyes widening as he read the information on the screen. Overwhelmed, he began to spin in circles, his hands touching his cheeks and forehead in a frenzy, while he muttered curses under his breath. Second brother, what's wrong with you? Du Liao, noticing Hua Dapeng's peculiar behavior, quickly grasped his arm and asked curiously, just look for yourself. I can't believe it. Hua Dapeng handed his phone to Du Liao, then resumed his erratic spinning. Du Liao regarded Hua Dapeng as if he were deranged before shifting his gaze back to the phone screen. Chapter 182. Alumni gathering. My goodness. What on earth? Du Liao exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets as he cursed a few times. Subsequently, he stood there, mouth agape, as if paralyzed. Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang were aware that Li Rui had amassed a fortune of 100 billion in finance, yet they were oblivious to the nature of his enterprise. Upon witnessing the astonishment of their second and fourth brothers as they perused the information on their phones, curiosity took hold of them. The two rose from their seats and approached the stunned Du Liao, taking the phone from his grasp and leaning in together to scrutinize the screen. Goodness! They exclaimed in unison. All right. For those unaware, one might think you've all lost your minds. What's all the fuss about? It's merely a company, Li Rui remarked as he observed his brothers, who appeared either mad or foolish, and could not help but speak up. Third brother, is that truly you? How can you be so impressive? Huang Wenjun's eyes sparkled with admiration. I'm just a tad fortunate, Li Rui replied. Now, let us sit down and discuss your entrepreneurial aspirations. Upon hearing Li Rui's request for everyone to take a seat, Huadapeng finally ceased his pacing and sat back down on the sofa, appearing somewhat dazed. What do you wish to do, boss? Li Rui inquired, turning his attention to Shun Yong once everyone was settled. I'm not quite sure. Shun Yong replied after a moment of contemplation, spreading his hands in confusion. And you, second brother? Me? I also don't know, Huadapeng responded, finally coming to his senses upon being addressed by Li Rui. And you, fourth brother? Do you have any suggestions, third brother? With 3 consecutive inquiries yielding no decisive plans from his brothers, Li Rui sighed in resignation and said, how about this? Second brother, your family runs a supermarket, correct? I will invest 200 million. You can open a chain supermarket or a large-scale supermarket. What do you think? Third brother, 200 million? That is quite a sum. Although my family operates a supermarket, it's merely a modest establishment of around 200 square meters. I lack experience in running a chain or large supermarket. What if it doesn't go well and we incur losses? Come now, it's only 200 million. Is your third brother truly the type to be deterred by such an amount? If it fails, it matters not. Should the business thrive, I shall consider further investment. Well, Huadapeng hesitated, seemingly inclined to decline, but Li Rui quickly interjected, let us settle this amicably. Fourth brother, your family runs a restaurant, correct? I shall also invest 200 million with you. How you proceed is entirely up to you. No way, this is absolutely out of the question. That amount is far too substantial. If it fails, you might as well sell me, and I could never bear such a loss, Du Liao remarked, instinctively rejecting Li Rui's offer upon hearing the proposed investment. Do not fear the prospect of loss. I will ensure that you have access to professionals. You are all my brothers and my most trusted allies. Would you not be willing to assist me? Very well, Du Liao conceded, nodding in agreement, realizing the gravity of Li Rui's determination. Brother, fifth, sixth, you're no exception. I will invest 200 million for each of you, and I will arrange for elite talents in business to assist you. You can discuss together what industry to pursue. What do you think? All right, the 3 responded in unison. Then it's settled. Eldest brother and fourth, please expedite the arrangements for your family's businesses. We shall gather in Star City and work together on a grand venture. Sure, I can have everything organized within 3 days. Huadapeng was the first to respond to Li Rui's words. Du Liao, seeing that Huadapeng had already agreed on a timeline with Li Rui, recalled the troublesome matters at home and looked at Li Rui, hesitating and unsure how to respond. What is the matter, fourth? Li Rui observed Du Liao's reluctance and inquired with curiosity. Third brother, there are some issues at home that I need to address, but I'm uncertain when they will be resolved. What kind of issues? Noticing Du Liao's troubled expression, Li Rui was intrigued. Given his current achievements, assisting his brothers through difficulties should be a mere trifle. Well, do you still consider me a brother? Why the hesitation? Seeing that Du Liao was evidently facing some difficulties yet remained tight-lipped, Li Rui feigned a displeased expression. Alas, it's just my misfortune. Didn't I get married 6 months ago? To save money for a house, we didn't even hold a wedding ceremony. And we drained our parents' retirement funds for that house, over 2 million. Who would have thought that just a month after the payment, the construction site would halt, leaving the house unfinished? 2 months later, the local real estate company declared bankruptcy. Don't you think I'm unlucky? Du Liao lamented, sighing repeatedly. I thought it was something serious. It's just a 2 million house, I assenti it. I can assure you that in the future, you will reside in a house worth 2 billion, Li Rui remarked, his previously grave expression shifting to one of indifference. The unfinished 2 million house was trivial in his eyes. Third brother, if it were just a matter of money or the house, it wouldn't be so bad. My wife has been gloomy about this house issue every day. Recently, I couldn't help but mention it, and we ended up arguing. In a moment of loss of control, I slapped her, and now she is threatening to divorce me. Listening to Du Liao's account, Li Rui was speechless, then asked, "Do you wish to part ways?" "I do not wish to. I love her dearly," Du Liao replied without a moment's hesitation. "She wants to divorce you over a house being unfinished? Is she worthy of your love?" "That is not the case. She isn't that kind of person. I know her well. It was my slap that made her upset. She is not a bad person." "Huh. Well, as long as you believe her character is sound, these matters are trivial. I shall help you resolve them," Li Rui said with a smile as he stepped forward and patted Du Liao on the shoulder. "You will help me resolve it?" "No. Are you planning to spend money to buy me another house?" "I can't accept that." "Fourth, how many units did your development sell?" "Huh. About 1/3, I believe." "All right. What do you think about my taking over your community?" "What? You wish to assume responsibility for our community? What is the matter? Is it not feasible?" "It is indeed possible. However, to take over now would require an investment of around 5 to 600 million to settle the property. A mere 5 to 600 million. It's just right, as I also wish to venture into the real estate industry. By taking over your community, there is profit to be made, haha. Thus, it is a delightful decision. After we attend the alumni meeting at school tomorrow, I shall return with you." "Alumni meeting?" Du Liao exclaimed in confusion. "What alumni meeting? How come I am unaware of it?" Huang Wenjun echoed the same bewilderment. "Join me at school tomorrow, and you shall find out. It has been 3 years since we last visited our alma mater. Do you not wish to see it again?" Chapter 183. Return to campus the following day, under a radiant sun, at 8:30 a.m., after savoring the exquisite culinary creations of a top-notch biochemist chef in the villa. Li Rui, accompanied by his brothers, drove towards Xingqing University. At the entrance of the university, banners fluttered and colorful ribbons danced as luxurious vehicles arrived in succession. Inside the conference hall, Principal Wang greeted distinguished alumni attending the reunion with a beaming smile. Only he knew the extent of his joy. For a second-tier university to produce a true dragon, one who was about to donate a staggering 1 billion to the institution, was a dream come true. He had awakened from laughter several times over the past few nights. "Teacher Wei, how long until our esteemed alumni arrive?" Principal Wang, lost in his delightful thoughts, suddenly remembered that the guest of honor had yet to arrive and hastily inquired of Teacher Wei, who stood nearby. "Principal Wang, I will call right now," Teacher Wei replied, pulling out his phone to dial Shenyang. After a brief conversation, he hung up. "Principal Wang, they are en route and will arrive in just a few minutes," Teacher Wei reported with a smile as he ended the call. "Very well. Let us proceed outside to await their arrival," Principal Wang said, his face aglow with happiness as he stepped toward the entrance. "Third brother, surely one must possess a certain status to participate in this alumni reunion. We, apart from you, are merely ordinary individuals. What right do we have to attend such an event?" Huang Wenjun, seated in the passenger seat, turned to Li Rui with a hint of unease. "Indeed, third, perhaps we should refrain from attending. It would be quite embarrassing if we made a scene," Shun Yong added, equally hesitant. "Eldest brother, sixth brother, you are all my brothers. How come my brothers lack the qualifications to attend a reunion? Anyone who looks down upon you is looking down upon me," Li Rui. "Furthermore, my primary purpose for attending is to donate to the school, and I have decided that this contribution will be made in the name of our 516 dormitory. As members of 516, how can you not participate?" "Donation? What kind of donation?" Huang Wenjun inquired, puzzled, as he glanced at Li Rui. "A donation of 1 billion. This has been my plan for some time," Shen Yong interjected, sensing Huang Wenjun's confusion and stepping in to clarify for Li Rui. 1 billion? Must you be so extravagant? Third brother? Constantly speaking of billions gives me the impression that money is easily earned, Huang Wenjun remarked, his lips twitching as he cast a longing glance at Li Rui. "With hard work and entrepreneurship, you too can achieve this. We have arrived at the school lesson trance. Does it not evoke a sense of returning to our university days?" Li Rui mused, gazing through the windshield of the Range Rover at the familiar university gate. "Indeed, it has been over 3 years since we graduated. I cannot believe we are back here today," Huang Wenjun responded, turning to admire the well-remembered entrance with a sense of nostalgia. "Excuse me, may I ask which alumni you are?" As the few individuals in the vehicle expressed their sentiments, a man resembling a teacher reached out to halt the car occupied by Li Rui and his companions. Upon the bodyguard lowering the window, he politely inquired, "Iam Li Rui." Li Rui responded with equal courtesy, offering a smile. "Ah, you are an alumnus of Li Rui. Please wait a moment," said the teacher, who then opened a red booklet he held and began to peruse its contents. Just a glance caused his expression to change. For the name Li Rue appeared as the very first entry on the first page, a position reserved solely for those of the highest status. Li Hui, chairman of Tongfei Group, he murmured quietly. Then, with a beaming smile, he looked up and asked Li Rue, "The alumni meeting is held in the conference hall building. Do you know the way? Would you like me to guide you?" "Thank you. But no, I am familiar with the route," Li Rue replied with a smile. And the car continued its journey into Star City University. "Hey, isn't that old way?" Huang Wenjun remarked as the vehicle paused in front of a large building. "Let's go," Li Rue said, stepping out first. The three other individuals in the vehicle behind followed suit, trailing behind Li Rue. "Teacher Wei, who are they?" Principal Wang, waiting at the building's entrance for Li Rue, inquired as he noticed two Land Rover Range Rovers parked in front, from which 6 individuals disembarked. Yes. That is Li Rue. The others are his dormitory brothers," Teacher Wei confirmed, following Principal Wang's pointing finger. And upon seeing Li Rue, a student he had graduated 3 years prior, his face brightened with joy. "Come, let us approach," Wang Principal said, smiling as he strode forward to meet Li Rue, having received Teacher Wei's confirmation. "Haha, you must be the alumnus Li Rue." "I am Wang Basang," Principal Wang said, extending his hand towards Li Rue. "Hello, Principal Wang. I am indeed Li Rue," Li Rue responded, shaking the principal's hand with a smile. "Alumnus Li Rue. Indeed a remarkable figure. I often hear Teacher Wei speak of you, recounting how diligently you studied during your time here. It brings me great joy to see your current achievements," Principal Wang remarked, patting Li Rue's arm with an expression of genuine pride. "Oh, Teacher Wei, is it?" Li Rue inquired, glancing at Teacher Wei. Their relationship during university was typical of a student and teacher, neither particularly close nor distant. However, returning to the school 3 years post-graduation, Li Rue found a newfound fondness for Teacher Wei. "Haha, alumnus Li Rue, alumnus Shenyong. Let's head inside. The alumni meeting begins in 10 minutes. Teacher Wei said, slightly awkward as he shifted the topic, recalling that Li Rue had been an unremarkable student, both in looks and academic performance. How could he possibly mention him to Principal Wang? The principal, undeterred by propriety, engaged in pleasantries with Li Rue, yet he himself lacked such boldness. Indeed, let us proceed inside. Today, over 300 alumni have gathered for the reunion, providing an excellent opportunity for everyone to reconnect and foster relationships. Principal Wang, upon hearing Teacher Wei's remarks, recalled that nearly 300 alumni were awaiting in the conference hall and promptly gestured for everyone to enter. Principal Wang, "Teacher Wei, please." "After you," Li Rue remarked as he observed Principal Wang's gesture inviting him to proceed first, quickly returning the gesture to indicate that they should go ahead. "Very well. Let's walk together," Principal Wang chuckled, signaling for Li Rue to accompany him. A few minutes later, Li Rue and several others entered a spacious conference room, measuring several hundred square meters. At that moment, the room was filled to capacity with elegantly dressed men and women, each an embodiment of success. Who is that individual? Why is Principal Wang accompanying him? I have never seen him at previous alumni gatherings, inquired a middle-aged man seated in the front row, turning to his companion with a puzzled expression as he observed Principal Wang and Li Rue entering together. Chapter 184. Distinguished Alumni, I am uncertain. Yet it appears that this individual is attending the alumni gathering for the first time. The fact that he has entered alongside Principal Wang suggests that his status is undoubtedly significant. We must make a concerted effort to engage with him, as he could potentially provide substantial assistance to our business endeavors. Indeed, although our school may not be the most prestigious, it is imperative for us alumni to unite and support one another, for it is only through solidarity that we can achieve greater success. As hundreds deliberated on the identities of Li Rue and his companions, Principal Wang graciously led them to the center of the front row, where 8 vacant seats awaited, sufficient for Li Rue, along with his 6 colleagues, and Principal Wang. This individual, seated alongside Principal Wang, piqued the curiosity of those around, who were eager to discern his true identity. Moments later, a lovely lady ascended the podium, microphone in hand, and addressed the assembly. Esteemed alumni, greetings to you all. Today, we gather in celebration of this grand alumni reunion. First and foremost, allow me to extend a warm welcome and heartfelt gratitude from the organizers to each of you. Time flies, and the years have passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, we have departed from our alma mater for many years. Throughout this time, we have endeavored tirelessly on our individual paths, achieving remarkable accomplishments. Today, Our return to the school is not solely to reminisce about cherished memories, but also to collectively witness the growth and development of our beloved institution. Now, I invite Principal Wong to the stage to deliver his address. Respected alumni and dear educators, greetings to you all. I would like to invite our distinguished alumnus, Yang Jun, to the stage to share his thoughts. After Principal Wong delivered an extensive speech, he gestured toward a gentleman seated at the front. The gentleman, upon being acknowledged, smiled and waved to the audience before adjusting his attire and taking the microphone to commence his speech. This was Li Rui's inaugural experience at such an alumni gathering. As he observed the speaker on stage, he exchanged glances with Shun Yong and the others, feeling a twinge of regret for attending the event. Had he known, he would have simply made a donation instead of acquiescing to Principal Wei and Principal Wong's invitation to participate. As time progressed, an hour and a half elapsed before the alumni speeches concluded. Although Principal Wong had initially intended to invite Li Rui to speak, there was no way he would agree to such a tedious task. He already regretted attending, let alone delivering a speech. We shall now proceed to the award ceremony. I invite Principal Wong to present the trophy to our distinguished alumni. Upon hearing the hostess's announcement, Principal Wong took the stage once more, smiling as he read from the list. The recipients of the Distinguished Alumnus Award from Xinjiang University include L.V. Jinbao, Chairman of Shangshan Catering; Chen Shihua, General Manager of Xinghe Innovative Technology Company, Limited; and Li Rui, Chairman of Tongfei Group. Li Rui, who had begun to feel drowsy, suddenly perked up at the sound of his name, surprised to find it mentioned. Had Principal Wong not informed him of this recognition? As his name echoed through the hall, Li Rui had no choice but to rise and ascend the stage, accepting the Distinguished Alumni Award presented by Principal Wong, which resembled a picture frame. Holding the accolade, Li Rui posed for a photograph with the demeanor of a marionette before descending from the stage. Brother San, how does it feel to receive an award? Inquired Huang Wenjun with a smile. Do you want it? Here, Li Rui responded, tossing the Distinguished Alumni Award to Huang Wenjun. What would I do with it? It's not for me, Huang Wenjun replied, wrinkling his nose as he returned the award to Li Rui. Chairman of Tongfei Group? Quick, find out which company that is. As Li Rui stepped down, several attendees began to murmur amongst themselves, eager to discover the identity of Tongfei Group, with some even pulling out their phones for immediate research. No way, are you kidding me? Chairman of Tongfei Group? I've heard of that company. It's worth trillions. Our school has produced such an incredible figure. This must be a case of mistaken identity, exclaimed a man seated in the middle, visibly astonished. What trillion-dollar group? The voices of a dozen curious individuals around him chimed in, their intrigue piqued. Those who intended to search for Tongfei Group hastened their efforts, while others who had not planned to look it up quickly retrieved their phones. The donation ceremony was about to commence. Now, let's welcome distinguished alumnus L.V. Jinbao to the stage for a donation, announced the beautiful host. As her words faded, a man who had just received the Distinguished Alumni Award approached the stage with a smile, accepting a large donation plaque from a staff member. Together with Principal Wong, he raised it high, revealing a staggering sum of 2 million inscribed on the plaque. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to alumnus L.V. Jinbao for his generous donation of 2 million to support the school's development. Let's give a round of applause for alumnus L.V. Jinbao. The applause resonated like thunder. Now, please welcome distinguished alumnus. After the previous donor exited the stage, the lovely host began to announce another alumnus's name. Remarkable 2 million, 5 million, 1 million. Imagine if that money were donated to me. Someone remarked enviously. Can we have a bit of ambition? That amount is nothing. Let us wait and see what Brother San contributes. That would be impressive, right, Brother San? Huang Wenjun chuckled. Glancing at Li Rui refrained from responding to Huang Wenjun, casting him a sidelong glance while maintaining his focus on the donation ceremony. After another half hour, the donations reached their conclusion. Li Rui calculated that the total contributions from the alumni had surpassed 30 million. Now, let's invite the final distinguished alumnus, Li Rui, to the stage for his donation, the beautiful host announced, pointing toward Li Rui. Responding to her words, Li Rui rose and approached the stage. Accepting the donation plaque from staff member, he raised it high alongside Principal Wong, and, as the audience caught sight of the figure inscribed on the plaque, disbelief swept through the crowd, prompting many to rub their eyes in astonishment. Did I see that correctly? 1 billion, exclaimed a man in a suit, vigorously rubbing his eyes. After several attempts, seeing the number remained unchanged, he muttered in disbelief. 1 billion? How wealthy must one be? I recall that this individual is the chairman of the Tung Fei Group. Old Liu, did you not just research Tung Fei Group? What kind of company is this, after all? An individual, evidently lacking knowledge about Tung Fei Group, incredulously inquired of those nearby. Tung Fei Group is a colossal conglomerate valued in the trillions, and the chairman is indeed named Li Rue. There is no doubt. He is unquestionably the chairman of Tung Fei Group. Aside from him, no other individual, named Li Rue, possesses such formidable capabilities. Old Yang realized that his attendance at today's alumni gathering was not in vain. As long as he could connect with this esteemed alumnus Li Rue, he need not worry about future business ventures. The individual addressing old Liu, as he spoke, rose to grasp the shoulder of the inquirer, his expression gradually becoming fervent. Chapter 185. The Terror of Father Du. A resounding applause erupted as the beautiful host, microphone in hand, excitedly announced the generous donation of 1 billion Longwa coins by alumni Li Rue to support the development of the alma mater. At that moment, Li Rue gestured for the host to approach him, causing her to suppress her excitement and walk over with a puzzled expression. Li Rue then indicated for the microphone, and upon receiving it, he spoke into it, clarifying that the 1 billion donation was not solely his, but a collective contribution from the 6 members of Dormitory 516. After his statement, Li Rue waved to his 5 dorm mates, who exchanged glances before, under the leadership of Shun Yong, they ascended the stage to stand alongside him. My goodness, we almost got crushed by those alumni just now. Did you see how frantically they acted? Each one of them seemed desperate to cling to third brother's leg, just for a phone number. On their way back, Huang Wenjun turned to Li Rue, his face brimming with excitement, while Shun Yong shared the sentiment. What's so surprising about that? Given third brother's current standing, a mere phone call or contact from him could be deemed invaluable. Anyone who possesses his contact information would undoubtedly command respect in a business realm. Indeed, third brother is impressive, Huang Wenjun said, gazing at Li Rue with admiration. Please, spare me that look. It's nauseating, Li Rue retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Huang Wenjun and feigning a gagging expression. Regardless, I can't help it. Third brother is the most impressive in my eyes. You are my idol, Huang Wenjun declared, his infatuation evident. Noticing Huang Wenjun's starry-eyed demeanor, Li Rue chose to divert his gaze outside the vehicle, preferring to avoid the spectacle. At the Xiangshui Lulan, within the first villa, a lengthy dining table was lavishly adorned with dozens of delectable dishes. The 6 brothers of Li Rue sat around the table, savoring the delightful offerings. Principal Wang mentioned he would take us out for a meal, but thankfully third brother decisively declined. If we had dined at a hotel, we could never have enjoyed such exquisite cuisine, Huang Wenjun exclaimed, holding a large lobster while stuffing his mouth, his words barely intelligible. Indeed, the chef at third brother's residence surpasses those in 5-star hotels. It's truly delightful. Wu Yang chimed in, skewering a colossal abalone with his fork and indulging in its succulent flavors. It is indeed delicious. If my restaurant had a chef of such caliber, how could I ever worry about profits? Where did you find such an exceptional chef, third brother? Why not procure a few more for me? With that, I could open a chain of restaurants or a grand banquet hall that would surely thrive. Du Liao suddenly mused, envisioning the success his restaurant could achieve with such culinary talent, and eagerly inquired of Li Rue. Very well, I shall find a few chefs of similar expertise for you. Li Rue responded, suddenly recalling the possibility of acquiring several advanced biological chefs to assist Du Liao in his culinary endeavors, ensuring that success would be inevitable. Brother, let us head to your place tomorrow to resolve your matters. This way we can arrive in Xing City early, Li Rue remarked, putting down his chopsticks after indulging for another 10 minutes. All right, third brother, he replied. Eldest brother, second brother, and 5th and 6th brothers, do inform your families as well. Let us gather here in 5 days. Understood. The following morning, the brothers embarked on their respective journeys home, while Li Rue and Du Liao climbed into a Land Rover Range Rover, setting off towards Wenhua City, a distance of 1,080 kilometers. After an 11-hour drive, they finally reached the city by 9 p.m. Shall we stop by my house for dinner? Du Liao suggested as they parked outside a dilapidated old community. He opened the car door to address Li Rue. No need, it's already past 9. I wouldn't want to intrude. I'll just find a nearby hotel for the night, and we can head to the relevant authorities tomorrow to address the issue of your unfinished building, Li Rue replied. Very well, Du Liao said, closing the car door and waving goodbye as he briskly walked towards the building. His heart raced with urgency and joy. The unfinished building had long been a heavy burden on his family, even straining his marriage. Now that his brother was here to help, He was eager to share the news with his family. Du Liao hurried up the stairs to the 5th floor, unlocked the door, and joyfully exclaimed, "Dad, Mom, ping ping. I'm back." In the living room, two elderly individuals and a young woman were watching television. Upon hearing Du Liao's voice, they turned to the door. "So, you're back. Why didn't you call your mother in advance? Have you eaten?" Du Mom, in her 50s, joyfully stood and walked towards him, grasping his arm. "Not yet, Mom. I'm nearly starving," Du Liao playfully whined. "Just wait a moment. I'll make you something to eat," Du Mom replied, heading to the kitchen. "Have you rescued those two brothers from university?" Du Dad asked, his expression turning serious. "Rest assured, Dad, both of my brothers returned safely," Du Liao said as he poured himself a glass of water, his demeanor relaxed. "Safe? What happened? Tell me," Du Dad inquired, intrigued by the news of the brothers who had been deceived abroad. "Honestly, I'm not entirely sure of the details, but it was all thanks to my third brother. He is quite a remarkable person now," Du Liao said, settling onto the sofa with a mysterious grin. "Your third brother? I hadn't heard you mention anyone particularly impressive among your friends," Du Dad remarked. "Well, Dad, I didn't know either, but my third brother is quite exceptional. And I have more good news. Our unfinished building has hope," Du Liao exclaimed, his smile broadening dramatically. "What? The unfinished building has hope? What on earth is going on?" Du's father gazed at Du Liao with wide eyes, filled with excitement. "My elder brother mentioned he would take over our unfinished building. Our house can finally be completed." Du Liao grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites, his eyes squinting into slits. "Du Liao, I never truly intended to divorce you. I was merely caught up in a moment of anger. Please do not react this way." The strikingly beautiful woman with short hair, who had remained silent until now, looked at Du Liao with a face etched in worry. "Son, Xiaozhang was just momentarily upset. She has confided in us that she doesn't genuinely wish to end things with you. Please do not feel overly burdened. If we lose the house, we can always earn more and buy another. But if something were to happen to you, our family would truly be finished." Du's father, too, had lost his previous elation and stood up in alarm, staring intently into Du Liao's eyes, fear written across his face. Chapter 186. Remarkable brother, really? "Ping Ping, you truly do not wish to divorce me?" Du Liao rose and sat beside Zhang Ping, gripping her shoulders with fervent urgency. "Indeed, Du Liao, rest assured, I have never contemplated divorce. You must recover. If anything were to happen to you, what would become of your parents and me?" Zhang Ping cupped Du Liao's face in her hands, speaking in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. "Huh? What? Do you all think I've lost my mind?" Du Liao finally grasped the situation, gently pushing away Zhang Ping's hands from his cheeks, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Isn't it so?" Both Du's father and Zhang Ping inquired in unison. "Of course not. My third brother is an extraordinary person, one you cannot even begin to fathom. In our neighborhood, with just 5 or 6 billion, we could bring everything to completion. To others, that sum may seem astronomical, but to my third brother, it is but a trifle. Do you understand?" Du Liao stood, pacing back and forth, pride radiating from him. "Father, should we perhaps call the hospital?" "I'm genuinely concerned that Du Liao's mind may be troubled," Zhang Ping said, her voice trembling with emotion. "Yes, quickly, let us call the hospital," Du's father echoed, his urgency palpable. "What is happening? Who is ill? Why are we calling the hospital?" Du's mother, clad in an apron and busy in the kitchen, poked her head out, inquiring. "Father, Ping Ping, why don't you believe me? My third brother is the owner of Tongfei Group. Do you comprehend the market value of Tongfei Group?" Du Liao exclaimed, desperate for his parents and wife to recognize his brother's status. "What Tongfei Group?" Du's father and Zhang Ping exchanged puzzled glances. "Just look for yourselves. Remain calm and don't frighten yourselves." "Here," Du Liao handed his phone to his father, and Zhang Ping, intrigued, leaned in to view the information on the screen. "Xiao Zhang, take a look. I cannot decipher this. Is this Tongfei Group truly formidable?" Du Liao asked Zhang Ping after passing her the phone. Zhang Ping stared at the phone's content, her eyes wide, and after a full minute of astonishment, she finally exclaimed, "Father, Tongfei Group is not merely formidable. It is exceedingly impressive, extraordinarily remarkable. Du Liao, is it true that the owner of Tongfei Group, Li Rue, is genuinely your brother?" Zhang Ping, still in disbelief, turned to Du Liao once more. "Absolutely. Li Rue, the owner of Tongfei Group, is indeed my close brother from university, someone I lived with for 4 years. No doubt about it," Du Liao declared, gazing skyward with an air of confidence. "I've been hearing you all discuss this Tongfei Group and its supposed greatness. What exactly are you talking about?" Du's mother, holding a spatula, emerged from the kitchen. "Tongfei Group is a colossal enterprise. projected to generate annual revenues in the hundreds of billions. Du Liao claims the owner is his good brother from university. Zhang Ping raised her phone, pointing at the information displayed, addressing both Du's father and mother. Goodness, is that for real? Son, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Du Ma exclaimed, seizing the phone, and, after a brief glance at the information displayed, erupted with expletives. Indeed, son, you might as well say your university buddy is an extraterrestrial. That would be more palatable. Earning billions annually. How could that even be possible for you? What makes you worthy of such an extraordinary friend? Du Ba, in his astonishment, immediately began to criticize his son. Dad, what are you saying? While I may lack talent, my friend truly possesses it. My third brother has pledged to invest $200 million in me to open a restaurant. What? $200 million for you? The three individuals in the room widened their eyes in disbelief, with Du Ma's legs giving way, causing her to sink onto the sofa. Son, $200 million. What will you do if you incur losses? You wouldn't even be able to sell yourself to cover the debt. Du Ma trembled as she spoke. You all simply do not understand. My third brother can recruit exceptionally skilled chefs whose culinary creations surpass even five-star hotel cuisine. There is no way we could incur losses. Son, how will the shares be distributed? Dad, my third brother hasn't disclosed that yet. Regardless, he will certainly not shortchange me. Once we resolve the issues with the unfinished building, I will head to Xing City and work diligently with him. When we start making money, I'll buy a grand villa and bring you both over. Ah, truly, there's always a silver lining. Son, you have indeed encountered a benefactor, Du Ba said, his face alight with satisfaction as he regarded Du Liao. Since their son's property purchase had stalled and the developer declared bankruptcy, their family had been enduring a profound sense of oppression, as if hope had vanished. Now, at last, the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. Mom, hurry and prepare dinner. I want to eat and sleep early. Tomorrow I need to meet with my third brother to liaise with the relevant authorities regarding the continuation of our community's development. All right, I will go right away. Du Ma cheerfully replied, rising and swiftly moving towards the kitchen. Ping ping. Please notify the homeowners in our community group that tomorrow we will gather at the Wenhua City government to discuss matters regarding the takeover of our community. Du Liao instructed Zhang Ping after speaking with Du Ma. Sure, I will inform them right now. Once the homeowners learn that our community will not remain unfinished, they will be absolutely thrilled, Zhang Ping said, her face glowing with a radiant smile. Yes, they are indeed beneficiaries of our fortune. We owe it to my third brother. Indeed, Zhang Ping nodded in agreement before opening the social media app on her phone and accessing the group of over 400 community homeowners. At that moment, the homeowners group was filled with various grievances and curses directed at the developer. That developer, the scoundrel. Why purchase so much land without funds? Why misappropriate our money for other properties? Our entire family's savings are tied up in this. How can we possibly survive? Ugh. I have to repay $6,000 in mortgage each month, and with no house in sight, I still must pay the bank. If this continues, we truly won't be able to live. Indeed, my monthly salary is a mere $8,000, while I am burdened with a staggering $6,000 in mortgage repayments. I once believed that purchasing a home would facilitate my pursuit of love and marriage. Yet now I find myself devoid of both a house and financial stability. How cruelly fate has dealt with me. Observing the lamentations within the group, Zhang Ping offered a light-hearted smile. She had previously been one of them, mired in complaints with no tangible solutions. However, she now felt an immense sense of relief, for she was aware that salvation awaited them. She eagerly anticipated the joy that would envelop her fellow homeowners upon learning that someone was willing to take over their abandoned development project. With this thought in mind, Zhang Ping promptly sent a message sharing the uplifting news. Our development would soon resume construction. What? At this time? Are you jesting? The developer has declared bankruptcy, and the completion of the project demands $500 or $600 million. Who possesses the means to take on such a venture? Indeed, please refrain from making such jokes. I have already lost hope. If you speak in this manner, I might take you seriously. I'm not jesting. A close friend of my husband is prepared to assume responsibility for our project. He is a substantial businessman, and $500 or $600 million is but a trifling sum for him. Tomorrow, let us visit the city government together to negotiate all relevant matters. I will inform you of the specific time. With that, Zhang Ping exited the homeowners group. Chapter 187. A gathering of discontent following Zhang Ping's departure from the homeowners group. A tempest of messages erupted within it, as over 100 homeowners clamored to express their opinions. Was the statement made by the previous homeowner indeed true? Could it be that salvation was at hand? One newcomer to the chat, perusing earlier messages, inquired with uncertainty. Though I am aware that such thoughts may seem fanciful, I yearn to believe in their authenticity. If this property were to be abandoned, my family and I would find ourselves in dire straits. Absolutely true, without a doubt. Whoever can rescue our community and help me secure my home, I shall offer my eternal gratitude and worship. May the heavens ensure this is veritable. There is no need for speculation. We shall know the truth by tomorrow. Let us rise early and summon everyone we can, making our way to the city government. Even if the previous homeowner's claims prove false, we must demand a solution from the relevant authorities. Agreed, it is settled. I will take a leave of absence and not go to work tomorrow. This matter must be resolved. Otherwise, what is the point of working to pay the mortgage when the home remains elusive? Indeed, I too shall request a leave. In a moment, dozens of individuals in the group were simultaneously calling their companies to ask for time off. Thus, amidst doubts, hopes, and even sleepless nights, the hours passed. At 8:30 a.m., Li Rue, having risen from his hotel bed, hastily consumed a simple breakfast before calling Du Liao to arrange a meeting at the entrance of Du Liao's residential complex in half an hour. At precisely 9 o'clock a.m., Li Rue arrived at the entrance of Du Liao's community in his Range Rover, where Du Liao was already waiting in his BYD Han. Third brother. Upon spotting Li Rue's vehicle, Du Liao promptly exited his car to greet him. As Li Rue observed Du Liao stepping out and waving, he too alighted from his vehicle and reciprocated the gesture. Is he truly your third brother? Zhang Ping, having emerged from the passenger seat, approached Du Liao and quietly inquired about Li Rue. Yes, Mom and Dad, this is my good friend Li Rue. Du Liao explained to Zhang Ping while also addressing his parents who had just disembarked. Fourth brother, aren't you going to introduce me? Li Rue stepped closer to Du Liao, smiling at the three individuals beside him. Third brother, this is my dad, my mom, and this is my wife. Du Liao beamed as he introduced each person in turn. Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie. Li Rue greeted Du Liao's parents with a polite smile. Hello, hello. Du Liao's parents responded with a degree of awkwardness. Conventionally, they should not feel tense in the presence of their son as friend, given the familial hierarchy. However, they were acutely aware of Li Rue's extraordinary status. As mere ordinary individuals facing a genuine billionaire, it was impossible for them to remain at ease. Sister-in-law, greetings. Fourth brother has done well to find such a beautiful wife. You truly have struck gold. Li Rue first acknowledged Zhang Ping, then playfully teased Du Liao. Greetings, esteemed third brother. Initially, Zhang Ping, feeling apprehensive, averted her gaze from Li Rue. Upon hearing him greet her, she timidly lifted her head and responded softly. After all, she was merely a young woman in her 20s, and the presence of such a magnate, even if he were her husband as associate, left her quite flustered. There is no need for such formality, everyone. Du Liao is my dear brother, and his family is naturally akin to my own. We need not stand on ceremony, he remarked amiably. Indeed, we are all family here. Such politeness feels rather awkward. Now, let us address the matter at hand. Third brother, do you propose we head directly to the municipal government? Very well. Have the homeowners in your group been notified? Du Liao inquired, directing his gaze towards Zhang Ping. Yes, I mentioned it yesterday. I will send a message in the group to confirm the time, Zhang Ping replied, promptly opening her social media application to convey the information. I have already notified everyone. We will convene at 9:30 in front of the municipal government office building, she stated, looking up at Li Rue after sending the message. Excellent. Let us proceed to the municipal government. Your cooperation as homeowners will expedite the process far more than our direct appeal to the director of the Housing Bureau. Li Rue said with a smile. Indeed, if just a few of us sought out the Housing Bureau director, we would hardly gain an audience. By bringing the homeowners along, we are certain to meet with the director. With third brother's representation, I surmise we could resolve matters within the morning. Du Liao concurred, equally cheerful. Third brother, allow me to take the lead. Let's set off now. Agreed, Li Rue responded, turning towards the Land Rover Range Rover. Following Du Liao in his BYD Han, they made their way to the municipal government of Culture City. 20 minutes later, the two vehicles arrived at the front of the municipal government office building, where a typical throng of people had gathered, now swelling to over 100. Some of these individuals were familiar to Du Liao, as they were homeowners from the Harmony Garden community. Once the vehicles were parked, Du Liao stepped out to greet Li Rue, then proceeded with his parents and Zhang Ping towards the crowd. What are you all doing? Do you realize this is a public disturbance? Do you understand where you are? A security guard shouted nervously at the assembly before Du Liao could approach. We are well aware of where we are. We are not here to cause trouble. We are homeowners from Harmony Garden. Our community has stalled, and we are here to seek a resolution. A middle-aged gentleman wearing glasses calmly explained to the guard. I am familiar with the issues concerning Harmony Garden. You approached relevant officials previously, to no avail. The developer has gone bankrupt. What purpose does your presence here serve? The guard retorted. Some homeowners have managed to find a major investor willing to take over our community. Today, we have come to negotiate with the authorities regarding this matter. Who would believe such a claim? Given the current downturn in the real estate market, which significant investor would be inclined to spend billions on a failing project? Kindly return at once. Do not put me in a difficult position. If this continues, I shall have to summon assistance. The security guard warned as the crowd began to swell. We demand to see the director of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau at that moment. Du Liao approached with his family. Who are you? The security guard asked, taken aback by Du Liao's confident stride and commanding presence, as he declared his intention to meet the bureau director. I am a homeowner from H. Harmonious community, and I can connect with the individual who has taken over our estate. We insist on an audience with the bureau director. And why should I believe your unsubstantiated claims? I advise you not to cause a scene here. Do you see that building over there? There are police inside. They will apprehend you if necessary, the security guard threatened, pointing towards a nearby structure. Are you the homeowners who claim to have found the individual willing to take over our development? One of the male homeowners, undeterred by the security guard's intimidation, stepped forward, grasping Du Liao's arm with eager anticipation. Yes, my brother intends to take over our estate. Is that true? Does your brother truly possess the capability to manage our development? The male homeowner inquired cautiously once more. Chapter 188. Becoming a savior indeed, salvation has arrived. I am truly saved. I demand to meet the director of the Housing Construction Bureau. Upon receiving confirmation from Du Liao, the male homeowner first erupted into hearty laughter, then frantically shouted towards the heavens. We must see the director of the Housing Construction Bureau. With his renewed cry, hundreds of other homeowners joined in unison, echoing his fervent demand. Silence, you raucous rabble. Damn it, a bunch of unruly citizens. Captain, I need reinforcements. The security guard, realizing his pleas fell on deaf ears and fearing the situation would escalate, hastily called for backup over the intercom. A minute later, a dozen security personnel, equipped and ready, rushed to the scene. Quiet down, all of you, boomed a tall, burly man clad in a security uniform, brandishing a baton and pointing at the crowd. Yet, the gathering remained undeterred by his authoritative command, continuing to shout in unison, we must see the director of the Housing Construction Bureau. How could a mere security guard's words silence a group of desperate individuals? This was their singular opportunity for salvation. Inside the government office building of Wenhua City, in a room marked with the title of the party secretary, Yu Tianda, a man in his 50s, was engrossed in paperwork when he was suddenly disturbed by the uproar from below. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, Ning, what is happening outside? A middle-aged woman in her 30s, sitting nearby and organizing documents, promptly stood up and listened attentively. Secretary Yu, it appears they are demanding to see the director of the Housing Construction Bureau. This is likely related to the unfinished buildings issue. Sighing, Yu Tianda shook his head and instructed Assistant Ning, call the head of security and tell them to refrain from using force. They must do their best to pacify the crowd. Understood, Secretary Yu. I will contact the head of security immediately. After speaking, she picked up the phone to dial the security chief. Hello, Assistant Ning. The security chief was contemplating how to quiet the throng when his phone rang. Seeing it was the landline from the secretary's office, he promptly answered with cautious respect. The secretary asked that you calmly pacify the crowd and avoid any roughness. Assistant Ning reiterated the secretary's words. Yes, Assistant Ning. Please convey to the secretary that I will ensure the task is accomplished. Meanwhile, Du Liao, overhearing the phone conversation with the head of security involving the assistant to the party secretary, had a sudden idea and shouted, we demand to see the party secretary. We demand to see the party secretary. Other homeowners, inspired by Du Liao's proclamation, chimed in, raising their voices in unison. Inside the office, Yu Tianda had been attentively monitoring the commotion outside. Hearing the crowd now clamoring for a meeting with the party secretary, he paused in surprise. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed Assistant Ning, have them select a few representatives. I will speak with them. Secretary, is that advisable? You cannot resolve the issue of these unfinished buildings. Assistant Ning hesitated to advise. It cannot be allowed for them to continue their shouting here, as it reflects poorly. Please speak with them. I will handle the rest. Yu Tianda gestured dismissively towards Assistant Ning. Reluctantly, Assistant Ning complied with Secretary Yu's request to converse with the individuals outside and subsequently exited the room. Select a few representatives. Secretary Yu wishes to meet with you. Assistant Ning called out to the crowd from a distance as he descended the stairs. Upon hearing Assistant Ning's voice, the crowd ceased their clamoring and turned their attention towards Du Liao. Await my good news. I shall confer with Secretary Yu on your behalf. Du Liao chuckled as he addressed the 100 or so homeowners, then waved to Li Rue, who was in a Range Rover. Observing this, Li Rue stepped out of the vehicle and accompanied Du Liao towards Assistant Ning. As Li Rue approached, Assistant Ning was momentarily taken aback. Once Li Rue was close enough, she inquired, "Are you also a homeowner of the unfinished building?" The question arose from Assistant Ning's realization that Li Rue differed from the others. Unlike the rest who shouted outside, he had remained in his car, waiting for her summons to meet Secretary Yu, which led her to perceive him as the leader of the group. "No, I am not a homeowner. I am here to assist the municipal leaders with their troubles." Li Rue replied with a faint smile. "Troubles?" Assistant Ning's expression was one of confusion, yet she recognized that this was not the time for inquiries. Suppressing her curiosity, she turned to lead Li Rue and Du Liao towards the municipal government building. "Please enter." Upon hearing a knock at the door, Yu Qianda lifted his gaze from the documents he had been reviewing and spoke. "Secretary Yu, this is their representative," Assistant Ning announced as she opened the door, allowing Li Rue and Du Liao to enter. "Please, young gentlemen, have a seat. Let us discuss matters thoroughly," Yu Qianda said, rising to gesture towards the sofa, inviting Li Rue and Du Liao to sit. "What are your names, young gentlemen?" Once all three had settled on the sofa, Yu Qianda smiled and inquired. "I am Du Liao, and this is my brother, Li Rue." Du Liao introduced himself and Li Rue. Acknowledging the introduction, Li Rue smiled and nodded at Yu Qianda. "I am Yu Qianda, the secretary of the Cultural City Committee. You two are here today regarding the unfinished building at H Harmonious Community, correct?" Yu Qianda directly addressed the purpose of their visit after the introductions. "Indeed, this represents the hard work of several generations of our community. We must resolve the issues surrounding this unfinished building." Du Liao responded first. "Ah, young Du, I can empathize with your sentiments. The emergence of unfinished buildings in Cultural City is a burden I bear as well. Unfortunately, there is little we can do at this moment. However, rest assured, we are actively seeking developers who could take over the project. Once we identify a suitable company, I assure you that all departments of Cultural City will cooperate fully to expedite the completion and handover of the H Harmonious Community. Secretary Yu, I can resolve this predicament for you," Li Rue remarked with a smile as soon as Secretary Yu finished speaking. "What? You can assist me in this matter?" Yu Qianda, who had been pondering how to persuade the two young individuals, was momentarily taken aback by Li Rue's words. "Secretary Yu, this individual claims he is not an owner of H Harmonious Community, but has come to help the city address its issues," Assistant Ning quietly informed Secretary Yu. Bowing his head, "Secretary Yu, what is the forthcoming construction cost for H Harmonious Community? I will take full responsibility. You merely need to inform me which departments to consult and which procedures to undertake." Li Rue interjected before they could inquire further. "What? Are you aware of the minimum cost for the construction of H Harmonious Community? It is at least 400 to 500 million, and if there are no reductions, it could reach 500 to 600 million. Are you certain you possess such funds?" Yu Qianda inquired, astonished by Li Rue's assertion. "If it is 500 to 600 million, I believe I can manage," Li Rue replied nonchalantly. "Really? Are you not jesting with me?" Yu Qianda's face lit up with astonishment. If this individual could indeed take over this abandoned development, it would be a tremendous achievement for him. It would be impossible for him not to feel elated. Of course it is true, but why? Currently, properties are not easily sold, especially one that has halted construction. If you take over, selling the units will be challenging. Because my brother purchased a home here, and those who bought into this unfinished project are unfortunate souls. Since I have encountered this situation, I shall play the role of a savior," Li Rue said with a relaxed smile. Chapter 189. Military Procurement. Yu Qianda's gaze was firmly fixed on Li Rue. After a minute, he finally spoke. "I can assist you in contacting all relevant departments to facilitate your acquisition of the Harmony Community. However, you must convince me of your capability to take over." "Well, I wonder if this suffices?" As he spoke, Li Rue reached into his wallet and produced a business card, handing it to Yu Qianda, the chairman of Tungfei Group. Yu Qianda read each word on the card, his eyes suddenly sparkling with realization as he looked up intently at Li Rue. "You are actually the chairman of Tungfei Group?" "Ha ha, Assistant Ning, please prepare a pot of tea." With a hearty laugh, he instructed the assistant standing behind him, momentarily diverting his gaze from the card. "Yes, Assistant Ning trembled slightly upon hearing Yu Tianda mention the chairman of Tongfei Group. As government officials, they had certainly heard of the most promising companies in Longhua over the past few months and were well aware of the significance of this company. Moreover, Secretary Yu had once remarked that any city that secured Tongfei Group would seize the future and become one of the nation's top corporations, underscoring the immense potential it possessed. At that moment, the young man before her was indeed the chairman of this esteemed company, leaving her utterly astonished. Chairman Li, I can hardly believe you are the owner of Tongfei Group. Truly remarkable. I recently came across news regarding your company, and I was thinking how wonderful it would be if you could bring your company to our cultural city. Who would have imagined that I would meet you in such circumstances today? Yu Tianda said, his face brimming with delight. Deep down, he was genuinely pleased. He had longed to meet this individual. Once acquainted, attracting investments and achieving political accomplishments would surely become a breeze. Secretary Yu, please don't be so courteous. Just call me by my name. My company is merely a small one, engaged in minor endeavors, hardly deserving of such praise from you. Tongfei Group is well known among the upper echelons. Just the impact of the super batteries and supercharging stations your company produces is immense. If your company is considered small, then there are no large companies in Longhua. Upon hearing Li Ruei refer to Tongfei Group as a small company, Yu Tianda's smile vanished, and he spoke earnestly, emphasizing Tongfei Group's esteemed reputation in Longhua. It's just a battery and a charging station. Can they really capture the attention of the higher-ups? Li Ruei was somewhat taken aback by Yu Tianda's words. How could you, the chairman of Tongfei Group, not be aware? I've heard that your super batteries have already been tested, and I understand there are plans to place large orders for your batteries to be used in military drones and other mobile military equipment. Military procurement? I was unaware of that. Matters regarding this aspect of the company are handled by my subordinates, and I haven't paid much attention. Li Ruei initially expressed surprise, but soon returned to a calm demeanor as he spoke. For other companies, military procurement is akin to securing a stable income. Yet for Li Ruei, it seems to hold little significance. His super batteries are in high demand, and financial resources are not a concern for him. It is no wonder that at such a young age he has achieved so much. His mindset is commendable, and Yu Tianda gave a thumbs up to Li Ruei. At that moment, Assistant Ning approached with a teapot, prompting Yu Tianda to invite Li Ruei and Du Liao to partake in tea. Indeed, excellent tea, Li Ruei remarked generously after savoring a sip. Chairman Li is also knowledgeable about tea, and upon hearing Li Ruei praise the beverage, Yu Tianda, with a look of delight, inquired further. I hardly claim to be knowledgeable about tea. I simply find it enjoyable, Li Ruei replied, quickly shifting the topic as he noticed Yu Tianda's eagerness to discuss tea culture. By the way, regarding the issue of taking over the unfinished buildings, he continued. Yes. I almost forgot the matter at hand. Chairman Li, with your intentions, as the Secretary of the Cultural City, I will naturally lend my full support. I must also extend my gratitude on behalf of the homeowners. You have truly saved their families, Yu Tianda stated, adopting a serious demeanor. You flatter me, Secretary Yu. I appreciate your assistance, Li Ruei responded. Your undertaking of the Harmony Gardens unfinished project not only aids over 400 households, but also assists me. There is no need for concern. I will convene a meeting with all relevant departments tomorrow to solidify this matter. Excellent. I will also send someone to attend the meeting, Yu Tianda affirmed. Then it is settled, Li Ruei concluded. By the way, Chairman Li, our cultural city is quite promising. Has your esteemed company considered investing here? Yu Tianda asked, his expression filled with anticipation after finalizing their discussion. I have entrusted company matters to our CEO. I will certainly encourage her to contemplate it. Li Ruei replied courteously. Very well. I, on behalf of Cultural City, eagerly await the investment from Tongfei Group, Yu Tianda said, masking his disappointment with a welcoming smile. All right, we shall take our leave, Li Ruei announced, standing to depart. This is my personal phone number. Do not hesitate to call if needed. Yu Tianda quickly wrote down his number and handed it to Li Ruei as he prepared to leave. Thank you, we bid farewell now, Li Ruei said, and with that, he and Du Liao exited the secretary's office. A few minutes later, as they descended the stairs and arrived at the plaza in front of the Cultural City Government building, they spotted Zhang Ping and Du Ba in the distance, who quickly rushed over to them. The other homeowners, noticing the trio approaching Li Ruei and Du Liao, hurriedly followed suit. What news do you bring? Zhang Ping asked eagerly as she reached Du Liao. With San Ji's intervention, the solution seems effortless, Du Liao proclaimed with evident pride. Is it truly that simple? Du Ba inquired, astonished. Father, Sange is not merely here to alleviate our troubles. He is also addressing the city's issues. Consequently, They are extremely proactive. Tomorrow, the city will convene a meeting with the relevant departments, and Sangu will dispatch representatives to attend. Our property will not be left unfinished, Du Liao expressed with palpable excitement. Although he recognized that following Sangu into entrepreneurship would yield substantial wealth, rendering the 2 million yuan property trivial, it nonetheless represented the culmination of efforts for both families. Even with a prosperous future ahead, he could not bear the thought of their collective investments going to waste. Is it true? Our property will not be left unfinished? The over 100 homeowners trailing behind Zhang Ping trembled with excitement upon hearing Du Liao's words. One male homeowner could not restrain himself and cautiously posed a question to Du Liao. Chapter 190. Fourth brother determines the wedding date indeed. Our house will not be left unfinished. Thank you. I am truly grateful, sobbed the male homeowner, overwhelmed with emotion upon receiving Du Liao's confirmation. This house is the lifeline of our family. Saving it is tantamount to saving our entire family. You should not be thanking me. Your gratitude should be directed toward my brother, Du Liao remarked, feeling slightly uneasy as he observed the hundreds of homeowners gazing at him with appreciative eyes while pointing towards Li Rue. As the homeowners shifted their gaze towards Li Rue, who was being indicated by Du Liao, they hesitated to approach him upon noticing two towering men, each standing at 2 meters tall and possessing a muscular build, standing behind Li Rue. Consequently, they opted to express their thanks to Du Liao instead. Watching the Du family, surrounded by grateful homeowners, Li Rue smiled and, accompanied by Li Yi and Li Er, stepped aside to retrieve his phone and make a call. Brother, what are you up to? In Chunning County, over 1,000 kilometers away, Li Tsong was inspecting the progress of the semiconductor industrial park when he received Li Rue's call. Little Rue, what prompted you to call today? I'm currently reviewing the progress here at the semiconductor park. Oh, how is the progress at the semiconductor park? How long until it can commence production? Li Hui inquired, intrigued by the mechanical sounds echoing from the other end of the line. The semiconductor park will likely take a little over 4 months to complete. The scale of this project is immense. Little Rue, you haven't witnessed the grandeur of thousands of acres of industrial land being developed simultaneously. In my nearly half a century of life, I have never encountered such a vast undertaking. It is astonishing to think that this is a project belonging to our Li family, Li Tsong exclaimed with increasing enthusiasm. Hee, brother. I have found another job for our comrades. Can you manage it? Huh? What job? Li Tsong asked, puzzled. Their SA stall construction project in Cultural City that I have taken over. Could you check if the brothers can handle it? A stalled construction project? What's the situation? My college roommate purchased a half-finished building. Li Rue briefly recounted the circumstances. All right, I'll send a few people over tomorrow. We can only hire local construction firms as our entire workforce is tied up at the semiconductor park. We simply cannot spare anyone. Good? You all can discuss it among yourselves. I will coordinate with the leaders in Cultural City. By the way, Little Rue, Wei Guang is getting married in about a month. When do you plan to return? Just as Li Rue was preparing to end the call, Li Tsong suddenly revealed surprising news. Ah, fourth brother has confirmed the wedding date? Yes, our house and the hospital will also be completed in about a month. If it weren't for needing to wait for the house to be finished before the wedding, fourth uncle would want Wei Guang to marry immediately. All right, I will make sure to return in advance. After ending the call, Li Rue cast a glance at the still surrounded Du Liao, offering a resigned smile before making his way towards the Range Rover with 2 bodyguards in tow. Observing Li Rue entering the vehicle, Du Liao desperately squeezed through the crowd, guiding his family towards their BYD Han. In the following days, under Du Liao's guidance, Li Rue enjoyed a few days of leisure in Cultural City before returning to Star City alongside Du Liao and Zhang Ping. Here are the contracts. Please take a look, Li Rue stated, placing 5 contracts on the coffee table for his 5 dormitory brothers to peruse. After returning to Star City, the brothers gradually made their way back, with the eldest, Xin Yong, the second, Hu Dapeng, and the fourth, Du Liao, bringing their wives along. Third bro, you're offering too much equity, Huang Wenjun remarked incredulously, pointing at the 30 stake outlined in the contract. Indeed, third bro, you're investing 200 million, while we Haven Tea contributed a single cent. A 30 share equates to a staggering 60 million. You're essentially gifting us 60 million, which is far too generous. I cannot accept this, Xin Yong said, having also noticed the equity distribution and placing the contract down, repeatedly shaking his head in refusal. My goodness. Third bro, you are exceedingly generous. If I were a woman, I would surely pledge myself to you. I can hardly accept this stake. Perhaps a mere 2% would suffice, Hu Dapeng jested, echoing the sentiment of refusal. We are all brothers. You know these funds are trifling to me. Let us settle this. If you regard me as a brother, please sign. Li Rui feigned annoyance upon noticing the brothers' collective rejections. The 5 brothers exchanged glances, and ultimately, Shen Yong met Li Rui's gaze and picked up a pen from the coffee table, signing his name on the contract. Third bro, I understand you merely wish for your brothers to live well. I appreciate this gesture of yours, and I shall remember this friendship for a lifetime, Shen Yong said sincerely, placing the pen down while looking earnestly at Li Rui. He was the first among the brothers to witness Li Rui's rise and understood his formidable capabilities better than anyone. Thus, he no longer hesitated and took the lead in accepting Li Rui's goodwill. Seeing Shen Yong sign, the other 4 exchanged glances, and upon receiving Li Rui's encouraging nod, they too refrained from further refusals and promptly signed their names. All right, henceforth, the eldest shall delve into the hotel business, the second into chain supermarkets. The 4th shall open a restaurant chain, the 5th will start a clothing brand, and the 6th will engage in game development. This way, we will cover all aspects of living, consumption, dining, dressing, and entertainment. What do you think? Li Rui expressed joyfully upon witnessing all his brothers sign. That works for me. I may struggle with other ventures, but I have a fair grasp of running a supermarket. Hu Daping responded with a smile, assuring his readiness. I'm on board as well. I've worked in the restaurant business with my parents for over a year, so I possess some experience. If third bro can find me a chef of the same caliber as the villas, I would be even more confident. Seeing Du Liao smilingly assert that he had no concerns, Li Rui turned his gaze towards the subtly anxious trio of Shen Yong, Wu Yang, and Huang Wenjun, assuring them, do not worry, I shall arrange for you to have access to professionals, ensuring that you encounter no difficulties in any field. Upon hearing Li Rui's words, the trio finally felt a sense of relief. Well then, it is settled. If you prefer, you may stay in my villa, as there are ample rooms available. That might not be appropriate. We should find a place to rent, Shen Yong replied, glancing at his wife beside him, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the prospect of residing there as a newlywed couple. We too shall seek accommodations elsewhere. Both Hu Daping and Du Liao echoed in refusal. Noting that 3 of his married friends had declined to stay with him, Li Rui was not surprised. He smiled at Huang Wenjun and Wu Yang. Perhaps it is best. Third brother, while your home offers delectable cuisine, a swimming pool, and many lovely ladies, I believe I would prefer to rent a place of my own. Visiting you occasionally would indeed be quite enjoyable. Indeed, the 6th brother speaks wisely, Wu Yang concurred. Very well, I shall not impose my wishes upon your decisions. Do visit frequently and treat this place as your own home. Agreed. Certainly. Chapter 191. Returning to the village with my wife in the ensuing days, Li Rui assigned each of the 5 brothers an intermediate elite commercial biohuman and provided Du Liao with 5 advanced biohuman chefs. Afterward, he withdrew from the establishment and operational details of the brothers' companies. Instead, he indulged in leisurely pursuits such as fishing, swimming, and watching live streams featuring beautiful women. On the morning of the 10th day, Yun Lingxian and Li San and Li Si returned to the Xiangshui Tower No. 1 villa. Li Rui had already been waiting at the villa entrance, and as he observed the Range Rover stop a short distance away and the familiar figures disembark, he smiled and opened his arms wide. Come here for a hug. Have you missed me so much after all these days? Li Rui teased, noticing Yun Lingshuan's joyful yet somewhat reserved expression upon seeing him. Who has missed you? I certainly haven't tea. Yun Lingxian feigned a proud demeanor, not even casting a glance at Li Rui, though her peripheral vision betrayed her as she couldn't help but steal glances at him. I adore your stubbornness. Let me embrace you and see if my wife has lost any weight. Li Rui chuckled as he stepped forward and lifted Yun Lingxian into his arms. Let go. Let go. There are others around, Yun Lingxian exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she playfully punched Li Rui's chest. Who else is here? I see no one. Li Rui continued to hold her, glancing around as if oblivious to any onlookers. Behind Li Rui, Li Yi and Li Er, along with Li San and Li Si trailing behind Yun Lingxian, quickly took the hint and discreetly slipped away. See? No one is around now. Come give your husband a kiss, Li Rui declared as he set Yun Lingxian down and leaned in toward her lips. Stop. Stop. Ignoring Yun Lingshuan's pleas, Li Rui pressed his lips against hers with fervor. A minute later, Yun Lingxian wiped her lips vigorously and, pretending to be fierce, warned, If you dare to kiss me in public again, I will surely give you a beating. Hee hee. So, does that mean I can kiss you freely when we are not in public? Li Rui replied with a knowing smile. No way. You need my permission first. Yun Lingxian pouted, feigning indignation. Hee hee. You truly are adorable. By the way, is your mother still gambling? Li Rui asked, playfully pinching Yin Lingshuan's nose before inquiring about Zhang Jingluan. Hee, your method actually worked wonders. My mother can't find anyone within a radius of several dozen kilometers willing to play cards with her now. She is forced to stay home obediently. Yun Lingxian exclaimed with excitement, her heart filled with indescribable joy. She had thought her gambling-addicted mother would never change, but to her surprise, her boyfriend had managed to tame her completely. That's excellent. I met your parents. When will you introduce me to mine? Li Rui said with a twinkle in his eye. Ah, meeting your parents? Isn't that a bit too soon? Suddenly, Yin Lingxian heard Li Rui mention taking her to meet his parents, and she gasped in surprise. Feeling a touch embarrassed, she lowered her head and nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, murmuring, is it really that soon? Given that we have been together for over 3 years at university, my father said that if I don't bring my girlfriend home this year, he will break my legs. You decide whether to go or not. Li Rui feigned an expression of impending suffering. Well, all right, when are we going back? In about 20 days, though the exact date hasn't been finalized yet. Once my fourth brother's wedding date is set, we can return home, and we'll also get to celebrate. Okay, all right, Yin Lingxian replied, forcing herself to appear composed, though she was unaware that her fingers, which were lightly clutching the fabric, had turned pale from her anxiety. There's no need to be nervous. My parents are wonderful. Besides, with me around, what is there to fear? As he spoke, Li Rui took her hand in his. Feeling the warmth of his grip, Yin Lingxian finally relaxed and nodded in affirmation. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 25 days had passed. One day, as Li Rui held Yin Lingxian in a deep slumber, he was suddenly roused by the sound of his phone ringing on the bedside table. Groggily opening his eyes, he glanced at the screen to see it was his mother's call. Mom, why are you calling me so early? Li Rui rubbed his eyes, sounding lethargic. The houses for your uncles have been completed, the hospital is built, and your fourth brother is getting married in 3 days. When do you plan to come back? Has the date for the wedding been confirmed? Hearing his mother mention that his brother was to be wed in 2 days jolted Li Rui awake. Yes, in 3 days. Son, your fourth uncle was quite kind to you when you were young. You must help with the wedding preparations. Absolutely. This is the first joyous occasion for the Li family since our rise. I promise to make it splendid. I'll head back this afternoon. After a few more casual exchanges, Li Rui ended the call. Darling, whose call was that? Yin Lingxian murmured sleepily, still half asleep. It was Mom, Li Rui replied, leaning down to plant a kiss on her soft, fair cheek. Oh, Mom's call? Yin Lingxian struggled to open her eyes, her expression one of confusion. Yes. She said my fourth brother is getting married in 3 days and wants us to come back soon. Oh, Yin Lingxian finally grasped the situation and nodded adorably. Time to get up, get ready, and have breakfast. We need to head home this afternoon, Li Rui said, playfully patting her backside. All right, Yin Lingxian replied again, reluctantly getting out of bed. As Li Rui watched her graceful figure, he forced himself to suppress the heat rising within him. He got up, dressed, and splashed cold water on his face to calm himself, feeling blissful that such a beautiful woman was his. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Rui drove the long-unused Viper GT, with Yin Lingxian and Li Yi heading towards Chunning County. Wow, the road in your village is remarkably wide. Is that grand structure behind your village your ancestral hall? It is truly impressive. I can't believe your village even has a surrounding wall. Do all 8 villas encircled within belong to your family? And what is that building over there? After a 3-hour journey in the purple poisonous Snake GT, they finally arrived at the village road of Li Family Village. Yu Lingxian, seated in the passenger seat, gazed in curiosity at the distinctly different Li Family Village. That building is the hospital of Li Family Village, Li Song explained with a smile. What? Your village even has a hospital? And such a large one? Yu Lingxian exclaimed in astonishment. This hospital serves not only the residents of Li Family Village, but also the surrounding villagers who can come here for treatment. I aim to transform this hospital into one of the finest in the entire Dragon Nation and even across the Blue Star. How much will that cost? After all, hospitals are essential for saving lives. No amount of money is too great, and I'm least concerned about expenditures. Noticing Li Rui's subtle display of arrogance, Yu Lingxian rolled her eyes and chose not to respond further. Chapter 192. The future daughter-in-law meets the in-laws at the entrance of Li Family Village. Li Yongjin surveyed the progress made over the past 2 months, admiring the newly constructed villas, walls, and hospital. Suddenly, he unconsciously glanced behind him and spotted a familiar supercar, accompanied by a vehicle resembling the bodyguards within the village, making its way toward them. Instantly recognizing that Li Rui had returned, his expression brightened with excitement. He swiftly passed through an iron gate and walked several meters into a courtyard comprised of 8 villas. Bursting with enthusiasm, he called out, "Everyone, come out! Xiao Rui is back." Upon hearing Li Yongjin's shout, the residents of the 8 villas emerged. "Brother, is Li Rui really back?" Li Yonda inquired loudly, his voice booming. "Yes. He is back. The car is almost at the village entrance." "Haha, let us go greet Xiao Rui together," Li Yonda exclaimed, waving his hand and leading the way. Uncle, fourth uncle, mom and dad. As Li Rui's venomous GT approached the village entrance, he spotted his uncle and a group of people walking out to welcome him. He parked the car before them and stepped out, smiling as he greeted everyone. "Son, it's been so long since I last saw you. I missed you dearly." Wang Sume rushed from the crowd and enveloped Li Rui in a warm embrace, expressing her longing. "Mom, I missed you too. How have you been?" "I'm doing well. Quite well indeed. Day by day, I have nothing to worry about, enjoying good food and entertainment. How can I not be well?" Wang Sume said proudly, grateful for the carefree life her successful son had provided her. "That's good to hear. Once the hospital officially opens, you dad, and the uncles should all undergo a comprehensive health checkup every month. Health is of utmost importance." "All right, I will listen to you, dear." "Haha, you've grown stronger in these 2 months." Liunda apruka, Blaifuditumping Li Rui ishachast. "Fourth uncle, I've merely gained some weight." "You have no idea how well I've been eating every day," Li Rui responded with a smile. "Don't talk about yourself. I've been indulging in so many wonderful foods these days that I once only dreamed of. Look at me, your fourth uncle. I've even developed a bit of a belly." Li Yonda chuckled, patting his slightly protruding stomach. "You and the others endured so much hardship in the earlier part of your lives. Now that conditions have improved, you should enjoy life more. Indeed, it's all thanks to you. Without your success, how could I enjoy such blessings?" "Fourth brother, Xiao Rui, is your nephew. You contributed to his college tuition back in the day. It's only natural for him to show you filial respect, now that he has made something of himself." "No need to speak of blessings. That is too formal," Li Yongzheng chimed in with a smile. Right, we are all family. I was being too formal. Xiao Rui has driven for hours and must be tired. Let us head home, Li Yongda said, preparing to take Li Rui's hand and lead him into the village. "Wait, fourth uncle." Li Rui suddenly grasped Li Yongda's hand. "What is the matter?" Li Yongda turned back, puzzled. "There are still people in the car," Li Rui said with a smile, glancing at the purple venomous GT. "People? Who are they?" Li Yongda followed Li Rui's gaze and turned to look at the purple poisonous snake GT, as did the others around him. Moments ago, all attention had been on Li Rui, and due to the reflection on the windshield, they had failed to notice that there was indeed another person in the passenger seat. As they focused their attention, it became apparent that there was indeed someone inside the vehicle. At this moment, Li Yongzheng and Wang Sume exchanged a glance. Their expressions gradually filled with excitement. "Ling Xian, come down," Li Rui called out, waving his hand towards the poisonous snake GT. Inside the car, Yin Lingxian, feeling quite anxious, realized she could no longer avoid the situation upon seeing Li Rui beckoning her. Gritting her teeth, she opened the door and stepped out. "Hee, it's a girl," Wang Sume said excitedly as she leaned closer to Li Yongzheng. "This kid has truly kept his word, bringing back a daughter-in-law, just as he promised." "He is indeed my son, who always delivers on his promises," Li Yongzheng remarked proudly to himself. "Hello, uncles and aunts," Yin Lingxian said awkwardly, bowing her head in greeting as she stepped out of the car. "This is my girlfriend, Yin Lingxian," Li Rui introduced as he walked over to her and took her hand. "Hee, little Rui, well done. I must commend you for finding such a beautiful daughter-in-law." Li Yongjin laughed heartily, giving Li Rui a thumbs up. "Hee, thank you, uncle," Li Rui replied with a grin. "Well done, son," Li Yonda echoed, also smiling and giving a thumbs up. "Hee, I'm so happy today, son. You must accompany your father for a drink," Li Yongjin said, his eyes narrowing into slits of joy. "You can drink by yourself, but if you dare to drag your son into it, I'll toss your drink into the trash." Wang Sume shot a glance at Li Yongzheng before approaching Yin Lingxian. Grabbing her hand with a warm smile, she said, "Yin Lingxian, what a lovely name. If Li Rui dares to bully you in the future, just tell Annie, and I'll take care of him for you." "Thank you, Aunt," Yin Lingxian replied shyly, then shot a teasing look at Li Rui, as if to say that she now had someone to rely on. "Let us head inside," Li Rui said with a fond smile at Yin Lingxian, then addressed the group. "Shall we?" "All right," everyone responded, turning to walk towards the village. "Lingxian, have some fruit," Wang Sume said as they settled in Li Rui's new villa, placing a large bowl of fruit in front of Yun Lingxian. Thank you, Aunt. Yun Lingxian expressed her gratitude politely. Mom, now that you have a daughter-in-law, have you forgotten about your son? I want some too. Li Rui pretended to sulk. How old are you? If you want some, go get it yourself. Don't you have hands? Wang Sume replied with a roll of her eyes. Alas, I am unloved and uncared for. Li Rui feigned disappointment. Here you go. Wang Sume, seeing Li Rui's pitiful expression, couldn't help but hand him a pear, despite knowing he was merely acting. Haha, mother is truly wonderful. Thank you, mother, Li Rui exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the pear. Everyone present shook their heads and smiled at the scene. Uncle, has everything been arranged for the wedding in 3 days? Li Rui inquired while taking a bite of the pear, turning to Li Yongda. It's mostly all set, Li Yongda replied after a moment of contemplation. Have any performances been planned? And what about the wedding car? There are no plans for performances, but the wedding car has been arranged. We'll be using the navigator. That won't do. This is the first joyous occasion for our Li family since our rise, so it must be celebrated grandly. We'll use my Venom GT for the wedding car. Is that appropriate? Your car costs over 80 million. It would be unfortunate if it were scratched or damaged. Uncle, no matter how expensive a car is, it is merely a vehicle. Family is far more important, Li Rui insisted. It's settled then. By the way, where are my brothers? Noticing the absence of a younger generation, he asked out loud. They're quite busy with their company and can only spare a little time on the wedding day. Li Yongda said, his expression filled with pride as he thought of his son, who had recently become very industrious. Young people should not fear busyness. They should fear idleness. Once, my son was aimless, but with the assistance of his cousin Li Rui, he has achieved success. Chapter 193. The Future Titan Family. Well, fourth uncle. Allow me to arrange the wedding for fourth brother as a gift to him. Very well, your fourth brother is too busy, and we old fellows are not well versed in such matters. I fear the wedding may not be executed well. With you in charge, fourth uncle can rest assured. Leona chuckled heartily. Indeed, it is settled then. After chatting with the uncles for a while longer, everyone eventually returned to their respective homes. Son, this is your room. Xiao Xian. After the guests departed, Wang Sume led Li Rui and Yingling Xia to the third floor of the villa, pointing to a spacious room as she introduced it to Li Rui. Thank you, Mom. By the way, why didn't your sister come back with you? Yi is in kindergarten. My sister needs to pick her up, and she will return in a couple of days, Li Rui explained to Wang Sume. All right, you must be tired. Rest for a bit. I will prepare dinner for you. MHM, Li Rui nodded in agreement. Once Wang Sume turned to leave, he eagerly scooped up Yingling Xia, shutting the door with his foot, and promptly tossed her onto the bed before pouncing on her. No, it's still daytime. Yingling Xia protested, pushing against Li Rui's chest. Hee, or the daytime. There is nothing to fear in our own home. How could I resist such beauty? I've been holding back for years. Come here, little beauty. With a mischievous grin, Li Rui leaned in closer. Wait, we still need to eat. It wouldn't be good if your mother found out. Let us save it for tonight, shall we? Yingling Xia said, blocking Li Rui's mouth with her hand, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Dinner is still an hour away. Although an hour is brief, it is just enough time, hee. With that, Li Rui clasped Yingling Xia's hands, and soon the room resonated with their heavy breaths. An hour later, Li Rui lay contentedly beside Yingling Xia, a smile gracing his face. So, how is it, my dear husband? Li Rui teased, playfully brushing his fingers against Yingling Xia's nose. Yingling Xia lay on the bed, exhausted, casting a weary glance at Li Rui, barely able to muster a response. Son, dinner is ready. At that moment, Li Rui heard his mother calling from outside, quickly suppressing his intentions to tease Yingling Xia further. He replied, I know, Mom. Get up. It's time to eat. Li Rui cheerfully lifted Yingling Xia, who felt like a limp doll, into his arms. Can we skip it? I'm so tired. Yingling Xia lamented, looking as if she might faint. This is your first visit to my home, and it's my mother's first meal prepared for you. You cannot refuse. It would be quite disrespectful, and my mother would be upset. Li Rui feigned a serious expression. It's all your fault. With that, Yingling Xia playfully bit into Li Rui's arm. Let go. If you don't, I shall swat your behind. Li Rui grinned, baring his teeth. Smack. That's what you get for not letting go. Li Rui playfully slapped Yingling Xia's bottom, prompting her to finally release her bite. Hee, the sensation is quite delightful. Isn't it? You humph. Yingling Xia covered her rear, gritting her teeth as she glared at Li Rui, yet she dared not retort, fearing he might discipline her further. After dinner, it was already 6:30 in the evening. Li Rui walked to a secluded corner, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Is Brother Chun available to take a call? Far away in the bustling metropolis, Chun Xiu was engaged in a business discussion with a man in his 40s. Just as the man was about to sign a contract, Chin's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Li Rui. Ah, Brother Li, of course. I'm always available for your calls, Chun Xiu said, rising from his seat and stepping aside to answer. The man in his 40s, noticing Chin's abrupt departure, furrowed his brow and halted his signing. Apologies for the interruption, Brother Chun. I would like to request a favor. What favor? Just say the word. I would go through fire and water for you, Chun Xiu replied, his eyes lighting up at the prospect of helping Li Rui. Well, my fourth brother is getting married in 3 days, and I wonder if you know any celebrities. I would like your assistance in inviting a few to perform. Absolutely. Brother Li, you honor me with your trust. You can leave this matter to me. Is there anything else you need? Chun Xiu eagerly responded. Brother Chun, I also require a diamond ring, Li Rui added after a moment's thought. Not a problem. I will personally deliver it to you, Chun Xiu replied, a broad smile on his face. Must you come personally? Isn't that a bit troublesome? Li Rui asked, feeling slightly embarrassed. Not at all. You're my good brother. Your fourth brother's wedding is also significant to me. Even if it were 10,000 kilometers away, I would still be there. Well, I appreciate it, Brother Chun. Recognizing Chun Xiu's intentions to deepen their relationship, Li Rui decided against refusing, knowing it would only benefit him. After a few more exchanges, Chun Xiu ended the call. Meanwhile, a female assistant, who had been anxiously pacing nearby, approached Chun Xiu as soon as he hung up. Mr. Chun, Mr. Zhao is angry, she whispered, glancing at the middle-aged man who had set down his pen. Chun Xiu smiled nonchalantly at his assistant's words and walked over to the middle-aged man. My apologies, Mr. Zhao, for the oversight. Let's have a meal together to make amends. Mr. Chun, your family is a top commercial dynasty in the metropolis. Although my Zhao family may not match your stature, we are still a respected family in Jiangqing. Are you attempting to insult me? Zhao, Changfeng replied, his expression dark with anger. Ah, Mr. Zhao, you are mistaken. I have never looked down upon your family. Our cooperation is mutually beneficial. How could I possibly disdain the Zhao family? Chun Xiu continued to smile, maintaining his composure. Although our Zhao family's financial chain has encountered some difficulties this time, and we find ourselves in need of your Chun family's assistance, the parcel of land in my possession is by no means inferior. Regardless of which family we collaborate with for development, it would undoubtedly result in a mutually beneficial outcome. Observing the still smoldering anger in Zhao Changfeng, Chun Xiu chuckled softly and placed a reassuring hand on Zhao Changfeng's shoulder, then spoke in a hushed tone. While a well-executed project that can yield billions annually is indeed impressive, how do you weigh that against the friendship with the chairman of Tengfei Group? What? The chairman of Tengfei Group? Are you saying the person on the other end of the line is the chairman of Tengfei Group? Zhao Changfeng inquired, his eyes widening in disbelief. And there's another individual, named Li Rui, who could compel me, Chun Xiu, to take the initiative to extend a gesture of goodwill. Mr. Zhao, you should understand what Tengfei Group represents, right? It is destined to become one of the foremost giants in our nation. With their super batteries, this company is poised to rival the great families both domestically and internationally. Do you truly believe your project holds more significance than the chairman of Tengfei Group? Chun Xiu regarded Zhao Changfeng with an enigmatic smile. Chapter 194. The top star Mr. Chun, I must apologize for my earlier behavior. Would you be so kind as to introduce me to Chairman Li Rui? Zhao Changfeng stood up, donning an ingratiating smile as he addressed Chun Xiu. Mr. Zhao, I share a close friendship with Brother Li Rui, and I prefer to keep our dealings separate, Chun Xiu remarked, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he regarded Zhao Changfeng. I understand, Mr. Chun. Henceforth, the Chun family will be the staunchest ally of the Zhao family. We are brothers now. I believe Chairman Li would not mind being introduced to a brother, Zhao Changfeng responded, his enlightenment evident. Seeing Zhao Changfeng's realization, Chun Xiu laughed heartily. I am certain Brother Li would be delighted to meet you as well, but before that, I must first call him for his consent. Of course. Let us sign the contract first, and afterward I shall treat you to a meal, Brother Chun, Zhao Changfeng insisted. If a meal is to be had, then it is I who should extend the invitation, Chun Xiu replied, playfully contesting. Do not argue, Brother Chun. This meal is entirely on me. By the way, I believe the contract could use some adjustments. How about we allocate 60% to the Chun family and 40% to the Zhao family? What do you think? You are indeed generous, Brother Zhao. That 1% translates to a profit of 7 to 8 billion annually. Are you truly willing to part with that? Certainly. It is only natural to give in order to gain, Zhao Chongfeng replied with a chuckle. Such magnanimity. I shall gladly defer to your wishes, Chen Xiu remarked, giving Zhao Chongfeng a thumbs up, thinking to himself that Zhao Chongfeng, as the backbone of the Zhao family, was willing to relinquish a staggering profit for the mere opportunity to connect with Li Rui. This further validated his initial decision to reconcile with Li Rui, proving to be an astute choice. Thus, he resolved to present himself favorably at Li Rui's upcoming wedding. 2 days swiftly passed, with but 1 day remaining until the wedding of Li Weiguang. During this time, the Li family showcased their resourcefulness, adorning Li family village with festive decorations, including red characters of joy and various color balloons. Li Rui, not idle himself, had contacted Liu Yifan, requesting assistance in borrowing 6 luxury sports cars valued below 10 million each, while also having bodyguards transport 4 additional supercars from the villa in Star City to Li family village. After a midday meal, Li Rui was preparing to stroll with Yin Lingxian to the Li ancestral hall situated behind the village when he received a call from Chen Xiu. Brother Li Rui, I have successfully completed the task you entrusted to me. The ring will be in your hands tomorrow, Chen Xiu announced. Is that true? I'm immensely grateful, Brother Chen. May I inquire about the ring's cost? Li Rui replied. You need not concern yourself with the price, Chen Xiu said. That cannot be. I insist on compensating you for the ring, Li Rui insisted. Brother Li, this ring is of little value. Given our friendship, there is no need for such formalities. In comparison to your assistance to me, this truly pales in significance. What do you mean? When have I ever assisted you? Li Rui inquired, puzzled by Chen Xiu's words. Just the other day, I was in conversation with Zhao Chongfeng from the Zhao family. I hope Brother Li would not hold it against me for leveraging my connections. Should you prefer not to meet him, I can easily decline on your behalf. Chen Xiu recounted the events of that day with Zhao Chongfeng in a straightforward manner. He had no intention of concealing the matter. There was nothing particularly problematic about it. However, he felt it prudent to inform Li Rui, as the revelation might otherwise affect their relationship. Seizing the opportunity, he divulged the details without hesitation. How significant is this? There's no issue here. More friends mean more opportunities. It's worthwhile to make an acquaintance, he remarked. Well, I appreciate Brother Li Rui for granting me this favor. You see, just with your influence, I could potentially earn an additional 7 to 8 billion in a year. What, then, is the worth of a diamond ring? Very well. Since that's the case, I shall no longer refuse. Allow me to extend my gratitude to Brother Chun on behalf of my 4th brother, he concluded. That's the spirit. By the way, I've already arranged for the stars to perform. Would you care to hear who they are? Chen Xiu said with a beaming smile. Brother Chun, I'm not particularly familiar with celebrities. I might not recognize them even if you name them, Li Rui replied. Well, I've shortlisted 10 stars. While you may not know them all, I'm certain you'll recognize a few, Chen Xiu chuckled. Please, do share, Li Rui said. His curiosity piqued. Zhou Lunjia, Kai Lini, Zhang Yoshue, Deng Qizi, Zhou Farren, Xiao Tanjing Hugu, Yang Yang, Huang Xiaoming, and Zheng Kai. Brother Chun, you truly managed to invite all these stars? Li Rui asked in astonishment as he heard the 10 names mentioned over the phone. Despite his indifference toward celebrities, he was familiar with all of them. Each individual was far from ordinary. Some excelled in singing, others in acting, and many were simply renowned figures. Indeed, they represented the pinnacle of stardom in the country. Brother Li Rui, they are merely a group of stars. To the average person, they may seem exalted, but to us, they are not of great consequence. It's merely a matter of a phone call, Chen Xiu remarked, exuding the confidence characteristic of a top-tier business family. Truly, Brother Chen possesses remarkable skills. If I were to reach out to these stars, I wouldn't even know where to begin, Li Rui chuckled. Brother Li Rui, do not underestimate yourself. If these stars were to learn that it is you inviting them to perform, I suspect they would ask for no compensation at all. After all, the opportunity to meet a future business magnate is something they would covet, Chen Xiu complimented. Brother Chun, you flatter me, Li Rui replied modestly. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chen Xiu informed Li Rui that the stars would arrive at Li Jia village the following day before ending the call. Husband, will those stars Brother Chen mentioned really come? Asked Yin Lingxian, who had been listening intently to Li Rui's conversation. Though she did not follow celebrities, her curiosity about them was piqued. For someone who had only recently been an ordinary person, the prospect of merely catching a glimpse of these stars was something to boast about for quite some time. Yes, I believe so. While these stars hold a high status in the eyes of the common folk, in a prominent family like the Chun family, they can be summoned at will. With this understanding of the relationship between celebrities and such esteemed families, Li Rui no longer felt the initial surprise and responded calmly to Yun Lingxian. If my sister will learn that Hu Gu would be visiting Lijia village, she would undoubtedly be ecstatic to the point of frenzy, for she is an ardent admirer of him. Upon receiving confirmation from Li Rui, Yun Lingxian let out a shriek of excitement and exclaimed, "You can tell your sister. Let her come to Lijia village for a visit." Is that truly possible? Yun Lingxian asked hesitantly. Why would it not be? If you have friends who appreciate these celebrities, you can certainly invite them over. It would make my fourth brother's wedding all the more lively, he responded. Really? May I post this on my social media? Yun Lingxian inquired, gazing up at Li Rui with eager anticipation. Of course, he assured her. I adore you, she exclaimed, standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on Li Rui's cheek, and then promptly took out her phone to craft a post. Zhu Lunzi, Gai Lini, Zhang Yus, Deng Chizi, Zhou Farren, Xiao Tongjing, Hu Gu, Yang Yang, Huang Xiaoming, and Zheng Kai will be performing in Lijia Village, Tianlong Town, Chushan County, the day after tomorrow. Friends who wish to attend may contact me. With swift fingers, Yun Lingxian finalized her post and hit publish. Barely 30 seconds after sharing it, she received the first comment from her sister, Yun Rong. Sister, is this post of yours for real? Is Hu Gu truly going to perform in Lijia Village? Chapter 195. The leader's dramatic change of attitude indeed. Sister, this is an invitation from Li Rui's friends in the magical city. Just as Yun Lingxian finished replying to a comment, her phone chimed with a video call notification, swiftly transitioning to the video interface. Sister, you dare to video call me while at work? You might get scolded by your boss. Upon accepting the call, Yun Lingxian sweetly greeted the person on the other side, then playfully teased, what is the fuss? Ever since your last visit, you have no idea how courteous our manager has been towards me. Not only can I make a phone call, but even if I don't show up for work, a mere phone call suffices. In the past, I wouldn't have even dared to imagine such a scenario. Why is that? Yun Lingxian inquired, somewhat perplexed by her sister's words. Our company's owner, despite not being able to afford a supercar worth over 20 million, has a sister who can. Do you think that would treat me with a bit more respect? As Yun Rong spoke, her expression radiated pride, and at last, Yun Lingxian comprehended the underlying message, feeling a flicker of pride herself. This was the first time her sister had garnered special attention because of her, all thanks to Li Rui. By the way, Xian, you mentioned that Li Rui's friends invited 10 top celebrities, including Hu Gu, to perform at Li's village. What could be the purpose of this? And who are his friends that they can summon these 10 celebrities simultaneously? Yun Rong suddenly recalled her idol, her excitement mixed with skepticism. It is known that among these stars are individuals worth billions. Last time, Yun Lingxian had mentioned that Li Rui earned billions in finance. However, even if one possesses a fortune in the billions, securing the attendance of a few celebrities of comparable status is relatively straightforward. Yet, to summon 10 top celebrities at once is not merely a matter of wealth. After all, such an invitation would require some of these stars to cancel other engagements. It's a delicate balancing act, and she was curious about the identity of Li Rui's friend in the magical city, who wielded such influence. Li Rui's fourth brother is about to get married, so he asked a friend to help invite some celebrities for the performance. His friend is Chun Xiao, the first heir of the Chun group. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Lingxian divulged Chun Xiao's identity to Yun Rong. What? The first heir of the Chun group? I am well aware of the Chun group. Its market value exceeds 300 billion, spanning various industries. They are a formidable business family in a magical city. For Li Rui to have such a friend is indeed a remarkable stroke of fortune. Coupled with his cash reserves amounting to billions, with such connections, he is bound to achieve significant success in business. Xian, you might just become the wife of a billionaire in the future. As her sister excitedly spoke of Li Rui's promising future, Yun Lingxuan's expression grew peculiar. In recent days, she had come to understand the formidable potential of Tongfei Group and realized that while there are indeed individuals who can provide support, her boyfriend is certainly not among them. What's the matter, Xian? Aren't you excited? In the future, you shall be the wife of a billionaire, with the freedom to purchase whatever your heart desires. Just imagine the beauty of such a life. As Yin Yuan watched the peculiar expressions of Yun Lingxuan in the video, she couldn't help but voice her curiosity. She then began to fantasize about the delightful days she would experience if she had a husband worth billions. Sister, you need not wait for the future. Billions are already within reach, replied Yun Lingxuan, observing Yin Yuan gazing dreamily at a 45-degree angle, lost in thought. What do you mean? Yin Yuan asked, her expression now a canvas of confusion. Li Rui earns over 100 billion a year, and his net worth has already surpassed trillions, even tens of trillions. What? My dear sister, you have only just begun to enjoy a good life. Please, do not let anything distress you. Yin Yuan, who had been smiling just moments before, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Sister, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Are you aware of Tongfei Group? That is Li Rui's company. Yin Yuan exclaimed, her mouth agape and eyes widened in disbelief. Her astonishment stemmed from having previously read news articles about the immense significance of Tongfei Group. If this company indeed belonged to Li Rui, then her sister's claims about his wealth were far from mere exaggerations. All right, sister, if you doubt me, you may verify it yourself. Check the chairman of Tongfei Group. His name is Li Rui, Yan Lingshuan said, somewhat exasperated by Yin Yuan's astonishment. Oh, Yin Yuan replied instinctively, absorbing her sister's words. Observing her sister's bewildered demeanor, Yan Lingshuan shook her head and said, I will see you the day after tomorrow at Li's village, before concluding the video call. On the other side, Yin Yuan regained her composure only a minute after Yan Lingshuan had ended the call, promptly opening a search engine to investigate. Wow, incredible, truly incredible. After perusing the information online, Yin Yuan became so exhilarated that she leapt to her feet, dancing in delight within her office. Ryuan, what has come over you? Lu Yin, noticing her friend's exuberance, rushed over in concern. Yin, this is extraordinary. We are truly on the verge of great success. Yin Yuan exclaimed, grasping Lu Yan's shoulders and shaking her vigorously while uttering phrases that left her friend bewildered. Yin Yuan, what is happening? Is the pressure of being a group leader too much for you? If something is troubling you, please share it with me. Alternatively, I could arrange for you to take some time off to rest properly, suggested Supervisor Wang, noticing the commotion and the way Yin Yuan's excitement was drawing attention from their colleagues. What is going on here, Wang? Why is Yin Yuan acting like this? Have you burdened her with too much work? Queried Manager Li, stepping out of his office to assess the situation. I assure you, Manager Li, this is truly unfair. I am just as perplexed as you are regarding Yin Yuan's behavior. Wang replied, his expression innocent. Then what is the cause of this? Lu Yan, do you have any insight into Yin Yuan's condition? Manager Li inquired, shifting his gaze from Wang to Lu Yan, who stood beside Yin Yuan. Manager Li, I am at a loss as well. It seems that Rong was just engaged in a video call when everything suddenly changed. Lu Yan, while attempting to steady the hand that was shaking Yin Yuan's shoulder, turned to respond to Manager Li's inquiry. Should we call the hospital? She suggested. Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, Manager Li realized that the cause of Yin Yuan's abrupt condition could not be discerned, and he reluctantly prepared to contact the hospital. However, prompted by Lu Yan's remark, his gaze instinctively fell upon the phone that Yin Yuan had placed on the desk. As he observed the messages displayed on the screen, a note of confusion escaped his lips. Chapter 196. One achieves enlightenment, and even the chickens and dogs ascend to Tongfei Group, a market value exceeding 1 trillion. Chairman Li Rui, Manager Li, holding Yunrong's phone, scrutinized the information displayed on the screen, instinctively murmuring the contents. What? Li Rui? Upon hearing Manager Li's murmurs, Lu Yan gasped in astonishment. What is wrong? Manager Li tilted his head in confusion, looking at Lu Yan. You just mentioned Chairman Li Rui, right? Indeed. The page on her phone shows precisely that Tongfei Group's market value surpassing 1 trillion, even reaching 10 trillion, with a chairman named Li Rui. You wouldn't happen to know this Li Rui, would you? Manager Li jestingly inquired of Lu Yan. I don't know Li Rui, but Rong does. Lu Yan, listening to Manager Li's words, appeared lost in thought, speaking in a daze. What? Yunrong knows Chairman Li Rui of Tongfei Group? Manager Li's legs weakened, and he plopped down onto the ground. Her boyfriend's name is also Li Rui, so that is how it is. No wonder he can afford a supercar worth over 20 million. Manager Wang, also feeling faint, sank into a nearby chair. Quickly, someone, take Yunrong to the lounge to rest properly. I will contact the hospital immediately. She must not be harmed. Manager Li hurriedly shouted to the employees who were watching the commotion. I don't need to go to the hospital. I'm fine. At this moment, Yunrong finally regained her composure, her earlier frenzy subdued, and she quickly interjected. Fine? That's good. Come, Yunrong, please sit down. Manager Li displayed a flattering smile as he assisted Yunrong into a chair. If you feel any discomfort, you must tell me at once. I will find a doctor for you immediately. Glancing at the overly ingratiating expression on Manager Li's face, Yunrong paused for a moment before speaking. Manager Li, I would like to request leave the day after tomorrow. Of course, if you're unwell, it's best to go home and rest properly. Once you're better, you can return to work. Perhaps I should take you to the hospital for a checkup, The company will cover the expenses. No, I'm not unwell. I need to find my sister. Looking for your sister? That day, isn't sufficient. How about this? Starting today, you can take paid leave. Come back whenever you wish. How does that sound? Upon hearing Yunrong mention her sister, Manager Lee's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Is that really all right? The boss might not agree. No witties. I will personally speak to the boss. You are an elite employee of our company, and paid leave is a benefit afforded to you. The boss will surely agree. However, I would like Lu Yin to accompany me. Then, both of you can take leave together. Feel free to express any requests you have. Manager Lee, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed to Yunrong's wish for Lu Yin to accompany her. Really? Thank you, Manager Lee. Yunrong joyfully grasped Lu Yan's hand in gratitude. No need for thanks. Just enjoy yourselves. Can we leave now? As she gazed upon Manager Lee's amiable smile, Yunrong hesitantly inquired, may I? Of course, go ahead, he replied. Thank you, Manager Lee. Thank you, Supervisor Wang. Yunrong expressed her gratitude to the two leaders before swiftly pulling Lu Yin out of the office area. Just as their figures had yet to disappear from view, Manager Lee retracted his friendly demeanor, excitement bubbling within him as he reached for his phone to call the boss. Manager Lee, are you granting Yunrong and Lu Yin paid leave? Or is it the kind that they can take whenever they please? Isn't that rather unfair? How long have I even been with the company? I've been here for 8 years. What gives? A middle-aged woman who had just approached overheard Manager Lee's intention to grant leave and, in a huff, addressed him sarcastically, "Humph, and what of those 8 years? I haven't received such treatment. What do you count for?" They know the CEO of a trillion-dollar group. It's a case of one person achieving success while others benefit from it. If you were acquainted with such individuals, I would grant you paid leave too. With that, she turned away from the astonished Manager Lee as he dialed the company owner. After ending her video call, Yilingxuan was taken aback by the sudden influx of dozens of messages on her social media, many from long-lost university and even high school classmates, some of whom she had not heard from in years, even up to 7 or 8 years. The following morning at 9 o'clock, a convoy of various vehicles entered Li Village. Inside a luxurious chauffeur-driven car sat a dapper older gentleman alongside 2 stylishly dressed young men and a charming girl of 18 or 19. The older gentleman was resting with his eyes closed, while a young man in his 20s, seated behind him, gazed out the window in astonishment, saying, "Chu Ping, although this place seems like a desolate rural area, I must admit this village is rather unique. Indeed, the roads here are not only wide, but the village is also enclosed by walls. The several grand villas are well constructed, and that ancient-style palace at the back is quite impressive. Yet, no matter how grand, it remains a rural setting, wouldn't you agree, Sun Chung?" Yes, even if there are some wealthy individuals in this village, they are merely affluent country bumpkins. They can't compare to us in the metropolis, he chuckled. Silence. I brought you here to perform, not to critique the place. Were it not for the connections between your fathers and me, I wouldn't have allowed you into my company. At this moment, the older gentleman abruptly opened his eyes, turned his head, and frowned as he reprimanded the 2 young men. Yes, Uncle Huang, we were wrong, they replied, their necks shrinking in acknowledgement, though the skepticism in their eyes was unmistakable. Humph, do you think I came to this place to perform for no reason? Use your heads and think it over. Understanding. The 2 young men responded perfunctorily once more. Ziying seized this opportunity, emphasizing that important figures would be present, and performing well would enable the company to secure better resources for them. Do you comprehend? Observing that the 2 young men remained indifferent, Huang Xiaoming ceased his remarks. Instead, he turned to the promising artist from his company and offered a gentle reminder regarding these 2 individuals who had accepted his invitation out of friendship. Huang Xiaoming felt little inclination to continue addressing them. They were akin to stubborn clay, resistant to shaping. He had brought them along, granting them a chance to present themselves before the heir of the Chen family, which he deemed a fair acknowledgement of their forebears. Their ability to seize this opportunity, however, was no longer his concern. Rest assured, esteemed boss, I shall strive to deliver an excellent performance, the charming young girl softly replied. They've arrived, they've arrived. Are these the stars that Xiao Rui invited? Inao, Li Xiao Shuang, Karadling Yi, inquired excitedly of Zhang Huayuan as they beheld dozens of vehicles of various types parked at the entrance of Li Family Village. Chapter 197. Speculations among stars, here they come. Are these the celebrities that Xiao Rui invited? Li Xiao Shuang, holding Yi in her arms, excitedly inquired of Zhang Huan, who stood beside her, as they observed dozens of vehicles of various kinds parked at the entrance of Li Family Village. It seems so. I've heard there are 10 top-tier stars. Even for someone like me, who does not closely follow celebrities, I am familiar with their names. Xiao Rui's ability to gather them all is truly impressive, Zhang Huayuan replied, glancing at the array of cars before turning back to Li Xiaoshuang. Indeed, my brother is the most capable person. Without him, how could we be enjoying such a prosperous life? You've earned several tens of millions over the past few months. This can all be attributed to my brother's generosity, Li Xiaoshuang said, her face beaming with pride. Haha, yes, our current fortune is all thanks to Xiao Rui. The valuation of his company is expected to rank among the top 10 in Longhua. Given his age, to achieve such success is nothing short of remarkable. One could even say he is the foremost figure in Longhua, Zhang Huayuan remarked. My uncle is the most formidable person in the world. Nestled in Li Xiaoshuang's embrace, chimed in eagerly upon hearing her parents discuss her uncle. Indeed, your uncle is the most formidable person, Li Xiaoshuang said, playfully pinching Yi's small nose with a tender smile, before sharing a knowing glance with Zhang Huayuan. Hello, may I ask which one of you is Mr. Li Rui? At that moment, a man nearing 50 stepped out from the lead vehicle and approached the crowd gathered at the village entrance, smiling as he inquired. I am Li Rui's uncle. Xiao Rui is not here. May I ask who you are? Li Yongjin, standing at the forefront of the crowd, stepped forward to address the elder. Mr. Li Rui's uncle? Greetings. I am Zhou Quan, the personal steward of Master Chen Xiao. Master Chen asked me to bring some artists to perform at Li Family Village. Could you assist us with accommodations? Yes, certainly. Please park your vehicles in the courtyard. I will arrange rooms for you. Li Yongjin responded excitedly upon realizing that these individuals were indeed the star Xiao Rui had mentioned. The thought that he could host such renowned figures for the wedding of a younger family member felt surreal to him, as if he were in a dream. Excellent. Then I shall trouble you to lead the way. Zhou Quan politely replied to Li Yongjin. Sun Cheng, look at how unique this house is. 8 grand villas are arranged in a circle, resembling an octagonal formation. The central plaza is quite large, akin to a schoolyard. It's rather fascinating, Chu Ping, who had been silent in the van, began to comment as soon as the vehicle came to a halt in the plaza, surrounded by the 8 villas. It is indeed peculiar. Moreover, when we arrived, I noticed several towering bodyguards patrolling, their physiques resembling that of bears. With the house constructed this way, it doesn't feel like a residence. It resembles a military fortress, Sun Qing eagerly whispered to Chu Ping, sharing his observations and thoughts on what he had just witnessed. Indeed, this group of nouveau riche from the countryside possesses a rather rudimentary aesthetic sensibility, believing themselves to be heirs to a throne, thus transforming their homes into such spectacles. Given their rustic origins, it is somewhat understandable that they would employ bodyguards to patrol their extravagant abodes. Should you dare to speak again, I suggest you return from whence you came. After all, the individual who could persuade Chen Xiao to personally invite me to perform must possess some significant standing. Do not presume that because your parents wield some influence, you could traverse the world unchecked or insult anyone at will. There are countless individuals in this world whom I cannot afford to provoke, and you two are hardly of consequence. The two, engaged in hushed whispers, were overheard distinctly by Huang Xiaoming, who turned to them and reprimanded them sternly. The pair, having been chastised twice by Huang, who typically treated them with kindness, felt a surge of resentment and dismissed his warnings, secretly vowing to report him to their fathers. However, faced with Huang Xiaoming's somber demeanor, they bowed their heads, choosing silence. Xing, let us disembark, Huang Xiaoming said, his scowl dissipating now that the troublesome duo had finally quieted. All right, boss, Song Xing replied obediently. Following Huang Xiaoming out of the vehicle, 10 top-tier celebrities arrived, some alone, others accompanied by their company artists, along with a myriad of staff members, totaling over 100 individuals emerging from their cars. It was quite astonishing to find such a village in a remote county, and the architecture was uniquely intriguing. A stunningly voluptuous woman twirled around, surveying the compound comprised of 8 grand villas, exclaiming with fascination. Sister Kai, can the illustrious young Master Chun truly be so easily persuaded to call upon us for a performance? Queried a petite girl who gracefully approached Kai Lini from behind with a soft smile. You are absolutely right, Chi Zi. Ordinarily, we would have no opportunity to meet young Master Chun. This time, he personally invited me, leading me to forego an entire concert, resulting in a loss exceeding $1 million. Kai Lini responded, glancing back to see that the voice belonged to the renowned last empress of pop, Deng Chizi, returning her smile. Likewise, however, to have young Master Chun remember me for this favor, even at the cost of several million, is worth it, she continued. Indeed, others would not even have the chance to incur such losses, she added with a chuckle. By the way, What sort of person could simultaneously invite us all? Kailini suddenly inquired, her curiosity piqued. I do not know, but this individual's status is certainly not trivial. They may even surpass that of young Master Chun. Dang Cheesy replied, her eyes widening in astonishment at her own words. As her husband rose from slumber, it appeared that the celebrities had already arrived. Hearing the sounds of vehicles downstairs, Yun Lingshuan hastily donned her attire and approached the expansive balcony, peering down to witness a throng of over 100 individuals disembarking from numerous cars. Realizing that the stars had indeed come, she excitedly rushed back to the room, shaking the slumbering Li Rue, who was still lost in a deep sleep. So they have arrived. What does it matter to me? He mumbled, still drowsy, having only fallen asleep in the early hours of the morning. I'm exceedingly tired and wish to sleep. These are celebrities. Aren't you the least bit curious? Yun Lingshuan implored, her large eyes wide with excitement as she gazed at the still-closed eyelids of Li Rue. What celebrities? They are merely a mouth and 2 eyes. Nothing is more significant than my sleep, he replied dismissively. If you choose to remain, then I shall go alone. You may continue to slumber, lazy pig, she pouted, managing to pry his arms away from her before eagerly turning to dash downstairs. Wait for me. I shall join you. Li Rue finally relented, reluctantly sitting up as he called out to her retreating figure. Chapter 198, The Audacity of a Dog. Wow. Is that truly a celebrity? Isn't that Zheng Kai from Running Brothers? And isn't that Zhou Fa Run, the god of gamblers? There's also the rain god, Xiao Tungjing, and Brother Yang Yang. The promotional material was indeed accurate. These stars have genuinely come to our Li family village. 100 villagers, not far away, eagerly recognized the 10 top-tier celebrities. Yongzheng or Xiao Rue must possess remarkable abilities to invite so many stars. The performance is set to commence tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, right? I wish for my relatives and friends to witness this. Encountering these living legends is a rare opportunity. A villager from Li family village inquired of Li Yongzheng, who stood not far off. Yes, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock on the square of the ancestral hall. Li Yongzheng replied with a smile to his fellow villager. All right, I shall call my relatives and friends to come over now. They can stay at my home today, so we can secure good spots for tomorrow. With that, the villager stepped aside to make a phone call. Zhou Butler, each of our households can accommodate over 20 guests. How shall we arrange it? Li Yongjin, alongside Li Yongzheng and several other brothers, briefly conferred before approaching Zhou Quan to ask. Understood, my apologies for the trouble. I shall make the arrangements, he replied, then moved into the crowd of over 100 newly arrived guests to communicate with them. Minutes later, he had successfully allocated their respective accommodations. What is so fascinating about these stars? Apart from being slightly more attractive than ordinary people, there's nothing special, Li Rue remarked, having dressed and descended the stairs. He noticed Yun Lingxian, who was craning her neck to observe, and approached her from behind. Ah, were you trying to scare me? You walk so silently. Yun Lingxian, engrossed in watching the celebrities she usually only glimpsed on television, was startled by Li Rue's voice and turned to roll her eyes at him. Since you're so eager to see these stars, how about I arrange for them to meet you? Li Rue teased. Oh, no need. I'm merely a bit curious. I don't idolize them, and there's nothing particularly special about meeting them. Yun Lingxian quickly waved her hands in refusal upon hearing Li Rue's suggestion. You have a point. Celebrities are just well-packaged individuals, no different from ordinary people. In fact, your charm and appearance far surpass those of many stars. Li Rue nodded in agreement, gazing at Yun Lingshuan's delicate and lovely face and sincerely complimenting her. A man's words can be deceitful. I need to call my sister and Wenqi. They should be arriving soon. Unfazed by Li Rue's flattery, Yun Lingxian pouted playfully, took out her phone, and walked away to make the call. Seeing Yun Lingxian turn to make her call, Li Rue shook his head and smiled, then walked toward Li Yongzheng, who was not far off. Dad, hearing the call, Li Yongzheng turned around and upon recognizing his son, grinned widely. What time is it? Why are you just getting up? Is there really anything to do? It's better to sleep a bit longer. Have all the stars been arranged? Certainly. Here is the refined and improved version of your text. Your uncle has already arranged accommodations for them. The person next to your uncle is the leader. Do you recognize him? Should we go greet him? Li Yong remarked, pointing toward Zhou Quan, who was conversing with Li Yongjin. I do not know this person, but I shall go over and take a look, said Li Rue as he approached Li Yongjin. Uncle, Li Rue exclaimed. With a smile, Li Yongjin, who had been discussing the performance venue and stage construction with Zhou Quan, paused his conversation and turned his attention to Li Rue. Uncle, may I ask who this is? Li Rue inquired as he stood beside Li Yongjin, his gaze directed at Zhou Quan. You must be Mr. Li Rue. Zhou Quan, the steward for young Master Chun. He will arrive tonight and has sent me ahead to arrange matters concerning the star performance. Zhou Quan quickly introduced himself, recognizing that this young man was someone of great importance, as emphasized by his master. Ah, so you're Steward Zhou. I greatly appreciate your assistance with the performance arrangements. I am not well-versed in such matters, so I will rely on your expertise, Li Rue responded graciously. Mr. Li, young master has told me that meeting you is akin to meeting him. It is my duty to assist, Zhou Quan replied, bowing slightly in acknowledgement of Li Rue's courtesy. Very well, I shall refrain from further formalities. When Brother Chen arrives, I will personally express my gratitude, Li Rue said before turning away to seek out Yun Lingxian, feeling little inclination to engage in further conversation with a mere steward. As Li Rue approached Yun Lingxian, he suddenly noticed two fashionably dressed young men, grinning as they made their way toward her. A frown creased his brow. He did not recognize them, likely companions of the stars. Observing their frivolous smiles from a distance, he felt an inexplicable distaste. I never expected to find such an exquisite beauty in this remote locale. Allow me to take the lead, Sun Cheng remarked, casting a glance at the phone-holding Yun Lingxian, a lascivious grin spreading across his face as he spoke to Chu Ping. That one do. Such beauty is rare and should be cherished. I appreciate her pure looks and exceptional demeanor. I too am drawn to such women. Let us see who can succeed. Chu Ping replied as he briskly approached Yun Lingxian. Hello, beautiful. Let us get acquainted. I am Chu Ping, a singer and dancer, he announced, his voice